Lin Ye was on the verge of death. His consciousness drifted in endless darkness, and he could see his current form, a mass of pure black viscous slime slowly evaporating as its energy leaked away. He had once been a 996 corporate drone on Earth. After one sleep, he awoke to find himself transformed into a venomous slime, a primitive larval entity that could not sustain life unless it fused with a host. He had assumed his fate would mirror the movies, possess some Spider-Man-like hero, and stride toward the pinnacle of life. Yet reality had turned out otherwise. He was trapped in this desolate alien space where not even a single bacterium existed, let alone a suit. Lin Ye let out a roar of despair, yet it now existed only as a trembling fluctuation within his own consciousness. Just as he believed he would completely dissipate, a faint glimmer of phosphorescence suddenly tore through the darkness before his eyes. The glow expanded at an astonishing speed, sketching out a blurred humanoid silhouette. Someone. Lin Ye's awareness jolted violently. Driven by sheer survival instinct, he wriggled desperately toward that luminous figure. Whatever it was, as long as it was a living being, he could parasitize it. To him, it was a savior. Yi Qinghan stood at the center of the awakening formation, her expression cold and severe, yet the tightly clenched fists betrayed the turmoil within her heart. Mist God, the hatred of my previous life shall be repaid in this one. She silently intoned the vow in the depths of her heart. Just one day ago, she, who had dominated an entire era as the Frost Empress, had fallen in the final battle against the Mist God. Yet fate played its cruel tricks. She had been reborn with all her memories returned to the crucial moment in her senior year when she was about to awaken her spirit companion. This time she would never repeat the same mistakes. In my previous life, I attained emperorship with the great spirit companion Extreme Ice Fox, spending 100 years to forge my path. In this life, my ascent shall be far swifter. A razor-sharp gleam flashed through Yi Qinghan's gaze. This time she had exhausted all the compensation funds her parents had left, purchasing a rare spiritual incense known as Yinling Xiang, the spirit-attracting incense. When one's spiritual sea awakened and entered the alien domain, each person could bring a single item that their mental strength was capable of bearing to assist in the search for a spirit companion. Once ignited, this spirit-attracting incense offered a high probability of drawing in a grade or even scrayed powerful spirit companions. For the sake of vengeance, she had staked everything. As the formation's radiance surged, Yi Qinghan's spiritual sea awakened. In the next instant, her spiritual body was drawn in and swept into that vast, boundless alien realm of spirit companions. Her spiritual power was being consumed at a terrifying rate. She streaked through the bizarre kaleidoscopic realm like a stream of light, countless strange and twisted spirit shadows flashing past her on all sides. She did not stop. None of these were what she sought. Drawing upon the experience of her previous life, she flew straight toward a region where the energy was most violently turbulent. Here, Yi Qinghan hesitated no longer. She spurred her spiritual force, and the spirit-attracting incense she clutched tightly within her very soul ignited at once, releasing a wisp of azure smoke. A low, resonant hum rippled through the void. An indescribably arcane fragrance spread outward from her as the center, diffusing in all directions. In the next moment, the entire alien space seemed to shudder. From the unfathomable depths of the domain, a high sonorous dragon's roar echoed forth, bearing the supreme majesty to freeze all creation. Yi Qinghan's head snapped upward. She saw a titanic dragon vast enough to blot out the sky, tearing through chaotic spatial currents as it dove toward her. The dragon's entire body was covered in scales like crystalline ice. Its draconic eyes were twin suns of glacial blue, and each breath it exhaled spewed forth a chill that could freeze the very soul. It was this one. Yi Qinghan's heart pounded wildly. Before, she had only ever glimpsed it in ancient tomes. The legendary SS-grade spirit companion Taiga Bing, Shuang, Julong, the primordial frost dragon. She had gambled correctly. She had expected at most in great existence, she had never imagined that even the heavens themselves would favor her. Immense joy crashed against her mind, and the flames of vengeance blazed furiously in her chest. The frost dragon drew ever closer, 100 meters 50-10. Its terrifying draconic might seemed poised to grind her spiritual phantom to dust. Yi Qinghan forced herself to suppress her excitement and extended her hand, ready to forge the god-tier contract that would reshape her entire life. At that exact moment, a black shadow moving with a speed beyond thought shot up from the void at her feet, with a resounding thud, launching itself straight toward the frost dragon's massive head. A giant dragon. Such powerful spiritual fluctuations. This is clearly a perfect host. I'm going to make it. Lin Ye no longer cared how terrifying the dragon was. If he did not find something to parasitize now, he would evaporate entirely. Yet an accident occurred. The contract array Yi Qinghan had prepared to envelop the dragon flashed with sudden light, and by sheer coincidence enclosed Lin Ye mid-leap and dragged him within. The array shrank in an instant. A clear mechanical chime echoed, ding. Host contract with the Reborn Empress has been successfully established. Infinite Devour system initializing. Beginner's gift issued acquired passive ability, independent survival. No further energy loss when separated from a host. Acquired core ability, Infinite Devour. Acquired weakness erasure. No longer vulnerable to sonic attacks, flames, and similar threats. Due to being bound by contract at the current stage, the host for parasitism can only be the contractor. This restriction will change as levels increase. Lin Ye was stunned. What? How did I get contracted? I was aiming to parasitize the dragon, and now I'm not even allowed to parasitize anyone else. He quickly adjusted his thoughts. Forget it. Having a system beats everything. Systems are invincible. Moreover, all the traditional weaknesses of a venomous entity had vanished. It felt exhilarating. Lin Ye wholeheartedly approved of this system. The system had even spoken of a reborn empress. Perfect. Yet before his eyes, the SS-grade frost dragon let out a roar of unwilling fury. Its colossal body dissolved into motes of light and scattered. In the next instant, Lin Ye was seized by an irresistible force that tugged him back toward reality. The radiance faded. In the awakening chamber, Yi Qinghan stood dazed where she was. Before her, there was no world-destroying primordial frost dragon. Only a black fist-sized lump of viscous substance happily bouncing on the floor with soft thudding sounds. Yi Qinghan's breath halted. She had exhausted everything and wagered her entire future only to obtain this thing. A pitch-black slime devoid of discernible grade. The powerlessness of being besieged by gods in her previous life and the absurdity of this new beginning surged over her heart like an icy tide, drowning it in an instant. My SS-grade frost dragon gone. The flame of hope was extinguished. A single crystalline tear slid silently down her pale cheek. Lin Ye looked at the breathtaking beauty before him, curves surging almost unreal in her allure, now crying like a pear blossom bathed in rain, and he felt utterly at a loss. Hey, don't cry. I'm SS Tyre. I only look like an rank card. Trust me. He frantically tried to transmit his thoughts to Yi Qinghan. However, a newly formed contract meant the spiritual link was extremely weak and blurred. In Yi Qinghan's perception, the intent sent by this black slime attenuated and distorted layer by layer condensed into a single word. Cry. Yi Qinghan's body swayed, and a sharper pain lanced through her chest. Seeing Yi Qinghan's heart utterly shattered, even her sobs steeped in despair, Lin Ye felt a pang of discomfort in his chest. He had not done it on purpose. If he had not leapt just now, he truly would have died. He sighed inwardly. My apologies. Yet such a stunning beauty crying like this was simply heartbreaking. No, I have to prove myself, Lin Ye resolved firmly. It was just an SS-grade great dragon, nothing more. He, on the other hand, possessed the system's symbiotic venom. His future potential would absolutely surpass that so-called great dragon. Venom's signature ability, fusion. As long as he let her witness the power after fusion, she would surely stop crying. Having thought of this, he decided to act at once. Lin Ye tightened his springy, elastic body and aimed straight at Yi Qinghan's long, perfectly straight legs, then suddenly sprang. With a resounding duong, he turned into a black arc flying toward her with pinpoint precision. In his mind, he imagined himself successfully attaching to her, unleashing overwhelming power and helping his host rise in an instant, stunning everyone around. Just as he was about to press against that fair, tender thigh, Yi Qinghan seemed to sense something. Her delicate brows suddenly knitted together, and a clear, undisguised look of disgust flashed through her eyes. Get away. Her cool voice rang out as a soft yet irresistible barrier of spiritual energy appeared before her. Lin Ye slammed headfirst into the barrier, as if colliding with a wall of air, and was instantly bounced away, rolling several times across the floor before coming to a stop. Sticky and slimy. Absolutely disgusting. Yi Qinghan added icily, her frigid tone making Lin Ye involuntarily shiver. He was utterly stunned. What the? She actually despised him. Big sis, do you even understand? I'm trying to give you a cheap buff. Fusion. Once we fuse, you'll take off, don't you get it? Anxious now, he once more used their faint spiritual link, desperately transmitting his message. Fusion, fusion, fusion. Yi Qinghan frowned. To her ears, the black slime was simply making strange guttural, ha-ha-ha sounds. Heh, could this slime be trying to drink water? She looked down at the motionless puddle of black mucus on the floor, stayed silent for a moment, then took a pink water bottle from the combat backpack and unscrewed the lid. Water splashed down in a clear stream from above, dousing Lin Ye's head completely. If you want a drink, just say it. Don't jump around, Yi Qinghan said in a flat tone. Soaked through and chilled to the core, Lin Ye was utterly dumbfounded. Drink. Drink my foot. I said fusion, fusion. Are your ears deaf? Though he was raging inwardly, the body was honest. Under the deluge, he indeed felt much more comfortable his body, even instinctively, absorbed the water. Ding. Devoured pure water. Devour. 0.00001. Lin Ye's heart spasmed. This was barely worth mentioning. Yi Qinghan noticed him absorbing the water, and a hint of contemplation flashed in her eyes. This kind of black slime has never been recorded in the Federation's Spirit Beast Compendium. It might be some undiscovered variant. Perhaps it possesses a special ability, she murmured. She crouched down, her cool gaze scrutinizing Lin Ye. What abilities do you have? Opportunity had arrived. Lin Ye was overjoyed. This time he behaved more wisely, gathering all his spiritual power onto the two characters for fusion, striving to transmit them with perfect accuracy. Fusion. He hurled that thought at her with all his might. Yi Qinghan's brows knit even tighter. The intent she received was a bit clearer than before. Instead of a single "heh," it had become two. Heh. Her expression darkened, and her tone grew more severe. Stop thinking about drinking all the time. Use your ability and show me. Lin Ye fell silent. Just let it all end. He was exhausted. Was this lousy contract hacked together on some bargain platform? The signal was worse than 2G. Communication having failed, Lin Ye simply shut down emotionally, lying on the floor like a dead thing, motionless. Seeing him like this, Yi Qinghan's heart unexpectedly softened. Forget it. In the end, it's just a slime. Low intelligence is normal. I shouldn't expect too much. She consoled herself, then poured all the remaining water in the cup over Lin Ye. Drink, have more. Ding. Devoured pure water. Devour. 0.00001. Ding. Devoured pure water. Devour. 0.00001. Lin Ye felt utterly devoid of hope. Fine. Relying on others was worse than relying on himself. Since fusion was impossible for now, he might as well focus on devouring and evolving. He had a system anyway. Even without symbiosis, he would not die. At worst, he would slowly evolve on his own, eating more things over time and eventually becoming strong. Although in this infant state, acting alone meant having no offensive power with the system around. What was there to fear? I need food, things with energy. He transmitted the thought once more. This time Yi Qinghan understood. Eat. If you're not drinking, you're eating, she muttered, suppressing the urge to pinch this useless slime to death. Crushing this worthless slime would damage her spiritual sea, leaving her unable to cultivate for at least 5 years, a loss she could not afford. I'll take you to eat later. First, we're going to the appraisal room to register your spirit beast information, she said. Yi Qinghan picked up the backpack on the floor, pulled open the zipper, and ordered Lin Ye, jump in yourself. She intended to test the intelligence level of this black slime. In his mind, Lin Ye calculated. This is the last chance. If I can just leap onto her and let her feel how harmless my constitution is, perhaps there will still be a chance to fuse. He tensed his body once again, forming a perfect parabola, his target once more Yi Qinghan's thigh. Yi Qinghan, a former empress in her past life, possessed razor-sharp reflexes. Almost the instant Lin Ye took off, she had already sidestepped and swung her hand back in a smooth motion. Lin Ye was struck once more by an invisible surge of spiritual power, this time even stronger. He smashed into the wall of the awakening chamber, then slowly slid down, leaving a black smear of slime behind. Yi Qinghan's face was icy. If you keep jumping around, don't blame me for being ruthless. She had never liked sticky, slimy black creatures to begin with, and now this one had tried clinging to her again and again, utterly testing her limits. Lin Ye finally behaved. Fierce woman, far too fierce. If she refuses to fuse, so be it. Once I devour and evolve into a complete form, you can kneel and beg me to fuse, and I still won't bother with you. While making harsh vows in his heart, he began bouncing, duang, into Yi Qinghan's open. Yi Qinghan pulled the zipper closed, leaving only a small gap for air, then slung the backpack over her shoulders. She drew in a deep breath, striving to calm the despair and anger churning within. She then pushed open the heavy door of the awakening chamber. Outside, classmates who had long been waiting for the results were already crowding the corridor. As Yi Qinghan stepped out of the awakening room, dozens of gazes instantly focused on her. Qinghan, how did it go? What kind of spirit contract did you form? She has prepared for so long, but must be something powerful. Come on, show us. A few female classmates who usually had a good relationship with her gathered around, chattering with curiosity and anticipation. Yi Qinghan was a prominent figure in her class, and even in the entire grade, not only because of her stunningly beautiful appearance, but also due to her mature disposition and relentless studying spirit that belied her age. Everyone believed that a girl of her caliber would undoubtedly form a powerful spirit contract and soar to great heights. Yet beneath her calm exterior, a trace of unnoticeable sadness flickered in Yi Qinghan's eyes. She simply shook her head gently, her voice cool as she said, "You'll find out when we get to the identification room." With that, she set off, heading straight towards the spirit identification room at the other end of the teaching building. That was the place every spirit master had to go after their awakening. The grade and abilities of the spirit would be accurately assessed and recorded there. Seeing her reluctance to elaborate, the crowd felt a tinge of disappointment, but followed closely behind, eager to witness the outcome. In her backpack, Lin Ye observed the outside world through a small gap, feeling utterly unfazed. Yi Qinghan walked among the crowd, appearing expressionless, yet her heart was not as calm as it seemed. In fact, she still held a sliver of hope. In her past life, she had heard a strange tale. There was a great city where a spirit master had formed a contract with the lowest grade level spirit, the yellow skin rat. Just when he was ridiculed by everyone, the yellow skin rat surprisingly spoke, asking him, "Do I look like a human or a god?" At that moment, the spirit master had a flash of inspiration and immediately replied, "You look like an SS level spirit." As soon as the words fell, the yellow skin rat erupted with golden light and miraculously evolved into the legendary SS level spirit, the human-faced immortal. From then on, that spirit master soared to greatness. My black slime is not afraid of the pressure from the SS level spirit, the ancient frost dragon. Perhaps there really is something special about it. This thought was the last straw that supported her to this point. Just as she was lost in her musings, a slightly arrogant voice rang out from ahead. "Oh, isn't this our ordinary school beauty, Yi Qinghan? Given this atmosphere, have you awakened? Let me guess, with your family's background, you can at most form a contract with a level spirit." A tall boy dressed in brand-name combat gear blocked her path. His name was Wang Tung, a direct descendant of the Wang family from the three prominent families in Lan City, flanked by a few similarly privileged lackeys. On Wang Tung's shoulder stood a fiery bird radiating a powerful energy wave. "It's Wang Tung. His spirit is the Blevel Flame Sparrow." Someone in the crowd gasped. Wang Tung reveled in the attention. His gaze towards Yi Qinghan was laced with aggression as he said, "Qinghan, you really don't have to work so hard. If you just nod, the resources of my Wang family are enough to help you contract a Blevel spirit." Yi Qinghan didn't even bother to look at him, intending to walk past. This kind of spoiled brat in her past life, she could have easily crushed with a single finger. Wang Tung ignored, had his expression darken, his tone turning sharp and biting, unappreciative. "I want to see what you can achieve with just that little compensation." Yi Qinghan paused, her gaze growing cold. However, in the end, she said nothing and quickly walked towards the spirit identification room. Lin Ye in the backpack sensed his host's emotional fluctuations and overheard the discussions around them. A bunch of mortals, how could they know this lord's true identity? Lin Ye twisted proudly in the backpack, thinking to himself, "I am SSR." Before long, Yi Qinghan arrived at the entrance of the identification room. Inside, it was bustling with people, and a huge holographic screen displayed the information of spirits that had been identified. Li Ming contracted spirit, a level fire lizard, abilities fireball technique, scorching breath. Zhang Li contracted spirit, level gale eagle, abilities gale, strike, wind riding. Wang Hao contracted spirit, level earth bear, abilities great strength, earth guardian. Each student whose name was called excitedly showcased their spirits, drawing gasps of admiration from their peers. After waiting for a while, Yi Qinghan walked in. Inside the identification room, the teacher responsible for registration was an old man with graying hair who spoke without looking up, and Yi Qinghan took a deep breath, unzipping her backpack. "Duong." Lin Ye impatiently sprang from the backpack, landing steadily on the identification table. He strained to present his most imposing side. However, to the onlookers, he merely appeared as a puddle of black, bouncy, and harmless goo. Wang Tung and a group of students squeezed in, craning their necks to look. When they saw the black slime on the identification table, they were momentarily stunned before bursting into uproarious laughter. "Huh? What is that? A lump of mud? A slime? A black one? Can such a thing even be considered a spirit? How could someone as outstanding as Yi Qinghan contract such a spirit? This is the end for her. Her path as a spirit master is completely ruined. Even my contracted level spirit, the unicorn rabbit, has more presence than this." Wang Tung laughed the loudest, nearly in tears. "Yi Qinghan, you've really given me a huge surprise. Is this the treasure you expended your family fortune to contract? A puddle? A level slime?" The teacher in charge of the identification also froze for a moment before activating the magical array. A light curtain swept over Lin Ye's body, and immediately a line of cold text popped up on the data screen. Spirit name unknown, suspected slime variant, spirit grade F, attribute none, ability none, overall evaluation extremely weak, worthless for cultivation. F, even lower than the lowest level. At this point, even the identification teacher looked at Yi Qinghan with a hint of sympathy. Boom. The laughter from the crowd grew louder, and disdainful, gloating gazes pierced Yi Qinghan. Wang Ting walked up to her, looking down at her mockingly. "Do you see? This is reality. A genius. Without resources, you are nothing. You are now the biggest joke in our Lan City. No." 3. Yi Qinghan's face turned ugly in an instant. The last straw had broken. She stood there surrounded by laughter that seemed to drift away, her world reduced to the blinding F on the data screen and Wang Tung's repulsive face. Slowly she clenched her fists. The dignity of the Empress was crushed under the weight of reality at that moment. Lin Ye on the identification table also felt a wave of despair upon seeing the F grade. What the hell? F level. I am Venom. I am SSR. Is this identification device broke? Lin Ye raged internally, desperately trying to project a powerful aura, but the limitations of his juvenile form made it utterly impossible. Seeing Yi Qinghan's grim expression, Wang Tung wore a hypocritical look of concern. Yi Qinghan, why don't you transfer this slime to me? Although I can't use it, it might whet my flame sparrow's appetite. For the sake of our classmates, how about I give you 100 federal credit points? Wang Tung said, pulling out a credit card, his face full of a condescending expression. Yi Qinghan suddenly looked up, her gaze like an ice pick piercing Wang Tung. Get lost. Her voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority, as if she had returned to the posture of the Empress from her past life. I, Yi Qinghan, do not need any spirit. Even without a spirit, I can conquer everything. After saying that, she flicked her sleeve and turned to leave, leaving the identification room in complete silence. Yi Qinghan's figure vanished at the door, and after the suffocating silence in the appraisal room, uproarious laughter erupted. Haha, it's my first time seeing someone being walked away by their own spiritual energy. Grade truly unheard of, as she will become a legend among us, a cautionary tale of a legend. Wang Tung clutched his stomach, laughing uncontrollably. He pointed at the pool of black substance on the appraisal table and spoke to his lackey. Look, even this waste master has abandoned it. So pitiful, cast aside right after birth. Lin Ye lay on the cold appraisal table, feeling the malicious gazes around him, a chill creeping into his heart. Hey, what kind of joke is this? That fierce woman tossed me here. No way, big sister. I am your only spiritual companion. You just throw me to this group of villains. What good does it do you if I die? Your spiritual sea will be damned. Lin Ye panicked. He desperately tried to move his body, but found the power of his juvenile form far too weak, only able to squirm futilely in place. The teacher in charge of the appraisal frowned and said to Wang Tung, Wang, please do not make noise in the As for this thing, since its master has left, let's temporarily place it in the containment box until she returns to claim it. Containment box? Isn't that just a place for imprisoning stray spiritual companions? When he contracted with Yi Qinghan, some basic knowledge of this world had appeared in his mind. Lin Ye internally cursed, if you dare to confine me, I'll dare to retaliate. Wang Tang's eyes darted around, a malicious smile creeping onto his face. Teacher, why make it so complicated? He walked to the appraisal table, reaching out a finger as if to poke Lin Ye. I see this thing is of no use, why not just dispose of it? Or I could give it to my flame sparrow as a snack, which wouldn't be bad. The flame sparrow on his shoulder let out a sharp cry, its crimson eyes filled with greed. Lin Ye felt a wave of heat hit him, the pressure emanating from the grade's spiritual companion. Damn, I'm going to be eaten. Wait, no, I'm actually Venom. I almost thought I was human. If you dare to eat me, I'll show you what cruelty means. Just as Wang Tang's finger was about to touch Lin Ye, the door to the appraisal room was slammed open. Yi Qinghan returned, her icy gaze swept across the room, finally landing on Wang Tung and the finger that was about to poke Lin Ye. Get your dirty hands away from it. Her voice was low, yet it caused the temperature in the entire appraisal room to drop several degrees. Having just been overly angry, Yi Qinghan realized after going out that her spiritual companion was not in her bag, but still on the appraisal table, prompting her to rush back. Wang Tang's movements froze as he looked at Yi Qinghan in surprise. Oh, isn't this our great genius? What can't bear to part with your grade treasure? Yi Qinghan ignored his taunts, striding directly to the appraisal table, placing herself between Lin Ye and Wang Tung. She glanced at Lin Ye on the table. No matter how useless it is still my spiritual companion. You have no right to meddle. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye sighed, inwardly realizing this woman seemed somewhat decent. Though fierce, she still has some conscience. Yi Qinghan opened her backpack, facing Lin Ye on the appraisal table. Getting, we're leaving. Lin Ye, having learned his lesson this time, knew this woman disliked him jumping onto her. He immediately used all his strength with a duong. He accurately bounced into the opening of the backpack. Seeing this scene, Wang Tung laughed even harder. Ha ha ha, what a well-behaved pet. Yi Qinghan, you might as well stop being a spiritual master and become a pet trainer. Oh, perhaps there's a future in that. Yi Qinghan zipped up her backpack, shielding Lin Ye behind her, turning around with her clear eyes coldly fixed on Wang Tung. Wang Tung, you better remember every word you said today. In the future, I will make you cry and swallow those words. With that, she no longer looked at anyone, shouldering her backpack and walking out of the appraisal room, unfazed by the mocking or sympathetic gazes around her. Yi Qinghan hurriedly exited the school gate, traversing the bustling streets and turning into narrow, dilapidated alleys. This was the commoner district of Lawn City, as if two different worlds from the skyscraper-filled city center. Eventually, she stopped in front of an old residential building that looked like it could collapse at any moment. This was her home, a small single room of less than 30 square meters. Pushing open the door, the furnishings inside were so simple they could be deemed shabby. A bed, a desk, and a wardrobe were all the furniture. Yi Qinghan placed her backpack on the desk and unzipped it. Lin Ye cautiously peeked out, surveying this new environment. Why was it really this poor? Lin Ye gasped inwardly. This place is even worse than the basement I rented in my previous life. The future Empress starts off living in a slum. Isn't this a bit too tragic? Yi Qinghan paid no heed to Lin Ye's murmurs. She sat on the edge of the bed, gazing at the gray sky outside, lost in thought. Enflevel spirit. This outcome is 100 times worse than the worst scenario I could think of. The path of a spirit master is nearly blocked for me now. In a month, the National Spirit Master examination will take place. Given my current situation, let alone getting into Yanhuang Spirit University, I might not even qualify for the most ordinary college. With no education and no strength, how can I seek revenge? Am I destined to repeat my past mistakes? No. Yi Qinghan's gaze suddenly became resolute. Who am I? I am the Frost Empress, the one who once oppressed an era and struck fear into countless deities. How could a mere Flevel spirit crush my will? If spirit mastery won't do, then I'll take matters into my own hands. A wild thought began to take shape in her mind. Body cultivation. In her past life, this path was considered an unorthodox method, because this path demands an alarming level of resources and personal willpower. More importantly, everyone believes that the limits of body cultivation pale in comparison to that of top-tier spirit masters. Achieving a kingly body is already the extreme. Becoming an emperor in body form exists only in theoretical tales. But Yi Qinghan knew that it was not just a legend. In her past life, while exploring an ancient ruin, she had obtained a fragmentary body cultivation technique. That technique was named Divine Demon Suppression Body. According to the technique's records, cultivating to its peak allows one to clash bodily with deities and shatter stars with a punch. In her previous life, she had already reached the pinnacle as a spirit master, thus, she had not given this technique much thought. But now it has become her only hope. To enter Divine Demon Suppression Body, one must soak their body in the blood of a first-level mist beast, refining their flesh with the aura of slaughter. As long as I can enter, my strength will rapidly increase, at least reaching the level of a first-level body cultivator before the examination. By then, even without a spirit, I can rely on my physical strength to get into a decent university. With this thought, the flames of hope reignited in her heart. Lin Ye, hidden in the backpack, listened to her mutterings, completely stunned. Sister, calm down. Body cult, is that something a person can practice? It's painful, exhausting, and has no prospects. Why would you choose that path when you have a divine-level cheat like me? Do you have any misunderstanding about my abilities? As long as we merge, we can create chaos together. Don't bear it all alone. Lin Ye desperately wished to jump out of the backpack and hug her leg, pleading for her to wake up. But he knew that if he jumped out, he would surely be swatted away again. Communication is impossible, utterly impossible. Lin Ye felt a deep sense of helplessness. Yi Qinghan had already begun to act. She dragged out a box from under the bed containing all her parents' savings, along with some federal credits and a few low-grade spirit stones. After counting, she took most of the credits and stuffed them into an old wallet. Then she rummaged through the wardrobe for a set of black combat gear suitable for movement, tying her long hair into a ponytail. Having completed all this, she picked up the backpack on the table, glanced at Lin Ye inside, and coldly said, "Stay in there and don't move." With that, she slung the backpack over her shoulder and walked out again. Lin Ye watched her determined profile from the gap, sighing inwardly. Forget it. If she wants to stir things up, let her. Besides, body cultivation requires the blood of mist beasts, and there are dead mist beasts outside the city. She can hunt the monsters while I feast on the spoils, and I can also gather some devour points. Not bad at all. Once I evolve, just wait and see how I surprise you. Lin Ye plotted in his mind. Yi Qinghan arrived at a grocery store downstairs, purchasing a large quantity of compressed rations, purified water, and some ropes and daggers for survival in the wild. Once everything was prepared, she hesitated not for a moment and walked straight towards the massive city wall at the edge of Lawn City. That was the only exit to the misty region outside the city. The city wall of Lawn City stood 100 meters high, constructed from a special energy alloy resembling an iron fortress that completely isolated the city from the deadly mist outside. At the bottom of the city wall, there was a large gate at regular intervals, guarded by the city's guards, who strictly inspected every person entering and exiting. Halt. Present your ID card and Spirit Master level certification. A soldier in armor blocked Yi Qinghan's path. She calmly handed over her ID card. The soldier scanned it with a terminal, and his brow immediately furrowed. High school senior. Spirit master level. Not registered. The soldier's expression grew cautious. Little girl, outside the city is not a place for you. It's filled with mist beasts. Without the strength of a spirit master, entering is a death sentence. I know, Yi Qinghan replied succinctly. You know and still come. The soldier was somewhat impatient. Hurry back home and don't cause trouble here. Yi Qinghan did not argue, but instead took out a form from her pocket and handed it over. This is the body cultivation qualification application form. I've already signed the death waiver. The soldier was taken aback for a moment and accepted the form. When he saw the clause on the form stating voluntarily entering the misty region for body cultivation trials, assuming all risks, along with Yi Qinghan's delicate yet powerful signature below, his expression became complicated. Body cultivation. He looked Yi Qinghan up and down, shaking his head. Little girl, are you crazy? The path of body cultivation is 100 times harder than becoming a spirit master. How many strong men have failed to persist? You. Yi Qinghan's tone remained flat, but the determination in her eyes left the soldier speechless. He fell silent for a moment before finally operating the terminal and opening a small passage beside him. The poisonous Empress said, "Go in." The guard sighed. "Remember, you must return before dark. The mist at night is 10 times more terrifying than during the day." "Thank you." Yi Qinghan expressed her gratitude and stepped into the passage. At the end of the passage stood a heavy alloy door. With a low hum, the door slowly opened and a cold, damp air mixed with a faint metallic sweetness rushed toward her. Outside the door lay a hazy world. Thick fog enveloped the ground, visibility less than 10 meters as distant chilling beast roars echoed through the air. This was the misty region, a forbidden zone for humans, a paradise for fog beasts. This world was shrouded in mist, with humans trapped within the massive cities protected by purification towers. The exchanges between the massive cities were all through teleportation arrays within the purification towers. In her backpack, Lin Ye also felt the oppressive aura instinctively shrinking back. Wow, is this outside the city? It feels like the air is toxic. He secretly rejoiced that he was a being of poison, naturally resistant to such an environment. Yi Qinghan stepped out of the door, and the alloy door slowly closed behind her, completely isolating her from human civilization. She took a deep breath, feeling the chaotic and violent spiritual energy in the air, her gaze sharpening. For others this was hell, but for her it was the starting point of her rebirth. Instead of rashly delving deeper, she relied on her past life's experience to find a relatively concealed pile of rubble at the edge of the mist. To initiate the divine demon suppression body, it's best to use the blood of a mid-tier blood-spotted hyena. This type of fog beast has a keen sense of smell and is inherently cunning, but it has a fatal weakness: greed. As she pondered, Yi Qinghan began to set up a trap. She placed her backpack down and took out a rope and a dagger. Then she cut her finger and squeezed out a few drops of blood onto a piece of dried meat. For fog beasts, human blood and flesh are incredibly tempting delicacies. She hung the bloodied piece of meat from a branch of a dead tree, positioned just right for the hyena to be able to reach it. Directly beneath the meat, she used the dagger to dig a shallow pit, inserting several sharpened wooden stakes at the bottom. Finally, she perfectly disguised the trap with loose soil and fallen leaves. After finishing all this, she quietly dragged Lin Ye's backpack and hid in a rock crevice several dozen meters away, concealing her aura and patiently waiting for her prey. Lin Ye watched everything clearly from within the backpack. Wow, this woman is impressive. This trap is set up more professionally than those survival experts I saw in my past life. Smart, skilled, and ruthless, she can even be brutal to herself. Looks like even if she doesn't become a spirit master, she won't starve. Her evaluation of Yi Qinghan rose another level. Time passed second by second. In the mist, apart from the occasional sound of wind and distant muffled beast roars, there was a complete silence. Just as Lin Ye was about to fall asleep, a rustling sound came from afar, drawing closer. They're coming. Yi Qinghan's expression instantly became focused. Through the mist, a sandy-colored figure cautiously peeked out. It was a creature the size of a wolf, covered in blood-red spots, its nose constantly sniffing the air with greedy and wary green eyes. A mid-tier first-level fog beast, the blood-spotted hyena. It had clearly caught the scent of blood, but its inherent cunning prevented it from rushing forward immediately. It lingered around the trap for a long time, constantly probing, and only after confirming there was no danger did it fix its gaze on the swaying piece of meat. The temptation of delicious food ultimately overcame its caution. The blood-spotted hyena pushed off with its hind legs leaping suddenly, with its massive mouth wide open toward the piece of meat. At that moment, Yi Qinghan moved. She pounced out of the rock crevice like a long-prepared leopard, yanking the other end of the rope fiercely. Thud! The ground beneath the blood-spotted hyena suddenly collapsed, and its entire body fell into the trap in an instant. Alo! A shrill scream erupted as the sharp wooden stakes pierced its abdomen. The blood-spotted hyena struggled wildly within the trap, blood pouring out from its wounds, staining the bottom of the pit red. However, the wooden stakes that Yi Qinghan set up were deep and sturdy. The more it struggled, the deeper the wounds became. Yi Qinghan showed no mercy as she calmly picked up a stone the size of a human head, walked to the edge of the trap, and smashed it down hard onto the hyena's head. Bang! 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 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. Only when the hyena's head was smashed into a bloody pulp and it stopped moving did she finally cease her assault. Throughout the entire process, her expression remained unchanged, so calm, it was chilling. Lin Ye in the backpack felt his eyelids twitch. Damn, that's brutal. This woman is definitely a tough one. I better not provoke her in the future, or I might not survive a punch from her with my squishy body. After confirming that the blood-spotted hyena was truly dead, Yi Qinghan jumped into the trap, used her dagger to cut the hyena's throat, and collected the warm beast blood in a waterproof bag she had prepared. Soon she filled a large bag to the brim. After completing all this, she climbed out of the trap and found a more concealed cave. The cave was very dry, clearly untouched by fog beasts for a long time. Yi Qinghan poured the bag of stinking beast blood onto the ground, forming a pool of blood. Then she took off her combat suit, revealing a slender body that contained astonishing resilience. Her skin under the dim light was dazzlingly white. Lin Ye, peeking through a gap in the backpack, was utterly captivated. Wow. Don't look, don't look. But her figure is really good, those long legs, that tiny waist. Yi Qinghan paid no attention to the movement inside the backpack. She took a deep breath and stepped into the pool of blood, sitting cross-legged. Divine demon suppression body absorbed the evil energy into the body, tempering bones and skin. She closed her eyes and began to circulate her energy and blood according to the cultivation method recorded in the art. Hiss! Almost as soon as the cultivation method was activated, an indescribable, excruciating pain surged from every pore in her body. The malevolent energy contained within the fog beast's blood rushed into her body like countless steel needles, tearing through her flesh and striking her meridians. Yi Qinghan's body trembled violently, cold sweat instantly beading her forehead, her teeth biting down hard on her lip to stifle any sound. But she did not stop. This pain was nothing compared to the suffering she endured in her past life, when besieged by deities and having her soul annihilated. She bore the intense pain, repeatedly circulating the cultivation method, guiding the violent energy to cleanse her body. Time passed second by second. Yi Qinghan's skin began to develop a strange reddish hue, as if she were a shrimp being boiled. Her consciousness began to blur under the impact of the excruciating pain. Lin Ye in the backpack felt uneasy watching her suffer. Sister, why put yourself through this? If it hurts this much, can't you let me help you a bit? Merge. Once we merge, I can help strengthen your body and share the pain. I could easily swallow this bit of malevolent energy. Lin Ye could no longer hold back. He jumped out of the backpack with a thud, transforming into a shadow and aiming for Yi Qinghan's long leg. He intended to use his body to help her absorb some of the violent energy. However, just as he was about to touch that smooth, fair thigh, get lost. Yi Qinghan suddenly opened her eyes, a flash of brutal red light glinting in her gaze. Without a moment's hesitation, she swung her hand. Bang! Lin Ye was once again sent flying by an immense force, crashing heavily against the cave wall, dazed and confused. Uffed! Yi Qinghan spat out a mouthful of blood, her breath instantly becoming weak. That last palm strike was a reflexive reaction after being startled during a critical moment of cultivation, causing her to misalign her energy and sustain significant internal injury. She looked at Lin Ye, who had fallen to the ground and turned into a puddle of mush. Did I not tell you not to move? She truly wanted to slap Lin Ye dead. How could he be moving around at such a critical moment? Lin Ye was speechless. I just wanted to help you. Help me. Yi Qinghan scoffed. What can you do besides eat? She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, forcefully suppressing her injuries, and closed her eyes again to prepare for further cultivation. Lin Ye looked at her pale face, feeling helpless. Why was she so stubborn? Then he glanced at the hyena's corpse, which had started emitting a foul odor, and suddenly had a bright idea. He wriggled his body and crawled over to the hyena's corpse. Since you won't let me help you, then I'll just help you dispose of the trash. He opened his mouth and bit down on the hyena's thigh. Ding. Detecting consumable energy entity, first-tier fog beast corpse, do you wish to devour? Lin Ye silently thought, devour. In the next moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. The hyena's corpse, which was dozens of times larger than Lin Ye, shrank, visibly all its blood and flesh essence being absorbed into Lin Ye's body. Ding. Devoured first-tier, mid-level fog beast blood-spotted hyena corpse, gained 10 devour points. Ding. Host level increased. Current level first-tier, 0-500. Ding. New ability unlocked, skill theft. Ding. Successfully stole skill bite grade. A series of system prompts made Lin Ye feel like jumping for joy. Damn, I've leveled up. And even he could feel his body filled with power, his size larger than before, no longer a limp mass, but now more resilient and substantial. Yi Qinghan was also startled by the commotion. She opened her eyes just in time to see Lin Ye devouring the hyena's corpse until only its skin and bones remained. She was stunned. You can devour corpses? Lin Ye proudly wiggled his body, transmitting a thought. Eat. Yi Qinghan's expression darkened in an instant. She finally understood. After all this time, the only merit of this grade slime was its ability to be consumed, and it could be taken literally. She fell silent. Although this ability sounded useless, it possessed unexpected strategic value in the Misty area. What is the most dangerous thing in the Misty area? It is not the fog beasts themselves, but rather the blood scent that lingers after a battle, attracting more and stronger fog beasts, leading to endless sieges. Thus, the Spirit Master squads hunting outside must be equipped with special purification agents or incineration tools to handle corpses and bloodstains, which are costly and inefficient. But now she had a mobile, fully automatic corpse processor that consumed no resources. This discovery stirred a ripple in the frozen lake of Yi Qinghan's heart. Although it lacks combat power, at least it is not completely useless. She commented, "A garbage processor, huh? That's quite fitting." Lin Ye was unaware that he had been labeled as a garbage processor. He was still proud of finally showcasing a fragment of his divine abilities. How about that? Are you scared now? I'm really impressive. From now on, give me all the delicious things, and it'll take you to new heights. He desperately conveyed his proud thoughts. Yi Qinghan received his intentions, still somewhat vague, but she could roughly guess that this blob of slime was expressing amazing praise me. She glanced at the pile of clean bones on the ground, and then at her own internal injuries, which ached due to a sudden movement, ultimately suppressing the comment of waste. She stood up from the stone wall, walked in front of Lin Ye, and extended a finger. Lin Ye's eyes lit up at once. What a great opportunity. Let's merge directly now, and then control her. He excitedly jumped towards that slender fair finger. Bang! However, Yi Qinghan's finger had a spiritual energy barrier, which sent the juvenile Lin Ye bouncing away. Don't move around. Yi Qinghan frowned. Damn, what a bothersome spiritual energy. Lin Ye was truly exasperated. He was currently too weak to break this annoying barrier. Yi Qinghan gently poked him, then dipped her finger into the leftover slime from the hyena corpse and smelled it at the tip of her nose. No smell. It was processed very cleanly. She reached a conclusion and coldly retracted her hand. Lin Ye, are you testing the goods? Am I just a rag in your eyes? Used and thrown away. Yi Qinghan ignored his inner roar, walked to the cave entrance, and looked at the increasingly thick mist outside, frowning slightly. The internal injuries are worse than I imagined. A forced cultivation is no longer possible. I must recover quickly. She returned to the cave, sat cross-legged, and took out a healing ointment from her backpack, preparing to treat her external injuries. However, internal injuries cannot be resolved with ointment. She looked at the few low-grade spirit stones left in her backpack, the last bit of cultivation resources from the compensation her parents earned with their lives. She had originally planned to use these spirit stones to reach the peak of the first stage of body cultivation before the college entrance examination. It now seemed that she would have to use them ahead of schedule. She picked up one stone and was about to absorb it when her gaze inadvertently caught the black slime nearby, still bouncing around. An idea uncontrollably popped into her mind. It can consume the corpses of fog beasts. Can it also consume spirit stones? If it can, what would happen after consumption? Yi Qinghan looked at the spirit stone in her hand, then glanced at Lin Ye, her expression shifting. Lin Ye felt a bit uneasy under her gaze. Hey, what kind of look is that? Let me tell you, I'm a serious Venom symbiote. I don't sell myself. Although you look good and your figure is nice with long and straight legs. You shouldn't look at me with that kind of gaze. Just as Lin Ye was lost in his thoughts, Yi Qinghan finally made a decision. She threw the low-grade spirit stone towards Lin Ye. Eat it. Her voice was as cold as ever. Let's see what other use you have. A blue crystal stone exuding pure spiritual energy rolled to Lin Ye's feet. Lin Ye's body instinctively trembled. It smelled so good. This pure energy was 100 times more enticing than the hyena corpse. Holy crap. Spirit stone. Did she really just give me a spirit stone? Lin Ye could hardly believe his eyes. This was a spirit stone. A hard currency in the Spirit Master world, a strategic resource essential for cultivation. This fierce woman who had clearly shown disdain for him earlier was now willing to give him such a valuable item. I suppose. You still have a bit of conscience. Lin Ye felt elated. This female emperor wasn't so bad after all. She had a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. He no longer hesitated, wriggling his body, enveloping the low-grade spirit stone completely. Ding. High-purity energy body low-grade spirit stone detected. Do you want to devour it? Devour. Right now? Immediately, Lin Ye shouted in his mind. In the next moment, a vast and gentle stream of energy surged into his body. The sensation was like a starving person diving into a sea of sumptuous food. Ding. Devoured low-grade spirit stone gained 50 devouring points. Ding. Accumulated devouring points reached 60. Evolution conditions met. Ding. System panel updated. New ability unlocked. Energy replenishment, grade A. Energy replenishment grade A. The host can convert 10 of stored energy into pure life energy, replenishing the contract partner for healing injuries and restoring stamina. Cooldown time 2 hours. A series of system prompts left Lin Ye's consciousness somewhat dazed. Happiness had come too suddenly. Not only had his devouring points surged, but he also unlocked a new skill. Energy replenishment. A healing skill. This was surely a divine skill. Lin Ye immediately thought of Yi Qinghan, who was sitting cross-legged not far away, her face pale. Fierce woman, considering you gave me a spirit stone, I'll reluctantly heal you a bit. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged his mind into the system aimed at Yi Qinghan and activated the newly unlocked ability. Energy replenishment. While Yi Qinghan was meditating, trying to suppress her internal injuries, she suddenly felt a warm flow of pure, gentle, life-filled energy slowly transferring from her contract link with the spirit. This energy didn't require refining like that of spirit stones and could be directly absorbed by her body. Wherever the warm flow passed, her meridians, damaged from the sudden movement, felt as if they were being gently smoothed by a pair of tender hands, the sharp pain rapidly fading. The fatigue of her body and the lethargy of her spirit also vanished under the nourishment of this warm flow. Yi Qinghan suddenly opened her eyes, and for the first time a look of astonishment appeared in her cold gaze. She could clearly feel that her injuries were recovering at an incredible speed. This recovery effect was more gentle and effective than any celestial-grade healing elixir she had used in her past life. Her gaze involuntarily turned towards the blob of black slime. Only then did Lin Ye's body emit a faint glow, expanding and contracting like a pump, tirelessly working to deliver that wondrous energy to her. After completing all of this, Lin Ye's form shrank back to its original size, the color dimming somewhat, appearing as if she had been drained, slumped on the ground, and weakly bouncing once. Elder sister, I did my best. Are you satisfied with this wave of recovery? Yi Qinghan remained silent. She just quietly observed Lin Ye, her gaze filled with complex emotions. Is this really a capability that grade slime can possess? No, this is not a slime at all. A bold hypothesis emerged in her mind. Could it be a type of extremely rare mutated spirit that has never been discovered before? Once the thought appeared, it could no longer be suppressed. She looked at the weak black goo on the ground, her previous disdain replaced for the first time by an emotion called curiosity. She slowly stood up and approached Lin Ye, crouching down. This time her eyes lacked the previous coldness and disgust, replaced instead by a hint of exploration and scrutiny. What exactly are you? She asked softly, as if inquiring of Lin Ye, yet also of herself. Yi Qinghan's voice was very soft, tinged with a confusion she herself had not yet realized. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye almost cried out in gratitude. Heavens! Earth! This fierce woman has finally deigned to look at me properly. She finally recognizes my uniqueness. Are my good days about to come? He excitedly wanted to jump up and reveal his true identity to her. I am Venom, a god-tier symbiote, the kind that can wreak havoc once fused. Hurry and fuse with me. Due to the spirit masters in this world, a spiritual energy barrier surrounded them at all times. In his juvenile state, he needed Yi Qinghan's consent to fuse, otherwise he would be repelled by the barrier. He had asked the system, and unless he could strengthen himself enough to devour the barrier's speed to force a fusion, he would need to devour various substances to gain devouring points for evolution. However, as the words reached his lips through that damned contract link, with a signal worse than 2G, what was transmitted to Yi Qinghan's mind morphed into a string of incomprehensible syllables. Zizi. G. Kill. Yi Qinghan frowned slightly. Kill, Is it saying it can kill enemies, or is it expressing something else? She looked at the goo before her, which had no attack power, and found it hard to associate it with the word kill. Perhaps she had misheard. She shook her head, casting aside this unrealistic thought. Devouring corpses, erasing traces, avoiding pursuit, this is top-notch logistical capability. Devouring spirit stones, converting them into its own energy, this is an extremely high energy utilization rate. Energy feedback, healing wounds, restoring condition, this is the most precious auxiliary ability. Yi Qinghan silently analyzed in her heart. Any one of these three abilities appearing on an grade spirit would be enough to double its value. Yet now these three abilities unexpectedly appeared simultaneously on this grade slime. This is not waste. This is definitely not waste. This is a thoroughbred super auxiliary disguised as a slime. a type of extremely rare, possibly never before seen in the Federation's Spirit Guide logistical support spirit designed for combat and endurance. Yi Qinghan's heart began to race uncontrollably. Although she had been a dominant empress in her past life, she understood, well, that a powerful spirit master often requires an even larger logistics team to support them. And now she alone possessed a mobile logistics base. If I can make good use of its abilities. Yi Qinghan's breathing became somewhat rapid. Her physical cultivation path demands an enormous consumption of resources and body. Especially with the god-demon suppressing body, every training session felt like a mad test on the edge of death, causing immense bodily harm. Previously, she worried that excessive training might leave her with irreparable hidden injuries. But now with Lin Ye's energy feedback, it seemed that all these issues could be resolved. She could push her potential even further, refining her body to the limits. The path of, if the spirits won't do it, I will, suddenly seemed much smoother. A spark of hope reignited in her once lifeless heart, gaining a momentum of its own. Perhaps I truly made the right gamble. Although I lost an SS-grade frost giant dragon, I gained a unique partner best suited for my physical cultivation path. Yi Qinghan's gaze towards Lin Ye completely transformed. No longer filled with disdain or disgust, but rather the look of someone admiring a rare treasure. Lin Ye felt uneasy under her gaze. Hey, don't look at me like that, I'm scared. Though I know him quite excellent, that look of yours feels like you want to dissect me for research. He instinctively shrank back. Seeing this, Yi Qinghan's lips unconsciously curved upward in a barely perceptible smile. Elder sister, you seem a bit happy, want to try fusing. Let me climb on top. Let me show you some real technique. Once again, Lin Ye conveyed his most core request through the mental link. Fusion. The fusion effect is better. It can make you stronger. This time, due to Yi Qinghan's proactive contact and mental relaxation, the transmission of information became much clearer. Yi Qinghan distinctly heard these two words. Fusion. Her expression changed instantly. The tender warmth that had just emerged vanished without a trace, replaced by a blush of embarrassment and a chilling coldness. Sticky stuff trying to crawl onto me. Dream on. She reflexively flicked Lin Ye away with a finger. Duong. Lin Ye traced a graceful parabolic arc in the air before crashing into the stone wall of the cave and slowly sliding down. WWHYA. Lin Ye lay on the ground, utterly bewildered. Fusion could really make me stronger? Why don't you believe me? Yi Qinghan looked at his disappointed expression, realizing she had overreacted. After all, this was just a low-intelligence slime. What bad ideas could it have? She cleared her throat to mask her slip, then changed the subject. You are too weak now. You need to level up quickly. With that, she stopped looking at Lin Ye, turned, and began packing her things to leave. Lin Ye lay on the ground, watching her cold figure and the long legs still appearing straight and round beneath her combat gear. Weak? Good. You say I'm weak. One day I will make you realize who truly cannot do without whom. When the time comes for fusion, I'll show you. He. The sky gradually darkened. The visibility in the misty area decreased even further, and the chilling, damp atmosphere became increasingly intense. The roars of beasts echoed from afar, more frequent and frenzied than during the day. The night mist was a carnival for the mist beasts, with a danger level at least 10 times greater than in the daylight. I must return. Yi Qinghan packed everything carefully and placed the somewhat revitalized Lin Ye back into the backpack, leaving a small opening for him to observe the outside world. Stay inside and don't make a sound, she instructed, and then shouldered her backpack, her agile figure vanishing at the cave's entrance. Inside the backpack, Lin Ye felt the oppressive atmosphere outside, instinctively remaining still. He knew this was not the time to show off. Yi Qinghan, drawing on her rich experience from her past life, swiftly navigated through the mist, always managing to avoid the powerful auras of the mist beasts in advance. Her footsteps were light, making almost no sound, her whole being blending into the night like a ghost. The journey home was smoother than anticipated. Soon the towering steel city wall appeared at the end of her sight. Upon seeing the faint purifying glow on the wall, the tension that had been coiled tightly within Yi Qinghan began to ease slightly. After passing the guard's inspection, she successfully returned to Lan City. The city's clamor and brightness instantly dispelled the chill and oppression brought by the mist. Yi Qinghan did not pause and walked straight towards her home in the civilian district. However, just as she turned into the familiar and dilapidated alley, her steps suddenly came to a halt. Under the streetlight at the alley's entrance, several figures blocked the path ahead. Leading them was Wang Tung, the one she had clashed with in the appraisal room during the day. He had changed out of his branded combat gear, now dressed in casual clothes, but his expression was even more arrogant and resentful than during the day. Beside him were several burly youths, clearly not students, each exuding a fierce aura, their temples bulging, evidently trained fighters. Oh, isn't this our great genius Yi Qinghan? Wang Tung saw Yi Qinghan and displayed a mocking smile akin to a cat teasing a mouse. All alone you really dare to venture outside the city. Quite bold of you. He scrutinized Yi Qinghan, his gaze shamelessly roving over her finally, settling on her beautiful face, which was slightly dusted from the journey. How was it? Being chased by the mist beasts like a dog outside, wasn't it thrilling? Yi Qinghan's eyes instantly turned cold. Wang Ting, what do you want? What do I want? Wang Ting seemed to have heard the biggest joke, laughing heartily. What can I want? He stepped closer to Yi Qinghan, his smile turning sinister. During the day at school with so many people around, but it seems you are quite ungrateful. Here there are no teachers nor classmates. His followers also grinned menacingly, subtly forming a circle around her. The atmosphere in the alley instantly became tense. Inside the backpack, Lin Ye also sensed this tension, his body tensing involuntarily. Damn it, it's that idiot from the day. This is trouble. Yi Qinghan clenched her fists, coldly staring at Wang. I'll say it again, step aside. Step aside. Wang Tung laughed, even harder. Yi Qinghan, do you still not understand the situation? A waste who is contracted in glass spirit, a poor civilian, what right do you have to act so arrogantly? And his voice brimmed with unabashed malice and jealousy. I'm laying it out here today. Wang Tung's expression suddenly darkened, the truth revealed. Either you obediently come with me and become my woman, and I guarantee you can walk freely in Lan City having whatever resources you want. Or I'll break your legs and throw you into the slums garbage heap, ensuring you can never become a spirit master. Choose one. His followers let out sinister laughter. Yi Qinghan's chest heaved violently, the flames of anger burning in her eyes. In both her past and present life, she had never endured such humiliation. Wang Ting, you're courting death. Huh. Wang Ting seemed to have heard the funniest joke, just relying on you. Or on that pile of mud in your backpack. He pointed at Yi Qinghan's backpack, mocking her to the utmost. A waist paired with a waist, truly a match made in heaven. Yi Qinghan, I advise you to think clearly today. You must submit whether you want to or not. A waste who is contracted in class spirit, even if I do something to you here, no one will stand up for you. Inside the backpack, Lin Ye was enraged upon hearing this. After all, she was his fierce woman, and no one could speak so recklessly about her. Moreover, he was no waste. Before Yi Qinghan could react, Lin Ye suddenly burst forth from the opening of the backpack like a black. His target was Wang Tung's detestable face. Duong. A muffled sound resonated clearly, and Lin Ye transformed into a black cannonball, exerted all his strength, crashing hard into Wang Tung's face. However, the anticipated scene of Wang Tung bleeding from the nose did not occur. A faint spiritual energy shield automatically materialized on Wang Tung's surface before Lin Ye collided with him. Lin Ye's full force strike was like an egg hitting a rock. Apart from a muffled sound, it caused no substantial damage. He was effortlessly repelled by the powerful recoil, rolling on the ground several times, covered in dust, finally stopping at Yi Qinghan's feet. Paha! After a brief moment of shock, Wang Tung clutched his stomach, erupting into uncontrolled laughter. Ha! What is this? Is your slime tickling me? He pointed at the dust-covered Lin Ye, laughing until tears almost. Yi Qinghan, look at this. This is your spirit. This is your final trump card. Not even able to break my protective spiritual energy, it's even more useless than I imagined. His followers joined in the laughter, their eyes filled with disdain and contempt as they looked at Lin Ye and Yi Qinghan. Brother Tung, why waste words with them? Just make your move. Exactly, this woman is asking for trouble. Lin Ye lay on the cold ground, feeling the ridicule from all directions, the entire pool of venom nearly boiling over with anger. Damn it. I'm so weak right now. Without merging, I can't even defeat a minor fish. At that moment, a pair of black combat boots stopped in front of him. Yi Qinghan slowly crouched down. Her face bore no expression, and her cold eyes were as tranquil as a bottomless frigid pool. Are you okay? Yi Qinghan asked. Lin Ye was momentarily taken aback. He could sense the concern in Yi Qinghan's tone. I'm fine. Lin Ye conveyed a thought through their mental link. I am Lord Venom. Yi Qinghan did not respond to him, nor did she seem to understand. You come in first. Yi Qinghan pointed at the backpack. Lin Ye immediately jumped back. Then Yi Qinghan slowly stood up, raised her head, and looked at Wang Tung. At that moment, the temperature in the alley seemed to drop several degrees. Wang Tung's laughter came to an abrupt halt. He looked at Yi Qinghan before him, and for some reason a chill rose in his heart. The girl before him still appeared aloof, yet she gave him a completely different feeling than before. If the previous Yi Qinghan was a block of ice, cold on the outside yet warm on the inside, then the current her was a piece of ice from the depths of the 9 hells capable of freezing souls. Wang Tung. Yi Qinghan spoke. Her voice was flat and devoid of any emotion. My spirit, even if it is a waste. Only I can call it a waste, only I can bully it. What are you anyway? Before her words fell, she moved. There was no summoning of spirits, no flashy moves. She simply stomped her right foot forcefully on the ground. Bang! The hard concrete floor was actually marked with a clear footprint and spiderweb-like cracks spread outwards. Using the powerful backlash, her figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, leaving only an afterimage in the air. That was a body filled with extreme explosive power refined through the trials of the divine demon prison body. That was the purest and most direct killing intent honed from countless brushes with death. Her target was not any of Wang Tung's lackeys, nor his grade blazing sparrow. It was Wang Tung himself. To capture the thief, first capture the king. A fierce and violent aura wrapped in the girl's cool fragrance surged towards him. Wang Tung's pupils suddenly constricted. So fast, Wang Tung's mind barely had time to register those two words. Yi Qinghan's speed completely exceeded his expectations. This was not the speed of a newly awakened spirit master, nor that of a girl who seemed powerless. The explosive power and momentum were even more terrifying than the elite troops he had seen. Protect Tengu. Stop her. Several of Wang Tung's lackeys, seasoned fighters, reacted quickly. The two rushed forward, crossing their arms, trying to block Yi Qinghan's charge with their bodies. However, they severely underestimated the terrifying power of the divine demon prison body. Yi Qinghan didn't even glance at them. Her figure showed no signs of stopping. Just as she was about to collide with them, her shoulder dipped slightly. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds echoed almost simultaneously. The two burly men, each weighing at least 180 pounds, were like being hit heat-in by a crazed bull, screaming as they flew out, crashing heavily against the alley wall, spitting blood, instantly losing their combat ability. What a... Wang Tung's expression finally changed. He no longer held any contempt and shouted harshly, "Blazing Sparrow, burn her to death." Chirp! A sharp bird call rang out. The blazing sparrow circling above Wang Tung's head flapped its wings and shot a fireball the size of a human head, accompanied by a scorching wave of heat straight at Yi Qinghan's face. The attack of a grade spirit was enough to easily melt steel. "Qinghan, be careful," Lin Ye shouted from the backpack. Facing the potentially lethal fireball, Yi Qinghan's face remained utterly unperturbed. Just as the fireball was about to hit her, her body shifted half a step to the left at an incredible angle. That half step allowed her to narrowly avoid the fireball's direct hit. The scorching flames grazed her cheek, singeing a few strands of her hair, and the smell of burnt protein filled the air. With that evasive motion, she had already closed the distance to Wang Tung. The two were less than a meter apart. Wang Tung could even see her long eyelashes and the reflection of his own terrified face in her cold eye. How is this possible? He couldn't understand how someone without the enhancement of a spirit could avoid the blazing sparrow's attack. He wanted to retreat, but found his legs felt like they were filled with lead, totally unresponsive. It was the oppressive aura emanating from Yi Qinghan that had him paralyzed. "It's over." Yi Qinghan's red lips parted slightly, uttering 3 cold words. Her right hand, which had been hidden behind her, had unknowingly formed a fist. A slender, beautiful fist with distinct knuckles appeared to hold no lethality. Yet this fist, at that moment, with a sharp howl that tore through the air, smashed down hard on Wang Tung's abdomen, which looked somewhat bloated from excess drinking and indulgence. Bang! A sound heavier than any before echoed throughout the alley. Wang Tung's body suddenly curled up like a boiled shrimp. His eyes bulged bloodshot. He opened his mouth to scream, but found his throat felt as if it was blocked by something only able to produce a wheezing sound. The next second, an overwhelming force exploded in his abdomen. He was sent flying as if hit heat-in by a speeding truck, his feet leaving the ground. Boom! Wang Tung's body crashed heavily into the wall a dozen meters away, causing the hard wall to crack before sliding down to the ground like a puddle of mud. With a loud "wow," he finally spat it out. What he expelled was not dinner, but a mouthful of blood mixed with gastric acid and bile. The entire alley fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was completely stunned by the scene before them. Wang Tung's remaining lackeys stared blankly at Wang Tung, who lay on the ground convulsing like a dead dog, then looked at Yi Qinghan in the center of the alley, slowly retracting her fist without even catching her breath, feeling as if their worldview had been severely shaken. A first-tier spirit master with a grade spirit, a direct descendant of the Wang family from the 3 great families of Lan City, was just struck down by someone they considered a waste with a single punch, not even giving the spirit a chance to truly exert its power. Is this the power of body cultivation? Lin Ye in the backpack was also left dumbfounded. What the hell? That punch was stunning. This fierce woman, is she really this formidable? The male and female leads stand at the forefront. Please continue to watch. In the alley, there is a deathly silence. Only Wang Tung lies on the ground, emitting faint groans. His brank spirit beast, the flame sparrow, let out a mournful cry as it circled above Wang Tung, not daring to attack Yi Qinghan again after its master was heavily injured. The instinct of animals is far sharper than that of humans. It can sense a terrifying aura from Yi Qinghan that could make its very soul tremble. Yi Qinghan stood still, slowly stretching her fists. The first battle after entering the divine demonic prison body exceeded her expectations. Purely relying on physical strength combined with the combat experience accumulated from her previous life to deal with Wang Tung, a sheltered flower with no real combat experience, was simply a one-sided massacre. She cast a cold glance at the fallen Wang Tung and his few henchmen, saying not a word more. To her, these people were no longer worth her effort. She turned around and stepped towards her home deep within the alley. Throughout, her expression remained unchanged, as if she had merely swatted a buzzing fly. It was not until her figure completely vanished around the corner of the alley that Wang Tung's henchmen seemed to awaken from a dream. Quick, call an ambulance. Tungu, how are you? Damn, is that woman a monster? In the alley, a flurry of chaotic shouts and curses erupted. Returning to the small studio of less than 30 square meters, Yi Qinghan placed her backpack on the table and unzipped it. Lin Ye sprang out from inside. Fierce woman, are you okay? That punch was great. Did you get hurt? Let me see. He circled around Yi Qinghan, conveying his thoughts, wanting to check if she was injured in the earlier battle. Yi Qinghan looked at his anxious appearance, and the violent aura that had risen within her due to the battle miraculously dissipated somewhat. She seriously examined Lin Ye. It's fine, just shaken by the spiritual shield, no major issues. Lin Ye's unique body structure meant that this level of impact was little more than a tickle for him. Confirming that Lin Ye was fine, Yi Qinghan finally let out a genuine sigh of relief. She then sat by the bed, beginning to reflect on the battle they had just experienced. I was still too impulsive, she murmured to herself. Although it felt satisfying to punch Wang Tung away, it completely tore apart her relationship with the Wang family. Given the Wang family's style of doing things, they would definitely not let it go easily. The troubles to come would likely be numerous. But I do not regret it. Yi Qinghan's gaze turned resolute once more. If given another chance, she would still throw that punch. Because Wang Tung had touched her bottom line. She could endure the mockery and humiliation from others, but she absolutely could not tolerate anyone bullying her spirit beast, even if that spirit beast had once been seen as useless in her eyes. Lin Ye lay quietly on the table, watching Yi Qinghan. He could sense the unrest within her heart. Too weak. Lin Ye's heart was filled with frustration. Without merging, I can't even defeat a mere fish. I must level up, quickly evolve as soon as possible. At the very least. In my individual state, I must be as strong as a deity. Lin Ye secretly vowed in his heart. He turned his gaze to the system panel. Host Lin Ye form Venom Juvenile Form Level 1st Stage 0-500 Devour Points 60 Abilities Infinite Devour SSS Rank Energy Reimbursement A Rank Skill Theft A Rank Bite F Rank Not enough. Far from enough. I need more Devour Points. I need to devour stronger creatures. Lin Ye's gaze became more determined than ever. He wriggled his body and crawled over to Yi Qinghan's side. Fierce woman, let's go outside the city tomorrow. Let's hunt stronger mist beasts. Yi Qinghan felt that vague thought and paused slightly. She looked down at the pool of black slime on the table that emanated rising fighting spirit, and a trace of a smile unnoticed by herself flickered in her icy eyes. All right, she replied softly. For the next 7 days, Yi Qinghan and Lin Ye's lives became extremely routine and intense. In the early morning before dawn, Yi Qinghan would quietly leave the civilian district with Lin Ye on her back, heading towards the misty area outside the city. During the day, she operated like the calmest and most efficient hunter, using her past life experience to seek out and hunt various first-stage mist beasts in the fog. From the cunning blood-spotted hyena to the incredibly strong raging wild boar to the incredibly fast wind blade mantis. In every battle, she pushed herself to the limits. She relied on no weapons, using only her fists to unleash the full power of the divine demonic. After battles, she would immediately find a hidden place to undergo the most brutal body refining training with the freshest beast blood. The pain that seemed to tear at her very soul occurred daily. Yi Qinghan gritted her teeth, remaining silent and enduring it all. And Lin Ye became her most capable and only support partner. Every time Yi Qinghan began her training, he would stay nearby, and once he sensed her aura becoming disordered from the intense pain, he would activate energy reimbursement. Pure life energy would flow through Yi Qinghan's limbs, alleviating her pain and repairing the minor injuries caused by the violent energy impact, allowing her to endure higher intensity refining. And when Yi Qinghan finished her training, it would be Lin Ye's turn for a feast. The freshly hunted mist beast corpses, still warm, would be completely devoured by him, while also restoring some energy. Ding. Devouring first stage lower mist beast wind blade mantis, gained devour points 8. Ding. Devouring first stage intermediate mist beast raging wild boar, gained devour points 12. Ding. Devouring first stage upper mist beast iron armored rhino, gained devour points 20. A series of system notification sounds were Lin Ye's favorite sound to hear each day. His devour points surged at a visibly rapid pace. On the first day, it was 50 points. On the second day, 120 points. On the third day, 250 points. After 7 days, Yi Qinghan's body refinement journey, supported by a massive amount of beast blood and Lin Ye's relentless energy reimbursement, made tremendous progress, firmly stepping into the threshold of first-stage body refinement. Her strength increased by more than double compared to 7 days ago. The malevolent aura around her became increasingly condensed. Simply standing there could send chills down the spines of ordinary people. Lin Ye also reaped considerable rewards. His devour points had accumulated to a rather significant number. Host Lin Ye form Venom juvenile form level first stage, 0 500 devour points, 5 25 abilities infinite devour energy reimbursement, beginner skill theft beginner bite F rank over 500 devour points. Lin Ye looked at his system panel, filled with a sense of achievement. In these 7 days following Yi Qinghan, he had nearly ravaged all the first-stage mist beasts around Lan City. Fierce woman, are we going out today? Lin Ye crawled to Yi Qinghan's leg, rubbing against her smooth and firm calf, conveying his thoughts. After 7 days of close cooperation, he could now occasionally accidentally touch Yi Qinghan's body without being flicked away by a finger. Of course, most of the time he still only dared to rub against her pants. Once, after Yi Qinghan had just finished training and was drenched in sweat, wearing only a tight sports tank top and shorts while resting, he summoned the courage to climb onto her smooth calf. That delicate skin, those perfect lines, that faint body fragrance. It was quite nice. Just in that moment of distraction, he missed the chance to merge. After all, her leg was just too slippery. Of course, that was just a thought. Even if he wanted to merge, Yi Qinghan would flick him away with her spiritual energy, as he, being first stage, couldn't break her shield. Unless Yi Qinghan actively gave up her defenses. The result was that he was expressionlessly thrown into the nearby pond by Yi Qinghan, where he calmed down for a moment. Yi Qinghan roughly understood Lin Ye's intention and shook her head. I won't go out today, it'll take a good rest for the day. After 7 consecutive days of intense battles and cultivation, even she, the reborn Empress, felt a hint of mental fatigue. Tomorrow is the last simulation test of the school. The Wang family has been unusually quiet these days, perhaps waiting for this opportunity. I need to adjust to my best state. The night was deep and silent. Yi Qinghan had entered a deep meditation state, regulating her breath and spirit. In the entire room, only her steady and long breaths remained. Lin Ye carefully slid off the table and crawled under the bed, which was the safest evolution pod he had found for himself. System, I want to evolve. Lin Ye silently recited in his heart. Ding. Detecting that the host's accumulated devour points exceed 500, meeting the conditions for basic evolution. Would you like to proceed with basic evolution? This evolution will consume 500 devour points, and the evolution process is expected to last 10 minutes. During this time, the host will enter an unprotected state. Please ensure the environment is safe. Yes. Evolve immediately. Lin Ye confirmed without hesitation. Ding. Basic evolution begins, consuming 500 devour points. In the next moment, an indescribable warm current erupted violently from the core of Lin Ye's body. This warm current was larger and purer than any previous devour. Lin Ye felt as if he were a sponge thrown into a furnace, with every cell in his body being decomposed, reorganized, and strengthened by this warm current. His body began to transform uncontrollably, sometimes elongated, sometimes flattened, sometimes turning into a puddle, and sometimes condensing into a sphere. The surface of the black viscous liquid constantly bulged with bubbles, which then burst rapidly. Throughout the process, there was no pain, but rather an indescribable sense of comfort. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Ding. Basic evolution completed. Congratulations, host, your form has evolved to Venom growth stage. Level up. Current level 2nd tier, 010000. New ability unlocked, mimicry, unlocking passive skill stealing slot. Current slots, 01. A series of system prompts made Lin Ye almost shout out in excitement. I evolved. I finally evolved. He could clearly feel that his body had undergone earth-shattering change. No longer did he feel soft and sticky as before. Now his body was more solid, filled with elasticity and toughness, like a top-quality black jelly. The size he had gathered was also bigger than before. The most crucial part was that he had finally evolved from juvenile form to growth stage. His level also jumped into the 2nd tier. This meant that his current strength was already comparable to that of a 2nd-tier fog beast. And there are new abilities. Mimicry. Lin Ye focused his mind and attempted to activate the new ability. Mimicry A grade can simulate the form of inanimate objects up to 10 times its own size. He aimed at a spare leg of the stool under the bed. In the next second, his body wriggled, and surprisingly turned into a black stick that looked exactly like the adjacent stool leg. Wow, awesome. Lin Ye excitedly transformed back to his original form. This skill was simply a divine technique for stealth attacks. However, what excited him the most was the newly added passive skill stealing slot. Skill stealing allows the host to retain the passive abilities of devoured fog beasts. The passive skill slot allows selection of one passive ability to become a permanent passive ability. Which skill should I steal? Lin Ye's mind flashed with various fog beasts he had devoured over the past 7 days. Some were offensive, some defensive, and some supportive. He thought for a moment and ultimately locked onto the first-tier senior fog beast known for its defensive capabilities, the stone-armored pig which he had devoured 3 days ago. That fellow's pigskin was thicker than city walls. Yi Qinghan had exerted great effort to break its defenses with her fists. That's it. Although Venom is not easy to kill, having some defensive capability is not a bad idea. As long as I'm tough enough, I want fear being taken out in one hit. Lin Ye immediately accessed the biological information of the stone-armored pig from the system's recycling bin in his mind. Ding. Target locked, first-tier senior fog beast stone-armored pig corpse. Would you like to consume one passive skill stealing opportunity? Yes. Ding. Stealing skill. Ding. Congratulations, host successfully stole the passive skill Tough Skin E-grade. Your epidermal cell structure has been reorganized, permanently increasing your physical defense by 20. At the moment the skill was successfully stolen, Lin Ye felt as if an invisible tough membrane had covered the surface of his body. He tried to use his body to slam against the bed leg. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. The bed leg shook, but he felt absolutely nothing. Awesome. Lin Ye felt the surging power within him and an unprecedented sense of safety, filled with ambition. Wong family, Wong tongue. Tomorrow's simulation test, I want to see what tricks you can pull. He quietly slipped out from under the bed, looking at Yi Qinghan sitting cross-legged on the bed, her figure graceful and resembling a fairy under the moonlight, filled with anticipation. At Lon City No. 3 Middle School, the last annual simulation test, and the most important one before the college entrance examination, was held as scheduled. Surrounding the vast outdoor arena, a sea of people gathered. Besides the teachers and students from the entire school, many social figures and representatives from various forces came to observe. After all this time, every year is the best opportunity for major forces to recruit talent in advance. The test is divided into theoretical and practical parts. In the morning theoretical test, Yi Qinghan undoubtedly occupied the first place in her grade once again with nearly perfect scores. However, this time no one cheered for her. Everyone's faces wore a strange expression, as if they were there to watch. What use is being first in theory? In the world of spirit masters, it ultimately depends on strength. Exactly, even if she excels in theory, as in grade spirit master shall still be cannon fodder on the battlefield. I heard she's been running outside the city every day lately, not sure what she's doing. Could it be that she's been stimulated and her brain is fried? Just wait, the practical test in the afternoon will be when she truly embarrasses herself. Various discussions whispered among the crowd. In the VIP seats, Wang Tong sat beside a middle-aged man, his face wrapped in thick bandages, showing only a pair of resentful eyes staring fiercely at Yi Qinghan's name on the big screen. The middle-aged man beside him was none other than the head of the Wang family, Wang Tianba. Wang Tianba's face was gloomy as he looked at his son's miserable state and snorted coldly. Tengayer watched closely. Today I will let you see with your own eyes how that ignorant wench is lifted off the stage like a dead dog. I have already arranged for her first opponent to be Li Hao, a special student sponsored by our Wang family. Upon hearing this, Wang Tong's eyes revealed a cruel delight. Li Hao, that guy who contracted with the A-grade claw cat. Dad, you think too highly of her. There's no need for Li Hao to take action against her. Wang Tianba sneered. Even if a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses all its strength. I not only want her to lose, but to lose so miserably that she can never lift her head again. In the afternoon, the practical combat test officially began. On the vast arena, students walked up one by one under the referee's call, summoning their spirit beasts to engage in battle. Flames and frost intertwined, claws and fangs clashed. The exciting battle drew cheers from the audience. Finally, the referee's voice announced the name everyone had eagerly anticipated. Next match, Class 7 of Senior Year, Yi Qinghan against Class 2 of Senior Year, Li Hao. As the words fell, the entire venue fell silent. Countless gazes focused on the entrance of the contestants' passage. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yi Qinghan's figure slowly appeared. She was still wearing that black combat uniform, her long hair tied into a ponytail, her expression cold, and she walked alone. Step by step, she calmly approached the empty arena, without summoning a spirit beast, not even carrying that iconic backpack containing a slime. The entire venue was in an uproar. What's going on? Why is she up there alone? Where's her spirit beast? That black slime. Is she really planning to go up alone? She's crazy. She must be insane. A spirit master without a spirit beast, what does she want to do? Fight hand to hand. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Does she know her spirit beast is too embarrassing to bring in? Laughter and discussions rose and fell. Even the referee on stage couldn't help but frown and reminded her, "Student Yi Qinghan, please summon your spirit beast. The test is about to begin." Yi Qinghan raised her head, looking at the referee with a cold and firm voice. "Referee, I don't need a spirit beast." Her words plunged the entire venue into silence once more. Everyone looked at her with the eyes of someone witnessing a madman. Opposite her, Li Hao, a lean boy with sharp eyes, couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Yi Qinghan, I admit you are beautiful, but this is the battlefield, not a place for you to seek attention. Since you look down on me so much and can't even be bothered to summon your spirit beast, don't blame me for being merciless." As soon as he finished speaking, the air around him twisted, and a powerful jet-black feline spirit exuding a dangerous aura quietly appeared. An A-class spirit claw cat. In the VIP section, Wang Tung's smile grew increasingly sinister at this sight. "Fool. What a hopeless fool. She's doomed. Both sides prepare." Seeing Yi Qinghan's resolute attitude, the referee, no longer persuaded, and announced loudly, "Test begins." With the referee's command, Li Hao, without a hint of hesitation, immediately issued an "Claw cat, make it quick." Meow. The A-class claw cat let out a sharp cry. Its limbs pushed off the ground forcefully, and its entire body instantly transformed into a blurred black shadow rushing towards Yi Qinghan with the sound of wind. Its claws shot out in the air, 10 glistening razor-sharp claws resembling surgical knives aimed directly at Yi Qinghan's throat. The speed was so fast that many students present couldn't help but gasp. Such speed. No wonder it's an A-class agile attack spirit. It's over at this distance and speed. Yi Qinghan can't possibly react. Without a spirit beast, how can she defend herself? In the VIP section, Wang Tung stood up more excitedly, his expression twisted with exhilaration. "Tear her apart." Yes, just like that. Tear her beautiful face apart. Everyone thought that the next second would be a scene of bloodshed. Everyone believed that Yi Qinghan was doomed to lose. However, she stood still in the arena. She simply watched the black shadow lunging towards her, her eyes showing not an ounce of panic, calm, as if the deadly attacker was nothing more than a docile house cat. Just as the sharp claws were about to touch her fair neck, when everyone thought the outcome was sealed, Yi Qinghan moved. Her motion was not fast, even somewhat slow. She simply extended her right hand. Time seemed to pause at that moment. The whole place fell silent. Everyone stared in stunned disbelief at the incredible scene before them. As the claw cat's neck. Time seemed to pause at that moment. The whole place fell silent. Everyone stared in stunned disbelief at the incredible scene before them. The girl who was labeled as a waste actually managed to catch the A-class spirit claw cat known for its speed with her bare hands. How is this possible? Li Hao's smile froze, instantly replaced by disbelief. The claw cat caught in Yi Qinghan's grip was also bewildered. It struggled, desperately twisting and clawing at her arm, making a series of painful scratching sounds. However, an astonishing scene occurred that left everyone dumbfounded. Those claws, capable of tearing through steel, merely left white scratches on Yi Qinghan's seemingly delicate arm. Even her skin couldn't be broken. Is she a monster? A thought simultaneously emerged in everyone's mind. Yi Qinghan ignored the crowd's shock. She simply frowned, seemingly annoyed that this struggling little cat was too noisy. Then, under everyone's horrified gaze, she lifted the struggling claw cat high with one hand. Her arm flexed. Whooshed. The claw cat transformed into a black parabola, casually thrown out of the arena as if she were discarding trash. Bang! The claw cat fell heavily to the ground, letting out a mournful cry, twitching a few times before turning into light and returning to the spirit space. Li Hao was struck as if by lightning, his body swaying as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The forced defeat of his spirit beast also resulted in a mental backlash. Yi Qinghan slowly withdrew her hand, brushed off non-existent dust, then raised her head to look at the stunned referee. "Referee, can you announce the result now?" The entire process, from the referee's announcement to the claw cat being thrown out of the arena, took less than a minute. Gulp. The referee swallowed hard, looking at the indifferent Yi Qinghan standing in the arena, then glancing at Li Hao, who had fainted due to the mental backlash. Took several seconds to regain his voice. "In this test, Yi Qinghan wins." This announcement echoed throughout the arena through the loudspeaker. After a brief silence, the audience erupted into a tumultuous uproar. What did I just see? She defeated an A-class spirit with her bare hands. That's the claw cat, known for speed and attack power. How could she not even break her skin? Is her body made of steel? Is this what they call body refinement? This is outrageous. I always thought body refiners were all muscular men, but I didn't expect such a beautiful girl to have a physique this strong. Mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the match. Those who mocked Yi Qinghan earlier felt their faces burning with embarrassment. Their gazes towards Yi Qinghan had completely changed. No longer pitying, no longer disdainful, but filled with awe for pure strength. In the VIP section, Wang Tianba suddenly stood up from his seat, his face ashen, staring intently at Yi Qinghan in the arena, disbelief filling his eyes. Body cultivation. She actually chose the path of body cultivation. And she has even entered the threshold. Wang Tung beside him turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. He recalled that night 7 days ago in that alley when the girl had sent him flying with a single punch. It turned out that she hadn't even used her full strength that night. Fear washed over him like a tidal wave engulfing his heart. At this moment, in an inconspicuous corner of the competitor's preparation area, Yi Qinghan's backpack lay quietly on a bench. The zipper of the backpack was partially open. Lin Ye was lazily watching the match through the gap. Sigh. He let out a sigh that only he could hear. That fierce woman is too formidable. One punch for each opponent, she doesn't even give me a chance to step on the stage. The skill I've just learned, my newly evolved second-tier body, my incredibly tough skin. It's all going to waste. I really want to go on stage. I want her to hold me and fight together. Lin Ye flipped over in the backpack like a salted fish, filled with the frustration of being a hero with no place to shine. The testing in the arena continued. Due to her shocking performance in the first match, Yi Qinghan's next match was scheduled to take place 10 minutes later. Her second opponent was a burly boy who had contracted a crate spirit beast, the Earth Bear. The Earth Bear is known for its strength and defensive capabilities, a typical tank-type spirit beast. Especially in the early stages, even in a grade claw cat might not break through its defenses. As the referee gave the signal, the three-turtle brown bear stood upright, letting out a deafening roar, then lumbered toward Yi Qinghan, each step causing the entire arena to tremble. It's the Earth Bear, a crate spirit beast. Now Yi Qinghan is bound to run into trouble, right? Her strength can't possibly surpass that of the Earth Bear, can it? A clash of strength. This is going to be good. Everyone's eyes widened. Facing the beast charging at her like a small truck, Yi Qinghan remained unfazed. She even took the initiative to meet it head-on. Just as they were about to collide, her petite body suddenly sank down, slipping through the Earth Bear's armpit with an unimaginable agility. Then she arrived behind the Earth Bear, her right leg whipped out at a bizarre angle, striking fiercely at the back of the bear's knee. Bang! A muffled sound. Ow! The Earth Bear let out a pained howl, its massive body instantly losing balance, crashing down to one knee. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Qinghan's body soared like a nimble swallow, delivering a precise chop to the back of the Earth Bear's neck. Thud! The Earth Bear's enormous head drooped helplessly, its gigantic body following suit and crashing to the ground. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, cleanly, filled with the beauty of violence. The audience fell into a dead silence once more. If the first match was a display of speed and skill, this match was a perfect combination of strength and wisdom. Second match, Yi Qinghan wins. The referee's voice trembled slightly. The subsequent matches turned into a solo showcase by Yi Qinghan. Whether it was a grade defensive spirit beast or a grade flying spirit beast, none could last more than 3 rounds against her. She relied on no spirit beast at all, crushing one opponent after another with her formidable physique and the instinctive combat skills accumulated from her past life. She demonstrated to everyone a path completely different from traditional spirit beast masters, filled with violence and shock. Body cultivation, so it can be this strong. This thought took root in the hearts of all the observing students like a seed sprouting. Lin Ye in the backpack watched Yi Qinghan's graceful figure on the big screen, transforming from initial frustration to a sense of pride and honor. Look, that's my Empress. Isn't she amazing? Just as he was basking in his thoughts, a cold, malicious gaze fell upon his backpack. The simulated test concluded amidst a clamor and shock. Yi Qinghan, with a perfect victory record, undeniably claimed first place in the practical test. This result was like a resounding slap to the faces of all who had mocked her before. The title of the strongest in body cultivation swept through the entire Lan City No. 3 middle school like a storm. However, there was no trace of joy on Yi Qinghan's face. As soon as the test concluded, she picked up Lin Ye's backpack and walked silently toward the school gate under countless awed, curious, and complicated gazes. She knew that the real test was just beginning. Sure enough, when she reached the school gate, more than a dozen guards in standardized combat uniforms, exuding a fierce aura, had already blocked the entrance. Leading them was Wang Tianba, the head of the Wang family, whose face was so dark it seemed to drip water. Behind him stood Wang Tung, pale and with a resentful expression. Yi Qinghan. Wang Tianba called out her name directly, his voice filled with undisguised killing. And you have some nerve? You injured my son and now dare to act so arrogantly. A powerful aura instantly enveloped the entire school gate. The surrounding students retreated in fear, forming a distant onlooking crowd, not daring to approach. A few school leaders rushed over, their faces pale upon witnessing the tense standoff. Elder Wang, what are you? A vice principal stepped forward with a stiff expression, trying to mediate. Get lost. Wang Tianba showed him no respect, harshly ordering him away. This is none of your business. Today, whoever dares to intervene in the Wang family's affairs will be my enemy. The vice principal's face turned a mix of green and white, but he dared not retaliate, stepping aside, drenched in cold sweat. The Wang family, as one of the three major families in Lan City, held immense power far beyond what a mere vice principal could afford to offend. Yi Qinghan stood still, coldly gazing at Wang Tianba, remaining silent. Inside the backpack, Lin Ye's heart raced in his throat. This is bad. That old man seems much stronger than his useless son. Should we? A gentleman takes revenge, it's never too late. Lin Ye transmitted his anxious thoughts. Every guard beside Wang Tianba was at least a second-tier spirit master, and Wang Tianba himself was a well-known fourth-tier powerhouse. Run! Yi Qinghan sneered coldly in her heart. There's no escape. From the moment Wang Tianba appeared here, she had already been firmly locked down by several powerful auras. Yi Qinghan. Wang Tianba stepped closer, looking down at her, as if she were a lamb awaiting slaughter. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down, bow your head to my son, and admit your mistake. Then waste your cultivation and serve my Wang family as a servant for the rest of your life. Otherwise today neither you nor your useless slime will leave here alive. His words were extremely malicious, filled with a condescending sense of charity. The surrounding students turned pale upon hearing this. This was no longer revenge, this was meant to utterly ruin a person's life. Ha ha, Dad, well said. Wang Teng beside him let out a sickly wild laugh. Yi Qinghan, did you hear that? This is the consequence of offending my Wang family. I told you would regret it. Yi Qinghan looked at the ugly father and son in front of her, her eyes devoid of anger or fear, only filled with an icy coldness. Since there was no escape then, let's fight. Just at this critical moment. Woo woo. A shrill and urgent alarm sound came rushing from afar. Everyone was taken aback and turned to look in the direction of the sound. In the distance at the end of the street, several black armored vehicles with a menacing design bearing a special emblem were rushing towards the school gate at an unreasonable speed. That emblem was a pattern composed of the federal emblem, a sword, and a shield. Upon seeing this emblem, Wang Tianba's expression changed drastically. Screech. Several armored vehicles made a sharp turn at the school gate, coming to a steady stop and surrounding Wang Tianba and his guards from the opposite direction. The doors opened and a group of soldiers clad in black special operations uniforms with stern expressions and exuding an aura of iron blood filed out. They were armed with the latest models of energy rifles, their dark muzzles aimed unreservedly at the members of the Wang family. Finally, from the leading vehicle, a tall, middle-aged man with a square face and sharp eagle-like eyes stepped. He didn't even glance at the surrounding guards and walked straight to Wang Tianba, pulling out a badge from his pocket and waving it in front of him. Then in a cold, emotionless tone, he began to speak. Head of the Lan City Wang family, Wang Tianba. Federal Bureau 749, on official business. Now we suspect that you, along with the Wang family behind you, are involved in abuse of power, inciting public disturbances, endangering public safety, and threatening federal citizens. The middle-aged man paused, then looked up coldly, observing the now pale face of Wang Tianba. Head Wang, what great authority you possess. Federal Bureau 749. When this name emerged from the middle-aged man's mouth, the entire school gate fell into a dead silence. If the Wang family was an entity that ordinary people looked up to in Lan City, then the 749 Bureau was a colossal force that even local tyrants like the Wang family had to respect. It was an organization independent of local government and military, directly accountable to the highest federal council, mysterious and powerful. Their duty was to handle all top-secret missions related to spirit manipulation, mist, and various supernatural events. The extent of their power was unimaginable. Wang Tianba's face lost all color in an instant. He could not comprehend why he was merely handling a trivial matter, yet had stirred up this colossal force. This officer, is there some misunderstanding? Wang Tianba's arrogance and murderous intent vanished, completely replaced by a face full of flattery and terror. He even instinctively bent down. I was just educating a disobedient junior. I absolutely had no intention of endangering public safety. Misunderstanding. The middle-aged man, claiming to be from the 749 Bureau, sneered. He took out a tactical tablet from his pocket, tapped it a few times, and then turned the screen towards Wang Tianba. On the screen, a high-definition video was playing. The footage was from 7 days ago, showing the alley at the civil. Wang Teng, along with a group of followers, blocking Yi Qinghan and uttering those arrogant and malicious words was clearly recorded. The final scene showed Yi Qinghan punching Wang Teng away before turning to leave. The video angle was quite clever, as if captured by a surveillance camera from a high point. Cold sweat instantly covered Wang Tianba's forehead. This. He stammered for a long time without being able to complete a single sentence. The middle-aged man retracted the tablet, his voice growing even colder. Head Wang, do you need me to play another segment detailing how you threatened a federal citizen here, stating you would break her arms and waste her cultivation? Wang Tianba's body shook violently, nearly unable to stand. He realized that he had kicked a steel plate this time, and it was the kind that could shatter all his bones. Take him away. The middle-aged man was too lazy to waste any more words with him and waved his hand directly. The group of 749 bureau agents who resembled wolves and tigers immediately stepped forward using specially designed energy handcuffs to cuff Wang Tianba and his group of guards who were already dumbfounded. No, you can't arrest me. I am the head of the Wang family. My dad is Wang Tianba. Dare you try touching me? Wang Teng continued to shout fiercely. One agent, finding him too noisy, walked over and delivered a swift blow to the back of his neck. Wang Teng rolled his eyes and quickly fainted. The entire process was smooth and unhesitating. The surrounding students were left dumbfounded. They had never seen a day where the high and mighty three great families could be so humiliated. In her backpack, Lin Ye was also left stunned. Wow, impressive. Did you call these people? What is this 749 bureau? They seem even more formidable than the city lord's mansion. Yi Qinghan did not respond. She simply watched everything happening in front of her, her eyes calm, as if she had anticipated this outcome all along. Indeed, the people from the 749 bureau were called by her. The day after injuring Wang Teng, she had anonymously reported the surveillance video from that night at the alley to this powerful federal agency. She knew that with the Wang family's power, the ordinary city guard could do nothing against them. To resolve the trouble once and for all, she needed to draw upon higher forces. The 749 bureau was the sharpest knife she chose. Fortunately, the 749 bureau under her report was determined to uphold federal law and their own authority and would not tolerate local tyrants like the Wang family acting so recklessly within their jurisdiction. Soon the Wang family members were all forced onto the armored vehicles. The school gate returned to tranquility. The middle-aged man leading the team did not leave immediately after handling everything. He turned around, stepped forward, and walked straight to Yi Qinghan. His sharp gaze lingered on her for a full 10 seconds. It was you who reported the Wang family. He asked, his tone still flat, but with a hint of warmth compared to how he addressed Wang Tianba. Yi Qinghan nodded, not denying it. Calm disposition, decent strength. The middle-aged man provided his evaluation. Then he looked deeply at Yi Qinghan, took out a black metal business card from his pocket, and handed it over. Young girl, are you interested in chatting with me? We at the 749 Bureau are quite interested in physical cultivators. A black metal business card, cold to the touch, exuding a strong sense of quality. It bore no unnecessary decorations, only a string of gilded numbers and a name. Li Zhen, 749 Bureau Lan City Branch Deputy Director. Li Zhen gave a brief self-introduction. Yi Qinghan looked at the business card in her hand, then at the powerful man before her, falling into silence. Joining the 749 Bureau. This was not part of her initial plan. She only wanted to quietly cultivate past the entrance exam for Yanhuang Spirit University and gradually walk the path of revenge. Though the 749 Bureau was powerful, it came with many constraints, and its actions would inevitably be subject to various limitations. This was somewhat at odds with her solitary nature. Li Zhen seemed to see through her concerns, smiled slightly, and said, "You don't need to be nervous. It's not like we're asking you to join right now. It's just an invitation. Our 749 Bureau has been secretly researching the path of body cultivation, but due to incomplete techniques, scarce resources, and the extremely high demands on personal willpower, we have not made significant breakthroughs. There are very few successful individuals." He looked at Yi Qinghan and continued, "And you are one of the more gifted body cultivation talents we have seen over the years. Thus, we would like to offer you some feasible assistance." Assistance? Yi Qinghan raised an eyebrow. Indeed. Li Zhen nodded. For example, more complete body cultivation techniques, richer cultivation resources, and opportunities to enter various secret realms that are not open to the public for mission execution. Of course, none of this is free. You will need to prove your worth to us. He paused and continued. You can choose to become an outer member of the 749 Bureau. We provide you with resources and a platform, and you need to complete some special tasks that only a body cultivator can accomplish when we need assistance. It is a cooperative relationship. You will have a high degree of freedom, not bound by daily work, only responsible for the tasks. What do you think? Think about it. The conditions put forth by Li Zhen were undeniably generous. Lin Ye in the backpack had also heard the conversation and was excitedly bouncing around inside. Agree to him. This is an official organization, a secure job, by aligning ourselves with them who would dare bully us in Lan City in the future. With techniques, resources, and secret realms. Isn't this 100 times better than stumbling around like headless flies on our own? Quick agree to him. Yi Qinghan's heart was indeed shaken. Collaborating with the 749 Bureau had more benefits than drawbacks. After pondering for a moment, she finally raised her head and looked at Li Zhan. What do I need to give in return? She was well aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch. For the many benefits the 749 Bureau offered, she knew she would have to give something in return. Very simple. Li Zhan's face revealed a satisfied smile. By passing our assessment. To prove you are worthy of our investment. What does the assessment entail? Yi Qinghan's expression showed no change. Follow me. Li Zhan said no more, only gestured for her to follow, then turned and walked toward the leading black armored vehicle. Yi Qinghan did not hesitate and followed. Inside the armored vehicle, the space was much larger than she had imagined, filled with a sense of sci-fi. Yi Qinghan and Li Zhan sat across from each other as the vehicle smoothly started merging into the flow of traffic in the city. What will happen to the Wang family? Yi Qinghan suddenly asked. Li Zhan picked up a cup of hot tea from the table, gently blew on it, and replied calmly. Wang Tung threatening federal citizens with solid evidence will be detained for at least half a month. As for the Wang family, he set down the teacup, a cold smile forming at the corners of his mouth. We will conduct a comprehensive tax and industry investigation into the Wang family. Believe me, no major family can withstand scrutiny. In less than 3 months, the Wang family will either perish or suffer severe losses. His tone was as flat as if he were discussing a trivial matter. But Yi Qinghan from this calm tone sensed the undeniable dominance and assertiveness of the 749 Bureau. She knew that from today on, she and Lin Ye could finally live in peace in Lan City for a while. The vehicle traversed the city, eventually arriving at a heavily guarded military base. After passing through several checkpoints, it finally stopped in front of an inconspicuous underground building entrance. This was the secret base of the 749 Bureau in Lan City. Yi Qinghan followed Li Zhan, getting out of the car and stepping into this completely unfamiliar world. The underground base of the 749 Bureau was filled with a cold metallic texture and a solemn atmosphere. In the corridors, staff members passed by, all wearing uniform attire, hurrying along with serious expressions. Each person exuded an aura of sharpness. Yi Qinghan could sense that anyone randomly chosen from this place was at least a second-tier spirit master. This is our training area at the Lan City branch. Li Zhan led the way while introducing, your assessment will take place right here. He brought Yi Qinghan to a large training room made of special alloys. The assessment content is very... Li Zhan stopped and turned to look at Yi Qinghan. You will engage in a battle with a formal member of our 749 Bureau. You don't need to win, you just need to last 10 minutes against him. 10 minutes. Yi Qinghan raised an eyebrow. This condition seemed not too difficult at first glance. But she knew that things were definitely not that simple. Li Zhan smiled, seemingly seeing through her thoughts. Don't underestimate those 10 minutes. Your opponent, codenamed Ghost Wolf, is a second-tier spirit master specializing in assassination. His spirit is a branch shadow wolf excelling in speed and stealth, and his forte lies in silently taking the lives of his targets. Many third-tier spirit masters have not lasted 5 minutes under him. A second-tier spirit master branch. This setup was an almost insurmountable chasm for a newcomer who had just awakened less than a month ago. However, there was no sign of fear on Yi Qinghan's face. Instead, a surge of fighting spirit rose within her. She also wanted to know where her current limits lay. Very good. Li Zhan was very pleased with her reaction. He pushed open the door to the training room. Ghost Wolf, your sparring partner has arrived. Inside the training room, there was only one man dressed in black combat gear, slender in build, leaning against the wall, with a silver wolf mask covering his face, his eyes closed in meditation. Hearing Li Zhan's voice, he slowly opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were they? Cold, sharp, filled with a beast-like aggressiveness. His gaze swept over Yi Qinghan, then lost interest. Boss, you're not joking with me, right? You want me to fight a little girl whose spiritual energy fluctuations are pitifully weak? Isn't that just wasting my time? His voice was hoarse and deep, filled with impatience. Li Zhan was not angry. He simply stated calmly, she is a body cultivator. A body cultivator. Ghost Wolf was taken aback for a moment, then let out a scoff. Just those fools who rely solely on brute strength. In under a minute, I can have her lying on the ground singing conquer. Is that so? Li Zhan remained non-committal. Then you can give it a try? Remember, 10 minutes. After saying that, he exited the training room, leaving the space for Yi Qinghan and Ghost Wolf. The alloy door of the training room slowly closed. As the lights in the room dimmed, only a few emergency lights emitted a faint glow. The atmosphere instantly became oppressive. Ghost Wolf flexed his wrist, producing a series of cracking sounds. Little sister, I advise you to just lie down and admit defeat now. Otherwise, when I start moving, I won't hold back, just because you look pretty. My wolf's claws are quite sharp. Before he finished speaking, the air beside him twisted, and a giant wolf larger than an ordinary wolf with pitch-black fur and glowing green eyes silently appeared beside him. Rank Spirit Shadow Wolf. As soon as the wolf appeared, it locked its icy gaze onto Yi Qinghan, emitting low, threatening growls from its throat. Yi Qinghan said nothing. She simply placed her backpack gently in the corner of the training room. Xiaohei, stay here and watch my performance. She communicated with Lin Ye through their mental connection. Within the backpack, Lin Ye's heart was in his throat. Dangerous woman. Be careful. This guy looks 100 times scarier than that idiot Wang Tong. If you can't win, just run. Don't force it. Yi Qinghan slowly assumed a starting stance, her muscles coiling with readiness. Oh, you still want to? Seeing this, Ghost Wolf scoffed disdainfully. Having spirit, I like it. Then let the game begin. His words had barely fallen when both he and the Shadow Wolf beside him suddenly became blurred, then instantly vanished from their location. Invisibility. The entire training room fell into a dead silence. It was as if no one had ever. Inside the backpack, Lin Ye expanded his psychic awareness to the maximum, but could only detect a barely perceptible energy fluctuation in the air. So fast. I can't keep up at all. Where did they go? Just as he was anxiously searching behind, Yi Qinghan, less than half a meter away. The space twisted slightly. A wolf claw glimmering with metallic cold light silently extended from the void, bringing with it an aura of tearing everything apart, fiercely clawing toward her seemingly unguarded back. This claw was swift and fierce, aimed at delivering a fatal blow. Yet Yi Qinghan seemed to have eyes in the back of her head. She did not turn around, nor did she dodge. Just as the wolf's claw was about to touch her combat suit, she advanced, instead of retreating, her body sinking down, sharply, firmly establishing a standard horse stance. A faint, almost invisible blood-red aura erupted from her body, forming a thin shield around her. This was the protective, killing aura formed after entering the realm of the divine demon-suppressing body by hunting mist beasts. The sharp claws of the Shadow Wolf struck fiercely against the blood-colored aura, producing a piercing sound akin to metal grinding. The anticipated scene of blood and flesh flying did not occur. The momentum of the wolf's claw was abruptly halted by this thin layer of killing aura, its speed slowing down. What? The hoarse voice of the Ghost Wolf contained a hint of surprise for the first time. His Shadow Wolf was a rank spirit beast capable of tearing through 3 inches of steel with a single claw. How could it not break through the protective energy of a body cultivator? It was this moment of hesitation. Yi Qinghan seized the opportunity. She spun her body sharply, exerting force from her waist, as if she were a tightly wound top. Her right elbow transformed into the sharpest war hammer, striking back with an unmatched fierce wind. Her target was precisely the waist of the Shadow Wolf, which had slightly revealed itself due to the interrupted attack. That was one of the most vulnerable spots of a wolf-like creature. The Ghost Wolf's heart raced with alarm, and he hastily shouted retreat. But it was too late. Yi Qinghan's battle experience was incredibly rich. This elbow strike was calculated to perfection in terms of timing, angle, and force, leaving no time for her opponent to react. A dull thud echoed especially clearly in the silent training room. The Shadow Wolf let out a wretched howl, its massive body slammed away by the elbow strike, crashing heavily into the alloy wall in the distance with a loud bang, before sliding down onto the ground convulsing. Though it did not suffer a fatal injury, this blow rendered it temporarily incapable of action. The Ghost Wolf's figure emerged from the shadows on the other side, his gaze shifting from his pained, howling spirit beast to Yi Qinghan, now transformed entirely. The contempt and impatience vanished, replaced by gravity and a hint of awakened ferocity. Interesting, he said, slowly drawing 2 black short blades from behind him. It seems I underestimated you. The warm-up is over. From now on, I will be serious. Yi Qinghan shook her slightly numb elbow, gazing at the Shadow Wolf that had risen again, baring its teeth, and then at the Ghost Wolf, exuding an air of danger, her fighting spirit soaring. Bring it on. This is getting interesting. It seems you're not one of those fools who only know how to use brute force. The Ghost Wolf's voice carried a hint of excited hoarseness. You managed to injure my Shadow Wolf, and even understand how to use killing aura for defense. But it ends here. As soon as he finished speaking, he exchanged a glance with the Shadow Wolf, and both launched their attack simultaneously once more. This time they did not choose to stealthily ambush. The Ghost Wolf's figure moved like a specter, approaching swiftly from the front, the dual blades in his hands slicing through the dim light, sealing off all of Yi Qinghan's escape routes. Meanwhile, the Shadow Wolf transformed into a bolt of black lightning, circling to Yi Qinghan's side, opening its massive maw, its sharp fangs aimed at her neck, launching the most primal and lethal pounce. one in front and one behind, one above and one below, a perfect coordinated strangulation. Watch out behind you, fierce woman. Lin Ye in the backpack was nearly about to squeeze out from the gap in anxiety. This three-dimensional coordinated attack was at least 10 times more dangerous than the previous simple ambush. Faced with this lethal trap, Yi Qinghan's expression remained as calm as a deep well. She took a deep breath, her vital energy surging within her body at an unprecedented speed, and the blood-colored killing aura around her instantly thickened. She did not choose any direction to break through because she knew that regardless of her choice, she would immediately fall into the frenzied assault of the other side. Her choice was to withstand it. Clang. Yi Qinghan raised her left arm. The killing aura on her arm instantly condensed, narrowly blocking a short blade that struck like a venomous snake from the ghost wolf. Sparks flew. The tremendous force caused her arm to sink, her body swaying involuntarily. At the same time, the wolf's maw carrying a bloody wind was already inches away. Now, a gleam of triumph flashed in the ghost wolf's eyes. However, Yi Qinghan seemed to have anticipated everything. Using the force from blocking the short blade, she tilted her body to the right at an angle that would be difficult for an ordinary person to achieve, allowing her to just barely slip past the shadow wolf's deadly fangs. The wolf's bite missed. But the shadow wolf's attack was not over. Its powerful front paw swung out, 5 sharp claws leaving behind afterimages in the air, fiercely clawing at Yi Qinghan's back. Slash. The combat suit was torn apart, 5 distinct claw marks appearing on Yi Qinghan's smooth back. However, they were merely claw marks. Those claws, capable of tearing through steel after breaching the killing aura defense, only grazed her skin, seeping out a few strands of blood, failing to inflict deeper harm. How is this possible? The ghost wolf's pupils constricted sharply. His shadow wolf, with above-average attack power among Brank's spirit beasts, could not even break through the defense of a body cultivator. Was this woman's body made of spiritual alloy? Yi Qinghan, however, did not give him time to be shocked. Having dodged the fatal blow, she endured the fiery pain in her back, stomped her left foot on the ground, and charged into the ghost wolf's embrace like a cannonball. This was the purest, most savage body cultivation combat technique. The ghost wolf had never expected her to use such a mutually destructive method. In a hurry, he could only cross his arms in front of his chest. Bang! In the dull sound of collision, the ghost wolf let out a muffled grunt, feeling as if he had been rammed head-on by a speeding armored rhinoceros. Blood surged in his chest, and he stumbled back 7 or 8 steps before barely stabilizing himself. Yi Qinghan was also jolted by the shock of his protective energy, her blood surging, and a trickle of fresh blood escaped from the corner of her mouth. However, her gaze was remarkably bright. Having landed a hit, she gave the ghost wolf no chance to catch its breath, following closely behind her delicate fists, creating a tearing wind, attacking frantically at the ghost wolf's vital points. In an instant, the training room was filled with the sounds of fists hitting flesh and the crisp clang of weapons clashing. The ghost wolf was completely dazed. The speed he prided himself on was rendered ineffective in the face of Yi Qinghan's battle instincts, which seemed to predict the future. The assassination techniques he relied on for survival could not be executed against Yi Qinghan's unreasonable, formidable physique and close combat skills. He could only passively wield his dual blades, awkwardly fending off the relentless attacks. Retreating step. The shadow wolf anxiously wanted to help, but Yi Qinghan's movements were too cunning, always using the ghost wolf's body as cover, making it impossible to find an angle to attack, almost injuring its own master several times. The entire battle was being firmly suppressed by a body cultivator girl without any spirit beasts. Outside the training room, in front of the monitoring screen, Li Jun watched the thrilling battle scene on the screen, his smile growing ever more radiant. A madman. Truly a born fighter. This battle awareness, this ferocity, he is simply born for combat. One of the staff members beside him was already dumbfounded. Deputy Director, it seems that Ghost Wolf is about to lose. Lose, eh? Li Jun shook his head. Ghost Wolf hasn't revealed his true trump card yet. However, he glanced at the time display in the corner of the screen. It's already been over 8 minutes. This young girl has far exceeded my expectations. In the training room, Yi Qinghan's offensive gradually slowed down. The intense exertion had taken a heavy toll on her stamina. Her forehead was already covered in fine beads of sweat, and her breathing had become somewhat rapid. Ghost Wolf finally seized an opportunity, abruptly retreating to create distance. He looked down at the bruises on his body from the punches he had received and the slight tremor in his tiger's mouth. When he raised his head to look at Yi Qinghan, his eyes were devoid of any contempt, leaving only pure solemnity and respect. I take back what I said before, he rasped. You are truly strong. Strong enough to make me use my full. As he spoke, he sheathed his dual blades at his waist and brought his hands together. A dangerously overwhelming aura began to emanate from him. Yi Qinghan's pupils constricted as she could sense that her opponent was preparing a powerful skill, just as she was about to charge forward recklessly to interrupt him. Beep! The red light on the training room wall lit up, and a piercing alert sound echoed through. Assessment time is up, Li Zhen's voice came through the intercom. Ghost Wolf, cease your actions. Ghost Wolf paused, and the dangerous aura around him gradually dissipated. He glanced at the timer on the wall, which displayed exactly 1000. After a moment of silence, he slowly removed the wolf mask from his face and looked at Yi Qinghan. Beneath the mask was a face that appeared to be around 30, weathered, yet sharply defined. He nodded solemnly at Yi Qinghan. I lost, Yi Qinghan said, looking at him. She slowly lowered her stance, shaking her head. You didn't use your full power. You didn't use your full power either, Ghost Wolf replied, glancing at the quiet backpack in the corner. That slime of yours hasn't moved at all. He believed that if this girl was so strong, her spirit companion would not be lacking. After saying that, he stopped speaking and turned towards the door. As he brushed past Yi Qinghan, he stopped and spoke in a voice only the two of them could hear. Welcome to the 749 Bureau. The metallic door of the training room slowly opened, and Li Zhen walked in with a satisfied smile. He generously praised her, giving Yi Qinghan a thumbs up. Qinghan, your performance was truly spectacular. To be honest, my original expectation was for you to last 5 minutes under him without being eliminated, which would be considered acceptable. I never expected that not only did you last 10 minutes, but you even managed to suppress Ghost Wolf for a time. He turned his gaze to Yi Qinghan, who had just picked up her backpack and was preparing to release Lin Ye, his eyes filled with curiosity. I'm really curious about how you managed to do it. Your combat skills and that fierce aura do not resemble those of a high school student who has just awakened for less than half a month. Yi Qinghan paused for a moment, then cradled Lin Ye in her hands, checking to see if he had been scared by the aftermath of the previous battle, and replied calmly, Perhaps I am the genius you mentioned. This explanation was simple and straightforward, yet impossible to refute. Lin Ye conveyed a message from the warmth of Yi Qinghan's palm. Fierce woman. I give you a thumbs up. You made that masked man fall to pieces. Feeling the springy texture in her palm and the fragmented yet excited thoughts in her mind, the corners of Yi Qinghan's mouth involuntarily softened. Li Zhen observed the wonderful interaction between the girl and the slime, and his admiration for them deepened. All right, enough small talk. Yi Qinghan, congratulations. From now on, you are a preparatory member of our Federation 749 Bureau Langching branch. This is your identity wristband and a set of basic physical cultivation resources, which includes a basic physical cultivation technique we have improved called by Lian Zhan Tea, as well as enough spiritual energy potions for you to cultivate to the peak of the first stage. Li Zhen handed over a black metal box. Yi Qinghan accepted the box, opened it for a glance, and saw that its contents were indeed quite valuable. However, she merely nodded and coldly asked, Director Li, I want to know what privileges I will receive as a preparatory member. Of course. Li Zhen seemed to have anticipated her question, smiling as he explained, as a preparatory member, you can freely enter and exit all Clevel and Level Fog secret realms under the jurisdiction of our Langching branch. At the same time, you can accept corresponding level tasks in our internal system to earn contribution points, which can be exchanged for higher level techniques, resources, or even weapons and equipment. However, Li Zhen's tone shifted as he looked at her with some confusion. Qinghan, with the talent and strength you have shown, as long as you grow steadily in our 749 Bureau, your future achievements are boundless. I don't quite understand why you are still so obsessed with that so-called college entrance examination. In his view, with Yi Qinghan's strength, participating in a competition meant for high school students was utterly pointless, a mere dimensional suppression. The 749 Bureau could offer her far more than a mere college entrance examination champion. Lin Ye in the backpack also curiously poked out half of his head. He too was perplexed as to why this fierce woman, who had already latched onto the massive support of the 749 Bureau, still clung to the college entrance examination. Yi Qinghan fell silent for a moment. She raised her head, her cold eyes locking onto Li Zhen's, and spoke each word clearly. Because I need the special reward for being the college entrance examination champion. Special reward? Li Zhen was momentarily taken aback. I remember the champion's reward in Langching this year includes federal credit points and a few guaranteed spots in top universities, and it seems there is also a dragon blood cleansing liquid. That's right. Yi Qinghan nodded, not hiding her intentions. I need it. Dragon blood cleansing liquid. Li Zhen's brows instantly furrowed as if he had realized something, his expression turning somewhat grave. Qinghan, the technique you are cultivating, is it? Shun mo zhen ut. Yi Qinghan did not conceal it. Indeed it is it. Li Zhen's face revealed a look of realization, which soon transformed into a sigh. I knew it. Except for that legendary and unmatched forbidden technique, There is no physical cultivation method that can grant a newcomer such terrifying combat power at the entry level. He looked at Yi Qinghan, his eyes complex, as he spoke. The God-Devil suppression body. This technique is also recorded in our 749 Bureau's database. It is very powerful, so powerful that theoretically it can allow one to become a saint in flesh on par with deities. But it is also very dangerous. The cultivation process is fraught with peril, and the resource requirements are a bottomless pit. Especially the breakthrough from first to second tier requires forging the foundation of God and Devil. For this step, it is necessary to have a treasure containing true dragon blood as a catalyst. Otherwise, the foundation may be destroyed or worse, result in a fatal explosion. Li Jun looked at Yi Qinghan, a hint of worry in his gaze. The dragon blood cleansing liquid, although made from the essence of a sub-dragon species, is indeed the most suitable and easiest to obtain catalyst known so far. No wonder you were so obsessed with it. Yi Qinghan said nothing, merely acknowledging it. This was precisely the cultivation of the God-Devil suppression body is a series of mistakes if one step goes wrong. If there is no dragon blood cleansing liquid, she would rather remain at the first tier forever than gamble her future. Li Jun pondered for a moment, seemingly weighing something. Qinghan, to be honest, this strategic level resource, the dragon blood cleansing liquid, even in our 749 Bureau's exchange list, requires a massive amount of contribution points, and it is often out of stock. Winning the championship through the college entrance examination is indeed the only opportunity you can see at the moment. I understand. He looked earnestly at Yi Qinghan. In that case, the 749 Bureau will fully support you. From today until the college entrance examination begins, all resources that the division has opened to you will be tilted in your favor. What you need to do is just one thing: win the championship. Yi Qinghan looked at Li Jun's trusting gaze, a warmth flowing through her heart. She slowly nodded solemnly. All right. Outside Lan City, deep within a military forbidden zone guarded by high-voltage electric fences and heavy troops, a huge teleportation gate emanating spatial fluctuations stood quietly in a valley. This is the entrance to the Devil Mist Secret Realm Ant Nest. Qinghan, the interior of the Ant Nest Secret Realm has a complex terrain akin to a maze, and the main inhabitants are the second-tier soldier ants and worker ants. Li Jun stood in front of the teleportation gate, giving Yi Qinghan his final instructions. Soldier ants are highly aggressive and worker ants are numerous. The most troublesome part is that deep within there may also be a third-tier ant queen. Your task is not to delve deep, but to hunt soldier ants and worker ants in the peripheral areas to quickly enhance your strength. Remember safety first. If you feel anything is wrong, immediately call for help through your wristband or retreat back through the teleportation gate. Li Jun's expression was very serious. Although Yi Qinghan's strength far exceeded that of her peers, the secret realm was ever-changing, and any small oversight could be fatal. I understand. Yi Qinghan nodded, tightening the backpack where Lin Ye was. Go ahead. Li Jun patted her shoulder. I look forward to your performance. Yi Qinghan said no more, turned and stepped into the shimmering teleportation gate. After a slight dizziness, the scene before her suddenly became clear. It was no longer the gray sky of Lan City, but a dim, vast underground cavern that emitted a faint glow. The air was filled with a damp, earthy smell along with a peculiar acidic scent. The walls of the cavern were covered with numerous holes of various sizes, densely packed like a beehive, making one's scalp tingle. My goodness, is this the secret realm? Lin Ye, who was in the backpack, curiously surveyed this new world. The spiritual energy in the air feels several times denser than outside. And there are so many delicious smells. His body instinctively trembled, emitting signals. At that moment, rustle, rustle. A series of dense friction sounds came from a nearby cave. Immediately after, a dozen giant ants comparable in size to half-grown wolf dogs covered in black shells and sporting fierce mandibles surged out from the cave. Above their heads, two long antennae swayed restlessly, clearly having detected Yi Qinghan, the intruder. Second-tier lower-level mist beast soldier ants. Squeak. The leading soldier ant let out a sharp screech, and the dozen soldier ants surged wildly toward Yi Qinghan like a tidal wave. If it were an ordinary second-tier spirit master facing such a number of mist beasts in an assault, they would probably think of turning to flee at the first moment. But a hint of excitement appeared on Yi Qinghan's face. This is perfect, she exclaimed, not only not retreating, but actively advancing. Her figure in the dim cavern was like a flash of black lightning, instantly plunging into the swarm of ants. God-Devil suppression body operate at full power. A single strike killed. Yi Qinghan, taking advantage of her momentum, unleashed a storm of blows as her fists became two unbreakable hammers, stirring up a bloody chaos. A single strike killed. Yi Qinghan, taking advantage of her momentum, unleashed a storm of blows as her fists became two unbreakable hammers, stirring up a bloody chaos among the ant swarm. Every punch she threw was quick, precise, and vicious, targeting vital points. Every dodge she executed was executed to perfection, allowing her to just barely avoid the mandibles and claws attacking from all directions. The entire person transformed into the most efficient killing machine. Lin Ye in the backpack watched his blood boiling. That fierce woman is incredible. One punch for each little friend. Isn't this even more thrilling than watching a movie? In less than 5 minutes, a dozen soldier ants were slaughtered by Yi Qinghan, leaving a pile of incomplete corpses on the ground. Yi Qinghan stood amidst the pile of corpses, slightly panting, her fair face stained with a few drops of green juice, adding a touch of enchanting beauty. Little Black, it's time to eat. She wiped her face and said to the backpack, "What the heck? Why am I little?" Lin Ye expressed some dissatisfaction, but his movements were still very quick as he sprang out of the backpack. Looking at the scattered delicacies on the ground, he was so excited that even the toxic liquid was trembling. He opened his mouth and bit into a soldier ant's corpse. Ding. Detecting consumable energy body, second tier, mist beast corpse. Do you wish to devour it? Devour. Devour everything. Lin Ye roared in his heart. The next moment, a miraculous scene unfolded again. The corpses of the soldier ants on the ground shriveled at a visible speed. All the blood and flesh essence were crazily absorbed into Lin Ye's body. Ding. Devouring second tier, lower level, mist beast soldier ant corpse. Gain devouring points 100. Ding. Devouring second tier, lower level, mist beast soldier ant corpse. Gain devouring points 100. Ding. A series of system prompt sounds rang in Lin Ye's mind like the most beautiful symphony. His devouring points were skyrocketing at a terrifying speed. So refreshing. So exhilarating. Lin Ye could feel that his body was being filled with massive amounts of energy and his size was visibly expanding. This place is simply heaven. In the following time, Yi Qinghan and Lin Ye embarked on a frenzied monster-slaying journey in this ant nest secret realm. Yi Qinghan was responsible for the combat. She continuously delved into cave after cave, challenging increasingly stronger swarms of soldier ants, honing her combat skills and the power of the god-devil suppression body to perfection. Meanwhile, Lin Ye was responsible for following behind her, enjoying one feast after another. His devouring points soared from a few hundred to several thousand. Finally, on the 5th day of entering the secret realm, when Lin Ye finished devouring the last second-tier upper-level soldier ant's corpse, that long-awaited voice finally echoed in his mind. Ding. Devouring points have reached 1000 points, meeting the conditions for evolution during the growth period. Do you wish to consume devouring points for evolution? Ding. Host level increased. Current level 3rd tier, lower level 0100000. Ding. Form evolved to Venom, mature body. Ding. Mature form unlocked a new ability, symbiotic blade. Symbiotic blade. The host can harden any part of their body into a sharp blade-like weapon and extend up to 4 3-meter-long liquid tendrils for independent combat, equivalent to a tier 3 attack power. When fused with the master, it can extend to 20 meters. Symbiotic blade. Lin Ye silently recited the name of this skill in his heart, excitedly feeling the black liquid in his body slightly tremble. Isn't this exactly the independent combat capability I've been dreaming of? From today on, I also have offensive means as a Venom. No longer will I be that useless little fool who can only be knocked away. He eagerly tried out the new skill, and a pitch-black tendril extended from the right side of his body, its tip hardening into a sharp blade, gently gliding across the alloy floor beneath him. Sizzle. The hard alloy surface left a clear mark. Goodness. Lin Ye looked at the mark, feeling ecstatic inside. Tier 3 attack power. If this hits those small fry, wouldn't it cut them in half? He then tried to extend 3 tendrils, simultaneously waving them through the air. The tendrils moved with agility, completely obeying his mental commands, moving swiftly with great cutting power. Alright, that's enough. Lin Ye retracted the tendrils and checked his evolved body. His size had increased again compared to his growth phase, now roughly the size of a basketball. But the biggest change was not the size but the texture of his body's surface. The previously somewhat rough, slimy exterior had now become extremely smooth, glistening with a metallic sheen. Overall, he appeared like a large black obsidian sphere, exuding a sense of high class. Cool. So cool. This design should definitely be an SS or level site, right? If that fierce woman sees me now in this magnificent form, she will surely look at me with new eyes. Lin Ye gleefully spun around on the ground, feeling the power that came with his mature form. Tier 3. He evolved from a fragile juvenile form that could vanish at any moment into a mature Tier 3 form. This speed must be extremely exaggerated even in the entire Spirit Master world, right? The most crucial point is that now I am Tier 3, the mental link should be clearer, right? He had tried writing before, but Yi Qinghan simply did not recognize the Huaxia characters. She even said the drawings he made were quite good. That damn 2G signal makes it so that every time the fierce woman interprets my words as incoherent howling, I feel like I'm about to suffer internal injuries. He excitedly crawled over to where Yi Qinghan was resting in the cave. The glow from the cave illuminated her face, casting a soft light over her cool and delicate features. Her eyelashes were long, her breathing steady and slow, remaining in a deep state of meditation. The black combat outfit clung to her slender figure, her long legs crossed as she sat on the ground. Lin Ye's gaze inadvertently lingered on those legs for 2 extra seconds. Not to mention that fierce woman really has beautiful features and her legs are genuinely long. It's a pity her temper is too bad, she knocks me away at every turn. He shook his head to dispel these distracting thoughts, and then seriously transmitted information to Yi Qinghan through the mental link. Yi Qinghan, I've evolved. I'm tier 3 now. I can fight independently. He enunciated each word, clearly afraid of another misunderstanding due to unclear signals. After a moment, Yi Qinghan slightly furrowed her brows and slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze immediately fell on the clearly enlarged glossy black sphere beside the bed. You've changed. Yi Qinghan stared at Lin Ye for several seconds. You've become smoother and larger. Her tone carried a hint of inquiry. What information did you just transmit to me? You heard me, eh? Lin Ye was overjoyed and quickly sent it again. I said I evolved. I'm tier 3. Yi Qinghan tilted her head, her expression somewhat strange. Hiss. Price. She repeated what she received, then looked at Lin Ye. Are you hungry? Lin Ye felt completely deflated. Tier 3. A dignified tier 3 mature form. And the mental link was still like this. I'm not hungry. I said evolution. Evolution, sister. Look at me. Don't you see I've become handsome? Yi Qinghan received the message once more. Hiss. Fur. Appear. Right. Fur. She frowned and glanced at Lin Ye's smooth body, confirming he indeed had no fur, then shook her head. Forget it, communicating with you is too taxing on the brain. What's taxing on the brain is me, all right. Lin Ye lay on the edge of the bed, radiating a strong sense of defeat. He originally thought that after evolving to tier 3, the mental link would at least upgrade to 4G. But it was still 2G, still that intermittent, barely clear 2G that only allowed a few scattered words to be understood. Forget it, no more talking to her. Strength speaks for itself. Once she sees my new skill, everything will be clear. Lin Ye bounced twice on the ground. Yi Qinghan stood up, looking down at him. It's about time. We should leave the secret realm. She squatted down, reaching out to pick Lin Ye up and place him in her backpack. However, when her hand just reached Lin Ye's body, she visibly paused. Heavier. Previously, Lin Ye weighed only about 3 or 4 pounds. Now, he was at least 10 pounds. She used some strength to lift him, weighing him in her hand. And the density has increased significantly. He's no longer soft and flabby. She turned Lin Ye over to inspect him again, her cool eyes now filled with a more serious evaluation. Your changes this time are the greatest compared to every previous one. Lin Ye felt like he was being examined by a doctor trying hard to convey a message. I've become stronger, trust. Yi Qinghan received the content as hiss. Strong. Hiss. Strong. She thought for a moment. Are you saying you've become stronger? Lin Ye nodded vigorously, his whole body shaking up and down. Yi Qinghan looked at his excited expression, the corners of her mouth relaxing slightly. All right, let's test it once we're out. She stuffed Lin Ye into her backpack, securing it before heading towards the exit portal of the secret realm. Fierce woman, just wait to be conquered by my handsome demeanor. 1 slash for each missed beast. Lin Ye muttered. The glow flickered in the cave as Yi Qinghan passed through the clean open areas they had cleared, her steps steady and swift. Lin Ye looked down through the gap in the backpack just in time to see her legs wrapped in combat boots move gracefully with each step. Just this walking posture, if filmed on Earth, it could easily be top-tier short video material worth millions. He silently sighed in his heart and then tactfully shifted his attention to the portal ahead. With a flash of white light, the two passed through the spatial rift and returned to the military-restricted area under the jurisdiction of Bureau 749. The sunlight was blinding. Lin Ye shrank back into his backpack, taking a while to adapt to the intensity of the external light. Li Zhen was already waiting outside the teleportation portal. He saw Yi Qinghan emerge and scathed a satisfied smile on her face. 3 days faster than I expected. What did you gain? Yi Qinghan placed her backpack down and unzipped it. Lin Ye sprang out, landing steadily on the ground. Li Zhen's gaze immediately fell on Lin Ye, raising an eyebrow. Your spirit beast seems to have changed. Yes, it evolved in the secret realm. Yi Qinghan replied briefly. Evolved oi. Li Zhen crouched down, examining Lin Ye's smooth surface and larger size. It does look different, more soft. He reached out to touch it. Lin Ye instinctively shrank towards Yi Qinghan's feet. Not everyone can touch me, not even the director. Yi Qinghan glanced at Lin Ye, but said nothing. Li Zhen didn't mind standing up. Rest for a bit, I have something. What is it? Li Zhen's expression became more serious. Your first mission has come in. Yi Qinghan's eyes slightly narrowed. We depart tomorrow, drank difficulty, working with a small team from the division. What is the mission? Go 30 kilometers northwest of Lan City to the Misty region and search for a rare spirit plant called Mist Heart Grass. Li Zhen took out a tactical tablet from his pocket and handed it to her, displaying an image of a plant that was grayish-white with blue veins on its leaves. This plant grows in high-concentration mist environments. Our detection equipment has roughly locked onto its location, but the density of mist beasts in that area is very high, requiring someone to go in and collect it. The difficulty rating is drank, but considering the uncertainty of mist density and the types of mist beasts, the actual risk may be higher. Yi Qinghan took the tablet, glanced at it, and nodded. I will participate. There are 2 other members in the team, both formal members of our division. We will gather at the base tomorrow morning. Understood. Li Zhen patted her shoulder. Rest, we'll see you tomorrow. After he turned to leave, Yi Qinghan lowered her head, looking at the quiet black sphere waiting by her feet. You should recover well too, you might be needed tomorrow. Lin Ye chuckled inwardly. Needed? Just wait, fierce woman. Tomorrow I will let you know that your title of garbage processor is no longer valid from today onward. In the early morning at the base hall of the 749 Bureau's Lan City division, Yi Qinghan arrived very early. The sky had just begun to brighten, and she was already in her combat gear at the assembly point. Lin Ye in the backpack was still a bit dazed, peeking out through a crack. There were not many people in the hall, just a few staff in uniforms hurrying by. After about 10 minutes, 2 figures appeared at the end of the corridor. The one in front was a young man in his 20s, tall, and with a buzz cut, his bright eyes reflecting his tenacity. A fist-sized, entirely green lizard was perched on his shoulder, its eyes constantly spinning, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Brank spirit beast, emerald-wined lizard, Yi Qinghan silently identified. Following behind was a woman in her 30s with short hair and a fit figure, 2 daggers hanging at her waist, walking without making a sound. She was clearly a spirit master focused on speed attacks. The buzzcut man spoke first, casually greeting Yi Qinghan. So you are the new body cultivator that the boss mentioned? I'm Zhao Gang, a 2nd-tier intermediate spirit master. He looked Yi Qinghan up and down, a hint of surprise flashing on his face. Wow, you're quite good looking. The short-haired woman stepped forward and slapped him on the back of the head. Shut up, be serious. She turned to Yi Qinghan, her tone brisk and straightforward. I'm Xin Yue, a 2nd-tier senior. I'm leading the team for this mission, so feel free to ask any questions. Yi Qinghan slightly nodded. I'm Yi Qinghan, a 1st-tier senior body cultivator. 1st tier. Zhao Gang scratched his head, his expression somewhat subtle. You were brought in for a drank mission at 1st tier. The boss has high expectations of you. His tone carried no malice, more of curiosity. Xin Yu shot him a glance. Since the boss arranged for her, he must have his reasons. Stop talking nonsense. She looked at Yi Qinghan. The mission target is a mist heart grass located in the gray limestone valley 30 kilometers northwest of the city. The mist density there is 3 times that of the outer region, and standard purification equipment can last a maximum of 4 hours inside. So we must find the target and evacuate within 4 hours. Time is tight. Yi Qinghan nodded. What about the mist beasts? According to preliminary scans, the gray limestone valley primarily hosts 2nd-tier gray limestone bats and 2nd-tier senior stone-scaled pythons. Occasionally there are 3rd-tier dominant mist beasts, but the probability is low. Xin Yu spoke in a calm and professional manner. The plan is that Zhao Gang and I will clear the route and stay alert while you follow. Once you find the mist heart grass, collect it immediately and evacuate. What about your spirit beast? Zhao Gang leaned closer, curiously eyeing Yi Qinghan's backpack. I heard it's a very special slime. Yi Qinghan glanced at the backpack, her lips slightly pursed. It mainly handles logistics. Logistics? Zhao Gang looked doubtful. How can a spirit beast handle logistics? Yi Qinghan did not explain. Lin Ye in the backpack rolled his eyes at this evaluation. Logistics? Again with the logistics. Fierce woman, can you stop assigning me these inconsequential tasks? I'm now a 3rd-tier mature body. My independent combat capability is stronger than these 2 2nd-tier guys. Can't you say something like my spirit beast is very powerful, even if it's just boasting? Of course, Yi Qinghan received none of this. The 3 of them conducted a final check in the equipment room, took their purification masks and emergency signal flares, and boarded an armored vehicle heading for the city wall gate. On the vehicle, Zhao Gang talked a lot, continuously chatting with Yi Qinghan. I heard that you threw in a rank spirit beast out of the ring during the simulation test. Yes. Really? That's amazing. How did you, a 1st-tier body cultivator, manage that? Yi Qinghan's response was extremely brief. Zhao Gang rubbed his hands together, excitement on his face. After this mission, can you teach me a couple of moves? No. Lin Ye chuckled to himself in the backpack. The fierce woman maintains this icy attitude with everyone, not just with me. The armored vehicle came to a halt at the city wall gate, and the three individuals disembarked to walk through the checkpoint, officially entering the foggy region. The dense gray-white mist quickly engulfed their vision, and visibility plummeted. Shen Yu walked at the forefront, clutching a small spiritual energy detector in her hand, its light points flickering incessantly. Zhao Gang was positioned in the middle, his emerald winged lizard already in battle mode with scales raised, and its tongue flicking in and out, capturing the scents in the air. Yi Qinghan followed closely behind, walking steadily, his vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. The three maintained a tacit formation as they swiftly advanced through the mist. After advancing approximately 20 kilometers, the density of the mist noticeably increased. Zhao Gang wrinkled his nose, stating, "The smell is getting stronger. We must be close to the Greystone Valley." Shen Yu raised her hand to signal a halt and checked the data on the detector, saying the target is about 2 kilometers northeast, but there is a canyon blocking the way, and at the bottom of the canyon is the nesting ground of the Greystone bats. Zhao Gang asked, "Shall we go straight through? Taking a detour would take too long, but we have to go straight through." Shen Yu looked back at Yi Qinghan, saying, "Greystone bats are social mist beasts, numerous, but weak in individual combat at the level of low-tier second stage. Just be cautious not to get surrounded." Yi Qinghan nodded. Lin Ye in the backpack could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Greystone bats. Low-tier second stage. Isn't this just a delivery of devouring points for me? Let me out, fierce woman. I want to fight." He desperately transmitted his thoughts, but what Yi Qinghan received was hiss. "Out. Fight." She glanced at the backpack, hesitated for a few seconds, then unzipped it. Lin Ye sprang out, landing steadily on her shoulder. Zhao Gang turned around and was captivated by the scene, saying, "Is this your slime? It did look quite special, black and shiny." He leaned in for a closer look, adding, "It resembles a large marble." Shen Yu glanced over, but said nothing more. Lin Ye steadied himself on Yi Qinghan's shoulders, secretly competing in spirit. "Marble. You're the marble, your whole family is marbles. Just wait, it'll show you what a third-stage symbiotic organism is capable of." The three of them, a mass of black mud, continued pushing towards the canyon. Ahead, within the gray-white mist, a series of sharp, piercing ultrasonic calls could be faintly heard. They had arrived at the territory of the Greystone bats. At the entrance of the canyon, the gray rock wall was densely covered with black-brown Greystone bats. They were about the size of eagles, their wings spread nearly a meter wide, with finely serrated teeth in their mouths, hanging upside down in a way that was indescribably eerie. Zhao Gang peeked into the entrance, clicking his tongue. There must be at least 200 to 300 of them. If they all swooped down together, it would be quite a spectacle. Shen Yu crouched behind a rock, quietly arranging tactics. "I'll use the Shadow Cat to draw away a portion from the flank. Zhao Gang, you will use the Wind Lizard Sonic Attack to disperse the bat swarm in front, and Qinghan, you will follow closely behind to pass through quickly. Our goal is not to annihilate, but to pass through." "Understood." Zhao Gang and Yi Qinghan nodded simultaneously. Lin Ye lay on Yi Qinghan's shoulder, his body trembling slightly. He could smell the pungent odor emanating from the Greystone bats. While it might be overwhelming for an ordinary person, for him, it was a beckoning call of abundant devouring points. 200 to 300 low-tier second stage, if I could devour them all. He quickly calculated in his mind. If I devoured them all, I could at least gain over 5,000 devouring points. Shen Yu took the lead, summoning a pitch-black Shadow Cat, slender in form and adept at stealth. The Shadow Cat silently maneuvered to the left side of the canyon and suddenly let out a sharp howl. The sound was piercing, startling a large number of Greystone bats, which flapped their wings and flew towards the direction of the Shadow Cat. Zhao Gang now. Zhao Gang's emerald winged lizard opened its mouth, unleashing visible waves of sound that dispersed the bat swarm in front, causing them to scatter in disarray. "Go." Shen Yu charged in first, her steps swift and silent. Zhao Gang followed closely behind. Yi Qinghan also quickened her pace to keep up. The three of them swiftly traversed the canyon, with scattered Greystone bats being startled awake from the rock walls above and to the sides, letting out piercing cries as they swooped in. Shen Yu's reflexes were extremely quick. Whenever a bat approached, her dagger would flash with cold light, slicing the incoming foes down before they could get close. Zhao Gang was no slouch either, with the emerald winged lizard complementing his movements, one suppressing from a distance with sonic waves and the other blocking in close combat. Yi Qinghan intended to lend a hand, but found that the two in front worked so well together that her assistance was unnecessary. However, Lin Ye on her shoulder could not remain still. A Greystone bat swooped in from Yi Qinghan's right side, mouth wide open with serrated teeth, aiming for her neck. Yi Qinghan raised her hand, preparing to slap it away. However, before her hand could reach its destination, a black thread suddenly shot out from her shoulder. The front end of that thread was sharp to an unbelievable degree, piercing straight through the greystone bat's head at an incredible speed. The bat let out a scream, pinned against the nearby rock wall, convulsed twice, and then lay still. Yi Qinghan's hand hung in the air, her movements frozen. Her gaze slowly turned to her shoulder. Lin Ye was retracting the black tendril, his body smooth and unwrinkled, completing the entire process cleanly. He stood proudly on Yi Qinghan's shoulder in what he considered the most handsome pose, humming a little tune in his heart. Did you see that fierce woman? This is the power of a third-stage mature body. Instant kill, one-hit kill. Am I handsome? I'm asking you if I'm handsome. Yi Qinghan's expression became quite subtle. Her spirit beast, the black slime she had always regarded as a garbage processor, had just attacked a low-tier mist beast. And it was a one-hit kill. When did you learn to attack? Her tone was filled with obvious surprise. Lin Ye desperately transmitted, I evolved. New skill. Symbiotic blade. What Yi Qinghan received was hiss. Skill. Blade. Blade. She looked down at Lin Ye's body. Indeed, the front end of that tendril before retracting had been a remarkably sharp black blade. Your new ability is to extend blades from your body. Lin Ye bounced up and down excitedly, indicating affirmation. Yi Qinghan fell silent for a few seconds. Zhao Gang ahead also noticed the commotion, glancing back at Lin Ye on Yi Qinghan's shoulder, his face filled with confusion. What did that slime just do? I think I saw a black line shoot out. It killed a greystone bat. Yi Qinghan replied calmly. Zhao Gang's expression was truly remarkable. Your spirit beast can fight. Didn't you say it only handles logistics? Yi Qinghan was also digesting this information. The grade variant of the slime can devour corpses and can feed back energy to heal injuries. Now it has another ability, it can perform long-range attacks. Moreover, its attack power is formidable, capable of instantly killing a second-tier lower-level fog beast. What grade is this creature exactly? Yi Qinghan gazed at the smooth black sphere on her shoulder, her confusion deepening. Lin Ye had no idea what Yi Qinghan was thinking. His mind was filled with thoughts of devouring points. Get moving, fierce woman. The bats ahead are waiting for me to harvest. If you dawdle any longer, my takeout will get cold. Shin Yu urged from ahead. Don't just stand there, hurry up. The three continued to make their way through. Along the way, Lin Ye was busy. Whenever a gray rock bat approached Yi Qinghan, he would immediately pop out his tendrils to kill it, then take the opportunity while Yi Qinghan walked to devour the corpse clean. His movements became increasingly adept, transitioning from initially using a single tendril to later extending three simultaneously to deal with enemies approaching from three directions. Ding. Devoured the gray rock bat's corpse, gained 150 devouring points. Ding. Devoured the gray rock bat's corpse, gained 150 devouring points. The system notifications flooded the screen, and the devouring points were rapidly accumulating. Zhao Gang was slowing down ahead as he kept looking back. No, I am convinced. He watched as the black sphere on Yi Qinghan's shoulder extended its tendrils, accurately killing one gray rock bat after another, with the corpses disappearing on the spot without leaving a trace of blood. The entire process was smooth and seamless, more efficient than his jade wind lizard. Is this really in grade spirit? Yi Qinghan did not respond, but her gaze towards Lin Ye on her shoulder had changed. This guy was no longer just somewhat useful garbage disposal. He was beginning to transform into a valuable combat partner. Lin Ye keenly sensed the change in Yi Qinghan's gaze, and his heart was about to explode with joy. Did you see that? Did you see that? I told you one day you would look at me differently. Just wait, fierce woman, there are even greater things to come. After passing through the canyon, the terrain ahead opened up. On the gray, rocky ground, patches of moss emitting a ghostly blue glow were scattered, and the concentration of spiritual energy in the air was several levels higher than outside. Shin Yu stopped, checking the location of the light spots on the detector. The target is about 500 meters ahead in a rock crevice. There's no detection of large fog beasts nearby, but we must remain vigilant. Zhao Gang stretched his neck. I'll stand guard outside, you guys go in and search. Yi Qinghan followed Shin Yu, closely, moving quickly towards the target location. Lin Ye lay on her shoulder, vigilantly rotating his large white eyes. After evolving to maturity, his sensing range had expanded significantly, capable of detecting fluctuations within a 50-meter radius. There's a fog beast 30 meters to the left behind a pile of stones, not large, weak aura. He transmitted a message. What Yi Qinghan received was hiss. Left. Stone. Weak. She slightly adjusted her steps, avoiding the stone pile on the left. Shin Yu noticed her change in movement and glanced back at her, but said nothing. After walking about 300 meters, Shin Yu suddenly stopped. Wait. She raised her hand, signaling not to advance, then crouched down to listen closely to the ground for a few seconds. There's something moving underground, and it's quite large. Yi Qinghan felt it too. The rocks beneath her feet were vibrating subtly. Stone-scaled python. Shin Yu's voice was low. It's a second-tier upper-level beast right beneath us, about 5 meters down. Can we get around it? Shin Yu shook her head. Its position is exactly above where the fog-heart grass grows in the rock crevice. To collect the fog-heart grass, we must deal with it first. The two exchanged glances. Yi Qinghan was about to say she would handle it, but Lin Ye acted first. He leaped off Yi Qinghan's shoulder, bounced twice on the ground, and then rolled forward. Hey, where are you going? Yi Qinghan frowned. Lin Ye sent back a message hiss. Deal with snake. Deal with a snake. Yi Qinghan was taken aback for a moment, then realized what Lin Ye meant. You want to take on the stone-scaled python? Her tone carried a hint of distrust. Although Lin Ye had just demonstrated impressive attack capabilities against the second-tier lower-level gray rock bats, the stone-scaled python was a second-tier upper-level large fog beast potentially exceeding 10 meters in length, and with extremely high defense, its layer of stone-scaled armor could resist even ordinary spiritual weapons. Shin Yu also saw Lin Ye's actions and looked even more puzzled. You want your spirit to take on the stone-scaled python alone. Let's see how it goes, Yi Qinghan said. She wasn't sure if Lin Ye could defeat the stone-scaled python, but she understood his personality. Once this guy decided on something, he wouldn't back down. Because when she previously told him not to touch her, he still persistently jumped on her, and every time he was bounced away, he never learned his lesson, insisting on jumping. Lin Ye rolled to a position above where the stone-scaled python lay coiled, his body pressed against the rock surface, and 4 tendrils quietly extended, their tips hardened into sharp edges. A second-tier upper-level fog beast with plenty of meat and a large size. Eating it will definitely be enjoyable. Besides him, now third-tier, fighting a second-tier upper-level beast isn't considered bullying the weak, right? He gave himself a dose of courage in his heart, then aimed all 4 tendrils at the stone beneath him and thrust them downward with force. Sizzle. The 4 tendrils pierced through the hard rock layers, directly stabbing into the ground. A second later, the ground shook violently. Hiss. An angry hiss from the snake echoed from underground, followed by a tremendous force shattering the rocks beneath. A giant python, covered in gray stone scales, bursting forth from the ground. The stone-scaled python was about 8 meters long, as thick as a bowl, with a flat head and copper bell-sized eyes filled with fury. Its abdomen bore 4 distinct puncture wounds, green blood oozing out. Lin Ye's 4 tendrils had stirred inside it before extracting, and while this strike didn't take its life, it certainly drove it into a frenzy. The stone-scaled python, furious beyond measure, opened its massive jaws and lunged towards Lin Ye. Oh no, it's coming. Lin Ye rolled sideways, skillfully dodging the fatal bite. The sound of the snake's jaws snapping shut in empty air echoed with a bang, sending rock shards flying. Seizing the moment, the stone-scaled python missed 2 of Lin Ye's tendrils, shot out from either side, aiming for the python's vulnerable points. The stone-scaled python reacted quickly, its massive body coiling and sweeping its tail towards Lin Ye. Bang! Lin Ye was struck directly by the python's tail, sent flying through the air, spinning several times before crashing into a rock. If he were still in his juvenile or growth stage, this blow would have been enough to shatter him. But now, as a third-tier mature form, the passive skill Tough Skin gave him a defensive boost, making his surface resilience far exceed that of others in the same tier. The python's tail strike had only sent him flying a few meters. In reality, it merely left him slightly dazed. Is that all? Lin Ye bounced off the rock, shaking off the debris clinging to him. You worm, your touch is nowhere near as good as that fierce woman. He relocked onto the position of the stone-scaled python, and 4 tendrils emerged again. This time he had learned to be clever. Instead of facing it head-on, he leveraged his smaller size and the flexibility of his tendrils to continuously harass and slice at it. 1 tendril pinned the snake's tail, preventing it from coiling. 2 tendrils attacked from the sides, focusing on the gaps between the scales. The last tendril circled above the python's head, waiting for the opportunity to pierce its eye or mouth. Despite its massive size and incredible strength, the stone-scaled python gradually began to falter in the face of Lin Ye's relentless tactics. Though its stone scales were hard, the gaps between them were its natural weaknesses. Lin Ye's tendrils precisely targeted these gaps, each strike leaving a trail of green blood. Shin Yu and Yi Qinghan stood not far away, watching the small one besiege the big one battle with captivating expressions. Shin Yu's mouth was slightly agape, her face a picture of disbelief. Yi Qinghan's gaze held surprise, scrutiny, and a complex emotion. She couldn't quite articulate what that feeling was, but as she watched Lin Ye nimbly darting around the stone-scaled python, a thought surged in her mind. This guy has really changed. No longer just the softball that would randomly bump against her. The battle lasted about 3 minutes. The stone-scaled python was now covered in hundreds of wounds of various sizes, bleeding profusely, and its movements were noticeably slowing. Lin Ye seized the moment. 4 tendrils lashed out simultaneously from 4 different directions, piercing the stone-scale serpent's skull with lethal precision. The serpent's body convulsed violently several times before collapsing with a thunderous crash, sending a plume of dust billowing into the air. It was dead. Lin Ye retracted his tendrils, leapt onto the serpent's corpse, and began the task he mastered above all others: consumption. A chime resonated in his mind. Ding. Consumed the corpse of a Tier 2 senior mist beast, the stone-scale serpent, gaining 500 consumption points. 500 points. This worm's flesh is astonishingly abundant. The massive serpent's corpse shrank visibly before their eyes, every drop of its vital essence absorbed by Lin Ye, until only a desiccated, bleached white skeleton remained. Xin Yu approached and gazed silently at the unervingly clean pile of bones scattered across the ground, her silence lingering for a long while. Yi Qinghan, she finally spoke, her voice uncharacteristically grave. Your contracted spirit is absolutely not rank F. Yi Qinghan knew it well. A rank F spirit could never accomplish such feats. No known slime class entity, regardless of official tier, could achieve what this one had done. This obsidian creature existed entirely beyond the established classification system. Lin Ye boasted with unmistakable pride. Well then, fierce woman, am I not formidable? Let me tell you plainly, if you wish to synchronize with me, you'd better kneel and beg right now. I am no longer who I once was. Yi Qinghan received the mental transmission hiss. I want to kneel. Her brow furrowed, her expression turned subtly bemused. If she wanted to kneel, why announce it to her? Let's go harvest the mist heart grass. Harvesting the mist heart grass proved far smoother than it. With the stone-scale serpent eliminated, no further threats lurked within the rocky crevices. Yi Qinghan carefully uprooted the luminous pale blue spirit plant and placed it into the airtight preservation container Xin Yu carried. On the return journey, Zhao Gang spoke noticeably more, but not to Yi Qinghan. His words were directed solely at Lin Ye, nestled quietly inside her backpack. Hey buddy, are you truly just a slime? Are you certain you're not some ancient ferocious beast in disguise? Lin Ye ignored him entirely, lying still in the pack as he digested the energy absorbed from the serpent. Even had he chosen to respond, no one else could have understood. His spiritual link existed exclusively through his covenant bond with Yi Qinghan. Communication with others was impossible. The trio returned safely to the base of Bureau 749 before nightfall. Director Li Jun himself stood at the gate to greet them. Seeing the mist heart grass delivered intact, a look of quiet relief softened his features. Excellent. You've completed the mission. He turned to Yi Qinghan. Your contribution points have already been credited to your account, 300 points in total. Standard reward for a rank D mission enhanced by exceptional efficiency. Thank you. Yi Qinghan accepted her identity wristband, checked the balance, and immediately opened Bureau 749's internal exchange system. Her objective was unequivocal cultivation resources, spirit stones, kind-fused elixirs, and a specialized training manual designed to overcome the bottleneck at the peak of Tier 1 physical cultivators. All 300 contribution points were spent without remainder. Spent it all. Li Jun watched beside her and shook his head with gentle exasperation. Young people never leave themselves a fallback path. Strength is the best fallback path, Yi Qinghan replied simply. Inside the backpack, Lin Ye mentally raised a thumb in silent admiration. That's beautifully said. After leaving the base, Yi Qinghan returned directly to her modest apartment in the civilian district. For the next week, she entered the final intense sprint before the National College entrance examination. By day, she secluded herself to cultivate the divine demon prison-subduing body art. By night, she ingested kind-fused elixirs to fortify her corporeal foundation. With cultivation resources acquired from Bureau 749 and Lin Ye's continuous energetic reinforcement, her progress surged forward at an extraordinary pace. At midnight on the fifth day, Yi Qinghan sat cross-legged upon the floor, her entire form wreathed in a faint crimson aura of killing intent, her chi rising in steady, powerful waves. Lin Ye stood vigil nearby, ready to channel reinforcing energy the instant her chi wavered. Through 3 days of refinement within the secret realm, their synergy had matured into seamless, instinctive coordination. A muffled boom reverberated from deep within Yi Qinghan's body. In that instant, her aura surged upward, sharply ascending a full tier, while the surrounding killing intent thickened, coalescing toward tangible density. Tier 1 peak. Yi Qinghan opened her eyes and exhaled a long, turbid breath. A rare, quiet satisfaction softened her expression. It's done. She glanced down at her hands, long-fingered, elegant, and slowly clenched and unclenched them, sensing the overwhelming, near-bursting fullness of power coursing through her veins. As a Tier 1 peak physical cultivator, she could now confront mid-tier, Tier 2 spirit masters using sheer bodily strength, without relying on any external aid. And her combat experience and tactical acumen far surpassed those of peers at her level. her true battlefield prowess capable of challenging high-tier Tier 2 masters, perhaps even beyond. Enough. With this state, I am fully prepared for the examination. Lin Ye too sighed inwardly in relief, not only for her success, but also because he now hurriedly accessed his own system interface. After a week of energetic reinforcement, substantial consumption accumulated within the Ant Nest secret realm, and additional consumption points earned from the Stone Scale, Serpent, and Greyrock Bats during the Greyrock Valley mission, his stats had undergone remarkable growth. Host Lin Ye form Venom mature stage rank Tier 3 lowers row consumption points 530 abilities infinite consumption SSS rank energetic reciprocity A rank skill theft A rank symbiotic blade mimicry A rank resilient hide E rank bite F rank. The gap between Tier 3 lower and mid rank is immense. Lin Ye stared at the experience bar. So close to completion, yet frustratingly incomplete. The examination's secret realm will teem with mist beasts. If I accompany the fierce woman there, I'll surely accumulate a substantial haul of consumption points. At that thought his impatience dissolved. He slid off the table and glided smoothly to Yi Qinghan's side, nestling gently against her leg. Yi Qinghan had just concluded her cultivation session clad in simple homeware, shorts and a sleeveless top, her long legs resting bare and unguarded before him. Her calves were taut and elegantly sculpted, her ankles slender, her toes curling lightly against the floorboards. Lin Ye lingered on her pristine feet for 2 quiet seconds. No, I'm merely observing. Appreciating. Purely from an artistic perspective. The arch proportion and texture of this pair of feet would qualify as masterpieces even on Earth. Tisk tisk tsk, such artistry wasted daily inside those combat boots. As he silently critiqued, Yi Qinghan glanced down and caught sight of him. What are you doing? Trying to climb up again. Her tone carried unmistakable warning. Lin Ye swiftly swayed his body in denial, then obediently rolled back to his usual spot beneath the table leg. I wasn't. Don't jump to conclusions. I was just passing by. She held his gaze for a few measured seconds, then withdrew her attention and resumed her meditation. Beneath the table Lin Ye released a long silent breath. That was close. Almost caught staring. Never mind, greater matters await. Tomorrow is the examination. And that realm, that's paradise. He closed his eyes and settled into restorative stillness. Under the vast dome of the Lan City Sports Center, a sea of people gathered. This is the main venue for the annual Yuling Master Entrance Examination in Lan City, where graduating students from all secondary schools converge to compete for the precious quota for direct admission to universities and championship rewards. In the center of the venue stands a gigantic 50-meter-wide teleportation array, which connects to a Class C Mist secret realm specially prepared for the entrance examination. Candidates will be sent into the secret realm in batches where they will earn points by hunting mist beasts, and their scores will be determined by the final point rankings. In the stands, representatives from various universities, military observers, and notable figures from Lan City filled the VIP seats. Yi Qinghan changed into a clean combat uniform carrying a backpack that contained Lin Ye as she walked into the contestant waiting area. Upon her arrival, the surrounding noise immediately diminished. Countless gazes converged upon her, some filled with curiosity, others with awe, and a few with hostility. Ever since her overwhelming performance during the simulation test spread the title of physical cultivation genius, Yi Qinghan had become well known throughout Lan City. That's her. The girl who fought in A-class Yuling barehanded. My goodness, she looks even better in person than in the videos. Do you think she can rank in the top few in this entrance exam? Top few. Please, her Yuling is trash. How far can she go in the secret realm relying solely on her fists? True, the conditions in the secret realm are far more complex than those on the battlefield. Debates filled the air. Lin Ye peeked out from the gap in the backpack, calculating the upcoming plans in his mind. There must be a large number of mist beasts in the secret realm. This is the perfect opportunity for me to gather devour points. The fierce woman will handle the fighting, and he'll take care of the eating. Perfect teamwork. Just as he was thinking, a dark gaze shot over from the left. Lin Ye turned to look. On the other end of the contestant waiting area, Wang Teng was sitting there. The bandages on his face were gone, but there remained an unnatural stiffness in his features, evidence that the injury from Yi Qinghan's punch had not fully healed. Next to him stood a middle-aged man, not the Wang Tianba taken away by the 749 Bureau, but another man with a harsh appearance. The two were whispering to each other, but Wang Teng's gaze never left the direction of Yi Qinghan. Lin Ye saw Wang Teng's expression and sneered inwardly. Another idiot. Wasn't his father captured by the 749 Bureau? How does he still have the face to participate in the entrance exam? Forget it. If he dares to cause trouble, the fierce woman can put him down for another 6 months with one punch. At that moment, the announcement sounded. Attention candidates, the Lan City Yuling Master Entrance Examination is about to begin. This examination adopts a point ranking system with points earned by hunting mist beasts in the secret realm. Different levels of mist beasts correspond to different points: level 1 lower grade 10 points, level 1 middle grade 20 points, level 1 upper grade 50 points, level 2 lower grade 100 points, level 2 middle grade 200 points, level 2 upper grade 500 points. The secret realm will be open for 6 hours, and after 6 hours the teleportation array will automatically retrieve all candidates. Candidates can activate emergency evacuation through their wristbands to exit the secret realm at any time. Final scores will be based on individual point rankings. Now the first batch of candidates, please enter the teleportation array. Yi Qinghan was assigned to the first batch. The few candidates in front of her turned to glance back at her, some anxious, some curious. Yi Qinghan paid no heed to these gazes and calmly stepped onto the teleportation array. With a flash of white light, her figure vanished within the formation. The sensation of teleportation lasted for 2 seconds. When her vision cleared, Lin Ye peeked out from the backpack and was greeted by a vast expanse of wilderness. The ground was covered in gray-white gravel with patches of gray trees in the distance, and the overcast sky held no sun, only a uniformly dispersed pale, white light source illuminating the entire secret realm. A faint mist lingered in the air, but the concentration was not too high and visibility was roughly around 100 meters. The environment is acceptable. Yi Qinghan quickly scanned her surroundings, confirming that there was no immediate threat before unzipping her backpack. Come out. Lin Ye sprang out, landing on her shoulder, and began to observe the surroundings as well. This is the entrance exam secret realm. It looks much more spacious than the ant nest, and the visibility is good, perfect for fighting. His tentacles twitched with anticipation, eager to start harvesting. Yi Qinghan walked towards the trees ahead, her steps swift and steady. She did not waste time. Within 3 minutes of entering the forest, she encountered her first batch of mist beasts, 5 level 1 middle grade gray fawn wolves. Yi Qinghan didn't even slow down, punching and kicking her way through the wolf pack. The 5 gray fawn wolves collapsed to the ground after she passed, barely letting out a few whimpers. Lin Ye leaped down from her shoulder and began to do his usual work, digesting all 5 corpses within 30 seconds. Ding! Devoured 5 gray fawn wolf corpses, gaining 100 devour points. 100 points, a nice appetizer. He jumped back onto Yi Qinghan's shoulder, and the two continued deeper into the secret realm. For the next 2 hours, Yi Qinghan rampaged through the secret realm, unstoppable. She hunted everything she encountered in the most efficient manner, from level 1 small fry to level 2 middle grade elite monsters, not a single one lasting more than 5 rounds against her. Her points surged at a terrifying speed. The main venue's large screen outside the secret realm updated the scores of all candidates in real time. When Yi Qinghan's points surpassed the 2,000 mark, the entire venue fell silent. The second place score was barely over 800. What's going on? Yi Qinghan's points alone exceed the combined total of the 2nd to 10th places. How did she manage that? She doesn't bring a Yuling relying solely on her fists. How can she be so fast? Physical cultivation. It's physical cultivation. Can't you see? She doesn't need a Yuling's assistance, nor does she require spiritual power release, pure hand-to-hand combat, and her efficiency is even higher than those commanding Yulings. This is outrageous. Representatives from various universities in the VIP section could no longer remain seated, whispering to each other, their eyes sparkling with intense excitement. A physical cultivation genius, and such a young and stunning one at that. Such talent would be highly sought after in any top-tier institution. While the audience buzzed with excitement, Wang Tung sat in the corner of the contestant waiting area, his complexion shifting from green to pale. The harsh-looking middle-aged man beside him leaned closer to his ear, whispering something. Wang Teng's expression subtly changed, then he nodded slowly. His lips moved, but no one heard what he said. However, the cold resentment in his eyes was more intense than ever. The battle in the secret realm continued. Yi Qinghan had discovered a dense habitat of second-tier fog beasts deep in the wilderness, where more than a dozen second-tier intermediate iron-armored bees guarded a massive hive. The combat power of individual iron-armored bees was formidable, with hard shells, poison stingers, and a knack for cooperative tactics. An ordinary spirit master would need at least 3 people working together to safely eliminate such a swarm. Yi Qinghan charged in alone. Her fighting style was the same as in the ant nest secret realm, relying purely on close combat. The iron-armored bee's shells were as fragile as paper under her fists, one punch for each, with terrifying efficiency. What empowered her further was Lin Ye on her shoulder. Whenever a swarm attempted to ambush her from her blind spot, Lin Ye's tendrils would spring out, impaling the encroaching iron-armored bees in midair. The level of cooperation between her and Lin Ye had advanced significantly compared to that day in Greystone Valley. Yi Qinghan noticed this during the fight, and her appraisal of Lin Ye rose even higher. Your reactions are getting faster and your judgments are quite accurate. It's truly growing rapidly. Lin Ye was frantically harvesting devouring points. Ding. Devoured iron-armored bee corpse gained 150 devouring points. A series of notifications flashed by, and his devouring points soared. Current accumulated devouring points, 10,500. Just 200 more. 2 more will do. Just then 2 more iron-armored bees flew out from the depths of the hive. Yi Qinghan knocked them down one punch at a time. Lin Ye immediately pounced to devour. Ding. Devoured iron-armored bee corpse gained 150 devouring points. Ding. Devoured iron-armored bee corpse gained 150 devouring points. Yi Qinghan's score surpassed 5,000 within 4 hours. What does 5,000 points mean? Last year's champion of the college entrance examination in Lan City only scored 3,200 points. Moreover, this was not the most astonishing part, as the scoring system in Lan City was linked in real time with the national rankings. In the upper right corner of the large screen, there was a column for the national real-time rankings. Yi Qinghan's name prominently appeared in 8th place nationally. Top 10 in the nation. A girl from Lan City's 3rd high school bonded with an 5th grade spirit had broken into the top 10 of the national college entrance examination in real-time rankings. As this information was displayed, the entire main venue erupted. Top 10 in the nation. Top 10. When has Lan City ever produced a student in the national top 10? This must be a record. Wait, how is she still gaining points? How many fog beasts has she killed? Look at her combat live footage. Oh my god, she is single-handedly battling the iron-armored bees swarm. The large screen switched to footage of Yi Qinghan in combat within the secret realm. In the footage, the black-haired girl charged into the swarm with bare fists, striking with lethal precision, each movement executed with utmost efficiency, wasting not a single ounce of strength. On her shoulder, the black orb occasionally shot out thin black threads, accurately taking down enemies approaching from all angles, perfectly coordinating with her. The entire audience watched in silence for a full 30 seconds. Then applause and cheers surged forth like a tidal wave. In the VIP section, a middle-aged officer in military uniform adorned with 3-star insignias on his chest stood up and said something to those beside him. "We want this student in our military department." The enrollment representative from Yanhuang Spirit University changed his expression. "Major General, are you trying to poach her from us? We found her first. First come, first served, but strength matters. What conditions can your school offer her? Full scholarship, unknown training with a designated mentor, exclusive access to the martial arts laboratory. We are offering her direct enlistment, military rank, and unlimited quotas for training resources." The two argued back and forth, attracting representatives from other factions to join the fray. In no time, the VIP section was in an uproar. However, no one noticed that while everyone's attention was captivated by Yi Qinghan, in a certain corner of the deep secret realm, the density of the fog was abnormally rising. 5 figures silently appeared at the edge of the secret realm. They wore identical gray-white robes and peculiar masks. The masks were engraved with strange patterns resembling a half-open chaotic and mad eye, the mark of the fog god cult. The leader among them raised a hand and pressed it against a certain node in the blockade formation has been activated. The teleportation array in the secret realm is temporarily disabled. Those outside cannot enter, and those inside cannot exit. Let's proceed. His voice was cold and flat, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Clear out all the examinees inside, leave not a single one. The first to notice the anomaly was the main venue outside the secret realm. On the large screen, the signals from all the examinees' wristbands briefly flickered. Following that, a line of red warning text popped up in the lower right corner of the screen. Warning: teleportation array signal interrupted, cause unknown. The clamor in the audience continued, and most people did not notice this anomaly. However, a few professionals in the VIP section had already changed their expressions. The Major General from the military was the first to stand up. Teleportation array interrupted. Technical failure or human interference. The engineer responsible for technical maintenance typed rapidly on the control panel, beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. "Sir, it's not a malfunction. It was forcefully cut off from the inside. Someone has deployed a blockade formation in the secret realm." "What?" The Major General's face turned ashen. Setting up a blockade formation to cut off teleportation channels meant that all the examinees inside the secret realm had become sitting ducks. There was only one objective: hunt. Immediately activate the backup channels. Contact Bureau 749. Mobilize combat troops to prepare for a forced entry. The Major General issued 3 consecutive orders. Yes. However, what they did not know was that at this moment inside the secret realm, chaos had already erupted. In the southeastern forest area of the secret realm, a group of examinees hunting fog beasts suddenly came under attack. The attackers were not fog beasts. They were humans. A tall, thin figure in a gray-white robe and peculiar mask appeared at the edge of the forest, not uttering a word, merely raising a hand. The air beside him twisted, and a giant hunting dog engulfed in black flames appeared out of thin air. A third-tier spirit. The 5 examinees battling monsters in the forest barely had time to react before the black flames swept over them, their screams quickly swallowed by the dense fog. A bunch of ants. The masked person turned and walked towards the next area. Similar scenes unfolded simultaneously across various corners of the secret realm. The 5 members of the Fog God cult spread out, each one a third-tier spirit master. Third tier against first tier. This was not a battle. This was a one-sided massacre. On the northern wastelands of the secret realm, Yi Qinghan also sensed something amiss. She halted mid-step and pricked up her ears. From afar, several shrill, agonized screams echoed faintly, then vanished abruptly. Candidates are over there. Her expression hardened into grim resolve. Then she noticed the anomaly flickering on her wristband. The teleportation array has failed. She stared down at the pulsing red alarm on her wristband, her brow furrowed in deep concern. A severed teleportation array meant the emergency evacuation protocol was disabled. Everyone was now trapped inside the secret realm. Someone is orchestrating this. A flash of cold fury lit her eyes. In her past life's memories, the Mistveil cult had employed similar tactics. They would erect suppression arrays at critical nodes, herding targets into confined spaces before hunting them down one by one. Mistveil cult. When those 4 words left her lips, her voice carried a bone-deep chill. Lin Ye, perched upon her shoulder, sensed the subtle shift in her aura and tensed instinctively. What's wrong, fierce woman? What's happening? His transmitted message reached her only as fragmented static-laced syllables, but she had no time to decipher them. She surged forward toward the source of the screams, moving at blinding speed. En route, she encountered 3 candidates fleeing in sheer panic. 2 young men and 1 woman, all bearing wounds. 1 male student's left arm was charred black, his injury severe. Help! Someone's killing people. The leading girl's voice trembled as she spotted Yi Qinghan. Explain clearly. How many attackers? How strong are they? Gray-robed figures wearing masks. There are at least 2. Both third rank. Third rank. Yi Qinghan's expression darkened. She stood at the peak of first-rank corporeal cultivation, capable in practice of contending with upper-tier second-rank opponents. Yet third rank represented a quantum leap in both spiritual energy reserves and martial mastery. It far surpassed her current capacity for direct confrontation. Head this way. Find cover, stay hidden, and do not reveal yourselves. Yi Qinghan pointed decisively, then continued onward without pause. Where are you going? There are 2 third-rank enemies ahead. You'll die alone. I know. Her stride never faltered. She could not hide. Countless candidates still roamed the secret realm, being hunted, slaughtered. To retreat would seal their fates. Such cowardice was forbidden by the pride of her former self, the Empress of Heaven. Fierce woman, wait. Where are you headed? It's dangerous ahead. Lin Ye transmitted frantically, but all she received were broken, sputtering bursts of static. She glanced down at him, her expression stern, yet her voice steady. Enemies lie ahead, perhaps formidable. Stay concealed in my pack. Do not emerge. Stay in your pack? What do you mean, stay in your pack now? Lin Ye burned with rising panic, his entire spherical form radiating heat. Sister, those enemies are third rank. You can't withstand them alone. Merge with me. Our combined strength will double. Yi Qinghan received only garbled fragments. SHHH. Merge. Double. Her brow tightened. She did not comprehend his meaning. Her focus snapped back to the horizon. Within the ashen mist, 2 indistinct figures pursued a lone candidate. That candidate was a burly young man, evidently a force-oriented spirit tamer. Beside him, a flame ox exuded waves of scorching heat, desperately holding its ground. But the flame ox was merely second rank. A match against 2 third-rank assailants was impossible to sustain. Boom! A colossal gray hand erupted from the void and shattered the flame ox's protective aura. The burly youth spat blood and was hurled violently aside. Worthless trash. The nearer masked figure didn't even glance at the fallen youth, lifting his foot to deliver the final blow. VRRM. A torrent of savage, murderous chi slammed in from the flank. The masked figure instinctively twisted aside. Yi Qinghan's fist grazed his shoulder, its shockwave shearing a thick gray tree cleanly in 2 behind him. Oh! He staggered back 2 steps to regain balance. Beneath his eerie mask, a low, ambiguous chuckle rumbled forth. Another ant has crawled forth. Yet this one's aura bears peculiar resonance. The second masked figure paused as well, flanking her left and right, sealing her in. Inside the pack, Lin Ye watched the encirclement, and his viscous black form churned violently. Fierce woman, don't force it. Let me fight. The 2 masked figures did not strike immediately. They stood poised on either side of her, assessing their postures, dripping with condescending superiority. Peak first rank. The left-hand figure tilted his head, voice laced with amusement. A mere girl cultivating the corporeal path, daring to charge headlong into death. How quaint. Enough talk. The mission takes priority. This first rank ant isn't worth our time. He raised his right hand. Within his palm coalesced a sphere of gray-white spiritual energy, veined with chaotic black filaments. Yi Qinghan recognized it instantly. Corrupted Qi, the Mist Veil cult's signature defilement. Mist Veil cult. Her voice was glacial quiet, yet each syllable struck like a hammer. One of the chief architects who had besieged her in her former life. Well, you know our name. The left-hand figure's tone sharpened with intrigue. Little girl's seen the world, hasn't she? Yi Qinghan remained silent. Her mind raced, calculating, dissecting the battlefield. 2 third-rank cult adepts, flanking her, cutting off all escape. Even the weakest among them, a lower-tier third rank, vastly exceeded her present combat ceiling. Against one she might risk everything and strike back. Against 2, frontal engagement was suicide. Yet retreat offered no reprieve, it only hastened death. Yi Qinghan did not retreat, she advanced. One decisive step forward. Her murderous aura exploded outward as she lunged toward the right-hand figure, the one already gathering his corrupted energy sphere. Seize the leader first, eliminate the faster attacker. Pathetic arrogance. The right-hand figure sneered, launching his corruption-charged sphere straight at her face. Mid-sprint, Yi Qinghan dropped sharply, its searing trajectory grazing her scalp, singeing strands of hair. She did not slow. Using the momentum of her crouch, she rolled forward, closing the distance in an instant. Then, legs coiling and springing, she launched upward, her right fist wreathed in dense, vicious qi aimed unerringly at his masked visage. He did not dodge. He simply raised one hand. Boom. Her fist crashed squarely into his open palm. The impact forced him half a step backward. His palm stung fiercely, but that was all. Impressive force. Pity the rank disparity renders it meaningless. His fingers clamped shut, seizing her fist. Corrupted qi surged along the point of contact, crawling up her arm like icy decay. A wave of nauseating rot tightened her brows into a fierce, pained knot. The figure on the left, wearing a mask, moved, as well, letting out a strange, low chant. The space behind him twisted violently, and a terrifying, enormous creature stepped out of the distorted space. It was a massive canine spirit covered in black shells with 3 heads. The middle head was the largest, spewing forth a torrent of blazing flames. The left head was surrounded by swirling white frost. The right head dripped continuously with a green corrosive liquid. A Tier 3 high-level spirit, the Hellhound. Upon its emergence, the temperature within 100 meters became exceptionally chaotic, alternating between hot and cold with a pungent, acrid scent permeating the air. Yi Qinghan's pupils constricted slightly. The Hellhound. She had encountered this type of spirit in her past life. A Tier 3 high-level spirit, its overall combat power could even approach the peak of Tier 3. With her current strength, she would undoubtedly be unable to contend. Moreover, there were also 2 Tier 3 spirit masters present. Looks like an interesting toy has arrived. The masked figure on the left patted the chin of the middle head of the Hellhound, speaking in a lazy tone. Little girl, your punch just now was decent, so it'll grant you a swift death. How does that sound? Yi Qinghan suddenly broke free from the control of the masked figure on the right, over her fist, stepping back 3 paces. The part of her arm that had been eroded by the corrosive spirit energy had turned a grayish white, sending waves of piercing pain through her. She gritted her teeth, hiding her injured right hand behind her. 3 Tier 3 combat units faced off against her, a mere peak Tier 1 body cultivator. There was no chance of victory. Outside the secret realm in the main venue, the live feed on the big screen had descended into chaos. Multiple candidates' life signs simultaneously turned red, indicating danger, and the names on the leaderboard that had been densely packed began to fade one by one. Fading meant they had either exited or lost their ability to act. What happened? Why did so many people suddenly drop out? They didn't drop out. The teleportation array has been blocked. They were defeated. Damn it. Who is causing trouble in the secret realm? The parents in the audience were already panicking, with some starting to scream. A major general from the military stood at the command platform, his face ashen with anger. Has the 749th Bureau's breach team arrived? Report, Major General, the breach team is on their way, but it will take another 15 minutes. 15 minutes. The Major General slammed his palm on the control panel, denting the metal edges. 15 minutes? Can those kids last that long? No one could answer him. On the big screen, an image of Yi Qinghan facing 2 masked figures, and the Hellhound was cut out. Some sharp-eyed individuals recognized the grayish-white robe and the markings on the mask. The Mist Cult. It's people from the Mist Cult. At this shout, the entire venue erupted. The Mist Cult. Traitors of humanity. fanatics of the mist deity. They had infiltrated the college entrance examination secret realm. They were hunting down students. Fear and anger spread through the audience. And under everyone's gaze, the black-haired girl standing alone in front of the hellhound appeared so small, so helpless. It's over. Yi Qinghan is doomed. With a Tier 3 spirit master and the hellhound, how can she fight? What can she use to fight? Someone save her. Why isn't anyone going to save her? The commotion in the venue had turned into panicked cries. The major general in the VIP section clenched his fists, his teeth gritting audibly. He could do nothing. With the teleportation array blocked and reinforcements still on the way, he could only watch helplessly as the scene unfolded on the screen. Inside the secret realm, Yi Qinghan's breathing became heavy. The corrosion on her right arm continued to worsen, the grayish-white color slowly spreading. The three heads of the hellhound before her all bowed, low, aimed at her direction. Flames, cold air, and acidic liquid. Three distinctly different forms of lethality were poised to unleash. There was no escape. Is this going to lead to my death? This thought flashed through Yi Qinghan's mind and was quickly snuffed out. It was impossible for her to die here. She had a grudge to settle. She needed to acquire the dragon blood cleansing liquid to break through to the second tier and walk the path of vengeance. She absolutely could not die in this place. A resolute light ignited in Yi Qinghan's eyes as her left fist slowly clenched. The remaining killing intent in her body began to converge towards her fist. She would risk it all. Even if she could not win, she would make these scum from the mist cult pay a price. Just as she was prepared to make her final stand, Lin Ye's voice echoed in her mind. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Trust me this once, let's fuse together. Yi Qinghan instinctively turned her head. The zipper of her backpack had been opened at some point, and Lin Ye crawled out from inside, lying at her feet looking up. His two large white eyes showed no fear or retreat, only a kind of clumsy yet earnest seriousness. Yi Qinghan stared at him, momentarily unsure of what to say. Fuse together. This term she had heard Lin Ye convey before. In the messages he transmitted, every time he brushed against her, these two words appeared most frequently. But she always thought it was just a low-intelligence slime sending out meaningless signals. Letting this sticky creature crawl onto her body. Just thinking about it gave her goosebumps. I know you find me distasteful. Lin Ye sensed the slight change in Yi Qinghan's expression and transmitted his thoughts again. You think him sticky, and that crawling on you is disgusting, right? Yi Qinghan roughly guessed what Lin Ye was saying, but now is not the time to worry about that. Lin Ye's thoughts became quick and urgent. You can't beat that. If it hits you with its attack, you're finished. I'm a symbiotic entity. My ability is to merge with my host. After merging, your strength will directly rise to Tier 3. My defense will cover your whole body, and that dog's flames and acidic liquid won't harm you. Yi Qinghan caught a few key words in the middle. Her heartbeat quickened, directly rising to Tier 3. Full body defense. Her spirit had such capabilities. It sounded like a fantasy, but she knew that if she didn't do something, she would meet her end here today. No more hesitation. What time is it to be picky? If we don't act now, these two people and the dog will treat us as dinner. Lin Ye was frantically complaining in his heart, but he worked hard to keep his emotions steady, transmitting calm and rational information to Yi Qinghan. Trust me, just this once. The three mouths of the hellhound had completely opened. In the left mouth, a basketball-sized ice ball had formed, its surface glimmering with a terrifying cold light. In the middle mouth, a stream of scorching flames poured out, the temperature so high that the surrounding rocks began. In the right mouth, a thick green acidic liquid was spewed forth, dripping onto the ground, instantly corroding a hole into the hard stone slab, emitting white smoke. Threefold attacks. Freezing, burning, and corroding. All paths of retreat were blocked. Yi Qinghan looked at the three impending attacks, and then glanced at the black sphere at her feet, gazing up at her. She recalled the snippets of the past half-month. When she was injured during her cultivation, it was he who activated energy to help her recover. When she was cornered by Wang Tung in an alley, he had recklessly leaped out to shield her. Every day, she went outside the city to hunt mist beasts. No matter how dangerous the situation, he had remained steadily in her backpack or on her shoulder, never leaving her side. He had never faltered at critical moments. Never. Yi Qinghan gritted her silver teeth. Come on, that's exactly what I've been waiting to hear. Lin Ye gathered his strength to leap. Yi Qinghan instinctively opened her arms, thinking he would jump into her palms. But Lin Ye did not. His body accurately landed on the surface of Yi Qinghan's foot. As Lin Ye's black liquid-like body made contact with her foot, it began to spread upward at an astonishing speed, first reaching her ankle. Then it moved to her calf, followed by her knees and thighs. The sensation was peculiar, icy and slippery, enveloping her like an invisible pair of tight-fitting stockings, fitting better than any clothing. No, slow down. Can you slow down? Yi Qinghan's expression flushed with color. Yet Lin Ye paid no mind to her feelings, his entire focus on the process of merging. As a symbiote merging with the host was an instinctual operation requiring no learning or practice, his body knew what to do. But to be honest, starting from the feet was indeed a bit selfish on his part. It's not intentional. Covering from the feet up ensures better stability. It is absolutely a technical consideration. It has nothing to do with how good those feet look. They do look quite good. The curve of the ankle is simply perfect. The calf muscles are toned, but not bulky, and the skin around the knee is thin and tender. While he was inwardly ranting, his body had already covered Yi Qinghan's waist. The black liquid continued to move upward, enveloping her abdomen and back, forming a thick, yet flexible armor on her torso. Yi Qinghan could feel a tremendous power surging into her body from this layer of black coverage. This power was entirely different from her own malevolent energy. It was wilder and more primal, yet it fused precisely with her physical cultivation strength, creating a terrifying synergy far exceeding their sum. Her level was rapidly ascending. Peak first rank, lower second rank, mid-second rank, upper second rank, peak second rank, third rank. Her aura steadily halted at the threshold of lower third rank, but it was not over. The black liquid continued to rise, enveloping her arms, hands, and finally covering her neck and face. The entire process took no more than 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, the figure standing in place was no longer the cool girl in a black combat suit. Instead, it was a tall and imposing figure entirely covered in black liquid material, with a smooth black mask obscuring her face, revealing only 2 large eyes that emitted a white glow. The mask had sharp angles, presenting a contour that blended beauty with ferocity. The black armor on her body conformed to Yi Qinghan's shape, perfectly outlining her slender form, tight and fluid, with intricate motion patterns at every joint. A terrifying aura of third rank surged from her. The 3 heads of the hellhound instinctively recoiled, a primal reaction of fear in the face of a natural enemy. The 2 masked figures finally dropped their condescending attitude. This aura, third rank, has she broken through to third rank? No, that's not right. It's not a breakthrough, it's that black thing boosting her. Yi Qinghan looked at her hands covered in black armor and clenched her fists. Power. Unprecedented power surged within her. The sensation she felt now was somewhat reminiscent of when she first stepped into the imperial rank in her past life. No, it was even stronger. Because this power was not hers alone. It was a combined force of 2 beings. The main venue outside the secret realm. This scene was captured perfectly on the big screen. The audience fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the figure covered in black liquid material, mouths agape, but unable to make a sound. Image 1, Image 2, what is that? Her spirit has attached to her. Wait, that Frank slime, after covering her, her level jumped straight to third rank. What a joke. How could Frank's spirit have such a boosting effect? The Major General in the VIP area stared intently at the screen, his arm muscles taut. This is not a normal spirit master tactic. His voice was deep and solemn. This is the symbiotic form. The legendary symbiotic form. The hellhound was the first to launch its attack. The 3 heads unleashed flames, ice spikes, and corrosive acid, simultaneously spreading in a fan shape, blocking all avenues of escape for Yi Qinghan. There's no way to dodge. No need to dodge. Lin Ye's voice echoed clearly in Yi Qinghan's. Moreover, Lin Ye did not control Yi Qinghan's body. He allowed her to take charge herself, as it was best for her to fight personally in this situation. After merging, the mental link between the 2 was completely established. That damned 2G signal barrier no longer existed. Just take it, Heaton. Also, my name is Lin Ye, not Little Black. Yi Qinghan did not hesitate and chose to trust him. She stood still, pondering that this black slime was named Lin Ye. The flames were the first to arrive, a scorching wave rushing in. Yi Qinghan instinctively shut her eyes, but the anticipated burning sensation did not come. The black symbiotic armor automatically formed a thick shield in front of her, redirecting the flames to either side upon impact, unable to break through. Next came the ice spikes, massive and thick, striking the surface of the armor at incredible speed, producing a crisp, shattering sound. The surface of the armor was left with only a few shallow white marks, which repaired themselves half a second later. Finally, there was the acidic liquid, a green corrosive fluid splashing onto the armor, emitting hissing sounds and producing white smoke, yet it also failed to inflict any substantial damage. Threefold attack, all blocked. Lin Ye certainly had no side effects from his venom. He was not afraid of flames or any of that. What's going on? The masked figure on the left finally changed color. The hellhound's threefold attack represented third-rank power, capable of severely wounding a spirit master of the same rank. Yet the opponent was left unscathed. What exactly is that black substance? Yi Qinghan was also. She looked down at the armor on her body, where the spots hit by the attacks were automatically repairing at an absurd speed. Surprised. Unexpected. Lin Ye's voice rang in her mind, tinged with an unmistakable pride. He was not just any Venom. He was fireproof. Don't get cocky, you only blocked the first wave. Yi Qinghan responded in her mind. The first wave. The second and third waves will be blocked just the same. Lin Ye's tone was very certain. Yi Qinghan no longer hesitated. She pushed off the ground and transformed into a black shadow charging straight at the hellhound. Her speed was so fast that the air was torn apart, producing a sharp whistle. Whoa, you're running way too fast. Lin Ye was taken aback by the speed boost he provided. After merging, Yi Qinghan's physical qualities were the sum of their fusion. She was originally at peak first rank in body cultivation, and combined with Lin Ye's third rank mid-level symbiotic strength, her explosive power far exceeded that of an ordinary third rank. The middle head of the hellhound opened its mouth to bite. Yi Qinghan did not dodge. Instead, she reached out her right hand and firmly grasped its upper jaw. The hand covered in black armor gripped the terrifying maw tightly as scorching flames spewed from between the teeth, but were perfectly blocked by the armor. Whoa! The left head of the hellhound seized the opportunity to bite. Yi Qinghan's left hand also stretched out, accurately catching the second mouth. With one hand on each head, the third head roared on the right, preparing to spray acid. Leave this to me. Lin Ye's voice sounded, and two dark tendrils extended from Yi Qinghan's back, swiftly wrapping around the third head's mouth, securing it tightly, with not a drop of acid escaping. Together they suppressed all of the hellhound's attack methods. The audience erupted in an uproar. The main venue outside the secret realm was beyond mere astonishment. Is she wrestling with the third-rank hellhound? She won. She has suppressed it. All three heads are under control. What kind of ability is this? What rank is that slime? Different voices emerged. That black thing has completely enveloped her. It looks quite intimidating. Right? Doesn't it look a bit like a beast? A normal spirit master wouldn't turn into this. Who cares if it looks like a beast? Can't you see she's saving someone? The debate surged and fell. However, Yi Qinghan in the secret realm could not hear any of this. Her entire focus was on the three-headed dog in front of her and the two masked figures behind her. Don't just play with the dog. The two behind are the key, Lin Ye reminded. Yi Qinghan understood this well, as she couldn't keep wasting time with the three-headed dog. Let go. She suddenly released her grip. In an instant, the three heads of the dog instinctively shrank back. In that brief moment, Yi Qinghan struck. As her right fist pushed forward, the black battle armor on her fist suddenly bulged, forming an extra layer of hardened armor, instantly doubling the size and weight of her fist. Her fist slammed into the largest head of the hellish three-headed dog. Bang! The massive body of the three-headed dog was sent reeling backward by the blow, its four sturdy legs scraping deep grooves into the ground as it slid back for over 10 meters before stabilizing. The middle head was directly struck to the side, dark viscous blood oozing from the corner of its mouth. Good punch. Lin Ye silently gave a thumbs up to Yi Qinghan. Thanks to your support, Yi Qinghan replied inwardly. No need to be polite, we are one now, your punch is my punch. Yi Qinghan's lips curved slightly under her mask. But then her expression turned cold again as the interior of her battle armor's chest plate was subtly moving. It wasn't an adjustment for the armor's own adaptability, but a conscious, slow probing sensation near her chest. Yi Qinghan's cheeks instantly flushed. Lin Ye. She called out his name in her mind, her tone icy. What are you doing? What are you doing on my chest? Lin Ye's movements halted. After a brief silence, he responded in an innocent tone that was almost infuriating. Adjusting the fit. Just a technical operation. Ensuring there are no blind spots in the armor's defense. Yi Qinghan's temples twitched. Do you believe I can just tear you off right now? No, no, no. Lin Ye quickly backed down. Let's finish this first, then we'll talk. His touch immediately became restrained. Yi Qinghan took a breath and pulled her attention back to the battlefield. The two masked figures had returned to their senses from the initial shock. They exchanged a glance and began their joint assault. The masked figure on the right gathered two orbs of grayish-white corrupted spiritual power in his hands and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts at Yi Qinghan. The masked figure on the left commanded the injured hellish three-headed dog to charge again. The first-tier little ant had suddenly transformed into a third-tier monster. They had no room left to underestimate their opponents. Facing the barrage of energy blasts, Yi Qinghan chose to charge forward. The armor automatically formed a streamlined deflector structure in front of her, causing most of the energy blasts to deflect away, while only a few direct hits were endured. As she charged, she closed in on the masked figure on the right, the distance rapidly shrinking. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. The masked figure's expression changed. He hadn't expected Yi Qinghan's advanced speed to be so fast. He quickly retreated, but Yi Qinghan was even faster. Her right hand reached out, and the armor extended a half-meter-long black blade from her arm, the sharp edge slicing through the fog with a black arc of light. The blade of symbiosis. Lin Ye revealed a proud smile within the mask. Swish! A crisp sound of slicing through the air. The blade cut through the masked figure's abdomen, tearing a huge gash in his gray robe, and the protective spiritual power within was also cleaved in two. Uffed! Blood splattered. The masked figure staggered backward, clutching his wound, incredulously staring at Yi Qinghan. A single strike had broken through his defenses. The attack power of this woman covered in black liquid was completely on par with that of a mid-level third tier. One down. Lin Ye's voice was filled with barely restrained excitement. At that moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the mouth area of Yi Qinghan's mask, and from the crack a small black head poked out. It was round and smooth with two big white eyes. That was Lin Ye. He sprouted an independent little head from the surface of the armor near Yi Qinghan's shoulder, his eyes moving nimbly as he spoke directly from his mouth. "Hi, masked dude. Does it hurt?" The entire scene fell silent again. In the main venue outside the secret realm, everyone watched the little talking head emerging from the black armor on the big screen. Yi Qinghan's face turned green behind the mask. "What are you doing?" "After merging, I can talk normally. This is the first time I've spoken since I came to this world. What's wrong with letting me enjoy a little chat? Get back inside." "No, I want to talk. I've been holding it in for half a month, do you know?" Lin Ye's little head stubbornly clung to Yi Qinghan's shoulder, his big white eyes blinking as he looked at the two already frightened masked figures. The masked figure on the left, commanding the three-headed dog, was trembling. What is this spirit creature?" "I am Venom." Lin Ye's little head broke into a wide grin, revealing sharp white teeth. "Remember this name, though you probably won't live to see the end of today." The masked figure on the left was clearly a tough character. Even though he was startled by Lin Ye's toothy grin, he regained his composure in half a second. "No matter what you are." His voice came from behind the mask, deep and sinister. "A third tier is still a third tier. Do you think you can turn the tables just because you merged?" He raised his hand, forming a strange hand seal and chanting incantations. Suddenly, a dark red light erupted from the hellish three-headed dog, its already massive body swelling once more, and the eyes of all three heads turned blood red. "Frenzy." Yi Qinghan frowned. It looks like some kind of forbidden technique that sacrifices lifespan for a temporary increase in power." Lin Ye's little head turned. "The aura of this dog has strengthened. It is probably approaching the peak of the third tier." "Die for me." The masked figure shouted angrily, and the three heads of the hellish dog howled at the sky, the sound waves sending nearby debris flying. Its speed increased to a new level after going into frenzy. With a push of its forelegs, its entire body transformed into a black-red shadow rushing straight toward Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan stepped forward, moving sideways to avoid the direct charge. But the hellish, three-headed dog's tail swung around, carrying tremendous force. Bang! Yi Qinghan crossed her arms to block her body, sent sliding back 7 or 8 meters. The stone ground beneath her feet gouged out 2 deep grooves. What tremendous force! A wave of soreness coursed through her arms. Although the armor's defense held strong, the impact had undeniably transmitted through. "Tanking this isn't worth it. This dog's power has increased by at least 50% after frenzying." Lin Ye analyzed quickly. "We need to hit its weak points." "Where's the weak point?" "At the junction of the three heads' necks." The physiological structure of the three-headed dog determines that spot as its core node for movement coordination. Severing one neck connection will directly have its combat power. She did not ask Lin Ye how he knew these things. There was no time for details on the battlefield. The hellhound turned and charged again. This time, Yi Qinghan chose not to take it heed. At the last moment, she swiftly crouched down and slipped beneath the hellhound's belly. Simultaneously, a short blade coalesced in her right hand. Swish! The blade sliced through the hellhound's abdomen, leaving a deep wound that exposed bone. The hellhound howled in agony, staggering forward for over 10 meters before steadying itself. Yi Qinghan stood up without pause, pressing forward once more. Her fighting style underwent a subtle change after merging. Previously, she relied solely on her physical cultivation, fighting with brute force and decisiveness, drawing entirely from her past experiences. But now, with Lin Ye's symbiotic blade and transformation abilities, her attacks became more varied, and her fists could transform into blades at the last moment. Her arms could extend into whip-like tendrils for surprise assaults, and her defenses could instantaneously thicken at any part of her body. This transformed her combat style from pure melee into a hybrid mode that was semi-solid and semi-transformed, making it impossible for her opponents to predict from which position or in what form she would attack next. Although the hellhound's strength increased after going berserk, it gradually fell into a passive state under Yi Qinghan's bizarre and unpredictable attacks. One of its left heads was struck by a spinning kick. The right head was ensnared by tendrils extending from its back. As the middle head attempted to spew fire, Yi Qinghan landed a punch on its jaw, forcefully stifling the flames. Ow. In the moment, the middle head tilted back. The connection between the three necks was exposed. Now was the time. Yi Qinghan's right hand formed into a blade and slashed diagonally. The black symbiotic blade accurately embedded itself at the junction of the left neck and the middle neck, slicing inch by inch into the tough flesh. Ow! The hellhound let out a heart-wrenching howl. A torrent of dark blood surged forth from the wound. Yi Qinghan twisted her wrist, forcefully rotating the blade 90 degrees before pulling it horizontally. Swish! The left head, along with half its neck, was completely severed. Blood spurted from the severed neck, shooting into the sky. The massive body of the hellhound convulsed violently, and the remaining two heads let out piercing wails simultaneously. Beautiful! Lin Ye shouted. After losing one head, the hellhound's breath rapidly weakened, and its movements became slow and chaotic, its four legs stumbling. Yi Qinghan pressed the advantage, delivering 3 punches and a kick to the hellhound's vital areas, finally bringing it down to the ground. No, it can't be. My lord won't lose. The masked man on the left watched as his spirit was brought to the brink of collapse, panic creeping into his voice. He attempted to turn and flee. Wanna run? Lin Ye's small head turned toward him from Yi Qinghan's shoulder, revealing a chilling smile. You never asked for my consent. For tendrils shot from Yi Qinghan's back, tracing 4 black arcs in the air, accurately piercing through the masked man's limbs. The masked man's screams echoed in the mist. Don't kill him, Yi Qinghan said in her mind to Lin Ye. Leave him alive. The 749 Bureau needs to interrogate him. All right, you are the boss. Lin Ye reduced his strength, pinning the masked man to the ground, ensuring he could not move. The masked man, who had been previously injured in the abdomen, had already taken the opportunity to escape, while Yi Qinghan was engaged with the hellhound. However, he didn't get far. From the other direction, the 749 Bureau's breach team finally broke through the blockade, and the first batch of reinforcements entered the secret realm through the repaired teleportation array. The fleeing masked man had just run 500 meters when he collided with the fully armed special forces of the 749 Bureau. 2 minutes later, he was bound tightly and pressed to the ground. Meanwhile, members of the Mist cult in other areas of the secret realm were also surrounded and captured by the arriving reinforcements. 5 third-tier Mist cult members were ultimately 3 dead and 2 captured. The one captured was the left masked man, who had been pinned by Yi Qinghan and Lin Ye. The chaos in the secret realm lasted nearly 20 minutes before it completely settled. Yi Qinghan stood in the center of the battlefield, the massive corpse of the hellhound lying at her feet. The black battle armor on her body had not yet dissipated, and her 2 white eyes calmly surveyed the surroundings behind her mask. The small head of Lin Ye on her shoulder was also looking around, wearing a very satisfied expression. Fierce woman, let me eat this dog. The corpse of a third-tier advanced spirit must yield extraordinary absorption points. Yi Qinghan hesitated for a second and nodded. After all, this corpse was of no use to her. Lin Ye was so happy that he nearly jumped off her shoulder. A part of the battle armor detached from Yi Qinghan's arm, landing on the hellhound's corpse, and began to voraciously consume it. Ding! Absorbing the third-tier advanced spirit, the hellhound gained 5,000 absorption points. 5,000 points. Lin Ye was so delighted that his entire body trembled. After the absorption was complete, Yi Qinghan finally released the merge. The black liquid material slowly peeled away from her body, reforming into a black fluid with small eyes that landed in her palm. Yi Qinghan's true self was once again exposed to the air. Some areas of her combat suit had been soaked during the merging process, clinging tightly to her body, outlining her overly perfect figure. She glanced down at her chest, her expression suddenly changing. Lin Ye. The black fluid in her palm blinked innocently with its white eyes. Moi, were you honest with me just now, eh? I was very honest. Then what was with those extra sensations on the inner wall of my chest armor? It's an adaptive adjustment during battle, ensuring fit to maximize defensive effectiveness. It's very professional. Yi Qinghan stared at him for 5 seconds. Then she stuffed him into her backpack and zipped it up. Lin Ye's faint murmurs came from the backpack. It's really a technical requirement. Yi Qinghan took a deep breath, found a secluded spot to change into clean clothes, and then walked toward the 749 Bureau's reinforcement team. The people from the 749 Bureau arrived quickly. Li Jun personally led the team into the secret realm, and after confirming that all the members of the Mist cult had been dealt with, he immediately found Yi Qinghan. Are you all right? He looked Yi Qinghan up and down, his tone clearly filled with concern. I'm fine. Yi Qinghan nodded. The grayish-white marks on her right arm that had been corroded by spiritual power had been mostly repaired during the merging process by Lin Ye's energy, leaving only a few shallow scars. Li Jun's gaze lingered on her for a moment before quickly shifting to the masked man, who was bound and had a spiritual energy seal stuffed in his mouth. Take him away to the interrogation room. Two special forces members carried the masked man away. Qinghan, Li Zhen's voice dropped a few notches. I saw the form you took after merging with your spirit on the surveillance footage outside. Yi Qinghan's expression remained unchanged. That ability I have never seen recorded in any literature. Li Zhen's tone was serious. Your spirit really isn't a slime, is it? Yi Qinghan looked down at her backpack. A muffled murmur came from inside. Who is a slime? I am Venom, all right. He says his name is Venom. Yi Qinghan relayed. Venom. Li Zhen noted this name. Symbiotic form level amplification automatic defense plus independent attacking tendrils and transformation abilities. The overall performance of such a spirit has already exceeded the evaluation standards of S-Class. He paused for a few seconds. No, it has even exceeded the scope covered by S-Class. SS. It's possible. Yi Qinghan did not pursue the topic. What concerned her most right now was another matter. How did the Mist cult members end up in the college entrance exam secret realm? Who opened the door for them? Li Zhen's expression darkened. We are investigating. The blockade was activated from the inside, indicating that there were people from their side who had previously set up the core of the formation in the secret realm. The management rights of the college entrance exam secret realm belong jointly to the Lawn City Spirit Association and the City Lord's Mansion. Few people have access to the lowest level permissions of the secret realm. He paused. We are already looking into it. Yi Qinghan nodded, not pressing further. But she already had a vague suspicion in her heart. After leaving the secret realm, the scene in the main venue was chaotic. Parents were crying, students were hugging each other in fear, and medical teams were urgently treating the injured being withdrawn from the secret realm. The college entrance exam was urgently halted. All candidates' scores were temporarily frozen, awaiting further processing. Yi Qinghan, carrying the backpack containing Lin Ye, walked through the chaotic crowd. Countless gazes converged on her. Some were filled with admiration, some with fear, some with gratitude, and others with unease. Everyone witnessed the moment she transformed in the secret realm through the live broadcast on the big screen. The black liquid material covered her body, sprouting a talking head from her shoulder. Such an image was too shocking for most ordinary people. That person is Yi Qinghan. Amazing, she defeated the Hellhound all by herself. It's impressive, but that form is too terrifying, all dark and sprouting a head like a monster. Exactly who knows what that spirit really is? What if it's an evil object? What nonsense are you talking? She risked her life to save others, and you're here calling her a monster. I didn't mean that. I just feel like it's not quite normal. Yi Qinghan could hear all these murmurs. Her steps did not falter. Lin Ye in the backpack also heard this. He squeezed to the gap in the backpack to take a look at those whispering people, curling his lips in disdain. A bunch of ingrate wolves. The fierce woman fought desperately to save so many people, yet these folks are first pondering our appearance. But it doesn't matter, let them say what they want, I look good anyway. He wouldn't get angry over such matters. But Yi Qinghan was different. She could feel the unease and distance in those gazes. She did not mind. She had experienced more significant prejudice and exclusion than this. In her past life, she rose from an unknown spirit master to the position of Empress, crushing countless cold glances and ridicule along the way. Such a small storm could not stir any waves. She walked straight out of the sports center. The sunlight outside was intense. Yi Qinghan stood at the entrance, taking a deep breath, feeling the warmth of the sun on her skin as the tense nerves that had been taut for hours finally relaxed. Lin Ye. Moi. Thank you. The backpack fell silent for 2 seconds. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Say it again. Yi Qinghan's lips slightly pursed. Say it again. What I meant was you did all right today. All right. Is that all? I saved your life. Shouldn't you say I was excellent? Pass. I'm leaving. Yi Qinghan carried the backpack toward the civilian district. The sunset cast a long shadow behind her, and in the outline of the shadow the position of her backpack. That night, after returning home, Yi Qinghan did not rush to rest. She sat on the edge of her bed, placing Lin Ye on the table facing each other. After merging, even though they had released the symbiotic state, the mental link between them had stabilized significantly compared to before. Although it still did not reach the perfect smoothness of the merging state, at least Yi Qinghan could understand 7 or 8 out of 10 of Lin Ye's words. The moment Yi Qinghan closed the door behind her, her entire aura fell off. Lin Ye sprang out from the backpack, landing on the table, and before he could stretch his cramped body, he felt a chilling gaze lock onto him. He turned his body, slightly meeting Yi Qinghan's face, which was cold to the extreme. Speak, she said, leaning against the door frame with her arms crossed, her voice devoid of any warmth. Speak of what? Lin Ye played dumb. What did you do to me during the fusion? Lin Ye blinked his big white eyes, conveying an innocent signal filled with utmost sincerity. I didn't do anything, it was just a normal fusion, right? Yi Qinghan's gaze shifted downwards, lingering on herself for 2 seconds, then she raised her eyes again to stare at Lin Ye. Does a normal fusion require adjustments on my chest repeatedly? Lin Ye's body shrank slightly. That was an adaptive fit calibration, a necessary technical step that I explained before. Lin Ye, here. Do you think I believe you? Lin Ye fell silent for a second, then chose what he deemed the most reasonable path for self-preservation. Let's put belief aside for now. Oh, just tell me, was that fusion pleasurable? Yi Qinghan's expression changed. It wasn't anger, nor was it the embarrassment of hitting a sore spot, but a subtle pause that even she hadn't anticipated. Her cheeks indeed flushed for an instant. It was quickly suppressed, but Lin Ye, with his evolved eyesight, saw that fleeting blush clearly. You see, you know it yourself? Before the fusion, you were surrounded and beaten by 2 Tier 3 beasts and a 3-headed dog. After the fusion, you crushed a dog's head with one hand and eliminated a masked man in a single slash. Can't you feel the disparity yourself? Yi Qinghan stared at him for a full 5 seconds, her chest slightly rising and falling. She did not deny it, because it truly felt pleasurable. That sensation of power surging through her body was somewhat similar to her experience of stepping into the Emperor stage in her past life, even stronger in certain dimensions. The synergy of 2 consciousnesses fighting together far exceeded her initial expectations. But that didn't mean she could accept having her body wrapped in a mass of black liquid while enduring the creeping sensation on her sensitive areas. From now on, without my permission, you are not allowed to fusion on your own. Yi Qinghan's tone was heavy, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between her teeth. Did you hear me? Yes, yes. Lin Ye nodded twice on the table, highly cooperative. After Yi Qinghan gave him 2 more glances to confirm his proper attitude, she turned and walked towards the bathroom. She had run around in the secret realm all day and fought a tough battle covered in dust and sweat, needing a thorough wash. The bathroom door closed. The sound of water began. Lin Ye lay on the table, and once Yi Qinghan's footsteps completely disappeared, a smile slowly crept across his face. Agree. Of course he agreed. But agreeing was one thing. He kept a clear account in his heart. He was the Venom, a symbiote merging with the host was instinct embedded in his genes. It wasn't a matter of whether Yi Qinghan allowed it, but whether he wanted to. The reason he obediently separated after the fusion today was simply that he felt there was no rush and to take it slow. He could have easily hidden inside Yi Qinghan without coming out. What could she do? However, in his past life, he had been a good youth of Huaxiao, so this had to be taken slowly. He flipped over, rolled half a circle on the table, and comfortably lay down. The sound of water from the bathroom continued, and his mind began to ponder serious matters. Although they won today's battle, many problems were exposed. His devouring points had risen to just over 10,000, still far from the next evolution. From Tier 3 lower to Tier 3 middle requires 100,000 points. The gap in between isn't something that can be made up in a day or two. However, there was something more important that caught his attention. While devouring the hellhounds, a notification popped up from the system that he had never seen before. He reopened the system panel and flipped to the skills section. Resilient Skin, a grade, permanently increases physical defense by 20 by grade basic physical attack. These 2 skills were his most basic passive abilities at this stage, 1 for defense and 1 for attack, both at low levels. In the lower right corner of the system panel, there was a line of small text he had never noticed before. Skill enhancement consumes devouring points to upgrade skills, with each level requiring more devouring points as the skill grade increases. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. Skill enhancement. He had always thought that the stolen skill levels were fixed, not realizing they could be upgraded. He immediately clicked on the detailed explanation. A grade to grade requires 500 points. Grade to grade requires 1,000 points. Grade to grade requires 2,000 points. Grade to a grade requires 4,000 points. A grade to grade requires 100,000 points. Grade seemed to be a significant leap, demanding far too many devouring points. Upgrading Resilient Skin from a grade to a grade totaled 7,500 points. Bite from grade to a grade also required an additional 250 points from F to E, totaling 7,750 points. To max out both skills to a grade, he would need a total of 15,250 points. He currently had 15,300 points. Lin Ye flicked the table. It was enough. Although he would only have 50 points left after the upgrades, the combat power boost from the permanent a grade passive skills was a qualitative leap. He didn't hesitate and directly began the operation. Do you want to consume 7,500 devouring points to upgrade Resilient Skin from a grade to a grade? Confirmed. A warm energy surged from within, permeating every cell of his skin. That sensation was peculiar, as if countless miniature hammers were striking every inch of his skin, reforging the already resilient surface. The process lasted about 30 seconds. Resilient Skin has been upgraded to a grade, permanently increases physical defense by 120. Additional effect increases spiritual energy attack resistance by 40. Lin Ye looked at the data on the panel, feeling ecstatic. With a 120 physical defense boost combined with 40 spiritual energy resistance, this meant he could withstand most Tier 3 attacks without injury, even without merging. This level of defense was already on par with some Tier 3 spirit guardians specialized in defense. Next was Bite. Do you want to consume 7,750 devouring points to upgrade Bite from grade to a grade? Confirmed. This enhancement felt completely different. It wasn't just a reshaping of the skin, but a comprehensive upgrade of his oral structure and tooth hardness. He could feel his biting power rapidly ascending, his teeth becoming sharper, and the strength of his jaw muscles growing to a terrifying level. Bite has been upgraded to a grade. Biting power has reached Tier 3 upper level. Additional effect comes with a spiritual energy corrosive layer that can damage the target's surface defense structure. Biting power at Tier 3 upper level plus spiritual energy corrosion. Lin Ye excitedly spun around on the table. This meant that now with a single bite he could pierce through even the armor of Tier 3 mist beasts. With both offense and defense upgraded to a grade, his overall combat power was no less than that of most Tier 3 middle-level spirit guardians. And this was without merging with Yi Qinghan. I'm becoming more and more handsome, he said, contentedly glancing at the updated system panel. Host Lin Ye form Venom mature level Tier 3 lower, 010. 0000 devouring points 50 abilities infinite devour SS grade energy feedback a grade skill theft a grade symbiotic blade a grade mimicry a grade resilient skin a grade bite a grade. Although he only had a pitiful 50 points left, he was not worried at all. His strength was fundamental. The bathroom door swung open. Yi Qinghan emerged wrapped in a bath towel, her wet hair cascading over her shoulders, droplets of water sliding down her collarbone. She stood barefoot on the floor, her 10 toes slightly curled, a drop of water clinging to her ankle that had yet to dry. Lin Ye's gaze inadvertently flicked to her feet. Fair-skinned with graceful curves, the distinct yet subtle joints of her feet created a flowing line from the instep to the toes. He quickly averted his eyes. Just pure appreciation from an artistic perspective. Yi Qinghan didn't notice his small gesture and walked straight to the wardrobe to change into her pajamas, then sat on the edge of the bed to dry her hair. I just received a message on the way. The supplementary exam for the college entrance examination is tomorrow, she said while drying her hair. All right, Lin Ye replied. The content Yi Qinghan received was about 70 to 80% clear, much better than before they merged. The secret realm is still Class C. The rules remain unchanged, but the 749 Bureau will enhance security on the periphery, and situations like today will not occur again. After you enter, continue with your thing, devouring. Yes. Yi Qinghan finished drying her hair, draped the towel over the back of the chair, and glanced back at him. Just don't make things difficult for me. When have I ever made things difficult for you? Yi Qinghan didn't answer this question, turned off the light, lay down, and pulled the blanket over herself. Lin Ye rolled his eyes silently in the dark. Clearly, every time it's you guys who strike first, yet in the end it turns out I'm the one causing trouble. Women. He shook his head and closed his eyes to prepare for rest. Tomorrow there would be a tough battle to fight. Conserving energy was the priority. Early the next morning, before Yi Qinghan stepped out, Lin Ye noticed her wristband vibrating. Yi Qinghan opened the message interface on her wristband and glanced at it, her expression unchanged, but the corner of her mouth lifted slightly. What's wrong? Lin Ye sent a signal over. Yi Qinghan received it incompletely, but generally understood what he was asking. The Wang family is finished. She pulled up the information on her wristband to show Lin Ye. 749 Bureau Lan Chung Branch, internal notification. After interrogating the captured members of the Mist God sect and comparing the related evidence chain, it was confirmed that Wang Tianba, the head of the Wang family, and Lan Cheng maintained contact with the Mist God sect through secret channels while in custody, and the core components of the blockade array in the college entrance examination secret realm were secretly provided by the Wang family's industries. Wang Tianqing, the second son of the Wang family, directly participated in the planning and execution of this operation. The 749 Bureau has comprehensively sealed off all of Wang's family industries at 3 o'clock in the morning, and Wang Tianqing and all related personnel have been arrested. Wang Teng, as a minor associated person, will be temporarily detained until the case is concluded. Among the 3 major families in Lan Chung, the name of the Wang family will be forever erased from the map of this city starting today. Deservedly so. Lin Ye sneered internally. Yi Qinghan turned off the information interface. There was neither joy nor sentiment in her eyes, merely treating this as a result she had long anticipated. Let's go, we're going to be late for the supplementary exam. She slung Lin Ye's backpack over her shoulder and stepped out. On the way, Lin Ye pondered the affairs of the Wang family while in the backpack. To be honest, this outcome was not surprising from the moment Yi Qinghan anonymously reported to the 749 Bureau the Wang family's fate was already sealed. There was no need to get his hands dirty. All it took was to hand a sharp enough knife to the right person at the right time. The 749 Bureau was that knife, and the Wong family had willingly stretched their necks out. There was nothing noteworthy about the process of the supplementary. The 749 Bureau dispatched 2 formally organized combat teams to maintain vigilance around the secret realm, and the teleportation array inside the secret realm was also equipped with 3 layers of anti-tampering spiritual energy locks, raising the security level significantly compared to the actual college entrance examination day. After Yi Qinghan entered the secret realm just like the day before, she charged through, defeating all she could within the 6-hour time limit. Lin Ye followed behind, responsible for cleaning up and devouring, accumulating a considerable number of devouring points. When the final scores were released, Yi Qinghan's name appeared at the top of the national ranking real-time leaderboard. First in the nation. Lanqing No. 3 High School. Yi Qinghan's score, 9,200. The second place came from the Capital War Academy's affiliated school, with a score of 7,800. The gap was overwhelming. When this score was announced on the large screen at the main venue, the reaction on-site was quite complex. There were cheers, and there were doubts. But Yi Qinghan was not present. After she collected her scorecard, she left directly, not even attending the award ceremony. The day after the supplementary exam, the internet exploded. The news of Lansheng producing a national first was explosive enough, and coupled with the malignant incident of the Mist God sect infiltrating the secret realm, the two matters combined pushed Yi Qinghan's name to the top of the federal social network trending list. Lin Ye leaned on the table, while Yi Qinghan sat on the edge of the bed browsing through the information stream on her wristband, their distance, less than half a meter. Take a look at what these people are saying. Yi Qinghan briefly showed Lin Ye the comments section on her wristband, her tone flat. Lin Ye leaned in and scanned a few posts. How can the Lansheng supplementary exam compare to the formal examination? The secret realm had already been cleared out and the number of mist beasts must have decreased. The value of the points is insufficient. Exactly, the candidates from the capital produced legitimate scores, while such a major incident occurred here in Lansheng. Who can guarantee the fairness of the supplementary exam? Some people claimed that Yi Qinghan's spirit was in class black slime, a physical cultivator that couldn't even qualify as a spirit master. How could she take first place in the nation? That black transformation during the live broadcast the other day was too bizarre. Regardless of the authenticity of the grade, the appearance was frightening. What normal spirit master has a spirit that looks like that? Lin Ye squinted his large white eyes upon seeing the last post. Are these people insane? Everyone behind the keyboard is an expert. Yi Qinghan retracted her wristband, her tone devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Aren't you angry? Angry about what? Yi Qinghan tilted her head to glance at him. All I want is the reward, not fame. She stood up and walked to the window, pushing open the old window, revealing the gray sky of the civilian district outside. The dragon blood cleansing liquid will arrive tomorrow. That's what truly matters. Lin Ye watched her silhouette from behind, his evaluation of this woman rising once again. After experiencing the ups and downs of her past life, this level of gossip truly seemed trivial to her. However, Lin Ye himself felt a bit displeased. Were they saying he looked strange? That his appearance was scary? Clearly I look very handsome, a bunch of tasteless folks. He sulked as he rolled around on the table, then remembered the important matter. The dragon blood cleansing liquid. Yi Qinghan had been waiting for this for a long time. To cultivate the divine demon-suppressing body, a breakthrough from the first stage to the second stage requires the use of dragon blood as a catalyst. Otherwise, the body would be unable to withstand the violent, evil energy produced during the operation of the technique and would explode. The dragon blood cleansing liquid was that crucial catalyst. Once she obtained it, Yi Qinghan could officially attempt to break through to the second stage. During her breakthrough, she would definitely need his energy to stabilize her foundation. At that time, the contract link between him and her would further deepen. Perhaps the mental link could be upgraded to 4G then. Lin Ye was still looking forward to this prospect. Every time he spoke with the fierce woman, he could only convey about 70 to 80% of the information. The remaining 20 to 30% relied entirely on her imagination. This method of communication was truly exhausting. Yi Qinghan closed the window and returned to sit by the bed, crossing her legs to enter a meditative state. She needed to adjust her body to its optimal condition before obtaining the dragon blood cleansing elixir. Breaking through to the second tier was no trivial matter and required 100% preparation. Lin Ye quietly accompanied her, not making a sound. He leaned on the table, his gaze inadvertently falling on Yi Qinghan's crossed legs. She was wearing indoor shorts, her legs folded in front of her, the muscle lines of her calves subtly visible under the part below her knees tightened slightly due to the sitting posture. Her feet arched gracefully, with 10 toes pressed together, their tips lightly touching the opposite calf. Lin Ye swallowed. No, in this form it seemed he didn't need to swallow. Focus, focus, don't look. He forced his gaze away, compelling himself to stare at a crack in the wall. But speaking of which, why do you have to be barefoot while cultivating? Would wearing socks affect the meditation? It probably would, obstructing the flow of spiritual energy. Yes, it might. He found himself an irrefutable reason, and feeling justified let his gaze drift back secretly. Just one last look, and then I won't look anymore. This really is the last look. On the third morning, Li Jun personally delivered the prize to Yi Qinghan's home. A palm-sized sealed spiritual energy container entirely silver inscribed with intricate spirit-locking patterns. Li Jun placed the container on the table and opened the sealed lid. Inside the container was a liquid roughly the size of a cup of tea, deep dark red in color with golden patterns floating on the surface, exuding an ancient and wild aura. Lin Ye on the other side of the table immediately caught a whiff of that scent. It was the power of dragon blood. Although it had been diluted and refined, the residual pressure still made his liquid form involuntarily contract. What a good item. He sighed inwardly. The system also popped up a corresponding prompt. Detected high-quality dragon blood product, estimated devouring point value 100 to 15000. Lin Ye glanced at the number, wisely retracting his saliva. This item was the lifeline for the fierce woman to break through to the second tier. If he dared to have any thoughts, he would probably be crushed to death. Li Jun explained a few precautions nearby. The dragon blood cleansing elixir must be consumed in one go. Once you start taking it, you cannot stop midway, or the residual wild power in the dragon blood will backlash against your meridians. The entire process will last 6 to 8 hours. During this time, your body will undergo extremely intense transformations, and the pain will far exceed your previous experiences with beast blood tempering. Yi Qinghan nodded, her expression showing no signs of fluctuation. In her past life, she had used far more potent substances for body tempering. Pain was no longer a concern for her. Do you need help? Li Jun asked. I can arrange for a professional auxiliary spirit master to monitor you. Yi Qinghan glanced at Lin Ye at the corner of the table. He's enough for me. Li Jun's gaze also fell on Lin Ye, hesitating for a moment before finally just nodding. Then I won't disturb you. I wish you success. He turned and left. After the door closed, Yi Qinghan and Lin Ye exchanged a glance. Are you ready? Yi Qinghan asked. I can go at any time. Lin Ye's signal was stable and clear. Yi Qinghan placed the container of dragon blood cleansing elixir onto the floor by the bed and began to prepare. She moved all the excess items in the room to the corner, clearing herself a sufficiently large space. Then she took a clean blanket from the cupboard and laid it on the ground, sitting down. During the process, I may lose consciousness. All you need to do is continuously provide me energy feedback to help suppress the wild power of the dragon blood. I understand. Additionally, Yi Qinghan paused, her tone becoming slightly nuanced. My body might heat up during the process. Heat up? Like sweating? Oh, just do what you need to do and don't look too much. Lin Ye replied earnestly, I'm a spirit master, not a human. What do I need to look at? Yi Qinghan stared at his innocent round face for 2 seconds, clearly not believing his words. But she didn't say anything more. Time was of the essence. Delaying would reduce the activity of the dragon blood. Yi Qinghan tied her long hair into a high ponytail with a hair tie, took a deep breath, and raised the container to gulp down the dragon blood cleansing elixir. The moment she swallowed, her body began to change. First, it was her temperature. Starting from a normal 37 degrees, it soared, reaching over 42 degrees in less than 10 seconds. Faint red patterns emerged on the surface of Yi Qinghan's skin, an external manifestation of the wild power of the dragon blood violently colliding within her meridians. Sweat began to bead on her forehead, trickling down her cheeks and falling into the hollow of her collarbone. Here it comes, here it comes. She closed her eyes, exerting all her strength to operate the divine demon suppressing body, guiding the power of the dragon blood to flow along the path recorded in the technique. This process required extremely high concentration. Any misguidance of a meridian could lead to the wild power going out of control. Lin Ye immediately jumped to her side, maximizing the energy feedback capability through their contract link. Pure life energy surged into Yi Qinghan's body, forming a delicate balance with the wild power of the dragon blood, helping her gradually bring that violent force under control. Time passed second by second. Half an hour later, Yi Qinghan's condition began to intensify. Her body was completely soaked in sweat, her fitted clothes clinging tightly to her, outlining a figure that made Lin Ye frequently glance elsewhere. Her breathing became rapid and heavy, her lips slightly parted, emitting suppressed moans. They were not cries of pain, but more like a physiological response instinctively triggered by extreme stimulation. The dragon blood was transforming her flesh. Every bone, tendon, and inch of skin was being reshaped by the wild power, old cells being destroyed while new cells were reborn at dozens of times the usual rate under the catalysis of the dragon blood. The entire process was both destruction and rebirth, accompanied by an indescribable mix of sourness and burning. Yi Qinghan's body instinctively arched her back, lifting off the ground, her neck tilting back, revealing her elongated neck. Sweat dripped down her chin, and the neckline of her nightgown loosened slightly due to the movement. Lin Ye quickly shut his eyes. Don't look, don't look, don't look. I'm a spirit master, I'm very professional. Energy feedback, continuous output, stabilizing the foundation. This is what I should be doing right now. He chanted a mental mantra to focus, while simultaneously increasing the output of energy feedback. More life energy flowed into Yi Qinghan's body like a pair of gentle hands smoothing over the cracks inflicted by the dragon blood in her meridians. Yi Qinghan's body gradually relaxed, and her breathing became more stable. 2 hours had passed. Her body temperature transitioned from high fever to a steady state, maintained at a level slightly above normal. Some of the sweat on her body had dried, but her clothes remained clinging to her, providing little in the way of coverage. Lin Ye's energy reserves had been depleted by more than 60%, and his body began to show signs of shrinkage. But he did not stop. He knew that the next stage was the most critical. The breakthrough from the first to second stage of the divine demon prison body requires a burst of force to strike a key node within the body after the meridians have undergone dragon blood transformation. Once that node is breached, the power of the second stage will permeate throughout the body, completing a qualitative change. However, if the energy supply is insufficient during the impact, the node may not only fail to open, but the backlash could tear the meridians apart. Rest assured, fierce woman, with me here, nothing will happen to you. Lin Ye poured all his remaining energy. Yi Qinghan's body trembled violently once more. Her breath surged at that moment. Peak of the first stage. Critical point. Impact. Boom. A muffled sound erupted from within her, and a wave of heat, carrying the essence of dragon blood, spread through the air. In that instant, her breath broke through the shackles of the first stage, ascending to an entirely new level. Second stage. Yi Qinghan slowly opened her eyes. A flash of golden light passed through her gaze. She sat on the blanket, looking down at her hands. Her long fingers clenched and then relaxed, a faint blood-colored sheen shimmering on the surface of her skin. This was the side effect of having her marrow washed by dragon blood. Her skin had become more refined and tight, and her skeletal density and muscle strength had undergone a complete transformation. Second stage body cultivation. The second level of the divine demon prison body officially initiated. She could feel a stable and immense power within her, entirely different from the fierce energy of the first stage, more profound, more restrained, yet also more explosive. At the first stage, she could contend with second stage superiors. Now at the second stage, she could conservatively estimate that she could face off against mid-level third stage opponents directly. If she fused with Lin Ye, her combat strength would be even more terrifying. With this thought, Yi Qinghan's gaze fell upon the noticeably shrunken black sphere beside her. Lin Ye, having transferred nearly all his energy to her, had shrunk to the size of a fist, lying motionless on the blanket, his white eyes half open and half closed, appearing utterly exhausted. Yi Qinghan reached out and cradled him in her palm. The small black orb felt weightless in her hand, and its temperature was notably lower than usual. She gently stroked his surface with her thumb. You've worked hard. Lin Ye stirred slightly in her palm, trying to convey a signal. The fragmented message Yi Qinghan received was hiss. Dead. You want die? Yi Qinghan replied lightly. Hiss. Hungry. Need. Eat. He'll find something for you to eat in a moment. She placed Lin Ye beside the pillow and stood up to stretch her muscles. All her clothes were soaked with sweat, clinging to her and feeling cold and sticky, quite uncomfortable. As she walked toward the bathroom, her steps became much lighter. The agility and strength brought by the second stage made each of her movements flow smoothly. I'm going to take a shower. You stay here and behave. Hiss. What does that mean? Hiss. Okay. Yi Qinghan glanced at him and stepped into the bathroom. Lin Ye lay on the pillow, so weak he could hardly muster the strength to turn over. Yet his mood was good. Moreover, during her breakthrough, her meridians and body had been completely transformed by the dragon blood, allowing her to cultivate the divine demon prison body at a much faster rate than before. Of course, his most pressing need right now wasn't to be happy for the fierce woman's bright future, but rather to eat something. The energy transfer had drained him completely, and he urgently needed a large number of absorption points to restore his strength. What a hard life. Not only being a human-shaped power bank for others, but after charging, I still have to find a socket myself. He closed his eyes to rest for a moment, and after Yi Qinghan finished her shower, he weakly made a request. Hiss. Stone. Spirit stone. Give me. Yi Qinghan still had a few low-grade spirit stones left from the supply box, exchanged at Bureau 749. She took 2 and tossed them to Lin Ye. Lin Ye's body instinctively enveloped the spirit stones, beginning to absorb them. Although the energy of low-grade spirit stones was far less abundant than that of mist beast corpses or high-grade spirit plants, it was at least enough to restore him to a state where he could move normally. Ding. Absorbed 2 low-grade spirit stones, gaining 100 absorption points. 100 points better than nothing. However, combined with the absorption points accumulated from the makeup exam secret realm, his current reserves were around 7,000, not too poor. He could just wait for another opportunity to enter the secret realm to farm some points. Yi Qinghan changed her clothes and sat by the bed, taking out her wristband to check the information. Tomorrow morning, we need to go to the Bureau 749 base. She flipped through the notification message. Li Jun said there are new arrangements. What arrangements? Hiss. What? Arrangements? Yi Qinghan took a second to comprehend his meaning, then said, the annual training camp for new members of Bureau 749 nationwide will be held in Jiangqing. Jiangqing? Yes, the Jiangqing Elite Training Camp, held once a year, in which new reserve members and formal members from various branches nationwide must participate. Lin Ye's interest was piqued. Jiangqing was one of the largest cities within the Lan City region, with a purification tower scale and spiritual energy resources far exceeding those of Lan City by several levels. Moreover, the concentration of new members from various branches means that spirit manipulators and body cultivators from different cities would gather in one place. In other words, there would be many fresh opponents to observe and learn from. Of course, more importantly for him, there would be many potential targets for absorption. The training camp would surely involve various combat drills and field training, and the types and levels of mist beasts encountered would undoubtedly be richer than the Clevel secret realm in Lan City. All right, let's go. Lin Ye had already begun to plan in his mind. Yi Qinghan put down her wristband and tilted her head to look at him. Before we go, I need to tell you a few things. First, when we get there, don't casually expose your fusion abilities. Oh, I don't want to attract too much attention. Second, don't speak carelessly to strangers. That form of yours with the long head and mouth is too frightening. Last time someone called it a monster. Third, she paused, don't rub against me randomly. Lin Ye rolled his eyes. Is that third rule? Hiss. Directed at me. Yi Qinghan did not answer this question, directly lying down and turning off the light. In the darkness, Lin Ye lay on the table beside the pillow, gazing at the faint moonlight on the ceiling. Jiangqing Elite Training Camp. Fresh blood from branches nationwide. The fierce woman's new combat power at the second stage. Plus his a-level resilient skin and bite. The show is about to begin. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Yi Qinghan arrived punctually at the 749 Bureau's Lan City branch base. Li Jun was already waiting for her in the hall, accompanied by 2 people that Lin Ye recognized. Zhao Gang rushed over as soon as he saw Yi Qinghan, his expression much more enthusiastic than last time. Sister Yi. No, Qinghan. Have you gotten stronger? Your aura is completely different from last time. I'm now second stage, Yi Qinghan replied succinctly. Zhao Gang's mouth opened and closed in disbelief. His own level was also second stage intermediate. Last time, during a mission, Yi Qinghan was still at the peak of first stage. How could it have only been a few days? Your upgrade speed is outrageous. Xinyu remarked, not as exaggerated as Zhao Gang, but her gaze held a bit more seriousness. Congratulations, she said. Yi Qinghan nodded. Li Jun clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention. All right, we'll talk more about Yi Qinghan later. This time for the training camp in Jiang City, our Lan City branch will send 3 people, just you 3. Looking at Zhao Gang and Xinyu, he continued, Zhao Gang and Xinyu are official members participating in the routine annual assessment, while Qinghan is a reserve member attending the newcomer selection training. Once you arrive there, each of you will have your own subjects, but the accommodation and cafeteria are shared, so you can look out for each other if anything comes up. Zhao Gang raised his hand. Boss, are the people in Jiang City easy to get along with? Not easy to get along with, Li Jun replied directly. Zhao Gang lowered his hand. There is a competitive relationship between the 749 Bureau's branches. Each year's training session is also a stage for each branch to compete for results. Rankings directly affect the resource allocation for the next year. The Lan City branch ranks low nationally, so you might face some unfriendly attitudes from the larger city branches once you arrive. He looked at Yi Qinghan. Especially you, your reputation as the top scorer in the National College entrance examination has spread, but it also comes with considerable controversy. It's possible someone may try to cause you trouble in the training camp. Yi Qinghan's expression remained unchanged. Let them try. Li Jun chuckled. That's just your... He pulled out 3 teleportation cards from his pocket and handed them over. This is the intercity teleportation qualification for the Purification Tower. With this, you can teleport directly from Lan City to the 749 Bureau's receiving station in Jiang City, saving you the trouble of traveling over 1,000 kilometers by armored vehicle. The 3 of them each took a teleportation card. Lin Ye observed everything from a gap in his backpack, contemplating the situation in Jiang City. His understanding of the geography of this world wasn't extensive, but from the previous conversations between Yi Qinghan and Li Jun, he learned that Jiang City is a hub city in the southeastern region. The level of the Purification Tower is 2 grades higher than that of Lon City, housing a complete spiritual energy technology industry chain and several top-tier Spirit Master academies. The 749 Bureau's branch in Jiang City is also the headquarters for the southeastern region, with personnel scale and resource reserves more than 10 times that of the Lon City branch. A big city, Lin Ye muttered to himself. I wonder what the Fog Beast resources are like over there. After the 3 finished their final equipment checks at the base, they headed towards the Purification Tower in Lon City. The Purification Tower is located in the heart of Lon City, the tallest building in the entire city. It is entirely constructed from a special spiritual energy alloy, and its surface is etched with dense purification array patterns resembling a silver pillar piercing the clouds when viewed from afar. The teleportation hall inside the tower is spacious with dozens of intercity teleportation arrays arranged by destination. Above each array hangs a holographic projection displaying the name of the target city. The 3 of them presented their travel qualifications at the teleportation array heading towards Jiang City. Once the array operator verified them, the teleportation was activated. A white light engulfed them. The teleportation process lasted about 5 seconds, slightly longer than the time taken for a secret realm teleportation. When the light dissipated, Lin Ye's first glance through the gap in his backpack confirmed that Jiang City and Lon City were not on the same level. The scale of the teleportation hall is at least 3 times that of Lon City's, with an extremely high dome, and the spiritual energy lighting illuminated the entire space as bright as day. The flow of people is also much larger, with various uniformed and casual dressed spirit masters coming and going. Among them were some whose powerful auras instinctively made Lin Ye feel tense. So many strong individuals, he thought to himself. Within his sensing range alone, there were 7 or 8 auras above 3rd stage, and even 1 or 2 others whose oppressive presence he couldn't even gauge the upper limit of. This place is way deeper than Lon City. Yi Qinghan's steps showed no hesitation as she walked straight through the bustling crowd towards the exit. Zhao Gang looked around, his face displaying the expression of a country bumpkin entering the city. Xin Yu smacked the back of his head. Stop gawking around your embarrassing Lon City. I'm just looking. What's wrong with that? Exiting the teleportation hall, they found a vehicle with the 749 Bureau emblem parked outside, with a young female officer in uniform waiting by the car. Lon City branch. Yes, Xin Yu presented her identity wristband. After the female officer verified it, she gestured for them to get in. The training camp is located 40 kilometers northwest of the city outskirts. The journey will take about half an hour. The 3 of them got in the car. Lin Ye looked out at the scenery through the gap in his backpack. The urban area of Jiang City was far more prosperous than Lon City, with wide and clean streets, towering buildings in succession, and the pedestrians dressed in more exquisite and refined attire. The most eye-catching was the huge Purification Tower in the distance. Lin Ye had only seen Lon City's tower from afar once, and thought it was already quite spectacular. However, Jiang City's tower was at least 3 times thicker, with array patterns on its body, emitting a faint blue glow, clearly visible even in sunlight. A big city is indeed a big city, Lin Ye remarked. After about 20 minutes, the vehicle exited the urban area, continuing along a heavily guarded military road. On both sides of the highway were neatly trimmed spiritual energy vegetation belts, and beyond that was a defense line composed of patrol teams and observation posts. After another 10 minutes, a vast military base came into view. Enclosed by high walls, inside were gray buildings, and many people were already active on the playground. The car door opened. The female officer led the way, guiding the 3 to the reporting area. The hall of the reporting area was already filled with members from various city branches clustered in small groups chatting. Lin Ye quietly scanned the auras of these individuals from his backpack. Most were 2nd stage, with some 3rd stage present. Overall, the level is higher than that of Lon City, but it isn't at a point that's despairing. His gaze paused for 2 seconds among the crowd, noticing a particularly eye-catching small group in the corner. 5 people dressed in matching black and gray training outfits had an emblem of a city Lin Ye didn't recognize embroidered on their chests. Their auras were stronger than those around them, with 2 even reaching 3rd stage. The leader of the group was a young man around 23 or 24 tall, and with defined features, wearing a somewhat unfriendly smile as he looked over at Yi Qinghan. Lin Ye's body tensed slightly. The look from this person was unsettling. It was neither curiosity nor admiration, but rather like a hunter sizing up its prey. After completing the registration procedures, the 3 were assigned their respective dormitories. Xin Yu and Zhao Gang lived in the formal member area, while Yi Qinghan resided in the preparatory member area, which was separated by a teaching building and approximately a 5-minute walk apart. The dormitory for preparatory members was a double room, and when Yi Qinghan pushed the door open and walked in, there was already someone inside. A girl with twin ponytails was sitting on the bed by the window, focused on fiddling with a fluffy little creature resting on her lap. The girl appeared to be around 17 or 18 with a round face and big eyes exuding an upbeat personality. "Hello, hello," she exclaimed as soon as she saw Yi Qinghan jumping off the bed to greet her with an overly bright smile. "You must be my roommate. My name is Su Xiaodong, and I'm from the Qingqing branch." She glanced behind Yi Qinghan and asked, "Did you come alone?" "Yes." "What's your name? Which branch are you from?" "Yi Qinghan from Lanqing." Su Xiaotang's expression noticeably paused upon hearing Lanqing. Then her eyes widened in surprise. "Wait, Yi Qinghan, the one who ranked first in the National College entrance examination." Yi Qinghan put down her backpack and sat on her bed. "Yes." Su Xiaotang's mouth formed a perfect O shape. "Wow, I can't believe I'm sharing a dorm with a national champion. How lucky am I?" She quickly leaned closer, speaking so fast, she almost stumbled over her words. "I've seen your competition videos online. You were the one who fought the Agrade spirit beast barehanded. So cool. And I also watched that part where you fought against the Fog sect in the secret realm. Your black transformation was super awesome. Although some people online said that look was frightening, I think it's just incredibly cool." At that moment, the fluffy little creature on her lap jumped down. It was a palm-sized white fox. Curiously, it approached Yi Qinghan's backpack by the bed, sniffing around with its nose. Lin Ye inside the backpack sensed an unfamiliar presence approaching and peeked out with its two white eyes. A little white fox was nuzzling its nose against his backpack. "Hiss!" Lin Ye revealed a small part of its black body from the gap. The little white fox was startled, its fur bristling as it leaped back to Su Xiaotang's shoulder, frantically pawing at its owner's face. "What's wrong, Xiaoyu?" Su Xiaotang scooped up the little white fox. Then she spotted the pair of white eyes peeking out from the gap in Yi Qinghan's backpack. "Is this your spirit beast?" Her voice lowered, carrying a hint of uncertainty. Yi Qinghan unzipped the backpack and Lin Ye sprang out, landing on the bed. Su Xiaotang stared at the smooth black orb for several seconds. "He looks much smaller than in the videos. He used up his energy for me earlier and is now in recovery mode," Yi Qinghan explained. Lin Ye turned its body towards Su Xiaotang, expressing a bit of social etiquette. Su Xiaotang reached out to pet it, but Yi Qinghan stopped her. "He doesn't like being touched by others." "Hiss." "Who said?" "I don't like it." Lin Ye indicated that Su Xiaotang could. Yi Qinghan, receiving Lin Ye's signal, ignored him and continued talking to Su Xiaotang. "What grade is your spirit beast?" "Grade by you, spirit fox, skilled in support and reconnaissance." Su Xiaotang held up the little white fox, saying, "I'm a support-type spirit master, second tier, lower grade." "What about you? I heard online that you are a body cultivator and don't rely much on spirit beasts." "Pretty much." Su Xiaotang was about to ask something more when an announcement sounded from outside the door. "Attention, all new students gather at training field no. 1 in 15 minutes for the orientation briefing." Su Xiaotang quickly tidied up her gear and left the dormitory with Yi Qinghan. Lin Ye was stuffed into the backpack. Training field no. 1 was a vast outdoor arena roughly the size of several football fields, with the ground covered in alloy plates reinforced with spiritual energy. Dozens of new students had already gathered on the field. Lin Ye counted about 40 people peeking out from the backpack, all from the 749 bureau branches across more than a dozen cities nationwide. On the podium stood a middle-aged officer around 40 years old with a buzz-cut, high cheekbones and an exceedingly stern expression. "I am Feng Lai, the chief instructor of the training camp, a peak 4th-tier spirit master. My voice may not be loud, but it carries well, and everyone on the field can hear me clearly. Over the next 7 days, you will undergo standardized training assessments for newcomers at the 749 Bureau. The training will include physical fitness tests, combat drills, outdoor survival exercises, and a practical examination in a secret realm. Your final scores will determine your official ranking and resource allocation within the 749 Bureau. In other words, your performance over these 7 days will dictate what kind of life you will lead in the Bureau for the next year." The new students on the field grew considerably quieter. Feng Lai scanned the crowd, his gaze lingering on Yi Qinghan for 2 seconds. "I know some of you have already made names for yourselves in your respective cities, but let me remind you, once you are here, past reputations do not matter. Strength is the only language that matters." After delivering his message, he dismissed everyone for free activity, announcing that the first training would begin at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. As Yi Qinghan was turning to leave, a voice came from behind her. "The national champion from Lanqing." Yi Qinghan paused and turned to look. It was the young man from the registration hall who had caught Lin Ye's attention. He came over with his 4 companions, still wearing that smile on his face. "I'm Wei Ting from the Beijing branch." He introduced himself and then looked up and down at Yi Qinghan. "Everyone online is saying that the value of the re-examination in Lanqing is not sufficient, and being the national champion doesn't count." "I don't care what others say," Yi Qinghan replied flatly, turning to walk away. Wei Ting stepped forward, blocking her side. "Whether you care or not is your business, but I do care. His tone shifted from casual to serious. The second place in the national exam is my junior sister. She fought hard for her results at the Beijing branch, and you, with your re-examination score, are above her. Do you think that's fair? Yi Qinghan glanced at him. Fairness is not determined by you. Wei Ting smiled. It's not something that can be clarified. Right now we have a training field, referees, and a fair environment for combat. If you truly have the strength of a national champion, you should have no issue proving it right. The surrounding new students began to gather around, some recognizing Wei Ting's identity and whispering among themselves. Wei Ting from the Beijing branch. Isn't he a third-tier lower grade? It's unreasonable for a third-tier to bully a second-tier newcomer. Not necessarily. Yi Qinghan has fought against a third-tier member of the Fog sect in the college entrance examination secret realm. That's different. She won that time by relying on that black transformation. Lin Ye inside the backpack listened to the discussions, his body slightly tensing. He knew Yi Qinghan would not back down, but he also understood that with Yi Qinghan's current second-tier strength facing a third-tier lower grade, there was indeed a gap without a fusion. However, he knew Yi Qinghan's character well. A fierce woman could not possibly back down in front of so many people. Sure enough, the corners of Yi Qinghan's mouth twitched. Wei Ting raised an eyebrow. Right now. The news spread quickly. Within 5 minutes, the first training ground was filled with people. Over 40 new trainees had arrived, and even Zhao Gang and Xun Yu from the formal member area rushed over upon hearing the news. Zhao Gang squeezed through the crowd, looking anxiously in the direction of Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan just broke through to the second tier, and now she's going to fight a third tier. Xun Yu, standing beside him, appeared much calmer. Just watch, as she isn't a reckless person. A circular combat area had been marked out in the center of the training ground, and a layer of light blue translucent barrier rose at the edge to prevent the combat from affecting the spectators outside. Yi Qinghan stood to one side, placing her backpack outside the shield. Lin Ye was anxious inside the bag. Why aren't you taking me in, you fierce woman? Hiss. Take me in. Yi Qinghan glanced down at the backpack and softly said 2 words, wait. Then she stepped into the shield's range. Wei Ting had already taken his position on the other side, loosening his wrists and neck, producing a few crisp cracking sounds. No need to summon your spirit. He looked at Yi Qinghan's empty hands, raising an eyebrow. You go first. Yi Qinghan's tone was as indifferent as usual, as if she were simply commenting on the pleasant weather. Wei Ting smiled slightly. He did not summon his spirit. All right, let's see how your pure hand-to-hand combat skills measure up. His figure flickered slightly before he appeared right in front of Yi Qinghan. His speed was impressive, faster than the 2 members of the Misty God cult Yi Qinghan had encountered in the college entrance exam secret realm. A third-tier lower-level physique combined with evidently long-term, trained fighting skills. His right fist was wrapped in a thin layer of spiritual power, driving straight towards Yi Qinghan's face. Yi Qinghan did not retreat. She slightly tilted her head, allowing the punch to graze past her ear, while her left hand swept upwards, aiming a knife-hand strike at Wei Ting's elbow joint. The angle of this counterattack was incredibly tricky, directly targeting the structural gap created when his arm retracted after delivering a swift punch. Wei Ting's pupils contracted slightly. His body reacted swiftly, abruptly halting his arm mid-motion, forcefully redirecting his strength to block Yi Qinghan's knife-hand strike with his forearm. Bang! The sound of their bodies colliding echoed across the training ground. Wei Ting was forced back half a step. Just half a step, but the experts present could see the significance of it. The second tier's pure physical strength did not lose out to the third tier in that collision. How is that possible? Someone in the crowd gasped in disbelief. Wei Ting himself understood the implications of that exchange, and his expression turned serious. The power is decent, but relying solely on strength won't win you the fight. He attacked again, this time without testing the waters, directly entering a rhythm of continuous strikes which he excelled at. Fist, elbow, knee. The 3 types of attacks were alternated in close proximity, the speed of strikes increasing and the force becoming heavier. Yi Qinghan stepped back twice, but each step was steady. Her body moved nimbly within the confined space, using minimal evasive maneuvers and blocks to deflect Wei Ting's continuous onslaught. The combat experience from her past life was perfectly unleashed at this moment. She was not simply enduring the third tier's attacks, but was using her experience and skills to minimize the opponent's advantage and power. Every dodge was completed just before the attacks made contact with her skin, and each block accurately dissipated more than 70% of the opponent's impact. Lin Ye watched all of this from the backpack, feeling both proud and anxious. Proud that the fierce woman's combat skills truly deserved the title of former Empress, anxious because she wouldn't be able to endure fighting like this for long. The gap between the second and third tiers was not something that could be completely bridged by skill. The difference in total spiritual power would gradually widen in a prolonged battle. When the battle reached the 3rd minute, Wei Ting finally found a flaw. After Yi Qinghan dodged aside, her center of gravity slightly shifted, and her recovery time was slower by a fraction of a second compared to earlier. Wei Ting seized this opening, leaping forward, his right fist filled with spiritual power rushing towards Yi Qinghan's abdomen. If that punch landed, her second-tier body protection might not withstand it. Yi Qinghan had no time to fully evade. She chose to take it head-on. Crossing her arms in front of her, her protective aura exploded with full force. Boom! The sound of this collision was heavier than any before. Yi Qinghan's body slid backward, her feet scraping across the metallic floor, producing 2 sharp sounds, finally stopping less than a meter from the edge of the shield. Her arms trembled slightly, and there was a faint trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. The crowd stirred. Wei Ting did not pursue. He stood in place, shaking out his numb fist, and his gaze towards Yi Qinghan held a more complex emotion. You are the first second-tier body cultivator I've seen who can withstand my full force punch. His tone no longer held the condescension from before. But a gap in strength is still a gap in strength. Yi Qinghan lowered her arms, wiping the trace of blood from her mouth. She said nothing, but the aura around her intensified. A dark red aura seeped from her pores, forming a hazy shield around her. This was the full activation state of the second-tier demon suppression body. Her aura underwent a qualitative change at that moment. No longer was she in a passive defense, but rather a precursor to an impending explosion. Wei Ting sensed the threat, instinctively stepping back and raising his hands into a defensive stance. Yi Qinghan threw a punch. Just one punch. This punch was faster than any of her previous strikes, fast enough that even Lin Ye could only see a blur. Wei Ting immediately attempted to block, but the moment his arms touched Yi Qinghan's fist, a jolt of power that sent shivers down his spine surged through him. Bang! His body was sent airborne, flying more than 3 meters before landing. His landing was not particularly awkward, but his feet left 2 long marks on the ground, just like Yi Qinghan. The entire arena fell silent. Wei Ting looked down at his reddened, swollen forearm, then lifted his head, his expression hard to decipher, whether it was disbelief or admiration. Second-tier body cultivator. Yi Qinghan stood firm after retracting her fist, her breathing slightly hurried, but her posture stable. You shouldn't underestimate anyone. Wei Ting's lips moved slightly. He seemed to want to say something, but ultimately just shook his head. You won this round. The crowd erupted in a buzz of discussion. Do you think you can just start and stop as you please, eh? Yi Qinghan had no intention of ending it, her figure flashing like lightning. Wei Ting's pupils dilated. Bang! A powerful sound erupted as Wei Ting's spiritual shield was shattered, and he was sent flying once more. Boom! Wei Ting landed heavily on the ground, spitting blood, his eyes filled with shock. You? A second-tier body cultivator had severely injured a third-tier spirit master. No one dared to underestimate Yi Qinghan anymore. Su Xiaotang jumped up in the crowd, waving her hands as if she had won the match herself. Zhao Gang exchanged a glance with Xunyu. Zhao Gang muttered softly, the boss didn't make a wrong call. Xunyu replied with a hum, not saying much more. Lin Ye had watched the entire match from inside the backpack. Fierce woman, you were too awesome. If you can take down a third tier as a second tier, what will happen when you reach the 3rd tier? He flipped over inside the backpack, feeling gratified. However, he also noticed that although Yi Qinghan's last punch had shown results, her arm trembled slightly when retracting. That was a signal of power depletion. The cost of a full-force explosion was not small. Yi Qinghan stepped out of the shield's range, shouldering the backpack containing Lin Ye. Wei Ting, using all his strength, stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan turned to look at him. I take back what I said earlier. Wei Ting's tone was solemn. Your national ranking as number 1 is indeed well-deserved. Yi Qinghan did not respond, turning to leave, leaving Wei Ting standing there stunned. After returning to her dormitory, Yi Qinghan's first task was to check the condition of her arms. She closed the door and sat on the edge of her bed, rolling up her sleeves to reveal the reddish bruises on the inner side of her forearms. She had used all her strength in that last punch, a maximum eruption of her second-tier physical cultivation combined with the demonic energy of the Shenma Jinyu body sufficient to repel a third-tier lower level. However, the price was that the meridians in her arms had endured an overload of pressure. It wasn't a serious injury, but if left untreated it would affect her training in the following days. Lin Ye. Yi Qinghan opened her backpack. Lin Ye sprang out and slid along her arm to the brood. Without her needing to say much, Lin Ye had already activated his energy infusion. The gentle life energy seeped from his body into Yi Qinghan's skin, slowly repairing the damaged meridian tissue. Leaning against the wall, Yi Qinghan closed her eyes, enjoying the warm comfort of the healing process. Lin Ye rested on her forearm, outputting energy, while secretly observing her expressions. With her eyes closed, the fierce woman lost some of her cold aura that kept others at bay, and when her brows relaxed, she became exceedingly beautiful. Her eyelashes were long, her nose sharp and attractive, and her lips still retained a slight redness from the intense battle earlier. Calm down. He mentally slapped himself. After the repair was complete, Yi Qinghan opened her eyes, moved her arm a bit, and confirmed that everything was fine. That's enough. She lifted Lin Ye from her arm and placed him on the table. Hiss. Am I? Impressive. You call being on my arm for 5 minutes impressive? Hiss. Then, how about the time during the fusion? Yi Qinghan glanced at him, but did not answer the question. The door was pushed open and Su Xiaodong bounced in, holding a small white fox, her face filled with excitement. Qinghan, you're too strong. You just arrived and already defeated the people from the capital's branch. Everyone outside is talking about you. What are they saying? Yi Qinghan casually asked. Some say you deserve to be the best in the country, some say Wei Ting wasn't serious, and others say, since you're a physical cultivator, you can't possibly defeat a serious spirit master. There are all sorts of opinions. Su Xiaodong sat on her bed, rubbing the small white fox a couple of times. But intuitively, that Wei Ting person shouldn't be deliberately making things difficult for you. His personality is just like that. He often fights with others in the capital and is notorious for being quick-tongued and fast-handed. Yi Qinghan responded with a sound, not continuing the topic. Lin Ye listened as Su Xiaodong chattered away about gossip from the training camp. Which branch sent the most people? Which branch had the strongest power? How was the food in the cafeteria? And how someone had secretly fought in the training ground yesterday and made a dent in the floor. Su Xiaodong was a typical social butterfly. Within less than a day, she had already grasped the interpersonal relationships in the training camp. This ability impressed Lin Ye. At 2 p.m., the first training officially began. Physical fitness testing. The items were very standard: speed, strength, endurance, reaction, and agility, a comprehensive assessment of 5 fundamental physical fitness indicators. Yi Qinghan achieved the highest scores among all new students in speed and strength, and her endurance and reaction were also among the top. She suffered a slight disadvantage in the agility test, as a physical cultivator's agility naturally lagged behind that of wind or assassination-type spirit masters. However, her overall ranking was still first. After the physical fitness test, there was free training time. Yi Qinghan did not linger in the training ground and returned to her dormitory with her backpack. She needed to use every spare moment to consolidate her second-tier foundation. It had only been 2 days since her breakthrough, and her body had not fully adapted to the new power level. Especially after today's fight with Wei Ting, she had a clearer understanding of the barrier between the second and third tiers. In pure hand-to-hand combat, she could compensate with experience, but if her opponent fully unleashed their spirit, the gap would widen rapidly. I must solidify my second-tier foundation thoroughly before the end of this week's training camp. She sat cross-legged on her bed and began to cultivate, with Lin Ye quietly accompanying her. He was also using this time to study his system panel. He currently had just over 7,000 devouring points, far from the 100,000 needed for mid-third tier. However, what he focused on was not the level, but the skill theft slots. One of the 2 passive skill slots had already been used. Tough skin grade A. There was 1 left. He needed a sufficiently strong passive skill to fill this last slot. Ideally, it would be grade S. But in Scrade, passive skill meant he needed to devour a mist beast or a spirit master with Scrade passive characteristics to have a chance to steal it. Such opportunities were not something one would encounter casually. No rush, the practical assessment in the training camp might offer a chance, he encouraged himself. During dinner time, Yi Qinghan went to the cafeteria with Su Xiaodong. The training camp cafeteria was large, accommodating over 100 people at once, and the food quality was much better than that in Lan City. The menu featured high-energy meals specifically prepared for physical cultivators with high levels of protein and trace elements of spiritual energy. Yi Qinghan took her tray and found a corner to sit down, with Su Xiaodong following her to sit across. Lin Ye was stuffed in the backpack and did not come out. His current size was too conspicuous, and showing up in the cafeteria would easily attract attention. However, he could hear the outside sounds through their mental connection. Su Xiaodong chatted with Yi Qinghan while eating. Did you know the Jiangxing branch sent 12 newcomers, this time the most of any branch? Their leader is called Zhou Ling, a mid-third year, and reportedly ranks in the top 3 among all new students. But how should I put it? She looks down on people from small cities. Su Xiaodong lowered her voice. I ran into her in the hallway before, greeted her, and she didn't even acknowledge me. She even said to her companion, people from a poor place like Qingcheng have the audacity to come to the training camp. She has a pretty bad mouth. Yi Qinghan took a bite of food and nodded. You don't mind? Su Xiaodong asked curiously. Mind what? That someone looks down on your background and all. Yi Qinghan chewed a couple of times, swallowing, before saying something that impressed Su Xiaodong. Other people's opinions won't affect how hard my punches are. Su Xiaodong paused for 2 seconds, then smiled. You really sound cool when you talk. Lin Ye chuckled a bit in the backpack. The fierce woman was right. No matter how others saw it, fists did the talking. However, he still made a note of the name Zhou Ling. Mid-third tier, Jiangxing branch, someone who looks down on people from small cities. If this person sought trouble with Yi Qinghan, it would not be something that could be solved with just one punch. Mid-third tier was one step above lower third tier. It might be time for him to step in. I hope that woman has enough sense not to stir up trouble. Otherwise, if the fierce woman goes all out, she won't hold back and things could get messy. His thoughts came just in time, because as he was pondering, several people walked in through the entrance of the cafeteria. At the forefront was a tall, striking young woman, probably in her early 20s, with short hair and wearing a fitted dark training outfit, exuding tremendous confidence as she walked. Her gaze swept across the entire cafeteria and paused for a second on Yi Qinghan's spot. Then she picked up her tray and strode straight over. Su Xiaodang noticed the newcomer and her expression became subtle. She whispered in a tone only Yi Qinghan. Speak of the devil here, she is Zhou Ling. Zhou Ling walked over with a tray, followed by 3 new trainees from the Jiangxing branch, 2 males and 1 female, clearly the core members of her small group. She chose not to sit down, but instead stood in the aisle opposite Yi Qinghan, slightly tilting her head to watch her eat. Yi Qinghan did not look up, continuing to eat. Did you rank first in the comprehensive assessment of the physical test this afternoon? Yi Qinghan replied with a soft Zhou Ling smiled slightly. Physical cultivators do have an advantage in physical aspects, but the physical test is merely a basic item and does not signify much. Yi Qinghan continued to eat. Zhou Ling's smile faded a little. One of the male trainees behind her leaned in and said, Sister Zhou, why waste time with someone like her? The makeup exam for the college entrance exam in Lancheng is inherently questionable. Being physically strong doesn't mean you can win in a fight. Su Xiaodang frowned from across the table. Lin Ye rolled his eyes in his backpack. Here we go again, the same lines as always. Questionable, is that the only word you know? Zhou Ling raised her hand to stop the chatter from the male trainee behind her, her gaze toward Yi Qinghan, gaining a hint of curiosity. I heard you had a match with Wei Ting from the capital this morning. Yi Qinghan finally put down her chopsticks and looked up at her. What do you want to say? What I want to say is... Zhou Ling placed her tray on the table beside Yi Qinghan, leaning slightly forward. Wei Ting, that waist doesn't represent the true level of a 3rd stage. He excels in spirit manipulation combat. Close quarters fighting is merely a secondary skill. Winning against him in close combat doesn't mean you can defeat a 3rd stage. Yi Qinghan leaned back in her chair, too lazy to speak. If you want to prove yourself in this training camp, you should find a worthy opponent. Zhou Ling straightened up, pointing at herself. Like me. The noise in the cafeteria noticeably decreased, and several nearby tables were secretly glancing over. Su Xiaodang nervously looked between Yi Qinghan and Zhou Ling, as if hesitating whether to speak up and ease the tension. Yi Qinghan did not respond immediately. She picked up her cup and took a sip before putting it down. You are 3rd stage intermediate. Yes. Yi Qinghan stood up. The two stood face to face, their heights similar, but their auras were completely different. Yi Qinghan exuded a cold, restrained pressure like a 1,000-year-old ice. Zhou Ling displayed an aggressive, flamboyant demeanor like a blade drawn from its sheath. We can fight, Yi Qinghan said calmly, but I have one condition. What condition? After you lose, you are not allowed to make excuses about my opponent not being worthy. Zhou Ling's smile vanished for a moment. Then she smiled again, but this time her smile lacked the previous calmness, replaced with a hint of sharpness, as if provoked. Are you sure you assessed my level correctly before saying this? I see it very clearly. Yi Qinghan picked up her tray and walked towards the recycling area, not even glancing at Zhou Ling as she passed by. See you in the practical combat class tomorrow afternoon. She placed her tray down, slung her bag over her shoulder, and walked out of the cafeteria, leaving Zhou Ling standing there, her expression shifting from brief astonishment to cold severity. The female trainee behind her whispered, Sister Zhou, is she trying to provoke you? Provoke me? Zhou Ling chuckled lightly as she picked up her own tray. We'll find out tomorrow. The 4 of them left. Su Xiaodang hurried out of the cafeteria to find Yi Qinghan. Are you crazy? 3rd stage intermediate is not the same concept as 3rd stage lower. Zhou Ling is the top newcomer in the Jiangxing branch. What does mean? Aren't you nervous? Not nervous. Su Xiaodang was left speechless by her excessively calm reaction. That night, after the lights in the dormitory were turned off, Su Xiaodang tossed and turned under the blanket. Qinghan, are you asleep? No. Do you really have confidence in winning? No. Yi Qinghan's voice came from the darkness, calm and tranquil. Su Xiaodang was silent for a few seconds. Then why did you agree? Yi Qinghan turned over, facing the wall. How can I know my limits without a fight? Su Xiaodang thought for a moment. It indeed was a reasonable point. Yet she still worried. On the other side, Lin Ye lay next to Yi Qinghan's pillow, waiting until Su Xiaotang's breathing became steady before sending a message through their mental link. 3rd stage intermediate. You can't win. Yi Qinghan received most of the content. You think I can't win? Not compatible. Can't win. Yi Qinghan remained silent for a moment. You said once we are compatible, I can be raised to third stage. Right. Do I have a chance against a third stage intermediate? Yes. 100%. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment. No need for compatibility. Why not? Because I said not to let you casually merge. Lin Ye's fluid body swelled with anger. Demon woman, do you have no reason? Last time in the secret realm, when you were surrounded and beaten, why didn't you say this? Yi Qinghan, of course, did not receive the entire message. She only heard a few broken phrases. Surrounded. Beaten. Why didn't you? Her lips curved slightly in the darkness. That time was a life and death battle. This time is just training. It's different. If I lose, it's embarrassing. Losing is just losing. It won't end in death. Lin Ye was speechless. He realized the problem. The demon woman was frighteningly calm when it came to life and death, yet stubbornly unreasonable when it came to face. Despite being able to easily win the match by merging, she insisted on fighting on her own. He wanted to curse, but couldn't find the words. Because he understood why Yi Qinghan persisted. She wanted to prove with her own fists that the strength of physical cultivators is not inferior to any spirit manipulators. This has been the path she has walked since her rebirth. It is also her pride. Forget it. Lin Ye sighed in his heart. Let her fight. After all, if anything happens, I will be there to catch her. If she gets injured, I can just recharge her once more. He closed his eyes, preparing to sleep. Then he caught a glimpse of Yi Qinghan's foot sticking out from under the blanket. Her foot rested beside the pillow, only a few centimeters from Lin Ye. The top of her foot was fair, her toes slightly curled, reflecting a soft glow in the dim moonlight. Lin Ye looked at it emotionlessly for 3 seconds. Then he turned over, facing away. Not looking, we have a battle to fight tomorrow. Time to sleep. The afternoon practical combat class took place in Training Ground No. 2. This training ground was larger than No. 1 and equipped with a professional battle recording system and an energy shield. The chief instructor forcefully personally served as the referee. Today's practical combat will follow a free challenge format. Forcefully stood in the center of the field, surveying the more than 40 new students before him. New students can freely initiate unknown battle requests, and the challenge party has the right to refuse. The battle continues until one side admits defeat or loses combat capability. Lethal strikes are prohibited and violators will be expelled from the training camp. Now let the battle begin. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Ling stepped out of the formation. I challenge Yi Qinghan. All eyes in the arena instantly focused on her. News had spread since last night, and the conversation in the cafeteria had become a topic of discussion for many. Jiang Cheng's new student was the top scorer from the National College entrance examination, coming from Lan City. A third-tier intermediate against a second-tier body cultivator. The interest of everyone had already been piqued even before the battle began. Forcefully's gaze fell on Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan, will you accept? Yi Qinghan stepped out from the crowd, leaving her backpack outside the arena. I accept. Lin Ye heard these 2 words from inside the backpack, and his body tensed. He desperately transmitted information through their mental link. Hiss. Be careful. She's stronger than. Waiting. Yi Qinghan silently replied something he couldn't hear, then stepped into the combat area. The 2 stood facing each other 10 meters apart. Zhou Ling glanced at Yi Qinghan's empty hands and raised an eyebrow. Still not using a spirit beast. You go first. Yi Qinghan said the same words she had spoken to Wei Ting yesterday. Zhou Ling did not have the same probing patience as Wei Ting. She raised her right hand, gathering spiritual energy in her palm, and summoned a completely black flying spirit beast from the spirit sea space behind her. It was a black eagle with a wingspan exceeding 2 meters, its feathers glistening with a metallic sheen, its beak sharp as a knife, and its fierce eyes radiating a piercing brilliance. A third-tier intermediate spirit beast, the Iron Wing Battle Eagle. It specializes in high-speed dives and slash attacks with its wings. The Iron Wing Battle Eagle circled in the air, letting out a sharp eagle cry, its momentum astonishing. Yi Qinghan looked up at the Battle Eagle in the sky, assessing the situation. High-speed flying spirit beasts were one of the most troublesome opponents for body cultivators. If you can't hit it, it's equivalent to not being able to win. Begin, Forcefully announced. Zhou Ling immediately ordered the Iron Wing Battle Eagle to fold its wings and start diving from 15 meters up. Its speed was absurdly fast, and most of the new students present only saw a black blur. Yi Qinghan's body slightly crouched. The Iron Wing Battle Eagle's claws grazed above her head. She had only avoided them by sidestepping at the last moment. The sharp screech of the eagle's claws tearing through the air exploded in her ears. In the first round, she successfully dodged. But the eagle's dive was not a one-time event. After pulling up, the Iron Wing Battle Eagle quickly adjusted its direction, performing a half-turn in the air, its wing tips hardening into blades coming at her from another angle. Yi Qinghan dodged again, this time simultaneously throwing a punch. Her fist wrapped in murderous energy grazed the eagle's abdomen. Bang! The Iron Wing Battle Eagle was deflected from its flight path by the punch, wobbling in the air, but it did not suffer any substantial damage. The metallic sheen on its body was not mere decoration, but actual spirit energy alloyed feathers with high defense. The attack power of body cultivators is indeed not weak. Zhou Ling stood at the other end of the field, calmly observing the situation. But you can't take it down. She issued another tactical command, and the Iron Wing Battle Eagle began performing more complex aerial maneuvers, darting left and right, up and down each pass, leaving trails of cutting air currents on Yi Qinghan's body. Yi Qinghan's sleeves were cut open in several places from continuous dodging. She could not hit the rapidly moving target in the air, while her opponent could repeatedly harass and exhaust her stamina. This was the natural counter of flying spirit beasts against body cultivators. Negative discussions about Yi Qinghan began to arise in the crowd. The kite-flying tactic, body cultivators can't handle it. Yeah, if you can't hit it, you can't hit it. No matter how strong the body, it won't help. Su Xiaodang was anxiously stamping her feet among the crowd, while the little white fox on her shoulder also paced back and forth anxiously. Lin Ye watched all this from inside his backpack, his body writhing continuously. He knew Yi Qinghan was waiting. How could the Empress from his past life not have a way to deal with flying targets? Sure enough, on the 7th dive of the Iron Wing Battle Eagle, Yi Qinghan's strategy changed. She did not. Instead, she stomped down hard on the ground, the alloy floor beneath her feet fracturing into a spiderweb of cracks, and her body propelled upward with this rebounding force. She jumped up. The height exceeded 5 meters. Yi Qinghan twisted her body in midair, directly facing the diving Iron Wing Battle Eagle. Her right fist was charged with murderous energy at the highest point of her ascent, a dark red glow coalescing into substance on her fist. The Iron Wing Battle Eagle was too fast to change direction in time. Bang! Yi Qinghan's fist landed squarely on the chest of the Iron Wing Battle Eagle. This punch was completely different from the one that had grazed its abdomen previously. It was a full power strike. The Iron Wing Battle Eagle let out a cry of pain, its massive body sent flying backward, several metallic feathers on its wings snapping off. It rolled in the air several times before barely stabilizing. Its flight altitude halved, and its speed noticeably slowed down. The murmurs in the arena abruptly ceased. Yi Qinghan landed back on the ground, her feet crashing down on the shattered alloy panel, her knees slightly bent to absorb the impact of the fall. This entire series of actions took less than 2 seconds from jump to landing. Wow, so strong. Yi Qinghan flew. She flew up. The new students looked on in shock. Zhou Ling's expression finally changed. Your jumping ability is this strong? Yi Qinghan did not answer her question. The Iron Wing Battle Eagle had already been injured, and its flying speed and altitude had significantly decreased. Now Yi Qinghan could reach it. The ensuing battle turned into a brutally one-sided hunt. The Iron Wing Battle Eagle, having lost its speed advantage, was like a large target with its wings clipped in front of Yi Qinghan. Every time Yi Qinghan jumped, she could accurately hit its body, each punch further widening the crack on its chest. 3 punches. 5 punches. 7 punches. On the 7th punch, the Iron Wing Battle Eagle finally could not withstand it any longer, its wings drooping, wobbling as it fell from the sky. Enough, Zhou Ling said in a deep voice. She raised her hand to recall the Iron Wing Battle Eagle, which transformed into spirit light and shrank back into her spirit sea space. Yi Qinghan returned to the ground, looking at her. Zhou Ling's expression was not good. Her spirit beast had been knocked down, which meant her greatest tactical advantage had been neutralized. But she did not show any intention of admitting defeat. I thought defeating your spirit beast would end it, eh? Yi Qinghan's tone remained calm. Zhou Ling's lips curled slightly. Do you think I only know how to stand back and command? Suddenly, a powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from her, the full momentum of a third-tier intermediate being unleashed without reservation. This was completely different from her previous understated command from afar. This was a full-in battle state. She took a step forward, appearing right in front of Yi Qinghan. Her speed surpassed even Wei Ting's. Yi Qinghan did not have time to make a complete defensive move. Zhou Ling's right hand unleashed a palm strike within a very short distance, the spiritual energy converging in her palm to form a semicircular shield pushing toward Yi Qinghan's chest. Bang! Yi Qinghan was struck squarely by this palm, her body flying backward 5 or 6 meters, her feet scraping 2 long marks on the ground. A dull pain spread in her chest. The protective energy shield blocked most of the damage, but the residual force still caused her blood to surge. The output of third-tier intermediate spiritual energy was a level higher than that of third-tier lower Wei Ting. The gap indeed exists. Yi Qinghan admitted this point in her heart. But she did not retreat. Yi Qinghan's eyes turned unusually cold in that instant. The malevolent aura of the second stage of the divine demon suppression body surged to its peak, a dark red breath emanating from her more intense than at any other time today. Zhou Ling noticed this change, but chose to continue her assault. Under the propulsion of her third stage intermediate spiritual power, her speed and strength reached levels far beyond the second stage. With fists and palms alternating in a series of strikes, each blow carried the armor-piercing effect enhanced by spiritual power. Yi Qinghan retreated 3 steps, but on the 4th step she planted her feet firmly and did not back down. Zhou Ling's right palm pushed forward, and this time Yi Qinghan did not block. She sidestepped the wind of the palm, while simultaneously grasping Zhou Ling's wrist with her left hand. What? Zhou Ling did not expect her to suddenly counterattack while retreating. Yi Qinghan's fingers tightened around Zhou Ling's wrist, pulling her arm towards her side, disrupting her balance. Then her right elbow shot upward from below. This elbow strike had been used over 10,000 times in her past life, one of the most vicious counter techniques in close combat. The target was precisely locked onto Zhou Ling's ribs. Bang! Zhou Ling took the hit, her body bending slightly, and her expression changed drastically. But she was indeed the top person of the Jiangqing branch, reacting extremely quickly. As she bent over, her knee had already lifted, aiming to thrust into Yi Qinghan's abdomen. Yi Qinghan used her free left hand to block the knee, and the two began a rapid exchange of close combat at an extremely close distance. The sounds of fist and palm, elbow and knee and bodies colliding echoed continuously in the training ground. At this level of close combat, most of the new students could hardly see clearly, only able to catch glimpses of 2 figures moving rapidly within the shield's range, each clash sending arcs of spiritual power and malevolent energy colliding. Feng stood at the referee's position, his eyes fixed intently on the arena. With his strength, he could naturally see every detail. This Yi Qinghan's close combat experience is not what a young person under 20 should possess, he thought, following every movement of Yi Qinghan with his gaze. Her fighting style was unlike any existing school, extremely mature and seasoned, each move carrying an instinctive reaction honed through countless trials. This intuitive combat style could only be found in veterans who had experienced countless life-and-death battles. The fight in the arena had reached a fever pitch. Zhou Ling's reserve of spiritual power far exceeded Yi Qinghan's total amount of malevolent energy, and in the sustained high-intensity exchange the balance began to gradually tilt. Yi Qinghan's malevolent energy shield was becoming thinner, while Zhou Ling's spiritual power remained abundant. In the 6th minute, Zhou Ling seized an opening, condensing a high-density spiritual shockwave, with her right hand striking against Yi Qinghan's left shoulder. Yi Qinghan's body swayed slightly to the right, her left arm instantly losing half of its strength. Zhou Ling did not give her any breathing room, following up with a sweeping kick aimed at Yi Qinghan's waist. Yi Qinghan made a judgment in an extremely short amount of time. She did not attempt to block the kick. Instead, just as Zhou Ling's leg was about to fully extend, she stepped forward. This step brought her directly close to Zhou Ling, completely compressing the space for the kick. Zhou Ling's leg lost its distance to generate power. At the moment Yi Qinghan was close enough, her right hand formed a fist and shot straight up from below. An uppercut. The target was the chin. This punch gathered all of her remaining malevolent energy. Bang! Zhou Ling's head was knocked back by this punch, her feet leaving the ground for a moment. Then her body flew backward for 7 or 8 meters, coming to a stop only when she crashed against the edge of the shield. A clear red mark appeared on her chin, and a trickle of blood oozed from the corner of her mouth. The arena fell silent. Zhou Ling leaned against the shield, gasping for breath several times to steady herself. She raised her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth, looking at Yi Qinghan 10 meters away, who was bent over, pressing on her left shoulder, her expression complex. Yi Qinghan's left shoulder was injured from that shockwave, unable to lift it anymore. But she stood tall. The two locked eyes for about 3 seconds. Feng Lai was about to announce the result. Zhou Ling spoke first. "I concede." The entire training ground fell silent for half a second before erupting into a huge uproar. She won. A second stage defeated a third stage intermediate. It wasn't a straightforward crushing victory. It was the result of a life-or-death fighting style. Look, she can't even lift her left shoulder. But she indeed won. That is the point. That's too exaggerated. What kind of monster is this Yi Qinghan? Su Xiaodang was so excited in the crowd that she was almost in tears, bouncing around with a small white fox. Zhao Gang stood in the back row, his mouth hanging open in shock. Shen Yu leaned against the railing, a slight smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Just a slight one. Wei Ting stood at the edge of the crowd, arms crossed over his chest, watching Yi Qinghan in the center of the arena. His gaze had lost the competitive edge from yesterday, replaced by pure admiration. This woman is truly formidable. Lin Ye sighed in his backpack. You fierce woman really did well. I was ready to rush in to assist, but you handled it yourself. Although you injured one arm, you still won. They'll help fix that arm later. It's my old profession. Yi Qinghan walked out of the combat area directly to where she had placed her backpack. She squatted down and unzipped the bag. Lin Ye's head poked out from inside. Yi Qinghan looked at his white big eyes, and her lips moved slightly. What's wrong? Hiss. You're hurt. Yi Qinghan chuckled softly, her voice only audible between. Wait until we return to the dormitory, you'll help me fix it. Hiss. Absolutely. Yi Qinghan stuffed him back into the backpack, and upon standing up noticed Zhou Ling approaching. Zhou Ling's chin was still a bit swollen, but she did not hide it standing openly in front of Yi Qinghan. Your close combat experience is much deeper than I imagined. Zhou Ling's tone was completely different from her earlier arrogance, becoming direct and candid. I truly underestimated you. Yi Qinghan looked at her, but did not reply. However, Zhou Ling's lips curled slightly. Next time I might not lose to you. Anytime. Yi Qinghan replied with 2 words. Zhou Ling stared at her for 2 seconds before turning around to leave. Her 3 little brothers hurried to follow, each with different expressions. Su Xiaodong rushed over, grabbing Yi Qinghan's uninjured right hand. Qinghan, you were amazing. Really amazing. How's your shoulder? Do you need to go to the infirmary? No need, just rest a bit in the dormitory. Yi Qinghan left the training ground with Su Xiaodong and Lin Ye from the backpack. As she walked out of the crowd, she could feel countless gazes following her. The components of those gazes were mixed. Admiration, surprise, jealousy, all present. But unlike the strange looks she received after the college entrance examination, this time the gazes were filled with more respect. Respect earned through strength. Lin Ye felt the atmosphere outside the backpack and grinned. Fierce woman, you did it. Without relying on fusion, without relying on anyone, just with your own fists. You proved yourself. He silently gave Yi Qinghan a thumbs up in his heart. Then he remembered something important. Although he did not participate in today's battle, he felt Yi Qinghan's battle rhythm and physical condition throughout via their mental link. During that process, he noticed an interesting phenomenon. The power of Yi Qinghan's final punch exceeded her normal second-stage limits. It was not merely an explosion of malevolent energy, rather it was a temporary release of potential forced out by her physical body under high-pressure combat. The combat experience from her past life and her current body cultivation technique resonated at that moment, allowing her body to briefly touch a higher level of power. Her potential is far beyond this. Lin Ye confirmed this judgment in his heart. If she can defeat a 3rd stage intermediate at 2nd stage, how strong will she be at 3rd stage? By that time, with my fusion enhancement added in. He felt invigorated at this thought. I need to step up my own training. I can't let the fierce woman leave me too far behind. After returning to the dormitory, Lin Ye spent 20 minutes helping Yi Qinghan heal the wound on her left shoulder. The energy replenishment made it easy to treat this level of injury, consuming less than 10% of his reserves. Once Yi Qinghan confirmed that her shoulder was fine, she immediately entered a state of cultivation. Lin Ye lay on the table waiting in boredom while casually browsing through the information in the system. The skill theft section still had 1 empty slot. What he needed most now was a passive skill that could save his life in critical moments. However, powerful passive skills could only be stolen from beings with at least class characteristics. This meant he needed to devour the corpses of 3rd tier or even higher level mist beasts. On the 5th day of the training camp, there will be a practical assessment in a secret realm. He recalled the schedule mentioned by Feng Lai during the orientation meeting. The secret realm assessment on the 5th day was the highlight of the training camp, where all new recruits would be sent into a class mist secret realm for a 24-hour survival drill. The mist beasts in the class secret realm generally ranged from 2nd to 3rd tier, with occasional elite individuals of the 3rd tier appearing. That was his opportunity. 3rd tier mist beasts had a certain probability of allowing him to steal in class passive skill. He calculated in his mind that there were still 3 days until the 5th day. In these 3 days, his task was simple: to conserve energy and accumulate devouring points. When Su Xiaodong returned that night, she brought some news. Qinghan, did you know? After your match with Zhou Ling today, Instructor Feng reviewed your battle footage 3 times. He also said something to the assistant next to him, which I overheard half of. What did he say? Su Xiaodong leaned closer and lowered her voice. He said your fighting style doesn't resemble that of a newcomer who has just awakened for a year. Yi Qinghan's gaze flickered slightly. He didn't ask further. Su Xiaodong added, but he should be quite interested. Yi Qinghan didn't comment. Lin Ye listened beside her, feeling a bit alert. A person of Feng Lai's caliber possessed observational and judgmental skills far beyond that of ordinary individuals. If he questioned the origin of Yi Qinghan's experience, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. The identity of a reborn person must not be exposed. This was a bottom line that Yi Qinghan had always been careful about. All her unusual performances could be explained by talent, but if someone dug deeper, the revelation of her past life memories would have unpredictable consequences. I need to think of a way for the accomplice woman to divert attention. Lin Ye pondered in his heart. In the next 2 days, the training camp's courses focused on foundational subjects. Tactical theory class, spiritual energy application class, first aid medical class, and group skill demonstration training. Yi Qinghan performed excellently in all subjects, but she consciously moderated her strength and did not show off as she had in the first 2 days. Staying low-key, Lin Ye also did not rest during these 2 days. The cafeteria of the training camp provided food enhanced with spiritual energy. Although these foods were meant for humans, the trace elements of spiritual energy they contained were also targets for him to devour. Not much, but even a mosquito's leg is meat. On the 5th day, the day of the secret realm assessment arrived. All new recruits gathered at Training Ground No. 1 at 6 in the morning. Forcefully stood in front of the teleportation array, his expression serious. Today's assessment content survival drill in a class Mist Secret Realm. The rules are simple: survive for 24 hours once you enter. Various levels of mist beasts will appear within the secret realm. You can choose to fight for points or opt for stealth survival. However, there is a special objective. He picked up a transparent display container from the table behind him. Inside the container was a fist-sized white crystal covered in blue spiritual energy patterns emitting a gentle glow. In the core area of the secret realm, there is a dominant mist beast guarding a spiritual energy crystal. The person or team that finds the crystal and brings it out of the secret realm will receive an additional special reward. What level is the dominant mist beast? Someone asked from the crowd. 3rd tier elite, Forcefully replied. A wave of discussion rippled through the crowd. The dominant beast of the 3rd tier. For the majority of new recruits present who were at the 2nd and lower 3rd tiers, this was a target that was almost impossible to achieve alone. However, for Yi Qinghan and Lin Ye, the implications of this information were entirely different. The 3rd tier mist beast was precisely the target Lin Ye needed to steal its class skill. He silently grinned in his backpack. It's here. As the white light of the teleportation array faded, Yi Qinghan's feet landed on the damp soil. The air was thick with moisture and the smell of humus, surrounded by an impenetrable massive forest. It was not a grayish-white wasteland secret realm, but a tropical rainforest type, filled with the breath of life. Lin Ye peeked out from the gap in his backpack, greeted by a sea of green. On the sturdy tree trunks entwined various glowing vines, and the ground was covered with thick moss and ferns. Visibility was not too bad, about 20 meters. However, the mist in the air blurred everything in the distance. Yi Qinghan quickly scanned her surroundings, confirming there were no threats in the short term, then opened her backpack. Come out. Lin Ye popped out and landed on her shoulder. His sensing ability, after evolving to maturity, covered a range of 50 meters, which was enough to serve as a warning radar in this dense forest environment. At 4 o'clock, 30 meters away, there is a presence of biological activity, low level, probably 1st tier elite. Most of the signals he transmitted were received by Yi Qinghan. Hiss. 4 o'clock. 30. Weak. Yi Qinghan nodded and walked in the opposite direction. 1st tier small fry would be a waste of time. She needed to head straight for the core area. The two quickly traversed the dense forest for about half an hour. They encountered numerous 2nd tier mist beasts along the way, which Yi Qinghan dispatched with punches and kicks, while Lin Ye followed behind, devouring the corpses. Ding. Devoured 2nd tier intermediate mist beast poison fern lizard's corpse, gaining 200 devouring points. Ding. Devoured 2nd tier intermediate mist beast poison fern lizard's corpse, gaining 200 devouring points. Ding. Devoured 2nd tier advanced mist beast iron vine ape's corpse, gaining 500 devouring points. Devouring points steadily increased, and Lin Ye's condition gradually improved. As they walked, Yi Qinghan suddenly stopped. Did you feel that? Lin Ye expanded his sensing range to the about 200 meters ahead. A strong presence was slowly moving. The intensity of that presence instinctively tensed his body. Hiss. Ahead. Big. Very strong. Yi Qinghan nodded slightly, slowed her pace, and began to sneak closer. 150 meters. 100 meters. 70 meters. The forest thinned out somewhat here, revealing an open depression. In the center of the depression stood a giant ancient tree, its canopy blocking out the sky, with roots sprawling across an area of several dozen meters. At the base of the ancient tree was a naturally formed cave, emitting a faint blue glow of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy crystal must be deep within the cave. Guarding the base of the ancient tree was a mist beast that Lin Ye had never seen before. Its size was between that of a bear and a leopard, covered in emerald green scales with spiritual energy patterns flowing on each scale. Its forelegs were strong and powerful, with claws embedded deep into the hard soil. Its head was particularly unique, lacking eyes. Replacing the position of eyes was a smooth forehead plate with a fist-sized round crystal core on it within which a green liquid flowed, emitting a rhythmic pulsing glow. A third-tier elite dominant mist beast. Lin Ye's system displayed the scanning results. Mist beast name Emerald Armored Underworld Beast level 3rd tier elite characteristics spiritual energy perceptions class passive. With a crystal core on the forehead replacing vision, its perception range covered a 100-meter radius capable of accurately locking onto all spiritual energy fluctuations, highly immune to stealth and camouflage skills. The shell had extremely strong defensive power and high resistance to spiritual energy attacks. Lin Ye's white eyes gradually widened. Spiritual energy perception and class passive skill. This is it. Lin Ye trembled slightly on Yi Qinghan's shoulder and shrank passive skill spiritual perception. If he could steal this skill and equip it to the last passive slot, his perceptive abilities would undergo a qualitative leap. Precisely lock onto all spiritual energy fluctuations within 100 meters, immune to concealment and camouflage. This means that any enemy attempting to launch a sneak attack would have nowhere to hide before him. With the symbiotic blade for offense, a rank tough skin for defense, and shrank spiritual perception for reconnaissance, he could be considered somewhat capable. I must acquire this thing. Lin Ye made a decision in his mind. The problem was that the Emerald Armored Underworld Beast before him was a Tier 3 superior class fog beast, its combat power far exceeding that of the stone-scaled python he had previously fought in the Grey Rock Valley. He was currently Tier 3 lower class, while Yi Qinghan was Tier 2. Fighting a Tier 3 superior class Hedon without a fusion would essentially mean no chance of victory. He conveyed the situation to Yi Qinghan through their mental link. Hiss. This. Shrank. Skill. I want it. The information Yi Qinghan received was about 70 to 80% clear. She glanced down at Lin Ye, understanding his meaning. You want to devour it? Hiss. Yes. I can't take on a Tier 3 superior class alone. There was a 2-second silence. Yi Qinghan took a deep breath. Let's fuse. Lin Ye was taken aback. He had thought Yi Qinghan would insist on not fusing, as she had previously said in the dormitory. Hiss. Are you sure? This isn't a training match, it's a real battle. Yi Qinghan's voice was calm. Use it if needed. Lin Ye felt overjoyed inside, but maintained his composure on the surface. Then I'll start now. Wait a moment, Yi Qinghan suddenly added. Moi. Be honest. I am being very honest. Yi Qinghan took a deep breath and then opened her arms. Lin Ye leaped down from her shoulder this time, not starting from her feet. He landed directly in the palm of Yi Qinghan's outstretched right hand, and then began to flow upwards, spreading from her arms to her torso. The black liquid substance flowed up her forearm, wrapping around her shoulder collarbone, and then enveloping her torso and the other arm. Yi Qinghan's teeth clenched slightly. She was still not accustomed to the cold, slippery sensation, especially when the liquid flowed over her waist and chest, the fit so close that she could almost feel the temperature of another life form. You wrapped around my waist twice. That was necessary for structural stability. You're lying. I swear it's 100% technical operation. Lin Ye's liquid body continued to cover her legs from thigh to calf to ankle to the top of her feet, every inch of skin wrapped in the black symbiotic battle armor. To be honest, Yi Qinghan's legs felt really good, from the firmness of her thighs to the smoothness of her calves to the delicacy of her ankles. It was simply a textbook-level golden ratio. But Lin Ye only sighed internally for half a second before pulling his attention back. The matter at hand was urgent. Finally, the black liquid covered her neck and face, forming a complete symbiotic form. Completed in 3 seconds. Yi Qinghan once again felt the surge of power. After their fusion, their level directly surpassed Tier 3 lower class and middle class, stabilizing at Tier 3. However, unlike last time, Yi Qinghan's foundational strength had been elevated from peak Tier 1 to Tier 2, making their combined total stronger than when she had faced the Fog Divine Sect. Reference image. How does it feel? Lin Ye's voice resonated clearly in her mind. Stronger than last time. Yi Qinghan clenched her fist. That's because you've grown stronger. The power after fusion is the sum of both of us. Can we defeat a Tier 3 superior class? As long as we don't let it seize a flaw, it shouldn't be a problem. Yi Qinghan stopped talking, her legs coiling with power as her body transformed into a black flash charging out of the woods. The crystal core on the Emerald Armored Underworld Beast's forehead lit up the moment Yi Qinghan burst out of cover. It had no eyes, but its spiritual perception was more precise than sight. A low growl erupted from its throat as its forelegs pushed off the ground, facing the oncoming Yi Qinghan directly. Yi Qinghan's first punch struck its side. Bang! The emerald scales glowed with a layer of spiritual energy shield, absorbing most of the impact from the punch, and the underworld beast's body only swayed slightly. Its defense is very high, Yi Qinghan assessed in her mind. Try the symbiotic blade, Lin Ye suggested. Yi Qinghan flipped her right hand, and a half-meter-long black blade-like weapon extended from her arm. She swung the blade towards the underworld beast's neck. The sharp blade clashed against the scales, producing a harsh metallic screech. Yi Qinghan felt intense resistance, but the cutting power of the symbiotic blade was indeed a notch above her physical attacks, barely embedding itself into the gaps between the scales. Emerald blood splattered. The underworld beast let out an angry roar, its thick forepaw swiping at Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan jumped back to avoid it as the beast's paw slammed into the ground, creating a 2-meter-wide deep pit. Its power is also quite fierce. Don't take its paw heat into attack from the sides, and look for openings. Lin Ye provided tactical analysis in real time. Yi Qinghan nodded and changed her fighting style. She began to move rapidly around the underworld beast, using the extreme speed after fusion to constantly change angles. Each time she passed the beast's side or back, she left a wound with the symbiotic blade in the gaps between its scales. Meanwhile, Lin Ye extended 4 tendrils from her back, assisting in cutting from different angles during her attacks. The cooperation between one person and one body was seamless. Although the underworld beast had high defense and great power under this high-frequency multi-angle harassment, it gradually revealed flaws. Its forelegs couldn't keep up with Yi Qinghan's speed. Although its spiritual perception could lock onto her position, its response speed was limited by the inertia of its massive body. After 5 minutes, the underworld beast was covered in dozens of wounds of various sizes, and emerald blood soaked the soil around the ancient tree's roots. Its breath began to weaken. That's about enough. Lin Ye sensed the opportunity. For the final strike, aimed for its forehead. Yi Qinghan's target locked onto the pulsating crystal core on the beast's forehead. That was the core organ of its spiritual perception and the weakest point in its overall defense. Yi Qinghan pushed off the ground with force, leaping into the air, and the symbiotic blade in her right hand extended to 1 meter. The underworld beast sensed the fatal threat and let out its final roar. Sizzle. The black blade pierced through the center of its forehead, deeply embedding itself into the core. The underworld beast's body convulsed violently, its roar shattering into a whimper. Then it slowly collapsed, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dirt and broken leaves. It was dead. Yi Qinghan landed steadily and retracted the blade. "Go ahead and eat," she simply said. She released the fusion, and the black liquid peeled away from her body, recoalescing into a sphere that fell to the ground. Lin Ye did not hesitate for a second, directly pouncing onto the massive corpse of the underworld beast, starting the segment he was best at: devouring. Ding. Devoured the Tier 3 superior class Overlord level Fog Beast Emerald Armored Underworld Beast's corpse, gaining 8,000 Devour points. 8,000 points. Lin Ye's Devour points skyrocketed from 46,000 to over 54,000. But what excited him even more was the system prompt that followed. Ding. Detected that the devoured target possesses Shrank passive trait Spiritual Perception. Skill theft triggered. Would you like to equip Spiritual Perception Shrank to the 3rd passive skill slot? Lin Ye didn't think twice. Confirm. A brand new perception power surged from Lin Ye's core, permeating every cell of his body. In that moment, his range of perception skyrocketed from 10 meters to 100 meters. Moreover, it was completely different from the previous method of perception. The new spiritual energy perception was not merely a detection of breath fluctuations, but could accurately read the target's spiritual energy characteristics and strength levels. Concealment, disguise, spiritual energy shielding all became ineffective before this skill. Within a radius of 100 meters, nothing could escape his investigation. Spiritual Energy Perception S rank has been equipped to the 2nd passive skill slot. Both passive skill slots are now fully occupied. After devouring the corpse of the underworld beast, Lin Ye lay at the base of the ancient tree, exuding an aura of satisfaction and contentment. Both top-tier passive skills were in place. Offensive, defensive, and reconnaissance capabilities maximized. Perfect. Yi Qinghan approached and squatted in front of him, looking down at him. "Are we done?" Hiss. "Perfect." Yi Qinghan's lips curled slightly. "Then let's go get the crystal." She turned and walked towards the cave at the base of the ancient tree, reaching inside to retrieve a glowing blue spiritual energy crystal. The warm glow illuminated her face, softening her otherwise cold features. Lin Ye watched this scene with a peculiar feeling rising within him. He couldn't quite name it, but he felt that at this moment, standing alongside this fierce woman was a sensation superior to any skill upgrade or surge of devouring points. "Don't dawdle, let's go." Yi Qinghan secured the crystal and bent down to lift him onto her shoulder. Hiss. "Who is dawdling?" "You." Hiss. "I was contemplating." "Contemplating what?" Hiss. "You wouldn't want to know." Yi Qinghan glanced at him and chose not to press further. The two walked toward the exit of the secret realm. The smooth black sphere on his shoulder settled comfortably, its two white eyes darting around occasionally scanning Yi Qinghan's long legs encased in combat boots. Their pace was brisk rhythmic. It was exactly the same as the first day they had seen in the ant nest secret realm. Yi Qinghan led the way out of the secret realm with the spiritual energy crystal. Outside, the teleportation array Feng Lei and several assistant instructors were already waiting. As the first student to complete the special task, Yi Qinghan's appearance caused quite a stir. "Did you handle the Overlord-level fog beast by yourself, Feng Lei asked. Yi Qinghan nodded. Feng Lei looked at her, and then at the quiet black sphere on her shoulder, asking no further questions. "Hand over the crystal, and the rewards will be distributed later." Yi Qinghan handed the spiritual energy crystal to the assistant instructor, and then seated herself in the resting area. One by one, other new students began to exit the secret realm. Most were covered in dust and injuries with expressions ranging from exhaustion to excitement, and even some showing signs of frustration. Zhou Ling was the second to emerge. Her training outfit was torn in several places, her hair disheveled on her shoulders, yet her gaze remained sharp. She saw Yi Qinghan already seated in the resting area and was momentarily taken aback. "You came out earlier than me." What about the Overlord?" "I defeated it." A complex emotion flashed across Zhou Ling's face, which ultimately turned into a light huff. "Did you get the crystal, I handed it in." Zhou Ling fell silent for 2 seconds before sitting next to Yi Qinghan. The two sat side by side, neither speaking. After about a minute, Zhou Ling spoke up. "I encountered a mid-level third-stage mutated giant ape in the secret realm, and it took me nearly half an hour to deal with it. I almost had a setback." "Could you say something else?" Yi Qinghan glanced at her for a second. "You fought well." Zhou Ling was momentarily stunned, then smiled. "You, while being quite infuriating, are indeed quite agreeable." In the following days, the atmosphere in the training camp changed significantly. The news of Yi Qinghan single-handedly defeating the Overlord-level fog beast during the secret realm assessment spread throughout the camp. Combined with her previous victories over Wei Ting and Zhou Ling, her status among all the new students was no longer subject to doubt. The attitudes of people from various divisions shifted from initial disdain and skepticism to respect and curiosity. Some wanted to spar with her, some sought her insights into body cultivation, and others were eager to know the origin of that mysterious black spirit. Yi Qinghan had only one answer to all requests. No. Every time Lin Ye heard this word from the backpack, he couldn't help but laugh. The fierce woman's social skills stood in perfect contrast to her combat abilities. She became increasingly adept at fighting while speaking less and less. The last day of the training camp was a summary assessment. Feng Lei announced the final rankings during the assembly. The first place in the comprehensive assessment for new students is Yi Qinghan from the Lancheng division. The applause was much more enthusiastic than Lin Ye had anticipated. Even Zhou Ling clapped a few times, although her expression seemed less than willing. Wei Ting also clapped generously, giving Yi Qinghan a thumbs up. Su Xiaodong nearby was crying uncontrollably, saying sentimental things like how she finally proved that a small city could produce a first place. The training session concluded. Feng Lei gave a brief speech at the end. "After returning focus on your training, the 749 Bureau is not short of talents." He glanced at Yi Qinghan, but said no more. In the afternoon, students from various divisions began their journey home. Yi Qinghan headed to the teleportation hall in Jiangqing Purification Tower with Lin Ye, Zhao Gang, and Xunyu. Before leaving, Zhou Ling stopped her. "Yi Qinghan, what is it? Next time we meet, I want to win against you." Yi Qinghan looked at her and curved her lips into a tiny smile. "Talk to me when you're qualified." Zhou Ling's expression froze for a second, then she gritted her teeth. "Your mouth really deserves a beating. Then go home and train well first." Yi Qinghan turned to leave. Zhou Ling stood still, watching her retreating figure, and took a deep breath. Sooner or later, she turned toward the Jiangqing Division's group. In the teleportation hall, Zhao Gang was endlessly chattering while waiting in line. "This training session was so much fun. I met so many people, ate so many delicious foods, and even saw Yi Qinghan in a fight." Xunyu gave him a pat. "Can you be quiet?" "No, I'm just too happy right now." Yi Qinghan stood aside, calmly waiting for the teleportation array to activate. Lin Ye lay comfortably in her backpack, savoring the gains from these past few days. The passive skill slots were filled. Tough Skin, A rank, Spiritual Energy Perception, S rank. Yi Qinghan's second-tier foundation was thoroughly solidified. The bond between the two had strengthened significantly since before. A bountiful harvest. He closed his eyes contentedly. The fierce woman's strength is increasing daily, and my skill panel is nearing overflow. The next goal should be to accumulate enough devouring points to reach mid-level 3rd tier. Then help the fierce woman continue to push for higher levels of body cultivation. The road ahead is still long, but at least now we are not weak. A flash of white light, and the teleportation array activated. They returned to Lancheng. As the light of teleportation faded, the teleportation hall of Lancheng Purification Tower came into view. The lighting was not as bright as Jiangcheng's, and the scale was smaller. But there was a familiar scent in the air. It was home. When Yi Qinghan walked out of the teleportation hall, Li Jun was waiting outside. The first thing he said upon seeing Yi Qinghan was not to inquire about the training camp results, but to hand her a document. There's a new task. Yi Qinghan took the document and glanced at it. Lin Ye peeked out from the gap in the backpack. The cover of the document read, 4 characters, Misty Abyss. The cover of the document handed over by Li Jun bore a red confidentiality level mark, the highest grade. Yi Qinghan took the document and opened the first page, her gaze scanning 2 lines before stopping. Exploration mission in the fog abyss. Yes. Li Jun's expression was noticeably more serious than usual. This is a direct order from the federal headquarters, something our Lan City branch cannot dismiss. Lin Ye perked up his ears from inside the backpack. He had vaguely heard the term fog abyss in the fragmented memories of Yi Qinghan's past life. That place was among the highest danger levels in this world. Yi Qinghan continued flipping through the pages, her finger pausing on a particular line. The mission area is the Rift Abyss, located 120 kilometers southwest of Lan City. That's correct. 3 days ago, the fog density in that area experienced an abnormal surge. The Purification Tower's monitoring system indicates that the spiritual energy fluctuations within the abyss have exceeded the normal limits of a clever secret realm. Li Jun walked to the wall and activated the holographic projection, revealing a 3-dimensional terrain map hovering in the air. Lin Ye peered out through a gap in the backpack and saw a gigantic rift stretching across the map, its bottom completely shrouded in thick, grayish-white fog, making it impossible for the projection to restore any terrain details. The Federation requires all branches to assist in the preliminary exploration of the fog abyss. Our Lan City branch is responsible for the outer third zone. Li Jun traced a circle on the projection with his finger. The density of fog beasts in this area is extremely high, with an estimated minimum level of second-tier upper class. There may be third-tier or even higher-level entities in the core region. Yi Qinghan closed the document and looked at Li Jun. How is the team arranged? Shen Yu will lead with Zhao Gang, and you plus 2 third-tier formal members from the branch, making a 5-person team. Li Jun paused for a moment and glanced at her. Given your current strength, the second-tier fog beasts in the outer region pose no threat to you. But I must remind you, the fog abyss is different from ordinary secret realms. His voice lowered slightly. The fog there is inherently corrosive, significantly shortening the effective time of purification masks. Moreover, the internal spatial structure of the abyss is unstable, rendering communications and teleportation arrays nearly useless inside. In other words, once you enter, there will be no external assistance. If anything happens, you can only rely on yourself. Yi Qinghan placed the document on the table. When do we depart? The day after tomorrow, early morning. Lin Ye silently digested this information in the backpack. The fog abyss, with spiritual energy fluctuations exceeding standards, communication cut off, and no external assistance. These conditions combined equated to a death sentence for most people. But for him, the fog abyss meant a plethora of high-level fog beasts, abundant devouring points, and ample evolution resources. His current devouring points had just surpassed 54,000, still far from the 100,000 needed for the third-tier intermediate level. If the density and level of fog beasts in the abyss were indeed as high as Li Jun described, this mission would be an excellent opportunity for him to level up. I must go, he firmly decided in his mind. Then he sent a message to Yi Qinghan through their mental link. Go. Great opportunity. Plenty to eat. Yi Qinghan glanced down at her backpack, her lips twitching slightly without responding. Li Jun gave a few more details about equipment supplies before leaving. After the door closed, Yi Qinghan returned to the bedside and opened her backpack, letting Lin Ye out. Lin Ye rolled around on the bed a couple of times to find a comfortable spot, his 2 white eyes fixed on Yi Qinghan. I am Reborn, Yi Qinghan suddenly said. Lin Ye was bewildered. He thought, I know you're Reborn, the system has already told me. But why did you reveal the secret so directly? It makes it seem like I have a secret too. Oh. Lin Ye could only respond with an oh. Yi Qinghan paid no mind and continued, in my past life, I ventured into an even deeper abyss area once. I led an elite team of 30 people inside, and less than half made it back alive. Lin Ye's body shrank back slightly. So, dangerous. This mission is merely an outer exploration with danger levels not reaching even 1/10 of that past experience. Yi Qinghan's tone was calm. However, the abyss environment exerts a strong suppression effect on spirit masters, disrupting the flow of spiritual power, and the link between the spirit and the host will also become unstable. Will our link be affected? It will be affected, but it shouldn't disconnect completely. Yi Qinghan glanced at him. Your linking method is different from ordinary spirit masters. The symbiotic contract is a physical-level integration not entirely reliant on spiritual energy. Lin Ye sighed in relief. Phew. That's good. Yi Qinghan pulled her feet out of her slippers, sitting cross-legged on the bed, preparing to enter meditation. Lin Ye's gaze reflexively swept downward. Her fair instep just emerged from the edge of her slippers, her 5 toes slightly spreading and then closing again as they pressed against the bed sheet. He quickly shifted his gaze back to Yi Qinghan's face. The day after tomorrow. Before we depart, I need to eat something. There are 6 spirit stones left. I'll give them to you tomorrow. 6 is not enough. It is enough. Yi Qinghan closed her eyes, ending the conversation. Lin Ye rolled his eyes while lying next to the pillow. 6 low-grade spirit stones only amounted to 300 devouring points, barely enough to fill a gap. But it didn't matter. Once in the abyss, there would be plenty. He closed his eyes, letting the newly acquired grade spiritual energy sense sweep across a 100-meter range. The various fluctuating waves of spiritual energy in the dormitory building were captured with every life form's position and approximate strength clearly discernible. The value of this skill far exceeded his expectations. A good thing. He contentedly withdrew his perception, quietly lying down waiting for Yi Qinghan to finish her cultivation. Moonlight streamed through the curtain gaps, casting light on Yi Qinghan's meditative form. Her legs were crossed, the lines of her calves subtly defined by the fabric of her pajama pants. Lin Ye turned his gaze to the ceiling. I'm not looking anymore. Really not looking. He reminded himself and obediently closed his eyes. The morning of their departure was quieter than any other morning. The military armored vehicle of the 749 Bureau moved slowly through the fog, its onboard spiritual energy searchlight barely illuminating the road 10 meters ahead, while everything further was swallowed by the milky white mist. 5 people were seated inside the vehicle. Shen Yu sat in the passenger seat watching the monitor, while Zhao Gang was seated in the back row next to Yi Qinghan. The other 2 third-tier formal members were named Fang Yi and Chun Nin. One was a tall, taciturn man, and the other was a short-haired, capable woman. Lin Ye was typically stuffed into Yi Qinghan's backpack. Fang Yi was third-tier intermediate and Chun Nin was third-tier lower. He assessed both of their strengths through spiritual energy perception, gaining a rough understanding. This 5-person team had an average strength that was not weak, but faced with the abyss-level environment and the density of fog beasts, they still seemed thin. There are 12 kilometers remaining to the entrance of the abyss. Shen Yu focused on the constantly fluctuating data on the screen, her voice kept low. Zhao Gang rubbed his hands together. Sister Shen, what do you think that place is really like? I haven't been there, only seen satellite images sent down by the Federation. Shen Yu replied. The images only captured the edges of the rift. The interior is all fog and nothing can be seen. Fang Yi, sitting in the corner with his eyes closed, suddenly spoke. My senior brother participated in a deep abyss exploration 3 years ago. Everyone turned to look at him. He led a 6-person team, went in for 8 hours, and came out with 2 fewer people. Zhao Gang's hands froze. Who were the 2? They went missing. Fang Yi opened his eyes. They disappeared on the spot. Not even a body was found. The vehicle fell silent for a while. Yi Qinghan had been silent, leaning against her seat with her eyes closed. Lin Ye peeked at her through the gap in the backpack, knowing that she wasn't resting, but was replaying the terrain and distribution patterns of fog beasts in the abyss, using memories from her past life. 10 minutes later, the armored vehicle slowed to a stop. Shen Yu opened the door and stepped out, the cold wind mixed with heavy humidity hitting her face. Lin Ye looked out through the gap in the backpack, and the sight before him made his heart tighten. A rift several hundred meters wide stretched across the land ahead, with the ground at the edge of the rift covered in spiderweb-like cracks and dead shrubs. The interior of the rift was completely filled with thick, grayish-white fog, swirling and undulating with low rumbling sounds occasionally emanating from within. That sound was not the wind, it resembled the breathing of some colossal creature. A cold, fishy scent permeated the air, faintly detectable even with purification masks on. Check the equipment. Shen Yu's voice returned to normal volume. Purification masks confirmed sealed, 2 emergency flares and evacuation markers each, and the spiritual energy beacon is fixed to the wristband. The 5 confirmed their equipment status one by one. Yi Qinghan was the last to complete her check, pulling the zipper of her backpack to reveal a small opening. Are you awake? Awake. Once inside, keep your spiritual energy perception open at all times and notify me immediately of any abnormalities. Got it. Shen Yu walked to the edge of the chasm, glancing at the energy beacon on her wrist. The beacon signal has begun to weaken. We can maintain communication for at most 40 minutes after entering. Everyone listen carefully. Our mission is to explore down to the 3rd platform along the northern wall of the chasm, collecting mist samples and energy data, with a total time not exceeding 6 hours. If we encounter mist beasts of third rank or higher, prioritize retreat and avoid unnecessary entanglement. She glanced at Yi Qinghan. You are responsible for the rear. Yi Qinghan nodded. Fang Yi was the first to jump off the edge of the chasm, stepping onto a rocky outcrop on the northern wall, steadily moving downward against the cliff. Chun Nen followed closely behind. Zhao Gang took a deep breath and followed, summoning his emerald wind lizard from his spiritual sea, which perched on his shoulder to provide a protective energy shield. Shen Yu was fourth. Yi Qinghan was the last to climb over the edge of the chasm, his feet landing on the rocky surface of the northern wall. Her movements were light and fluid, as a second-rank body cultivator climbing the cliff was as easy for her as walking on flat ground. Lin Ye felt the rapid descent's weightlessness in his backpack, stretching his spiritual perception to the limit of 100 meters. Surrounding him was thick mist, reducing visibility to less than 5 meters. Yet through the vision of spiritual perception, everything was much clearer. The structure of the rock wall, the width of the chasm, the position of the platform below, and the sporadic energy fluctuations deeper within. Those fluctuations indicated the presence of living beings. Below, 60 meters, something is there. Yi Qinghan received the signal and quietly relayed it to Shen Yu ahead. Shen Yu nodded and slowed her descent. The 5-member team continued downward along the rock crevices and outcrops of the northern wall, the mist thickening and the temperature dropping. Lin Ye began to feel a faint but persistent corrosive sensation on the surface of his body. Li Jun had mentioned that the mist itself was corrosive. This was no exaggeration. For his resilient skin, this level of corrosion was manageable, but staying in such an environment for a prolonged period would be somewhat taxing. We need to speed up. 30 meters. 20 meters. The first platform. The 5 of them successively landed on a wide rocky platform on the northern wall of the chasm, which was approximately 20 square meters in area and covered with a layer of slippery moss-like substance. Shen Yu crouched down and scraped some moss into a sealed tube with the collector. Fang Yi stood guard at the edge of the platform, his hands resting on the grips of his weapons. Lin Ye's spiritual perception captured more information at this height. There were 2 distinct energy fluctuations at the position of the second platform below, assessed to be upper second rank. Further down in the direction of the third platform, a larger fluctuation was slowly moving. The intensity of that fluctuation made Lin Ye's body tense up once more. Third rank. At least upper third rank. Below. A big creature. Third rank. Yi Qinghan's expression shifted. She walked to Shen Yu's side and relayed this information in a tone only the 2 of them could hear. Shen Yu paused at the collector. Can your spirit perception detect the third platform? Yes. Shen Yu stood up and looked at Yi Qinghan. What rank is it? Above intermediate, specifics are uncertain. Shen Yu remained silent for a few seconds, glancing at the beacon on her wrist. Only 2 bars of signal remained. Continue downward. After collecting samples at the second platform, we will decide based on the situation. The 5 continued their descent from the first platform. The structure of the rock wall became increasingly irregular as they descended. The distances between outcrops and crevices widened, making climbing more challenging. Fang Yi's movements remained steady as he led the way ahead. His physical abilities were also considered outstanding among intermediate third-rank spirit masters. Chun Nen followed closely behind him, with short hair sticking to his forehead from the moisture in the mist, his expression tense. Zhao Gang climbed at the slowest pace, with the emerald wind lizard in front of him, casting a faint light to help identify footholds. Lin Ye was fully focused on monitoring the range of his spiritual perception from his backpack. The second platform was getting closer. The 2 groups of upper second rank energy fluctuations began to stir. They had detected the intruders. Upper second rank. 2 of them. Moving. Coming this way. Yi Qinghan wedged her foot into a rock crevice to stabilize herself and gestured downwards with her empty right hand. Shen Yu saw her signal and immediately stopped. There is enemy activity ahead. Fang Yi and Chun Nen simultaneously entered a state of readiness. 2 seconds later, hurried scratching sounds came from the mist. The rough exoskeleton scraping against the rock wall emitted a piercing noise. 2 mist beasts close to adult size burst out from the mist below. Their appearance resembled gigantic centipedes, enlarged dozens of times a grayish-white color, with dozens of legs rapidly alternating on the rock wall, their mandibles opening and closing, dripping foul-smelling slime. Greystone centipede. Fang Yi called out the name in a low voice. He drew a short knife from his waist, the blade shimmering with spiritual energy, and slashed at the leading greystone centipede. The greystone centipede reacted faster than expected, twisting its body against the rock wall to evade the blade, while dozens of legs propelled it toward Fang Yi's side. Fang Yi pushed with his left hand, summoning his spirit from the spiritual sea. A small fire, lizard engulfed in dark red flames, positioned itself in the path of the greystone centipede's charge. The fire lizard opened its mouth and unleashed a scorching jet of flames, igniting the front half of the greystone centipede and causing it to sizzle. The greystone centipede emitted a sharp hiss as its body convulsed and fell over. The second greystone centipede bypassed Fang Yi in front and charged sideways along the rock wall toward Zhao Gang, who was startled and nearly slipped. The emerald wind lizard opened its mouth and emitted a sound wave impact, temporarily halting the greystone centipede's momentum. Yi Qinghan leaped down from above, throwing a punch as she passed by the side of the greystone centipede. This punch was delivered with all the strength of a second-rank body cultivator, and a dark red energy shield formed around her fist. The head of the greystone centipede shattered instantly upon impact, its white bodily fluid splattering. From the detection of the enemy to the resolution of the battle, it took no more than 20 seconds. Yi Qinghan landed beside Zhao Gang against the rock wall, stabilizing herself with one hand gripping a crack. "Are you okay?" Zhao Gang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "I almost fell off from up here." Lin Ye used his spiritual perception from his backpack to confirm the surrounding situation. The two greystone centipedes were already dead, and there were no new threats nearby for the moment. However, he noticed several new energy fluctuations appearing in the direction of the second platform, converging toward this side. "They're coming. More of them." Yi Qinghan received the signal and frowned slightly. "Sister Xin, there are more below, and the number is increasing." "How many?" Xin Yu's expression turned serious. Yi Qinghan glanced at Lin Ye, who opened his mouth slightly from the gap in his backpack. 5, 6, still increasing. "At least 5 or 6, possibly more," Yi Qinghan relayed. Fang Yi steadied himself and quietly said something. "Greystone centipedes are social mist beasts. Killing 2 will attract their companions." Xin Yu quickly made a judgment. "We cannot stop, accelerate through the second layer to the third layer and eliminate all encountered along the way." The 5 began to accelerate downwards. The mist became even thicker at this depth. Lin Ye's spiritual perception remained clear, but the visibility of the others had been compressed to less than 3 meters. As they approached the second platform, the number of gray rock centipedes had increased to 8. Fang Yi and Chun Nan charged into the swarm, one in front of the other. The scorching flames of the fire lizard tore through the mist, creating a bright beam of light, while the gray rock centipedes emitted shrill cries as they twisted and rolled in the flames. Chun Nan's spirit beast was an iron-shelled pangolin curled into a ball and spinning rapidly to crush through the swarm. Zhao Gang and the emerald wind lizard provided sonar support from the perimeter, attempting to flank the gray rock centipedes. Yi Qinghan did not hide her strength, charging directly into the most densely packed area to clear a path with her fists. Under the burst of killing intent, each punch could shatter the shells of the gray rock centipedes, white bodily fluid splattering into the air. The battle lasted for about 3 minutes, with all 8 gray rock centipedes eliminated. Yi Qinghan's fists were splattered with their bodily fluid as she shook her hands and glanced back at her backpack. "Are you exhausted?" "Not really. My spiritual perception is passive. Consuming. Conserve it, you might need it later." Lin Ye was speechless. It seemed Yi Qinghan did not understand his meaning. "Never mind, it was not important." "Understood," he said, not bothering to explain further. The 5 stayed on the second platform for a brief minute, while Shun Yu collected the second mist sample. Fang Yi crouched down to examine the remains of the gray rock centipedes, frowning. These gray rock centipedes are almost twice the size of normal ones, and the concentration of spiritual energy within them is abnormally high. Chun Nan wiped the bodily fluid off the pangolin. "The abyssal environment stimulates mutations. The Federation reported such cases." Xin Yu stood up and looked down. The mist below was even denser, so thick that she could not see her fingers extended 50 centimeters. "The last layer." Her voice carried a hint of gravity. Lin Ye focused intently on the group of third-tier fluctuations slowly moving on the third platform within his spiritual perception. It was still there. Moreover, compared to before, its movement trajectory had changed. "That large one is getting closer." After receiving Lin Ye's signal, Yi Qinghan tightened her grip on the strap of her backpack. "Is it moving upwards, eh?" "Not upwards. It's moving on the platform. Direction uncertain." Yi Qinghan relaxed slightly. "For now, it's not coming towards us." Xin Yu turned her head after hearing Yi Qinghan's mutter. "What's wrong?" "The large mist beast on the third platform is active, but there are no signs of it coming up." "Can your spirit beast identify its species?" Yi Qinghan glanced down at her backpack. Lin Ye received this silent inquiry and carefully analyzed the characteristics of the spiritual energy fluctuation in his perception. The fluctuation frequency was low and steady, with spiritual attributes leaning towards a mix of earth and poison. Based on the fluctuation range, it was at least 5 to 6 meters long. "Hiss. A big bug. Poisonous. 5 to 6 meters. Yi Qinghan translated. It could be a mutated large centipede with poisonous attributes, at least 5 to 6 meters in size. Fang Yi's brow furrowed. A 5 to 6 meter centipede. The mature gray rock centipedes are only a little over 2 meters. If it's 5 to 6 meters, then it's a metamorphosed body. Metamorphosed body. Zhao Gang was unfamiliar with this term. A genetic mutation that occurs when mist beasts survive for a long time in high-density mist environments. Chunnan explained, metamorphosed bodies are typically 1 or 2 small levels stronger than their normal counterparts and can produce new abilities. So it might not just be a mid-level third tier. Zhao Gang's expression darkened. It could possibly be a high-level third tier. Fang Yi stood up. After listening to this analysis, Xin Yu fell silent for a few seconds. The mission objectives are to collect mist samples and spiritual energy data from the third platform. We cannot skip it. But if that thing really is a high-level third-tier, metamorphosed body, the 5 of us might not be able to handle it. Yi Qinghan interjected. I can. Everyone turned to her. By yourself? Zhao Gang was a bit skeptical. Not by myself. Yi Qinghan placed her hand on her backpack. I've faced stronger opponents in collaboration with it. Fang Yi looked Yi Qinghan up and down, then glanced at the glimpse of a black surface peeking from the gap in. Are you talking about your spirit beast? Yes. Xin Yu thought for a moment and made a decision. Let's go down and assess the situation. If that thing is far from the collection point, well, avoid it. If it blocks our path, we will devise a plan. The 5 continued to descend. The distance between the second and third platforms was greater than between the previous 2 layers, and the rock walls were steeper. The mist at this depth had thickened to a suffocating degree, and the filter core of the purification mask emitted a faint buzzing sound, showing clear signs of increased workload. The corrosive sensation on Lin Ye's skin was also intensifying. He estimated that at this intensity his resilient skin could last for about 6 to 8 hours before being compromised. This meant that the longer he stayed in the abyss, the greater his losses would be. We need to hurry. After about 15 minutes of descent, the rocky surface beneath him finally leveled off, revealing a relatively flat rock platform in the mist. The third platform was much larger than the previous 2, estimated to be around 40 to 50 square meters, with some oddly shaped mineral crystals and faintly glowing moss scattered across the ground. The 5 landed on the platform one after another. Xin Yu immediately crouched down to open the collection equipment, inserting the probe of the spiritual energy detector into the moss layer on the surface to start recording data. Fang Yi and Chunnan stood guard at the 2 ends of the platform, while Zhao Gang positioned himself in the center to provide omnidirectional sonar surveillance. Yi Qinghan stood at the edge of the platform, facing the depths of the mist. Lin Ye's spiritual perception informed him that the group of third-tier spiritual energy fluctuations was now about 70 meters away from them. It had neither come closer nor moved away. Hiss! It stopped. At 70 meters away. Yi Qinghan nodded slightly. Understood. 3 minutes passed, and the collection progress reached 40%. 5 minutes in, it was 65%. 7 minutes in, it was 82%. Everything was progressing so smoothly that Lin Ye felt a bit uneasy. Too smooth. In his experience, the smoother the prelude, the greater the likelihood of a setback. Then his spiritual perception caught a change. That group of third-tier spiritual energy fluctuations suddenly accelerated. The direction was directly towards the platform. Hiss! It's coming. Hurry! Yi Qinghan's body tensed at the moment she received the signal, and she turned to shout at Xin Yu. It's coming. Xin Yu's hand hesitated on the collection equipment for a fraction of a second, reaching 91%. Evacuate. She pulled out the probe and grabbed the equipment to run. The ground began to tremble. A heavy crawling sound emerged from the depths of the mist, the frequency of countless legs hitting the ground, increasing rapidly, creating an oppressive resonance with the beat of a heart. Then it burst out of the mist. A nearly 7-meter-long grayish-white giant centipede, its shell covered in purple-black patterns, had 2 pincers at its mouth as thick as an adult's arm, oozing dark green venom. On either side of its body were dozens of sturdy legs, each ending in sharp claws. The most terrifying aspect was a dark purple circular core pulsating at the center of its head. Lin Ye's system displayed the scanning results. Beast name: Abyss Devouring Centipede, Metamorphosed Body, Level High Level 3rd Tier, Traits: Toxic Spray, a Level Active Shell Regeneration, a Level Passive Earthquake Perception, Level Passive High Level 3rd Tier. As expected, it was not mid-level. Lin Ye's heart raced. Fang Yi's fire lizard was the first to charge forward, opening its mouth to unleash a fire pillar that directly hit the head of the devouring centipede. The flames burned on the surface of the shell for 2 seconds before extinguishing, leaving no trace. The devouring centipede continued to charge directly forward. Fang Yi staggered back several steps before steadying himself, his expression changing. The shell's defense is too high. Fire attacks are ineffective. The massive body of the Shaiwug moved swiftly across the platform, its numerous legs propelling it with a speed far exceeding what one would expect from its size. Chun Nan's armored pangolin rolled and crashed into the side of the Shaiwug, but the collision resulted in the pangolin being flung away, tumbling several times before coming to a stop. Several cracks appeared on the pangolin's shell. One hit. Chun Nan's face turned pale. The Shaiwug did not give her time to respond. It violently swung its head, its long body sweeping across the platform, forcing Fang Yi and Chun Nan to jump up simultaneously to dodge. Zhao Gang's emerald-wined lizard emitted a maximum power sonic shockwave, causing a half-second delay in the Shaiwug's movements, but it quickly recovered. The sonic waves have little effect on it. Zhao Gang shouted. Yi Qinghan charged forward. Her fist enveloped in malevolent energy struck the Shaiwug's shell, producing a dull thud. A shallow crack appeared on the shell. But in the next second, as Yi Qinghan saw the crack, it began to heal at a visible speed. The shell was regenerating. Can this thing repair itself? Regeneration. Passive skill. A grade. Lin Ye's fragmented information came through, and Yi Qinghan barely understood. Its shell will automatically repair and normal attacks cannot break through it, Yi Qinghan shouted. The Shaiwug's pincers opened wide and a dark green toxic mist sprayed out from its mouth, covering half the platform. Avoid the toxic mist. Shen Yu shouted. Fang Yi flipped over with the fire lizard and jumped onto the rocky wall at the edge of the platform. Chun Nan did not completely evade in time, and the toxic mist brushed against her left arm. The purification mask filtered the ingested toxins, but it could not protect against contact with the skin. The fabric of Chun Nan's training suit rapidly rotted upon contact with the toxic mist, revealing purple-black patterns on her exposed skin. Chun Nan. Shen Yu rushed over. Chun Nan gritted her teeth and tore off the sleeve of her left arm, where the poisoned area was spreading rapidly. The toxicity is very strong, but we need to deal with it immediately. Her voice carried pain, but she remained relatively calm. Shen Yu took out an antidote from her equipment bag and poured it onto Chun Nan's arm. The spread of the purple-black color slowed down, but did not stop completely. It can't be contained. The level of this poison is too high. Shen Yu's expression was grim. The Shaiwug did not give them time to tend to the injured and charged toward the crowd once more. Fang Yi stood at the front, channeling maximum spiritual energy into his short sword, slashing at the Shaiwug's head 3 times. 3 cuts appeared on the shell, and then all healed within 2 seconds. It can't be penetrated. Fang Yi took a step back. The front half of the Shaiwug's body suddenly arched, several legs from the front row lifting off the ground simultaneously to grab at Fang Yi. Fang Yi blocked 2 of the leg claws with his short sword, but the third leg claw slipped through his defense and hooked onto his thigh. The sharp claw tore through the training suit, and skin, dark red blood gushing out. Fang Yi. Zhao Gang rushed over wanting to assist. The emerald-winged lizard released a sonic wave at close range to the Shaiwug's head. The Shaiwug irritably shook its head and let go of Fang Yi. Fang Yi limped back into the crowd, the wound on his thigh deep, the muscle tissue clearly visible. Taking advantage of the moment when the Shaiwug's attention was diverted, Yi Qinghan dashed to its side and unleashed a full-powered punch, striking the gap where the shell connected. Bang! This time it went through. A fist-sized hole was punctured in the flesh at the shell's gap, and dark green bodily fluid spurted out. The Shaiwug emitted a sharp shriek and violently twisted its body, sweeping its tail across. Yi Qinghan could not completely dodge in time. The tail grazed her waist, sending her flying 3 to 4 meters. She flipped on the ground and steadied herself, feeling intense pain at her waist. Hiss. Are you okay? Lin Ye became anxious from his backpack. I'm fine. Yi Qinghan pressed on her waist. It wasn't fractured, but the soft tissue had sustained impact. Shen Yu quickly assessed the battlefield situation and made a decision. Retreat. Everyone back to the second-level platform. Fang Yi's leg is injured and his movement is limited, and Chun Nan is poisoned and needs to be evacuated for treatment as soon as possible. Continuing the fight will only increase casualties. Fang Yi gritted his teeth and did not object. The 5 began to retreat in an orderly manner, with Yi Qinghan bringing up the rear, using her fists and malevolent energy to block the route the Shaiwug tried to pursue. The Shaiwug stopped after pursuing for 12 meters. It guarded its territory and would not chase too far. This was Lin Ye's conclusion drawn from his spiritual perception. The group retreated to the second-level platform. Fang Yi leaned against the rocky wall, urgently bandaging his thigh wound, his face pale. The purple-black color on Chun Nan's left arm had spread to her shoulder. The antidote could only delay, but not cure. Shen Yu squatted in front of the 2 to check their injuries, her expression grave. Fang Yi can walk, but can no longer fight, and Chun Nan's poison must be taken to a medical center with complete equipment within 4 hours to detoxify. She looked up at the remaining people. Zhao Gang was uninjured, but clearly frightened, and the emerald-winged lizard had consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy. Yi Qinghan had bruises on her waist, but it did not affect her combat capability. 91% of the mission is complete. Xin Yu's voice was calm. Only the last bit of data remains. But the current situation is that 2 people have lost their combat ability, and that thing is blocking the way down from the 3rd-level platform. Yi Qinghan stood at the edge of the platform looking at the swirling mist below. "Get them up," she said. Xin Yu looked at her. "Are you going to stay behind?" "I can't leave unfinished business. It wouldn't be easy to explain if I return without completing the mission. How are you going to fight that thing alone?" Even Feng Yi's Tier 3 intermediate attack couldn't break its shell. Yi Qinghan's hand rested on her backpack. "I told you I'm not alone." Lin Ye, hearing this from the backpack, felt a slight tremor in his body. He understood Yi Qinghan's meaning. Fusion. Xin Yu and Yi Qinghan locked eyes for several seconds before finally letting out a sigh. "Are you sure?" "Sure." Xin Yu stood up. "Zhao Gang, you are responsible for escorting Feng Yi and Chun Nan out of the abyss. I will stay behind to assist Yi Qinghan." "Sister Xin, you don't need to stay." Yi Qinghan's tone left no room for negotiation. "Just take them away. I will come out on my own after I complete the mission." Xin Yu opened her mouth looking at Yi Qinghan's unwavering eyes and swallowed the words she had wanted to say. 2 hours. Xin Yu held up 2 fingers. "If you don't come out within 2 hours, I will go find Li Zhen to send someone in to rescue you." "That's enough." Zhao Gang supported Feng Yi while Xin Yu steadied Chun Nan. The 4 began ascending the rocky. "Be careful." Yi Qinghan hummed in acknowledgement. And their figures vanished swiftly into the dense mist. Nanli Yi Qinghan remained alone on the 2nd-tier platform. And Lin Ye, inside her backpack. Yi Qinghan waited roughly 30 seconds, confirming the footsteps of the other 4 had faded beyond earshot before crouching and unzipping the pack. Lin Ye sprang out, tumbling twice across the platform's stone surface before coming to rest. Ni's 2 large white eyes gazed upward at Yi Qinghan. "At last, it's just us." Yi Qinghan looked down at him. Before fusion, there are a few things to clarify. And here we go again. First, descend swiftly and conclude the engagement decisively. Do not linger in combat. Understood. Second, maintain absolute focus during fusion. No distractions. Alright. Third, Yi Qinghan paused. Don't fidget. Lin Ye rolled his eyes. She always repeated this 3rd point before every fusion. When have I ever fidgeted? Yi Qinghan held his gaze for 2 silent seconds, then rose, shrugged off her tactical jacket, folded it neatly beside the backpack, and stood clad only in a form-fitting black athletic tank top and training pants. "Excess clothing impedes mobility post-fusion," she explained. Lin Ye glanced, just 0.3 seconds, at the delicate line of her clavicle exposed at the tank top's edge, then deliberately looked away. "Let's begin." Yi Qinghan extended her right hand. Without a word, Lin Ye leapt from the ground and landed squarely in her palm. This time he chose to initiate fusion from her arm. Black liquid welled from her palm, flowing up her fingers, spreading across her knuckles and back of the hand, then climbing steadily along her wrist. It deliberately slowed as it traversed her forearm, to ensure seamless adhesion. And certainly not because the texture of her skin there felt especially pleasing. When the fluid passed over her elbow crease, Yi Qinghan instinctively flexed her arm slightly. "Itchy." "No." "Then why did you flinch?" "You moved too slowly across it." "Stable adhesion cannot be rushed." Lin Ye increased his pace slightly. The liquid surged up her upper arm to her shoulder, then spread toward her torso. This segment demanded exceptional composure. The black fluid traced downward from her shoulders to her clavicles, then descended further. Her tank top's thin fabric offered no barrier. The warmth of her body beneath was palpable with every ripple of the liquid. Yi Qinghan's body temperature ran notably high, a hallmark of second-stage body cultivators who had long refined murderous qi. Upon contact, Lin Ye's liquid form instinctively tightened its adherence. "You're pressing too close." Her voice carried a quiet warning. Thermal differential, automatic adaptation, a physical phenomenon. Yi Qinghan did not press further, but her breathing rhythm shifted subtly. The liquid continued downward, reaching her waist and abdomen. This time Lin Ye made no deliberate detours, yet still took marginally longer than strictly necessary to complete the adhesion. Her waist was slender, harmoniously proportioned against her shoulders and hips, a visually balanced silhouette. Lin Ye mentally logged the observation. Professional. Exceptionally professional. The fluid swept past her waistline and flowed down. The transition from hip to thigh was the most tense zone for Yi Qinghan during every fusion. Lin Ye sensed through tactile feedback the faint tensing of her thigh muscles. "Relax, tension hinders adhesion. Say less." Professional advice. Yi Qinghan drew a slow, deep breath, and her leg muscles softened. Lin Ye's liquid flowed downward, seamlessly enveloping both the outer and inner thighs simultaneously. The elastic fabric of her training pants conformed perfectly under the liquid's precise, intimate pressure. The tactile quality of her legs was without question the finest he had ever encountered. From thigh to knee to calf, each segment possessed ideal muscle density and elasticity, powerful yet retaining the supple grace of a young woman's physique. The lower calf, ankle to heel, was Lin Ye's personal favorite, slender but never frail, its tibial contours clean and elegantly defined. As the fluid reached her ankles, it decelerated. Her ankles were fine-boned and sharply articulated. And then came the dorsum of her feet. And she had worn combat boots before departure, but they were already removed by the time fusion commenced. Barefoot upon the icy rock platform, her toes curled faintly in response to the cold. As the liquid glided over her instep, Yi Qinghan flinched once more. Itchy again, in silence, and the liquid fully enshrouded her feet, from dorsum to sole, then each individual toe. The soles differed markedly from the rest of her body. Thinner skin, heightened sensitivity. Through the liquid's interface, Lin Ye distinctly perceived the elegant arch of her foot and the subtle warmth radiating from her toes. Done. Yi Qinghan's voice edged with impatience. Don't linger on the feet. Sole adhesion is critical. It directly governs stability during high-speed movement. That statement wasn't entirely fabricated. Sole adhesion did significantly influence mobility performance post-fusion. Yet neither was it wholly truthful. Finally, the liquid ascended her neck and covered her face, completing the symbiotic battle armor. And the entire process lasted approximately 2 seconds, slightly faster than previous fusions by mere tenths. Yet the information density had increased substantially. And how does it feel? Lin Ye's voice resonated clearly within her mind, crisper, more vivid than before. Yi Qinghan clenched her fist, now fully encased in the armor. And her spiritual energy surged fully to the third realm. Her integrated combat capability now hovered between third realm and mid-third realm, stronger than during their prior fusion inside the Gaokao secret realm, and more coordinated than last time, Yi Qinghan observed objectively. Naturally, the more fusions, the higher the adhesion fidelity. Yi Qinghan paused for a beat. And are you implying something? No. Purely technical analysis. Yi Qinghan abandoned further banter, turned and strode to the edge of the second-tier platform to peer downward. Great, billowing masses of mist churned violently within the chasm. Tremors rising from below were faintly perceptible. And the abyssal devouring centipede still rested upon the third-tier platform. Lin Ye's spiritual perception pierced the fog with pinpoint accuracy, locking onto the centipede's position, roughly 35 meters vertically below them and offset 15 meters to the left. It's lying motionless atop a boulder. Direction, jump down, then veer 15 degrees left. You'll see it immediately. Yi Qinghan bent her knees, slightly coiling power at the platform's edge. One strike, mission accomplished, and she launched herself into the chasm. Her fused physiology rendered freefall utterly controllable. Her toxin-infused armor-clad legs adjusted midair into perfect landing posture. The 35-meter descent concluded in under 2 seconds. Her feet struck the third-tier platform's stone surface with explosive force, shards of rock scattering outward. She landed with flawless stability, knees bending deeply to absorb the full impact. The moment the shockwave of her landing rippled through the mist, the colossal gray-white creature stirred. The creature Shiwazu sprang up from the rock, dozens of legs simultaneously striking the ground, its hissing cries echoing in the chasm. Its head turned towards the direction where Yi Qinghan had landed, the dark purple crystal core on its forehead pulsing more vigorously. It's coming, Lin Ye's voice calmly reported in Yi Qinghan's mind. Charging straight at you at speed is twice as fast as when it dealt with Feng Yi and the others. Has it recognized me? It probably recognized that you are stronger than that group, so it is using its full strength right away. Indeed, Shiwazu's speed was astonishing, its 7-meter-long body crossing half the platform in just 3 seconds to arrive before Yi Qinghan. Its pincers opened wide, dark green venom dripping from the sharp tips, the air filled with a pungent acrid odor. Yi Qinghan stepped aside to avoid the frontal attack, while gathering the symbiotic blade in her right hand. A 1-meter-long black blade-like weapon extended from her forearm, sharp enough to slice through mist. She sidestepped the attack from Shiwazu's pincers, countering with a slash at the side of its shell. Crack! The blade embedded itself about half an inch deep into the shell, 3 times deeper than the marks made by Feng Yi's short knife. However, it still did not completely penetrate. Moreover, the cut began to slowly heal 2 seconds later. The regeneration speed of its shell is roughly as I estimated. If I continue to attack the same spot, it won't be able to repair itself in time. Lin Ye provided tactical suggestions in her mind. Yi Qinghan did not respond. Her actions were quicker than words. Her body moved swiftly along Shiwuzu's side, the symbiotic blade striking the same area of the shell 4 times in succession. The first strike embedded half an inch deep. The second strike went in 1 inch. By the third strike, obvious cracks appeared in the shell. The fourth strike finally pierced through dark green bodily fluid gushing out from the opening. Shiwuzu let out a sharp shriek, its massive body twisting violently, its tail sweeping towards Yi Qinghan. She jumped to evade the tail sweep, flipping in midair and landing on Shiwuzu's back. "What are you doing on its back?" Lin Ye complained in her mind. "It's closer to strike the crystal core from here." Yi Qinghan stood firmly on Shiwuzu's shell, her feet secure due to the non-slip texture of her venomous battle armor. Shiwuzu felt the foreign object on its back and began to wildly twist its body in an attempt to throw her off, while its mouth spewed out a large cloud of toxic mist again. But Yi Qinghan was on its back, and the toxic mist could not reach her. She dashed quickly along Shiwuzu's spine towards its head, her feet alternating swiftly on the plates of shell, each step steady and powerful. Lin Ye sensed the impact of each step through the points of contact in her feet. The way she exerted force while running was quite interesting. Her forefoot landed first, and then the force transmitted along the arch to her toes, springing upward, showcasing an unusually high mechanical efficiency throughout. "Focus, you're in a fight," he scolded himself inwardly. Yi Qinghan reached the position above Shiwuzu's head, raising the symbiotic blade high. At that moment, Shiwuzu's head suddenly jerked upward, tossing Yi Qinghan off balance. She lost her footing in the air, but 2 tendrils extended from her chest, anchoring into Shiwuzu's shell. "Got a grip." Yi Qinghan adjusted her position midair with the help of the tendrils, her blade slicing down from above. The target was that dark purple crystal core. Shiwuzu sensed the deadly threat and quickly turned its head. The blade grazed the edge of the crystal core, striking the forehead and creating a deep crack, but failing to hit the core. So close. Lin Ye provided real-time feedback. Its head moves much more nimbly than its body, making it difficult to hit directly from the front. "What can we do?" "Limit its head movement range." "How do we limit it?" "With the tendrils." Lin Ye controlled 4 tendrils to extend from her back, 2 wrapping around the edges of Shiwuzu's shell on either side of its neck and pulling in opposite directions, the third curling around its jaw and the fourth anchoring into the rocky ground at the back of its neck. All 4 tendrils exerted force simultaneously. Shiwuzu's head was forcibly restrained. It struggled wildly, dozens of legs clawing the ground, creating deep furrows, but Lin Ye's tendrils, bolstered by a grade-resilient skin, were highly flexible and could not be torn apart in the short term. Now, Yi Qinghan hesitated no longer. She leaped high from Shiwuzu's back, stretching the length of the symbiotic blade to its limit in midair. With one strike, the black blade accurately struck the center of the dark purple crystal core. The core shattered. Dark purple liquid splattered from the crack, drenching Yi Qinghan. Shiwuzu's body spasmed at the moment the crystal core shattered, then its massive form went limp, crashing heavily onto the rocky platform. It was dead. Yi Qinghan descended from the air, landing on the ground beside Shiwuzu's head. "It's done." Standing beside Shiwuzu's corpse, she breathed slightly heavier. Her merged aura remained stable at the 3rd level, but the continuous high-intensity battles had indeed consumed a lot of her physical strength. "Release the merge. I need to eat something," Lin Ye mentioned in her mind. Yi Qinghan pondered. "The task isn't finished yet. Data collection is still 9% short. Then maintain the merged state for collection, or it's not easy for me to eat in this state." "Why not?" "Hiss. In the merged state, my body is one with yours without an independent digestive structure. I must return to an independent form to devour, otherwise it might end up in your stomach." Yi Qinghan frowned. "Then you first unmerge to eat. I'll collect the data, and after I'm done, I'll merge again." "Fine." The black liquid began to separate from Yi Qinghan. The liquid material receded from her head downward, first restoring her face, then her neck and shoulders. When the venomous battle armor retreated past her collarbone, the training tank top inside was thoroughly soaked with sweat. Lin Ye moved quickly during the withdrawal process, skimming over the chest area without any unnecessary movements. Very restrained. Very professional. Yi Qinghan's gaze followed Lin Ye's retreating path, confirming that he indeed did not linger in places he shouldn't. The liquid withdrew past her waist and abdomen, continuing downward. When it reached her legs, the retraction speed stabilized normally from thigh to knee to calf to ankle, everything executed according to standard procedure. Finally, the liquid detached from her soles, condensing into a fluid black sphere the size of a football on the ground. Lin Ye bounced a couple of times on the ground to loosen his muscles, then darted towards Shiwuzu's corpse without looking back. He began devouring from the creature's tail. His liquid body adhered to the gray-white shell, seeping through the gaps to make contact with the flesh and spiritual energy inside. The decomposition speed was noticeably faster than before, and the digestive efficiency of the mature body had improved. Ding. Devouring the corpse of the level 3 superior mist beast abyssal Shiwizu, transformed form decomposition in progress. Yi Qinghan pulled out the collection equipment left by Xinyu from her backpack and squatted at the previously marked spot, reinserting the probe to begin collecting the last 9% of data. Progress was slowly advancing. 92%, 94%. Lin Ye was devouring while scanning the surrounding environment with spiritual energy perception. After Shiwizu's death, there were temporarily no other large mist beasts approaching on the third-level platform, but in deeper areas he vaguely sensed some unstable spiritual energy fluctuations. The intensity of those fluctuations hovered between the second and third levels with a considerable number, but located more than 150 meters away, currently posing no threat. Interesting, he murmured to himself. It was uncertain whether the deeper mist beasts would surge forward after the leader's death, given that they seemed suppressed by Shiwizu's territorial effect. However, at his current devouring speed, it would likely take another 15 to 20 minutes to completely decompose Shiwizu's corpse, which should be sufficient time. Devouring progress 28. Gain 2,400 devouring points. This bug has a really high spiritual energy content. The spiritual energy density of the level 3 superior transformed form far exceeded that of ordinary level 3 superior mist beasts, resulting in a significant increase in the points gained from devouring. He calculated as he ate. If he completely devoured Shiwizu, he estimated he could gain between 8,000 to 10,000 devouring points. Coupled with the previous reserve of over 15,000, that would total over 23,000. Though still far from the 100,000 needed for the intermediate level 3, each bite was a step forward. 10 minutes later, more than half of Shiwizu's corpse had been devoured. Yi Qinghan's data collection reached 98%. Almost there. She glanced at the progress bar. Hiss. I'm almost there too. Lin Ye sent a vague signal back. Yi Qinghan only received the first half of the message. What do you mean, almost there? Hiss. Eating. Almost done. Oh, 100%. Yi Qinghan withdrew the probe and stored the equipment, completing all task data collection. She stood up and walked over to Lin Ye, watching him finish devouring the last segment of Shiwizu's tail. Ding. Devouring completed. Total devouring points gained from abyssal Shiwizu transformed form 9,500. Current devouring points 74,800 comfortable. After finishing eating, Lin Ye rolled around on the ground, his body having slightly expanded compared to before. Yi Qinghan squatted down to look at him. Are you full? Hiss. Full. Yi Qinghan squatted beside Lin Ye, watching as he rolled on the ground contentedly after finishing the last piece of the Chiwizen's corpse. Let's go, the data collection is complete, we should head up. Lin Ye bounced back onto her shoulder, his large white eyes scanning the surroundings. The third-level platform was unusually quiet. After the Chiwizen's death, the Lord's aura in this area dissipated. Logically, the suppressed mist beasts should gradually surge to compete for territory. Yet within 100 meters, his spiritual perception only detected some scattered first and second-level fluctuations lingering in the distance, with no large mist beasts approaching. It's too quiet. He conveyed a message through their mental link. Quiet. Something's not right. Yi Qinghan received most of it and nodded slightly. She packed the collection device into her backpack, then put on her tactical jacket and zipped it up. Let's move, no time to waste. The two began to climb up along the rock wall. Yi Qinghan's movements were still agile, her hands alternating to grip the protruding rocks, her toes precisely stepping into the crevices as her body quickly ascended against the cliff. Lin Ye lay on her shoulder, acting as a radar, covering their entire ascent with his spiritual perception. The distance from the third-level platform to the second-level platform was about 35 meters, and they had climbed halfway. Everything was normal. Too normal. Lin Ye's body suddenly tensed. His spiritual perception captured an extremely weak energy fluctuation 70 meters to the left. It was so faint that it almost melded with the surrounding mist backdrop. If it weren't for the high precision of his glass perception, he wouldn't have noticed that fluctuation at all. Moreover, that fluctuation was moving. Its direction was headed straight for them. Its speed was extremely fast. To the left. There's something. He pushed the message with all his mental strength. Yi Qinghan received only half of the signal. Left. Something. Instinctively, she turned her head to look left, the gray-white mist swirling, obscuring her vision. But she trusted Lin Ye's perception. She released her right hand to prepare for a defensive stance. In that instant, a transparent shadow shot out silently from the mist. It was neither gray-white nor emerald green, but completely transparent. The surface of that being was covered in special scales that refracted misty light, making it visually almost completely invisible. Lin Ye's spiritual perception accurately locked onto its location, but Yi Qinghan's naked eye couldn't capture anything. The speed of that transparent shadow far exceeded his expectations. It did not approach from the front, but rather slanted in from the side of the rock wall, attacking at an angle so cunning it was shocking. Two curved blades for forelimbs traced arcs in the air, targeting the lower half of Yi Qinghan as she climbed. In the same instant, Lin Ye's system popped up the scan results. Mist Beast named Shadow Mantis Concealment Type, Level Tier 3 Lower Grade Traits, Complete Concealment S-Class Passive Light Refracting, Shell, makes it nearly transparent, visually only locatable through spiritual perception. The blade arms possess extremely high penetrating power. Dodge. Below. Lin Ye's mental energy howled as he pushed the message, but what reached Yi Qinghan was reduced to 2 words. Below. Yi Qinghan's reaction was quick enough. The moment she received the signal, she released both hands and let her body drop along the rock wall to evade. However, the shadow mantis was half a beat faster than her reaction. A transparent arc of light slashed upward from below the sharp blade arm, brushing past the inner side of Yi Qinghan's thigh. Sizzle. The fabric of her training pants was torn open, a 20-centimeter long gash appearing from the root of her thigh downward. Simultaneously, skin was cut. A long, thin bloodstain appeared on the inner side of Yi Qinghan's left thigh, positioned extremely high, less than 5 centimeters from her private area. Blood seeped from the wound, flowing down the inner skin of her thigh. Yi Qinghan's body paused slightly during the descent, and she inhaled sharply. It wasn't from pain, but because that spot was too sensitive. The moment the blade passed, it sent a sensation that caused her muscles to spasm involuntarily. She steadied herself with one hand against the rock wall, the split in her training pants gaping open, revealing a section of her pale inner thigh skin and the bleeding wound. After successfully landing a hit, the shadow mantis did not stop. Its transparent form angled against the rock wall, preparing to launch a second attack from another direction. Lin Ye saw the location of that wound on Yi Qinghan's shoulder. That position caused his mind to go blank for 0.2 seconds. Not for any other reason, but because from his perspective, looking down from her shoulder, the torn pants, the bleeding pale skin, and the area above that barely covered by the remaining fabric, all the visual information rushed into his perception system within that 0.2 seconds. Then he snapped back to reality. The fierce woman was injured. Moreover, that transparent bastard was circling back to prepare for a second strike. Yi Qinghan's naked eye couldn't see it. On such a rock wall, she had no stable footing to utilize her combat techniques. In a situation where even a peak first-tier opponent was too much, let alone facing a Tier 3 concealed mist beast. Fused. Lin Ye did not hesitate at all, directly leaping down from Yi Qinghan's shoulder. The moment he jumped, his liquid body had already begun to spread. There was no time to follow the normal process. No time to slowly cover from the arms. The shadow mantis' second attack had already arrived, its transparent curved blade slicing through the mist in an arc that the naked eye could not capture, aimed straight for Yi Qinghan's waist. Lin Ye's body exploded in midair, the black liquid material spreading like a net toward Yi Qinghan's entire body. But the first place he reached was her bleeding left leg. The first step of fusion was to stop the bleeding. This was his instinctive reaction, driven by the physiological mechanism of the symbiotic entity, to prioritize covering the host's injured area for protection and repair. The black liquid spread from Yi Qinghan's knee both upward and downward. The downward part quickly wrapped around her calf and ankle without any issues. As the upward part flowed over the wound on the inner thigh, the liquid made contact with the torn skin. Yi Qinghan's body tensed. Lin Ye's liquid tissue seeped into the edges of the wound for hemostasis and repair. This process required his cells to establish a temporary fusion with the host's skin tissue. The wound was situated deep on the inner side of her thigh. While repairing the wound, his liquid inevitably flowed over the skin surrounding that injury. The temperature of that skin was at least 2 degrees higher than the rest of her body, and the sensation was completely different, so soft that it overloaded his sensory perception. Bear with it, I'm sealing the wound. He transmitted the message. Yi Qinghan gritted her teeth and remained silent. The liquid continued to spread above the wound, covering toward her hip and waist. This area of contact made both of them uneasy. The tear in her pants was too large, and half of the area the liquid flowed over was in direct contact with skin. As Lin Ye's liquid cells covered the area around her thigh, the tactile feedback was so clear that he wanted to shut down his perception, but couldn't. At the junction of her thigh and groin, the texture of the skin transitioned from firm muscle to a more delicate and soft sensation. When his liquid established the conformal interface in this region, it needed to adapt according to the curvature of the skin. During the adjustment, his tactile nerves fed back a large amount of data. Every piece of data told him that the skin in this area was unreasonably tender. You've been there too long. Yi Qinghan's voice squeezed out between her teeth, tinged with a tremor. Wound repair takes time. The tissue at the wound edges must bond layer by layer. This statement was half true. The wound did require repair, but his liquid had clearly spread beyond the necessary area around the injury. Yi Qinghan felt it. That cold, slippery sensation spread from the wound outward, flowing past her lower abdomen. The liquid's temperature was lower than her body heat, and the moment it made contact, it brought a stimulating coolness that traveled along her sensitive nerve endings, causing an involuntary shudder deep within her abdomen. Her face burned behind the mask. Enough, move up. Right away. Lin Ye's liquid left that area, quickly spreading toward her waist and torso. But his perception system had fully recorded the tactile data from those few seconds, purely for optimizing fitting parameters during future fusions. Tech is needed. In 3 seconds, the liquid covered Yi Qinghan's entire body, forming a black symbiotic battle armor. Her aura rose to Tier 3. The second side strike of the shadow mantis had already reached her face. Yi Qinghan's body instinctively tensed to move. This time, I'll take over. Lin Ye's voice resonated within her mind, cold and sharp, unlike anything she had ever heard from him before. I want to try fighting. Yi Qinghan froze, startled. Lin Ye had never once volunteered to seize control of their fused body. Every prior fusion had been led by her. She directed combat, while he offered tactical guidance and auxiliary support from within. But this time his words carried no room for negotiation. Let me handle it. The mantis's curved blade slashed toward her face. Yi Qinghan made her choice. She relinquished control of her body. Lin Ye took command. The instant he assumed control, Lin Ye experienced something utterly unprecedented. Yi Qinghan's body, not as external sensation mediated by liquid adhesion, but as an intimate internal sovereignty over every muscle, every joint. It was no longer tactile perception from without, but true embodiment commanding each sinew and articulation from within. The raw physical power of a second-rank body cultivator surged through his consciousness. The venomous augmentation layered atop it intensified every sense far beyond his prior expectations. Yet there was no time to savor the sensation. The shadow mantis's scythe was already upon them. Lin Ye guided Yi Qinghan's right hand outward in a swift, decisive block. The symbiotic blades erupting from her skin clashed heat-in with the mantis's crescent blades. Clang! The grating shriek of metal on metal reverberated across the chasm. For half a second, the impact forced the mantis's translucent form into visibility, and Lin Ye saw it clearly in full. A mist beast shaped like a mantis, nearly 2 meters long, its entire body sheathed in prism-like refractive scales, its 2 forelimbs ended in sickle-shaped short blades gleaming like slivers of moonlight. Half a second later, its scales bent light once more, and its form dissolved from sight. Yet concealment meant nothing before spiritual perception. Lin Ye knew its exact position. Why run? He drove off the cliffside wall with explosive force and lunged straight toward where the mantis had vanished. Under his command, Yi Qinghan's body moved with a combat style utterly alien to her own. Her fighting embodied precision and efficiency, each strike honed by lifetimes of accumulated technique and instinctive judgment. Lin Ye fought differently. His style was brutally simple. Brute force. His fist tore through the air, not aimed at a weak point, but squarely at the mantis's entire frontal mass. The shockwave of his punch scattered the surrounding mist like smoke. The mantis crossed its sickle blades to parry, only for Lin Ye's fist to slam into them with such force that the creature was hurled backward, its back slamming into the cliff wall with a thunderous crunch, leaving a deep, jagged indentation. The mantis peeled itself from the rocks, several scales shattered, its camouflage flickering across large swaths of its body, nearly 1/3 of its torso now visible as dull, ash-white flesh. Lin Ye gave it no respite, for grotesque black tendrils erupted from his spine. 2 anchored themselves into the cliff face, while the other 2 lashed forward like whips. Their tips hardened into razor-edged blades, one coiled tightly around the mantis's left sickle blade, the other slashed downward, aimed unerringly at its neck. The mantis barely deflected the blow with its right blade, but its left remained locked fast, helpless. A feral grin split Lin Ye's lips, his crimson tongue curled once slowly. He released the tendril gripping the right blade, and with Yi Qinghan's right hand drawn low at her waist, launched a devastating uppercut straight into the mantis's abdomen. The symbiotic blade on his knuckles pierced straight through the creature's armored carapace. Thick, viscous, ash-white fluid gushed from the wound. The mantis shrieked, a piercing, teeth-grinding wail, as its remaining blade flailed wildly at Lin Ye. Lin Ye seized the slashing blade barehanded. His resilient dermis, fortified by the symbiont's Class A defense, bore no strain, no cut. Gripping the mantis's bladed limb, he wrenched it from the cliff wall, hoisted it high above his head, then brought it down with crushing force. He swung the creature like a whip, slamming it onto the rocky platform with bone-shattering impact. A 3-meter fissure cracked open across the ground. The mantis's dorsal armor splintered, all four hind legs snapped, vast patches of refractive scales sloughed away. Its entire form collapsed from spectral transparency into a mangled, ash-gray ruin. It still lived. Its sickle blades twitched feebly. Lin Ye released his grip and stepped back. From his fingertips extended 5 slender serpentine tendrils, each tip sharpening into a needle-fine lethal spike. All 5 struck simultaneously. One pierced its chest, another its abdomen, 2 severed the base of its wings, and the final precise thrust drove deep into its cephalic neural node. The mantis ceased struggling in less than a second. Lin Ye stood motionless before its corpse, Yi Qinghan's body rising and falling gently beneath the glistening sheath of venomous fluid. "It's over." His voice echoed inside her mind. Yi Qinghan had watched wordless and awestruck as Lin Ye wielded her body in a storm of violence utterly foreign to her nature, her heart a tempest of conflicting emotions. "Your fighting style is nothing like mine. You're precision incarnate. I'm pure force." That slam into the ground wasn't necessary. It felt right. Yi Qinghan fell silent for a long moment. "Were you avenging me?" Lin Ye offered no direct reply. "It wounded your leg. Deep and in the most inconvenient place. A lesson was unavoidable." Yi Qinghan faltered, speechless, caught off guard by those last words. Only 2 words. Lin Ye dissolved the fusion. As the black fluid peeled away from Yi Qinghan's form, he deliberately accelerated its retreat from her lower body. Not because he wished to leave sooner, but because he remembered, clearly, what he had done in that urgent, instinctive moment, lingering, exploring, pressing deeper than necessity demanded. Once fully detached from her souls, the black fluid coalesced midair into a dense obsidian sphere and dropped silently to the ground. Lin Ye bounced twice, then crouched beside the mantis's corpse to begin devouring. Yi Qinghan remained rooted in place, glancing down at her left leg. The tear in her training pants still gaped wide, from hip to thigh, exposing a strip of pale, smooth inner thigh. Yet the wound had healed completely. During the emergency fusion, Lin Ye's fluid had sealed the injury with flawless precision, leaving only a faint rose-pink scar. But around that scar lingered a distinct patch of skin, damp, subtly glistening. The residual trace of his fluid as it had spread, adhered, and withdrawn. And the location of that patch. Yi Qinghan's fingertip brushed the spot. Cool. Slippery. Her cheeks flared crimson in an instant. Not from pain, not from injury, but because she remembered with unnerving clarity how long his fluid had lingered there, how widely it had flowed, how intimately it had mapped every contour. The memory of that icy liquid glide along the innermost curve of her thigh still vibrated in her nerves. Her fingers clenched, nails biting deep into her palms. 3 meters away, Lin Ye bent over the mantis's corpse, seemingly absorbed in his feast. A modest bounty, symbiotic absorption of a 3rd-rank lower-tier mist beast, Shadow Mantis, grants 500 absorption points. Current absorption points 79800. He stole a glance at Yi Qinghan through the periphery of his spiritual sense. There she stood, head bowed, staring at her leg, her nape flushed with delicate rosy warmth. She was blushing. Lin Ye's large eyes blinked once. He finished the last segment of the mantis, rolled on the ground to clear off the debris on his body, and then bounced to Yi Qinghan's feet. Finished eating. Yi Qinghan looked down at the black sphere at her feet, 2 white eyes gazing up at her. The expression in those eyes was as innocent as ever. "When you were in the process of merging," Yi Qinghan spoke, her voice slightly lower than usual. "Seal the wound." Lin Ye answered first. "The wound is only that long." Yi Qinghan raised her index finger, indicating a length of about 10 centimeters in the air. "The area covered by your liquid tissue is 3 times that of the wound." Lin Ye's large eyes turned around. The skin tissue around the wound needs to be reinforced synchronously to prevent secondary tearing. 3 times the area for reinforcement. Emergency redundancy for safety. Yi Qinghan stared at him for 3 seconds. Lin Ye's expression showed no hint of guilt. Because he truly had no concept of guilt, the symbiotic entity's facial expression management system had only 2 options: innocent and more innocent. "You went to a place you shouldn't have gone." Yi Qinghan's voice dropped even lower. "That is directly adjacent to the wound area. The flow path of the liquid tissue is influenced by both gravity and the surface tension of the skin, and in a climbing posture against a vertical rock wall, it is most natural to spread upwards." Yi Qinghan bit her lip. He spoke convincingly, every word sounding textbook-like, but her body memory told her that this was definitely not a normal flow path. "Then when you were covering it." There was a hint of annoyance in her voice that she may not have even realized. "Why did you adjust it 3 times in that position?" Lin Ye's large eyes slowly blinked. She had counted the times. The fit of the skin contour at irregular interfaces requires multiple micro-adjustments. "Stop trying to fool me." Yi Qinghan's speech quickened slightly, a flush creeping from her cheeks to her ears. Do you think I can't feel it? The sensation of your tissue there is completely different from that of your arm and leg. You were clearly. She stopped mid-sentence because she almost said a verb that shouldn't have been spoken. Lin Ye lay on the ground, his two white eyes staring at her motionless. After a silence of about 5 seconds. What? He asked. Yi Qinghan's fists clenched. Shut up. She bent down and scooped him up from the ground, stuffing him into her backpack and pulling the zipper all the way. Inside the bag was pitch black. Lin Ye comfortably found a position to lie down. He did not speak again. However, his liquid body gently bounced against the interior wall of the backpack, as if stifling a laugh. Yi Qinghan organized her gear, preparing to return along the rock wall to the second platform. As she stepped, the torn training pants spread further apart with the movement of her thighs, letting the cold wind rush in. She stopped to glance down at the tear. This tear widened further. While walking, the movement amplitude, while climbing, would be even greater than walking. Wait a moment. She placed the backpack on the ground and opened the zipper. Lin Ye poked half of his head out from inside. What's wrong? My pants are torn and I can't climb. Lin Ye's gaze reflexively flickered to her legs. The training pants had a nearly 20-centimeter tear starting from the upper thigh. When standing, the tear naturally closed and was not very noticeable, but once the leg moved, a large area of skin inside would be exposed. Do you have spare clothes? I didn't bring any. Then what to do? Yi Qinghan looked at him, remaining silent for a moment. You can transform into one. Lin Ye was stunned. What? You said your mimicry function can simulate the forms of inanimate objects, transform into a piece of fabric to cover the outside. Lin Ye contemplated for 2 seconds. Technically, it was indeed feasible. His mimicry ability could allow his liquid body to take on various shapes. Simulating a patch of fabric to cover the tear would not be difficult. But this meant that part of his body would be in patch form, adhering to the area where Yi Qinghan had just overloaded his sensory nerves. For an extended period. All the way until they climbed out of the abyss. No problem. He jumped out of the backpack. Extend your leg. Yi Qinghan extended her left leg forward slightly. The tear opened on the inner side of her thigh, revealing the white skin underneath and a light pink healing scar. Lin Ye jumped onto her calf, and his liquid body began to flow upwards. When he reached the tear, he began to mimic. A small portion of the liquid transformed into a fabric patch of the same color and texture as the training pants, extending from one edge of the tear to the other. During the covering process, he had to press the patch tightly against the exposed skin to fix its position. The skin sensations fed back into his perception system. This time, it was a long-lasting contact, not comparable to the few seconds of emergency adhesion. Every inch of skin's temperature, softness, and subtle pore texture was all clear. Lin Ye adjusted the thickness of the patch to the thinnest, keeping the sensation at a level of perceptible but not overloaded. It stuck. Yi Qinghan looked down to check. Visually, the patch was almost indistinguishable from the fabric of the training pants, and the tear was perfectly concealed. But she could feel that the inner surface of the patch was pressed against her skin, carrying a slightly cool temperature. That was not the temperature of ordinary fabric. That was Lin Ye's body temperature. Try walking. Yi Qinghan took 2 steps. The patch adjusted to the contours of her thighs' movements, neither falling off nor restricting her movements. No problem. She scooped up the remaining part of Lin Ye's body and placed him back on her shoulder. Then let's go up. Yi Qinghan started climbing up along the rock wall. Every time she lifted her leg to step on a rock outcrop, the contraction of her thigh muscles was directly transmitted to Lin Ye's patch. He could clearly feel the process of muscles relaxing, tensing, and relaxing again. Especially when she lifted her leg significantly to reach a higher foothold, the skin stretched the most, and the patch extended along with it, providing the highest amount of tactile feedback. Lin Ye lay on her shoulder, deliberately shifting his focus to monitoring through spiritual perception. There were no new threats in the surrounding mist for the time being. But every few seconds his attention was pulled back by the tactile data feedback from the patch. Focus, he commanded himself in his mind. The black sphere on her shoulder with its 2 white eyes stared straight ahead into the mist, completely still. Very focused. Very professional. After about 15 minutes of climbing, Yi Qinghan climbed over the edge of the second platform. Once she steadied herself, she glanced down at the patch. The patch was securely adhered with no abnormalities. It seems like your patch temperature has increased. Her voice carried a hint of suspicion. Movement generates frictional heat. It's a normal physical phenomenon. Yi Qinghan glanced at the eyes of the sphere on her shoulder. The eyes were directed straight ahead with no unnecessary movements. She did not pursue the matter further and continued to climb upwards. The weekend has arrived. More positive reviews will lead to immediate updates. A group of people gathered at the edge of the chasm. Shen Yu breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Yi Qinghan climbing up from the abyss completely unharmed. Where's the data? Yi Qinghan handed over the collection device. 100%. Xinyu took the device and checked the data completeness on the screen, finally relaxing her tense expression. Why did it take almost half an hour longer? I encountered a hidden fog beast, a third-tier low-level shadow mantis. Xinyu raised her eyebrows. Did you deal with it, eh? I did. Just you alone. Yi Qinghan's gaze swept over Lin Ye, who was quietly resting on her shoulder. We worked together. Xinyu glanced at the black sphere on Yi Qinghan's shoulder and then at her training pants. There was a patch of slightly different color and texture on her pants located on the upper inner thigh of her left leg. As a woman, Xinyu was far more sensitive to that area than anyone else present. Her gaze lingered on the patch for 2 seconds. Are you injured? Just a surface wound. It's already been treated. Yi Qinghan's response was crisp and clean, leaving no room for further questions. Xinyu wisely refrained from asking further. On the armored vehicle, Feng Yi's leg injury had been bandaged a second time. Although his movement was inconvenient, he was not in life-threatening danger. Chun Nan's poisoning situation had been temporarily stabilized by the vehicle's portable purification device. The spread of the toxin was controlled, but he needed to return to the base for formal treatment as soon as possible. When Zhao Gang saw Yi Qinghan in the vehicle, his first words were not about the mission, but rather an extended gaze at Lin Ye on her shoulder. Has your slime gotten a bit bigger again? Lin Ye's size did indeed swell slightly after consuming the man. Yi Qinghan took him off her shoulder and placed him beside her seat. We'll talk about it later. The armored vehicle started bumping along toward Lan City through the mist. Yi Qinghan leaned back in her seat, closing her eyes to rest. Lin Ye lay on the seat beside her, the adaptive patch still stuck in place on the inner thigh. He could feel the skin temperature in that area slowly decreasing as Yi Qinghan sat still, gradually returning to normal from the heat generated during her climbing. After about half an hour of travel, the vehicle entered the coverage area of the Purification High Tower. The fog rapidly dissipated and sunlight reappeared. Yi Qinghan opened her eyes as the light changed. Not long after, the armored vehicle came to a stop in the underground parking lot of the 749 Bureau's Lan City branch. Chun Nan was carried away on a stretcher by the waiting medical team, while Feng Yi refused the stretcher and hobbled along, leaning on Zhao Gang's shoulder. Xinyu headed straight for the data analysis room with the collection device, looking back at Yi Qinghan before leaving. Mission settlement is in conference room 3. Li Zhen is waiting for you. Yi Qinghan nodded. The corridor's lighting was a harsh white LED, completely different from the dark mist. Lin Ye lay on Yi Qinghan's shoulder, feeling the faint vibrations coming from the ground, which were from the spiritual energy generator deep within the base. The door to conference room 3 was open and Li Zhen sat at one end of the long table reviewing a document. Upon seeing Yi Qinghan walk in, he put down the document and looked up. Have a seat. Yi Qinghan pulled out a chair and sat down. Mission completion rate is 100% plus the elimination of the third-tier high-level Dominator class Fog Beast Abyss Devourer and the third-tier low-level Shadow Mantis. Li Zhen pushed a mission settlement form in front of Yi Qinghan, saying, base contribution points are 800, eliminating the third-tier high-level adds 600, and eliminating the third-tier low-level adds 300 with a danger coefficient of 1.5 times. He tapped the numbers with his finger. Total is 2,550 points. Lin Ye's eyes lit up as he lay on Yi Qinghan's shoulder. Over 2,500 contribution points based on the 749 Bureau's exchange ratio. This would be enough to exchange for quite a few spirit stones and cultivation resources. The resource exchange manual has been updated in the wristband. You can choose yourself. Li Zhen pushed over a gray metallic box. This is an additional reward for the mission allocated from the Abyss Exploration Special Fund. Yi Qinghan opened the box. Inside were 12 neatly stacked spirit stones. They were not low-grade spirit stones, but mid-grade. Each one contained 10 times the spiritual energy of a low-grade spirit stone. 12 mid-grade spirit stones. The Federation is quite generous with subsidies for Abyss missions. Li Zhen leaned back in his chair, watching Yi Qinghan's reaction. Yi Qinghan's expression remained calm, but her action of closing the box and putting it into her backpack was slightly quicker than usual. Lin Ye, watching the 12 mid-grade spirit stones go into the backpack, almost couldn't help but bounce over. One mid-grade spirit stone could be converted into at least 1,000 devouring points. 12 stones would be 12,000. Adding his current reserve of 79,800. That totals over 90,000. 9,000 short of the 100,000 needed for a third-tier intermediate, but if contribution points could also be exchanged for spirit stones. His mind raced. Additionally, Li Zhen's voice interrupted his calculations. What about the body of the Abyss Devourer? Yi Qinghan answered with a calm demeanor. It was consumed by my spirit. Li Zhen glanced at the black sphere on her shoulder. The whole thing. The whole thing. Li Zhen's expression shifted slightly. The 7-meter-long third-tier high-level mutated fog beast was entirely swallowed by a basketball-sized spirit. That information had quite an impact. What about the shadow mantis? Same. Li Zhen opened his mouth, but ultimately chose not to ask further. All right, mission settlement is complete. Yi Qinghan nodded, then walked toward the warehouse. There were training pants over there. As Yi Qinghan walked, Lin Ye's mind was calculating the distribution plan for the spirit stones. 12 mid-grade spirit stones. How many will you give me? He sent a message over. How many stones? Yi Qinghan received fragmented words. We'll talk about it later, Yi Qinghan replied. Soon she arrived at the warehouse. While searching for training pants, she glanced at the patch. We've reached a safe area, we can remove it now. Okay. The patch slowly peeled away from her thigh. The peeling process required the liquid tissue to detach from the skin's surface layer by layer. Too fast would cause the skin to tear, while too slow would unnecessarily prolong the contact time. He chose a speed that was just right between the two. Not exactly intentional, but not completely innocent either. The patch began to peel away from the upper edge of the tear, the liquid lifting a thin layer of mist as it left the skin. Yi Qinghan's thigh muscles tensed slightly. Once the patch completely detached, the liquid formed a small clump and returned to Lin Ye's main body. Lin Ye looked at that fair skin, feeling a bit distracted. He sent a message through their mental link. Next time we merge, the wound treatment will be faster since I've memorized the skin parameters of that area. Yi Qinghan received about 70% of the message. Next time, faster, memorized, parameters. Her hand clenched into a fist beneath her jacket. Don't always use technical excuses, her lips barely moved. Lin Ye replied, I'm just stating facts. Yi Qinghan did not respond further, but Lin Ye could sense that her back was straighter than before. Not long after, Yi Qinghan found the right size of training pants, holding them in her hand as she turned to look at him. I need to change my pants. Change. You turn around. I don't have a front or back in a visual sense. Yi Qinghan glared at him. Lin Ye, understanding the hint, closed his two large white eyes. In Lin Ye's perceptual world, closing his eyes merely shut off visual input, while his spiritual perception remained active. However, he actively compressed his range of perception from 100 meters to 10. He had done his best. This was the limit of his compression. After all, compressing anything consumed too much energy. No problems there. Very professional. The sound of fabric rustling came from the storage room. So white, so tender. After 30 seconds, the sound ceased. All right. Lin Ye opened his eyes. Yi Qinghan stood in front of him wearing brand new training pants, tossing the torn ones into the nearby recycling bin. The fabric of the new pants fit better than the old ones, with cuts at the knees and thighs that conformed more closely to her body's contours. Lin Ye's gaze quickly swept over her legs before returning. Wearing pants diminished her earlier allure, which felt off. Let's go. He jumped back onto Yi Qinghan's shoulder. After returning to the dormitory, Yi Qinghan placed 12 mid-grade spirit stones on the table. Under the light, she meticulously inspected the quality of each stone, as if reviewing military supplies. Lin Ye jumped from her shoulder to the table, squatting beside the pile of spirit stones, his large eyes fixated on the stones, emitting a faint glow. For you. Yi Qinghan placed 4 mid-grade spirit stones in front of Lin Ye. 4. What about the remaining 8? I need them for my cultivation. You're being too stingy with the 4. Lin Ye pushed the information over. The version Yi Qinghan received was stingy. 4. Too dark. She flicked Lin Ye on the forehead with her finger. Who are you calling stingy? I'm talking about the quality of the spirit stones. Yi Qinghan glanced at him, ignoring his poor attempt at deflection. Lin Ye quickly calculated in his mind. Currently, his devouring points were 79,800. 4 mid-grade spirit stones, each worth 1,000 devouring points, totaling 4,000. In total, that made 83,800. To advance from lower third tier to middle third tier required 100,000 devouring points. He was still short by over 16,000. Not enough. I don't have enough. He transmitted the conclusion. Not enough. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment. How much are you short? Unless we hunt another higher tier beast. Lin Ye said. Yi Qinghan was silent for 2 seconds. First consume all we have, then we can discuss the next mission. Lin Ye did not argue. He picked up a mid-grade spirit stone and began to devour it. The spirit stones were broken down within his liquid body, and the efficiency of converting spiritual energy into devouring points was notably lower than devouring the corpses of mist beasts, but it was safe, stable, and risk-free. Ding. Devoured mid-grade spirit stone gained 1,000 devouring points. Ding. Devoured mid-grade spirit stone gained 1,000 devouring points. Ding. Devoured mid-grade spirit stone gained 1,000 devouring points. Ding. Devoured mid-grade spirit stone gained 1,000 devouring points. Current devouring points 83,800. All 4 spirit stones ingested, bringing the total to 83,800. Still short by 1,600 to reach middle third tier. No rush. He reassured himself. Next time in the secret realm, just devour a few fatter ones. Yi Qinghan had already begun meditating across from him. 8 mid-grade spirit stones circled her seated body, with spiritual energy being drawn from the stones and circulating through her meridians. Breaking through from early second tier to middle second tier didn't require special materials as catalysts, just enough accumulation of spiritual energy and constant pushing of the physical limits. But this required time. Lin Ye lay on the table watching her cultivate, idly opening the system panel to repeatedly check his attributes. Name: Lin Ye, symbiotic entity, Venom form, mature, level lower third tier, 010-0000, devouring points 83800, active skills: symbiotic blade, A grade energy reflux, A grade mimicry, A grade bite, A grade passive skills, resilient skin, A grade spiritual perception, S grade. The 2 passive skill slots were full and of high quality. In terms of active skills, symbiotic blade was currently his main means of attack, but its level was still not high enough. If there were opportunities to strengthen it in the future, he should prioritize upgrading symbiotic blade. He flipped to the skill enhancement page to take a glance. Upgrading symbiotic blade from a grade to S grade required 100,000, which was quite a lot. I'll upgrade my cultivation first. He closed the panel and closed his eyes to gather his strength. 2 days later, Li Jun assigned Yi Qinghan another grade task targeting a low-level mist secret realm north of Lan City, with the mission to exterminate a nest of second-tier mutated spiders. The difficulty of the task was not high, but the number of spiders was considerable. Yi Qinghan cleared the area alone while Lin Ye followed behind to consume the corpses. In 3 hours, they eliminated 47 second-tier mutated spiders, and Lin Ye's devouring points rose by nearly 9,000. Current devouring points, 92,600, still short by 7,400. 3 days later, a new task arrived. This time, it was a solitary middle third-tier mist beast nesting in the abandoned mine area east of. After merging Yi Qinghan and Lin Ye, took 6 minutes to resolve the battle. Lin Ye devoured the corpse of the middle third-tier beast. Ding. Devoured middle third-tier mist beast iron-spined wild boar corpse, gained 7,000 devouring points. Current devouring points, 99,600, short by 400. 400 points. Lin Ye nearly spat blood upon seeing this number. He was just 400 points short and couldn't even touch the threshold for upgrading. On the way back, he consumed 2 clusters of wild vines containing trace amounts of spiritual energy, barely scraping together 420 points. Ding. Devouring points have reached the standard. Current devouring points, 100020. Do you wish to consume 100,000 devouring points to upgrade to middle third tier? Lin Ye did not hesitate. Confirmed. Yi Qinghan sensed the sudden change in weight on her shoulder. Lin Ye's body became intensely hot in an instant, and the metallic black surface began to writhe. Put me down. Lin Ye urgently transmitted. Yi Qinghan reacted quickly, raising her right hand to lift him off her shoulder and placing him on a flat rock by the roadside. Lin Ye's liquid body began to evolve autonomously on the rock. Cells rapidly divided and reorganized internally, initially shrinking to fist-sized before rapidly expanding. The black liquid surged and twisted, its metallic sheen becoming deeper and more profound. Approximately 3 minutes later, the evolution was complete. His size did not increase significantly, but his density was on an entirely different level. Previously, when Yi Qinghan carried him, it felt like lifting a slightly heavier ball. Now, when she tried to lift him, her arm noticeably sank. You've gotten quite heavy. It's the result of increased body density. Lin Ye bounced on the rock twice to test the elasticity and responsiveness of his new body. All data was slightly stronger than when he was lower third tier. He opened the system panel to check. Name: Lin Ye, symbiotic entity, Venom form, mature, level middle third tier, 010-0000, devouring points 20. Upon seeing that the next level required 100,000 devouring points, Lin Ye sighed inwardly. He needed to keep pushing. But then a new system prompt popped up. Evolution complete. Reward active skill. Unlocked new active skill, morph control, B grade morph control. The symbiotic entity can perform more precise shape adjustments of its liquid material, including, but not limited to, simulating weapon-type transformations, constructing complex structures, and real-time modifications to its form in merged state. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. Morph control. This was not a fusion-type skill, but an enhancement of his liquid bodis plasticity. In other words, he could now not only create single-edged weapons like the symbiotic blade, but theoretically simulate more complex weapon shapes. Hammers, spears, shields, even more intricate constructs. A good thing. He immediately began to. A segment of material extended from the right side of his liquid body, transforming into a short sword approximately 30 centimeters long under the control of morph control. The shape was stable and the blade was sharp. He switched to another shape, the short sword transforming into a palm-sized round shield. Switching again, the round shield shrank and elongated into a spear. Each shape change took less than a second. What are you playing with? Yi Qinghan squatted beside him watching as he transformed back and forth. New skill morph control. Lin Ye transmitted the information. New control. The version Yi Qinghan received made her frown slightly. What kind of control? Morph control. It means my body can change into more shapes now. This time the information was transmitted more completely. Yi Qinghan watched the constantly changing weapon shapes in his hands and nodded. Can it be used after merging? Of course, after merging, I can adjust my structure in real time, such as manifesting different weapons in my hands or thickening defenses at specific points. Yi Qinghan thought about the practical application of this ability in combat. Very high practicality. Indeed. Lin Ye put away the demonstration of his new skill squatting on the rock while looking up at Yi Qinghan. Stingy woman, I upgraded, and you have no reaction. Congratulations. That's too perfunctory. Yi Qinghan's lips curled into a slight arc. He'll give you a couple more spirit stones when we get back. Lin Ye's eyes brightened. You better keep your word. Let's go. Yi Qinghan bent down to lift him from the rock, placing him back on her shoulder, striding towards Lan City. In the following 10 days, Yi Qinghan entered a secluded cultivation phase. 8 medium-grade spirit stones were gradually consumed during her practice, and the speed and concentration of the spiritual energy circulating within her body reached a new critical point. During these 10 days, Lin Ye had almost nothing to do aside from providing her with daily energy replenishment. He repeatedly tested the precision and limits of his shape manipulation, expanding the variety of weapons he could create from 5 to 13. The most complex of these was a 3-edged dagger whose angles required precise control within a margin of mere decimals to ensure structural stability. It took him 3 days to bring this shape to a level of mastery. At 4 o'clock in the early morning of the 11th day, Lin Ye lay half asleep beside the pillow, maintaining the spiritual energy perception at the lowest power in automatic cruise mode. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan's aura changed. A powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy erupted from her seated body, causing the air in the entire room to tremble. Lin Ye was jolted awake by this wave, his eyes snapping open. Yi Qinghan's eyes were closed and dark red sinister patterns emerged on her skin, deeper and thicker than before, as if they were burned into her flesh. Her body temperature was rapidly rising. 40 degrees, 41 degrees, 42 degrees. The sinister energy seeped from her pores, forming a layer of dark red mist around her that was visible to the naked eye. Has she broken through? Lin Ye immediately sprang to her side, sensing her condition through their contract link. The spiritual energy within her meridians was violently surging, crashing against the barrier between the second-tier low-grade and mid-grade. She had been in the second tier of the divine demon suppression body for some time now, and after her abyssal missions and subsequent intense training, her physical foundation and spiritual energy accumulation finally reached a qualitative change. The vibrations of her body lasted for about 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the sinister patterns slowly receded, her temperature began to drop, and the spiritual energy fluctuations transitioned from chaotic to stable. Yi Qinghan opened her eyes. A dark red light flashed in her pupils before disappearing. I've broken through. Her voice was calm, but Lin Ye could sense through their link that the density of power within her was several levels thicker than before. Second-tier mid-grade. Yi Qinghan stood up, stretching her limbs, clenching and relaxing her fists to feel the power boost from her new level. Now my combat capability can roughly match that of a third-tier mid-grade heathen. She made a conservative assessment. What about after merging? What about after merging? Lin Ye posed the question. Yi Qinghan thought for a moment. After merging, I might be close to the 4th tier. Lin Ye bounced a bit on the ground. 4th tier. Although it was only close rather than reached, the implication of that number was already shocking. You fierce woman, how long has it been since your rebirth, and you're already about to touch the 4th tier? How does this speed compare to your past life? In my past life, it took me 3 years to reach the 4th tier. This time, it's much faster. She glanced down at Lin Ye. It has something to do with you. Lin Ye blinked twice. This was probably one of the rare moments when the fierce woman openly acknowledged his value. So I'm worth 2 spirit stones now. Don't get greedy. Yi Qinghan walked into the bathroom and closed the door. Lin Ye lay on the table listening to the sound of water from inside, involuntarily cranking up his spiritual energy perception to the maximum. 5 seconds later, he withdrew his gaze and looked at the ceiling. Not looking anymore. Really not looking anymore. I'm basically poison. He reminded himself of this again while calculating his next upgrade path in his mind. It required 100,000 devouring points to move from 3rd tier mid-grade to 3rd tier high-grade. At the current rate of devouring, if there were a stable supply of high-tier fog beasts, it would take about 1 to 2 months. If he could participate in large-scale secret realm exploration missions and intensively hunt 3rd tier fog beasts, that time could be compressed to 2 to 3 weeks. I need to find an opportunity. The bathroom door opened, and Yi Qinghan emerged wrapped in a towel. Her long legs peeked out from the hem of the towel, leaving a small trail of water droplets on the floor. Lin Ye shifted his gaze back to the ceiling. Don't turn with your lack of eyes and nose. I can't tell where you're looking. Yi Qinghan's words made Lin Ye's big eyes roll. I was looking at the cracks in the ceiling. There are no cracks in the ceiling. Lin Ye was silent for a second. Then I was checking the structural safety of the ceiling. Yi Qinghan ignored him, changed her clothes, and opened her wristband. The message notification light on the wristband flashed several times, accumulating quite a few unread messages. She scrolled through them one by one, her fingers gliding across the virtual screen. Suddenly her hand paused. Yi Qinghan's finger stopped on a message marked with a red important label. The sender was the admissions office of Yanhuang Spirit University. The content was very simple. The top scorer of the National College Entrance Examination enjoys priority admission, and Yanhuang Spirit University sent her an official admission notice offering a full scholarship and an independent cultivation room. She scrolled down further, finding additional admission invitations from the War Academy and the Tsangqiong Academy, each with increasingly generous conditions. The War Academy even included a personal letter signed by the dean himself. What's wrong? Lin Ye saw her freeze while scrolling through her wristband for a long time and sent her a message. College admission notice. Her voice showed little emotion. All 3 universities sent me offers. Yanhuang Spirit University. Isn't that the top one? Yes. Lin Ye's big eyes rolled around. Yanhuang Spirit University is the cradle for elite spirit masters, and once admitted, one not only gains access to top-tier techniques and resources, but also a vast alumni network across the Federation. For a regular top scorer, this would be a coveted admission notice. Are you going? He asked. Yi Qinghan turned off the holographic screen of her wristband. Not going. Lin Ye was not surprised, but he still wanted to confirm the fierce woman's reasoning. Why? School has no meaning for me anymore. Yi Qinghan placed her wristband on the table, crossing her arms and leaning against the chair's back. No matter which university it is, what they can teach me is far less than what I've already mastered in my past life. Her voice was very calm. Spending 4 years in school starting from the basics is not as efficient as enhancing my strength through missions in the 749 Bureau. Lin Ye pondered this logic. From an efficiency standpoint, she was right. In her past life, Yi Qinghan was the unparalleled Empress with knowledge and cultivation experience far exceeding that of any professor within the system. Having her sit in a classroom listening to a teacher of 3rd or 4th tier was akin to sending a max-level player back to the novice village to do tutorial quests. But schools have connections. Lin Ye offered a supplement. Connections aren't built by sitting in classrooms. Yi Qinghan retorted. The connections in the 749 Bureau are worth much more than those from schools and are more direct. Fine. The fierce woman's reasoning was on a completely different dimension from that of an ordinary 18-year-old high school student. Her way of considering problems was purely about maximizing benefits with no romantic notions regarding campus life or youthful memories. So you're rejecting all 3 schools? All rejected. Yi Qinghan opened her wristband and began to reply to the rejection letters one by one. Her typing speed was fast, and each reply was brief, only 2 lines long. Thank you for the invitation. After careful consideration, I have decided to forego the priority admission qualification. No explanations, no pleasantries. Lin Ye watched her quickly reject all 3 admission notices without hesitation, feeling a strange sensation in his heart. This fierce woman never drags her feet when making decisions. Regardless of how prestigious the dean's personal letter was, if it didn't align with her target path, she wouldn't spare a second. What character? He silently evaluated. Yi Qinghan finished reading the rejection letter, set down her wrist device, and continued to browse through the messages that followed. Most of them were recruitment invitations from various factions after the college entrance examination, differing in format, but similar in content. She read them all without responding. When she reached the last message, her finger paused again. This message was neither from a university nor a faction. It was from the federal headquarters of Bureau 749. The title of the message contained only a few words: Federal Spirit Master Annual Elite Competition. Yi Qinghan clicked on it and began to read attentively. Lin Ye jumped from the table onto her arm, leaning closer to the screen. The content of the message was lengthy, and he skimmed through several key pieces of information. The Federal Spirit Master Annual Elite Competition. It would be held in 3 months in the capital city of the Federation. Eligibility: individuals under 30 years of age with no restrictions on levels recommended by regional branches or self-registered. Competition format: the preliminaries are individual battles, the semifinals are team battles, and the finals are free challenge elimination rounds. When reading the rewards for the champion, Yi Qinghan lightly tapped the screen with her finger. Champion prize 2 free access rights to a federal-level secret realm, a set of strength body cultivation technique fragments, and 100,000 spirit stones. When Lin Ye saw the words 100,000 spirit stones, he nearly slipped off Yi Qinghan's arm. 100,000 spirit stones. Even if they were all low-grade spirit stones, that would amount to 5 million devouring points. If some were medium or even high-grade. His breathing quickened slightly. For Yi Qinghan, the value of that set of strength body cultivation technique fragments far exceeded that of the spirit stones. Although the god-demon suppression body she cultivated had a high ceiling, the technique itself was incomplete, and certain key breakthrough points required references from other top-level body cultivation techniques to complete the path. The strength body cultivation technique fragments might be the puzzle piece she had been searching for. Yi Qinghan scrolled to the bottom of the message to check the registration deadline. There was still 1 month left. The competition was in 3 months. Interesting. The corners of her mouth curved slightly. In her previous life, she had just finished the college entrance examination not long ago and had not paid attention to such information. Yi Qinghan locked her wrist device and placed it on the table, leaning back in her chair and closing her eyes for a moment. Lin Ye jumped back to the table, lying there to digest the information he had just seen. The Federal Elite Competition. All spirit masters under 30 in the Federation could participate, which meant that the range of participant levels would be vast. From second-tier novices to possibly 5th or 6th-tier seasoned geniuses, all levels would be represented. Yi Qinghan was currently at the mid-second tier in body cultivation. If she could unite her body and soul, her combat power would be close to the 4th tier. However, there was a fundamental difference between being close to the 4th tier and being a true 4th tier. Not to mention the possibility of facing opponents at the 4th tier or even higher. Our goal is the championship. Lin Ye sent a message. We. Champions. Yi Qinghan received the fragments, but understood the meaning. Champion. She spoke just one word, her tone devoid of any hesitation. Lin Ye sighed inwardly. The goal of the fierce woman was always the highest point, she never settled for less. Then we have 3 months. He began to mentally list the plans. 3 months was a limited time. There were many tasks to accomplish. First, he needed to elevate himself from mid-3rd tier to as high a level as possible. Upgrading from mid-3rd tier to upper 3rd tier required 100,000 devouring points, and from upper 3rd tier to peak 3rd tier would require even more. If he could reach upper 3rd tier within 3 months, his power after uniting with Yi Qinghan should stabilize at the 4th tier. If luck was on his side and he reached peak 3rd tier, he would have the qualification to test his strength against mid-4th tier or even upper tier opponents. Second, Yi Qinghan's body cultivation level also needed to be improved. The breakthrough from mid-2nd tier to upper 2nd tier required a significant accumulation of battle experience and spiritual energy resources. Given her cultivation speed and talent, reaching upper 2nd tier in 3 months was an attainable expectation. Thirdly, their synergy after uniting needed improvement. Though they had achieved brilliant results in their previous unifications, each time had been forced under emergency conditions, leaving rough edges in communication and coordination. If they could repeatedly refine their combat model and training, their actual combat power could improve by another notch. Is 3 months enough? He posed this question to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan opened her eyes and looked at the ceiling. With you, it's enough. Lin Ye blinked in surprise. He felt that this statement could be interpreted in 2 ways. One interpretation was that, with your golden finger we can compress the preparation time. The other interpretation was, with you by my side I have confidence. Logically, the first interpretation was more reasonable. However, personally, he preferred to understand it as the second. Then we will start drafting the training plan tomorrow. Yi Qinghan did not wait for his response and made arrangements. Tasks in the morning, cultivation in the afternoon, and synergy training in the evening. Lin Ye noted the third item, synergy training. Every night. Yi Qinghan frowned slightly. Is there a problem? No, I'm very willing. Lin Ye replied. Can you respond a bit more normally? I am very normal. Yi Qinghan stared at him for 2 seconds, ultimately deciding not to delve into his wording. Tomorrow at 6 o'clock, gather at Bureau 749. Understood. Yi Qinghan turned off the light and got into bed. Lin Ye jumped onto the blanket at the foot of the bed and lay down, activating his spiritual energy perception to the lowest power automatic cruising mode. The room fell silent. Moonlight streamed through the gap in the curtains, casting a silver beam on the floor. The end of the beam was Yi Qinghan's slippers. A pair of white sports slippers were neatly placed side by side at the bedside, their shape leaving shallow imprints due to long-term wear. Lin Ye's big eyes turned in the darkness, glancing at the slippers before shifting to the bed. Yi Qinghan lay on her side, the blanket covering her waist with one leg slightly bent and extending from the edge of the blanket. The curve of her calf exhibited a porcelain whiteness in the moonlight, her delicate ankle resting on the bed's edge. Lin Ye took a deep breath. I won't look anymore. He closed his eyes. 2 seconds later, he opened them again. His toes curled slightly. He closed his eyes once more. Really not looking anymore. 3 seconds later, he opened his eyes for the third time. Just one last look. Yi Qinghan's voice suddenly came from the direction of the pillow. Are you closing your eyes? Lin Ye trembled, his eyes snapping shut. Him closed. What? Checking the safety of the room. You check it every night. Security work can't be neglected. Yi Qinghan retracted the leg that was sticking out of the blanket, curling her entire self back into the covers. Lin Ye lay on the blanket feeling frustrated. The paid services had been cancelled again. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Yi Qinghan appeared punctually in the lobby of the 749 Bureau's launching branch. Today there were no tasks arranged. Her purpose was to directly inform Li Jun of her decision to decline all university admissions and to confirm the registration for the federal elite competition. Li Jun's office was at the end of the corridor on the second floor of the base. The door was not locked, and Yi Qinghan knocked twice before pushing the door open. Li Jun was sitting behind his desk drinking tea and reading documents. He put down his teacup when he saw Yi Qinghan enter. Sit down, I have something to discuss with you. Yi Qinghan pulled out a chair and sat down. Lin Ye leaned on her shoulder, his eyes surveying the arrangement of the office. On the wall hung a holographic topographic map of launching, and the bookshelf in the corner was filled with federal military regulations and spiritual energy research manuals. Li Jun pulled out a document from the desk and pushed it in front of Yi Qinghan. Let's talk business. Have you seen the notification for the federal elite competition? Yes, I have. Yi Qinghan took the document and flipped through a couple of pages. Have the details of the competition format been released? The preliminary round will be individual battles, unknown elimination matches, all randomized. Li Jun tapped the document with his finger. What's your strength like? If I'm not in a harmonious state, I can't win against a peak, third tier. Yi Qinghan's assessment was very pragmatic. What about in a harmonious state? Once in harmony, I can crush them. Li Jun nodded, casting a glance at the black sphere on her shoulder. There's something I need to tell you in advance regarding your harmonious form. His tone turned serious. The federal elite competition will be broadcast live across the Federation, and your harmonious form footage from the college entrance exam secret realm has already caused some controversy. He leaned back slightly. If you display that transformation form again in the competition, it might appear somewhat frightening, drawing far more attention than during the college entrance exam. Yi Qinghan's expression remained calm. Will it have an impact? It won't be prohibited. The federal rules do not restrict symbiotic spirit forms in harmonious battles, but your harmony is different. Be prepared, the post-competition public opinion could be quite complex. Let them talk. Yi Qinghan's response was straightforward. Li Jun shook his head and smiled. Your personality aligns perfectly with that spirit of yours. Lin Ye, perched on her shoulder, blinked his large eyes in delight upon hearing this. Have you confirmed the registration? Yes, I have. Then I'll help you submit it today. Li Jun handed her the registration form for her to sign. As Yi Qinghan signed and stood up to leave, Li Jun called out to her again. Yi Qinghan. Moi. The launching branch's internal ranking within the 749 Bureau has risen from third to last to mid-tier. There was a hint of unspoken emotion in Li Jun's tone. This all happened after you arrived. Yi Qinghan did not respond to this remark and pushed the door open to leave. In the corridor, Lin Ye's voice echoed in her mind. He seems to think highly of you. What he values are the resources and rankings that come from achievements. Can't you think of it in a more positive light? No, I can't. Lin Ye rolled his eyes. The fierce woman interprets all relationships through the lens of self-interest. Even kindness must undergo a cost-benefit analysis. What about me? He suddenly asked. What do you mean? The combat power enhancement I bring to you, do you see it as a benefit or something else? Yi Qinghan paused for a moment as she walked out of the base gate. The sunlight fell on her profile, casting a sharply defined shadow. She did not answer. Then she continued walking forward. Lin Ye, leaning on her shoulder, observed her profile and noticed a slight unnatural blush at the tip of her ears. That evening, Yi Qinghan and Lin Ye began their first official training for harmonious cooperation. The location was the training room in the basement of the 749 Bureau, spacious enough, with sturdy spiritual energy shields. Yi Qinghan took off her jacket and hung it on a wall hanger standing in the center of the training area in a black sports tank top and training pants. Lin Ye jumped from her shoulder to the ground, bouncing in front of her. Let's go over the rules. Yi Qinghan looked down at him. This is a training session for harmony, not an emergency situation. Be honest with me. When have I ever not been honest? Yi Qinghan did not respond to this. Let's start. Begin with the arms, standard procedure. Lin Ye leaped into her palm. The black liquid began to spread from her palm. He deliberately slowed down, ensuring that each point of contact was more refined than it would be in combat. The purpose of the training was to refine their cooperation, not to rush. The liquid flowed up her forearm, and when it reached her elbow, Yi Qinghan's arm slightly contracted. It tickles. The skin is thin there. The sensation will be more pronounced as the liquid passes through. Can you skip that spot? No, the contact must be continuous. Any gaps will affect the integrity of the harmonious symbiosis. What if someone pulls it off accidentally? Yi Qinghan took a deep breath and relaxed her arm. The liquid continued upward, transitioning from the upper arm to the shoulder and then to the collarbone. When it reached the torso area, Lin Ye accelerated slightly. The thin fabric of her tank top did not provide much insulation, and he could clearly sense the body temperature and skin elasticity beneath the fabric. You sped up. This area already has data, no need to collect it again. Yi Qinghan was uncertain what he meant by this, but when it flowed over her chest, her breath indeed tightened for a moment. The liquid swept down through her waist and abdomen. When it reached her waistline, Lin Ye did not go around this time. He had already memorized the curve data here and did not need to scan repeatedly. However, the liquid tightened slightly at the thinnest part of her waist. It wasn't intentional. Liquid materials naturally contract at points of significant curvature to maintain stability in contact. Yi Qinghan's waist twitched slightly. Too tight. Adaptive tension adjusting immediately. Lin Ye loosened the fit at that spot by half a notch. The liquid continued downward, covering her hips and thighs. As it passed through the thigh area, he maintained a steady pace, not lingering at any particular spot. This was formal training, and he understood clearly that if he acted out in such a situation, the fierce woman would surely send him flying. Thighs to knees to calves. Each segment of coverage was smooth and even. When it reached her ankle, the liquid flowed over the delicate joint, enveloping her entire foot. Yi Qinghan's toes curled slightly. It tickles again. Can you stop asking? Technical feedback needs to be recorded. Yi Qinghan's ears flushed a little. The liquid covered the soles of her feet and then ascended, enveloping her neck and face. The symbiotic toxin descends. From start to finish, it took 3 seconds. Yi Qinghan assessed the condition of her body after merging. The aura of the third-tier intermediate level was steadily output, and her compatibility with Lin Ye was higher than in any previous instance. The coordination is indeed better than before. She clenched her fist, her knuckles precisely following the movement of each finger. Let's try shape manipulation. Lin Ye extended a liquid from the position of her right forearm, transforming it into the form of a long sword. Then he switched it to a hammer. He switched it to a shield. Each transition took less than a second with smooth and natural transitions between shapes. Not bad. Yi Qinghan swung the long sword a couple of times to test the feel. There's almost no delay in the connection to the body. The more we merge, the better the compatibility will continue to improve. Yi Qinghan retracted the long sword. Let's practice for another hour. An hour. We will maintain the merged state for an hour. During that time, I will perform combat movements while you are responsible for real-time adaptation to various forms. All right. Yi Qinghan began her combat practice in the training room. Punching, elbow strikes, knee kicks, sweeping kicks, jumping kicks. Each movement's speed and force were executed according to practical combat standards. Lin Ye adjusted the fit and balance of various parts in real time to ensure that each of her movements could achieve optimal force transmission. This process was a unique experience for him. He could feel the way Yi Qinghan's muscles coordinated with every combat movement. When she punched, the force transmitted from her feet to her waist, then to her shoulders, and finally to her knuckles, with an extremely high efficiency of transmission throughout the power chain. When kicking, the quadriceps explosively contracted, sending her calf out like a whip. In each instance of power transmission, he acted as an amplifier, enhancing Yi Qinghan's output by 30 to 50%. An hour passed quickly. When Yi Qinghan stopped moving, she was slightly out of breath with a thin sheen of sweat appearing on her forehead and neck. Release it. Lin Ye began to separate from her. As the liquid retreated, he could feel that Yi Qinghan's body temperature was at least 2 degrees higher than before, merging a normal rise after intense exercise. As the black liquid retreated from her face, Yi Qinghan's slightly sweaty visage came into view. Her cheeks bore a light flush from exercise, her lips slightly parted for breath, and a small droplet of sweat slid slowly down along her collarbone. When Lin Ye's liquid passed by that droplet of sweat, it instinctively circled around it. Yi Qinghan noticed. What are you circling around? The salt and sweat can disrupt the osmotic pressure balance of the liquid cells. Yi Qinghan shot him a glare. The liquid continued to retreat, moving from her torso to her waist and legs. Finally, it separated from her feet and coalesced into a sphere on the ground. Yi Qinghan stood in the center of the training room, wearing a workout tank top that was soaked with sweat, looking down at the black sphere that rolled twice before coming to a stop on the floor. Continue at the same time tomorrow. Understood. The intensity of the merging training gradually increased in the following days. On the third day, Yi Qinghan performed a full set of combat simulations in the merged state, with the opponent being a psychic puppet robot in the training room. During the battle, Lin Ye constantly switched weapon forms to match Yi Qinghan's attack rhythm, their synergy visibly improving. On the fifth day, they attempted an extreme acceleration test in the merged state. Yi Qinghan reached a movement speed twice that of her pre-merge levels on the track, with almost no delay in sudden stops and turns. On the seventh day, Lin Ye attempted to actively take control of the body for combat for the first time, while his combat style was completely different from Yi Qinghan's, relying more on brute force than delicate control, yet proving to be more effective against high-defense targets. While observing, Yi Qinghan commented on his fighting style. "You fight without structure, but your instincts are good. I call it being spontaneous. There's only a fine line between spontaneity and randomly beating a master to death. As long as you win, it's fine." Yi Qinghan did not refute. The nightly merging training had almost become a fixed routine. Merge train for an hour release, Yi Qinghan would go shower, and Lin Ye would lie on the blanket waiting for her to come out. However, with the increase in merging sessions, Yi Qinghan's sense of tension during the merging process gradually. In the initial few merges, her muscles would noticeably tense when the liquid flowed over sensitive areas, and her breathing rhythm would fluctuate. By the second week, her body began to adapt to the sensation of sharing skin contact with another life form. This adaptation further enhanced the efficiency of their fit. "Actually, our merging is still not complete," Lin Ye said. Lin Ye spoke the truth. In every previous instance, he felt like a battle armor on Yi Qinghan without achieving a true state of spiritual and physical unity, a condition of complete symbiosis. "What do you mean?" Yi Qinghan asked, confused. "It means we need to truly merge into one with our souls intertwined," Lin Ye described seriously. "No way." Yi Qinghan firmly rejected this notion. The idea of soul merging sounded too strange. Lin Ye did not press the issue further upon seeing her refusal. In truth, with his current abilities, he could forcibly control Yi Qinghan. He simply chose not to act on it because he was a good young man. On the afternoon of the 15th day, Li Jun suddenly contacted Yi Qinghan. She had almost gotten used to the message notifications from her wristband, most of which were task assignments or routine notices. But this time, Li Jun's tone was different. "Come to the office, there's important intelligence." Yi Qinghan brought Lin Ye to Li Jun's office. Li Jun's desk was spread with several documents marked with red confidentiality levels, and a holographic projection displayed a map of the Federation with several cities marked with red warning symbols. "What happened?" Yi Qinghan sat down in a chair. Li Jun closed the office door. "The intelligence just released by the Federation headquarters. 3 days ago, 2 small cities in the southern region were attacked by the Mist cult on the same day." Yi Qinghan glanced over the document, her fingers tightening slightly. What was the scale at? The purification towers in both cities were briefly incapacitated, allowing mist to flood into the urban area, resulting in significant civilian casualties. Li Jun spoke a bit faster than usual. "The mist cult deployed at least 3 combatants of the 4th tier. Hearing the term 4th tier, Lin Ye tensed slightly on Yi Qinghan's shoulder. "What does this have to do with me?" Yi Qinghan's question was direct. "The Federation assesses that the mist cult has been engaging in large-scale activities recently with unclear objectives." Li Jun looked at her. "But there is one piece of information that makes me uneasy." Li Jun rummaged through a drawer and pulled out a printed document, which contained a piece of bizarrely translated text formatted haphazardly, as if it had been scanned from a stone tablet. Li Jun rummaged through a drawer and pulled out a printed document, which contained a piece of bizarrely translated text formatted haphazardly, as if fragment of the divine oracle, a directive issued to the cult by the fog deity. Yi Qinghan took it and glanced over it. The text on the paper was translated awkwardly. Many words lacked corresponding modern equivalents and could only be annotated using transliteration. But the core content was very clear. To find a person, a female spirit master. The description included an age range, both parents deceased, and the type of spirits contracted. Level Ice Attribute Spirit. Yi Qinghan's finger lingered on that line for 2 seconds. Aside from the spirit description, Li Jun lowered his voice slightly. "The rest is very similar to your situation. So what does this have to do with me?" Yi Qinghan placed the document back on the table. But Lin Ye, perched on her shoulder, could feel the temperature of her skin near the collarbone drop by a fraction. This was a physiological signal indicating Yi Qinghan's emotional fluctuations. Very subtle, but he had become instinctively familiar with her Bodhi's various feedback data. "My spirit from my previous life." Yi Qinghan's voice echoed in her mind. The one the fog deity was looking for was her from her past life. The deity had started tracking her long ago, even before she had grown into the Empress back, when she was merely a budding young spirit master. Those encirclements, those layouts, those seemingly coincidental crises were all premeditated. Her death in the last life was not an accident. It was inevitable. This realization sent a slight chill down Yi Qinghan's spine, but it was only a slight chill. She had considered this possibility long ago. Looking back at the various encounters of her past life after her rebirth, many events no longer seemed like coincidences. Now there was empirical evidence. The intelligence department conducted a matching analysis, and your overall matching degree is about 60%. Not high, but not low. Li Jun tapped his fingers lightly on the table. In my personal judgment, the target of the oracle is most likely not you, but we can't take chances. What if those lunatics in the cult don't conduct a thorough identification and act on anyone with a matching degree over 50%? Yi Qinghan leaned back in her chair silent. Lin Ye sent a message through their mental link. That ice attribute spirit he mentioned, does it have anything to do? The version Yi Qinghan received was fragmented. Ice. Attribute. Relation. She did not respond. Lin Ye did not press further. He could sense that Yi Qinghan did not want to discuss this topic right now. Li Jun. Yi Qinghan spoke up. Has this intelligence been sent to other branches? Issued uniformly by the federal headquarters, all branches have it. Then it's not just me with a matching degree over 50%. Li Jun nodded. Within the entire Federation, there are about 20 female spirit masters with a matching degree over 50%. The Federation has already issued early warning labels on these dozen or so individuals, and you are one of them. Yi Qinghan pushed the document back onto the table and stood up. Understood. Wait a moment, Li Jun called after her. Starting today, your outdoor missions will be assigned an additional communication beacon. The signal won't be blocked by conventional interference. If you encounter anyone from the cult, activate the beacon immediately or do not resist. Yi Qinghan replied as she walked to the door. We'll see. Li Jun sighed behind her. In the corridor, Lin Ye sent another message. The description of that ice attribute spirit earlier, you didn't react quite right. The message Yi Qinghan received was ice. Attribute. Reaction. Not right. She did not stop her steps, her lips moving slightly. It has nothing to do with you. Lin Ye's big eyes rolled around. Nothing to do with him. What kind of talk is that? After returning to the dormitory, Yi Qinghan sat silently on the edge of the bed for a long time. Lin Ye jumped from her shoulder to the table, quietly keeping her company. 5 minutes later, Yi Qinghan lifted her head, her gaze returning to its usual coldness. Starting tomorrow, increase the task density. What do you mean? Complete the 749 level secret realm tasks in the morning, cultivate in the afternoon, and conduct joint training at night. Lin Ye sent a signal. Wasn't this the arrangement before? The message Yi Qinghan received was the arrangement. Change the morning tasks from level to clevel. Lin Ye blinked. Clevel secret realms mean a higher density of Tier 3 fog beasts with a greater risk factor, but the corresponding absorption benefits would also rise correspondingly. No objections. Yi Qinghan nodded and entered the bathroom, closing the door. Lin Ye lay on the table listening to the sound of water, digesting the information acquired today. The fog deity was searching for a female spirit master of the ice attribute contract. Yi Qinghan's body temperature dropped when she heard that description. She said it had nothing to do with him. But the change in temperature around her collarbone told him that this matter had a direct connection to her. A reasonable speculation was that the fierce woman had mentioned she was reborn. What if her contracted spirit from her previous life was of the ice attribute? Then everything would make sense. The fog deity was looking for Yi Qinghan from her past life. But in this life, after her rebirth, her spirit had changed, so the matching degree was only 60%. Interesting. Lin Ye temporarily stored this chain of reasoning, not intending to seek verification from Yi Qinghan right now. Forcing the fierce woman to speak about things she didn't want to would only backfire. Either way, regardless of the past, her spirit was him. Whoever came to find her had to pass through him first. The sound of water stopped. The bathroom door opened and Yi Qinghan emerged wrapped in a towel, a scene that had become a daily routine. A few droplets of water that had not been dried hung on her long legs, and the lines of her calves from the knee down had a captivating quality under the light. Lin Ye turned his 2 eyes toward the ceiling. You're looking at the ceiling again. Yi Qinghan's voice came from the direction of the wardrobe. Structural safety inspection. You've already checked this dormitory ceiling for 34 days. Safety work cannot be taken lightly. After changing her clothes, Yi Qinghan walked to the table and opened her wristband to check the schedule for tomorrow's secret realm tasks. Lin Ye pulled his gaze from the ceiling, jumping to her arm to look at the screen. Tomorrow's Clevel secret realm is located in the western suburbs of Lawn City, codenamed Dark Forest. Estimated fog beast levels range from Tier 2 to Tier 3 intermediate with dense quantities. It looks good. He sent a signal. The message Yi Qinghan received was, good. Can't you improve your information transmission? She finally couldn't help but remark, I always only receive half. The bandwidth of the mental link is limited. Long sentences will result in packet loss. Packet loss. It means some information gets lost during transmission. I can't help it unless we merge. When we merge, the link bandwidth is full. Yi Qinghan glanced at him. Are you trying to find ways to merge with me? You are wronging me. This is a physical limitation. In fact, after merging, I could stay in your body, so the communication wouldn't be interrupted. Yi Qinghan froze for a moment. Stay in the body. Lost in thought, Yi Qinghan couldn't help but blush. Stay away from me, she said in an annoyed tone. Fierce woman. Lin Ye replied discontentedly, then jumped onto the blanket. Lin Ye was contemplating the expected gains from the devouring in the secret realm for tomorrow in the darkness. In a clever secret realm, if there were enough third-tier intermediate fog beasts, it would be no problem to devour several thousand points in a single day. In 3 months, if there were tasks of this intensity, every day earning 100,000 devouring points would not be a dream. At 6:30 in the morning, Yi Qinghan appeared punctually in the secret realm dispatch hall of the 749 Bureau branch. 3 teams were already waiting in the hall for their turn to be teleported, and Yi Qinghan was the only one attending alone. The staff behind the dispatch desk glanced at her task number and sized her up a couple of times. C017 Dark Forest Secret Realm Solo. Yes. Are you sure you don't need assistance? The density of third-tier fog beasts in this secret realm has been on the rise recently. No need. The staff member operated a few commands on the terminal and pushed a temporary teleportation token to the window. Limited to 4 hours, it will automatically eject after the time limit. If you encounter an emergency, use the beacon. Yi Qinghan took the token and walked towards the teleportation platform. Lin Ye perched on her shoulder, his spiritual energy, sensing already set to standby, ready to unleash full power upon entering the secret realm. The blue light of the teleportation array flickered, and the figures of the two disappeared from the hall. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves surrounded by an impenetrable black forest. The tree canopy obscured most of the daylight, the ground was covered with a thick layer of decaying leaves, and the air was filled with the damp scent of soil and a faint mist. Lin Ye's spiritual sensing immediately spread out. Within a 100-meter radius, there were signals of 2 second-tier life forms 40 meters to the northeast, and 1 third-tier lower-level signal 70 meters to the southwest. The signals farther away were obscured by the dense trees. 40 meters northeast, 2 second-tier. 70 meters southwest, 1 third-tier lower level. He relayed the information. Yi Qinghan received northeast. Second-tier. Southwest. Third-tier. That was enough. She did not hesitate and moved directly towards the northeast. Starting with the smaller ones. 2 second-tier intermediate gray lichen beasts were squatting by the roots of a decaying tree, munching on fungi, and turned their heads when they heard the footsteps. Yi Qinghan struck 1 punch at each. Before the 2 corpses had even stabilized, Lin Ye had already jumped off her shoulder and begun to devour. Ding! Devoured 2 second-tier intermediate gray lichen beasts, gaining 600 devouring points. 600, Lin Ye said, jumping back onto her shoulder. Yi Qinghan was already heading southwest. The third-tier lower-level signal belonged to a fog beast with a rocky exterior, squatting by a shallow pond drinking water. Yi Qinghan approached from the side, delivering a heavy punch infused with killing intent to the base of its horn. The unicorn rhino was knocked over, struggling to get up, but before it could retaliate, a second punch landed on the joint gap of its abdomen. The third punch shattered a large section of its rocky shell. The fourth punch directly pierced through the crack. The battle ended in 15 seconds. Lin Ye landed and began to devour. Ding! Devoured the third-tier lower-level fog beast rock spine, rhino's corpse, gaining 2,000 devouring points. 2,000, a nice appetizer. Yi Qinghan shook off the fragments of rock from her hands and continued deeper into the forest. For the next 2 hours, the two swept through the dark forest secret realm like bulldozers. Yi Qinghan was responsible for output, while Lin Ye handled scouting and cleanup after meals. Second-tier miscellaneous fish were killed on sight, while third-tier ones took a little longer, about 10 seconds. By the end of the 3rd hour, Lin Ye's devouring points had increased by nearly 12,000. Current devouring points 1202-010-0000. Efficiency is not bad. Lin Ye transmitted a satisfied signal from Yi Qinghan's shoulder. Yi Qinghan received efficiency. Not bad. She did not respond, squatting down to check the skin on her knuckles. Repeatedly hitting the rocky exterior had caused slight swelling in her knuckles, but the recovery ability of a mid-level body cultivator was quick enough to heal. There's 1 hour left, let's head to the core area. What's in the core area? Yi Qinghan received core. What? The core area of this secret realm usually has third-tier intermediate or higher lord-level fog beasts, as mentioned in previous task reports. Lin Ye's spiritual sensing extended towards the core area, faintly capturing a strong third-tier intermediate spiritual fluctuation. 1 third-tier intermediate. Yi Qinghan stood up and walked in that direction. Not merging? Lin Ye asked. No need. Lin Ye's big eyes turned. The stubbornness of the fierce woman was back. She could indeed handle a third-tier intermediate on her own, but the process would be rather arduous. Merging would crush it. But she wasn't merging. All right, then I'll be a spectator. The core area was a lowlying, muddy region with a dead giant tree in the center, its roots forming a natural cave. Inside the cave crouched a lizard-type fog beast covered entirely in dark green scales, approximately 4 meters long, its tail as long as its body. Lin Ye scanned it. Third-tier intermediate poison fang marsh lizard adept at spraying toxic mist and tail strikes. Its scale hardness was average, but its toughness was high. Its poison type don't absorb its toxic mist. Yi Qinghan received poison type. Don't absorb. She nodded and circled around to the blind spot of the marsh lizard's vision. Then she launched her attack. A punch slammed into the lizard's ribcage, causing its entire body to bounce up. The marsh lizard roared and turned, opening its wide mouth to unleash a spray of dark green toxic mist. Yi Qinghan sidestepped to avoid the toxic mist moving alongside the marsh lizard's body to its back. She pressed her knee against the joint of the marsh lizard's hind leg, causing its back half to lose support. Then her right fist came crashing down from above, hitting the midsection of its spine. The lizard's tail swung around, and Yi Qinghan blocked it with her left arm. The impact force traveled through her muscles to her bones, making her arm tingle. But her right fist had already landed on the same spot for the third time. The sound of scales shattering and the spine breaking echoed far in the woods. The marsh lizard's back half collapsed. Yi Qinghan did not give it a chance to struggle, circled around to the front, and delivered the final punch, directly penetrating its skull. The battle was over. From start to finish, it lasted 42 seconds. Lin Ye jumped down from her shoulder and pounced on the corpse. Step aside, I'm having a meal. Yi Qinghan stepped back 2 paces, shaking her numb left arm. Lin Ye's liquid body covered the marsh lizard's corpse and began to rapidly decompose. The spiritual energy content of the third-tier intermediate beast was quite impressive. During the decomposition process, he could feel a large amount of spiritual energy being converted into devouring points pouring into the system. Ding! Devoured the third-tier intermediate fog beast poison fang marsh lizard's corpse, gaining 5,500 devouring points. Current devouring points 1752, 010, 0000, 5005. Today's total income is over 17,000. Lin Ye rolled around on the ground after finishing his meal, jumping back onto Yi Qinghan's shoulder contentedly. Yi Qinghan glanced at the time on her wrist with 20 minutes remaining. Return to the teleportation point. The two retraced their steps and entered the teleportation array 5 minutes before the time limit ended. The blue light flickered and they returned to the 749 Bureau Hall. The staff at the dispatch desk saw Yi Qinghan emerge and scathed, their expression somewhat complicated. A solo cleanup in a clever secret realm, and she was out in less than 4 hours with hardly any dust on her. Yi Qinghan did not linger in the hall and went straight back to her dormitory. After closing the door, she changed into clean clothes, sat cross-legged on the bed, and began meditating and cultivating. Lin Ye jumped onto the table and opened the system panel to check today's overall data. 17,520 points. If this level could be maintained every day, it would take 6 days to reach 100,000. 100,000 points would likely take 1 to 2 weeks. Not bad. He turned off the panel and laid on the table to recuperate. Yi Qinghan did not stop cultivating until 4 in the afternoon. When she opened her eyes, Lin Ye was dozing beside her pillow, his 2 white eyes half open. Get up, we have combined. Lin Ye's eyes snapped wide open. Coming. The energy shield in the training room activated, and Yi Qinghan stood in the center of the arena performing warm-up stretches. Today's training subject was the combination of weapon switching and close combat in the combined state. Yi Qinghan took off her jacket and hung it on the rack. The combination of her sports tank top and training pants had become standard for combined training. Let's start. Lin Ye jumped from the table and landed in the palm of her right hand. The liquid began to spread from her palm, flowing up along her forearm. After more than 20 experiences of combining, the entire fitting process had become quite smooth. Arm, shoulder, collarbone. As the liquid flowed down across the torso over the collar's edge, Yi Qinghan's breathing rhythm remained steady. It was much more relaxed compared to the initial few times. However, when the liquid reached her waistline, Yi Qinghan's abdominal muscles still tightened slightly. Reflexive, Lin Ye noted in her mind. This position always elicited this reaction, and no matter how relaxed she was, she couldn't avoid it. The coverage from the waistline to the hips and thighs was completed in 2 seconds, smooth, and even without unnecessary movements. Knees to calves to ankles. Finally, as the liquid enveloped the tops of her feet and toes, Yi Qinghan's toes instinctively curled. Every time we reach here, they curl. Lin Ye sent a signal. Shut up and focus on training. The combination was successful. Her breath ascended to the mid-upper third level. Yi Qinghan began to execute combat movements. Straight punches, swings, front kicks, side kicks, jumping knees. For each action's force path, Lin Ye adjusted the fitting angle of the muscle support surfaces in real time. Right arm symbiotic blade. Yi Qinghan issued the command in between punches. Lin Ye extended a 70-centimeter long blade from her right forearm. Yi Qinghan swung the blade twice to test the feel, then executed a quick turning slash. Switch to hammer. The long blade retracted and reformed into a hammerhead the size of a fist within 0.5 seconds. Yi Qinghan struck the training dummy's chest with the hammer, the impact sending the dummy back 3 meters. Switch back to blade, extend to 1.2 meters. The hammerhead elongated and thinned, forming a 1.2-meter long blade on her arm. Switching speed is acceptable. Yi Qinghan's evaluation was succinct. Continue to increase difficulty. Lin Ye sent a signal. Try using different weapons simultaneously with both hands. She understood the meaning and extended her left hand. Lin Ye extended a palm-sized round shield from her left hand, while her right hand maintained the long blade. Dual-wielding shield and blade, Yi Qinghan began a practical simulation of offense and defense against the dummy, blocking its counterpunch with her left hand while cutting with the right. After 5 minutes, she paused to catch her breath. Coordination is fine, but the switching speed can be fast. Don't rush me. The limit of class form control is a 0.5-second switch. To go faster, I need to elevate the skill level. Then let's improve as quickly as possible. Improvement requires devouring points. Oh, just take me to the secret realm for meals. We'll continue tomorrow. The training continued for half an hour. While Yi Qinghan was performing a set of high-intensity consecutive kicks, the feedback from her thigh muscles caused Lin Ye's perception system to come alive again. Especially when performing side kicks, the transition of her inner thigh muscles from relaxed to tense generated a dual feedback of power and skin elasticity, causing his liquid form to slightly vibrate at the fitting surface. He quickly shifted his attention back to maintaining the weapon form. After another 10 minutes, Yi Qinghan stopped preparing to end the training. Release. Lin Ye began to detach from her. Face, neck, shoulders. As he passed over the collarbone area, he noticed Yi Qinghan's tank top was damp with sweat, the fabric clinging to her skin nearly transparent. He quickened the pace of detachment in that area. Very restrained. The liquid retracted over her waist and abdomen to the lower body. The process of detaching from her thigh area was smooth and even. As he reached below her knees, he relaxed his attention slightly. Then, as his liquid form passed over the inner side of her calves, the temperature of the contact surface slightly increased. It wasn't intentional. It was due to the accelerated blood circulation in Yi Qinghan's legs after exercise, causing her skin surface temperature to rise nearly 2 degrees higher than usual. His liquid cells would instinctively perform a brief thermal exchange with the surrounding temperature during the detachment process. A physical phenomenon, no problem. However, Yi Qinghan's calf muscles twitched slightly due to that temperature change. After the liquid completely detached from her soles, it congealed into a sphere on the ground. Yi Qinghan glanced down at him. Your liquid has warmed up again. Thermal exchange after exercise. Last time you said it was frictional heat. This time it's thermal exchange. Different physical mechanisms, but essentially the same. Yi Qinghan's gaze lingered on him for 3 seconds. Lin Ye's big eyes looked at her, his expression innocent and pure. If you keep finding physical excuses, I'll wear long boots during the next training session. Wearing long boots will affect the fitting flexibility in the ankle area. That would still be better than you conducting temperature experiments on my legs. Lin Ye understood and wisely kept his mouth shut. Yi Qinghan picked up her jacket, put it on, and lifted him onto her shoulder as she walked out of the training room. On the way back to the dormitory, Lin Ye lay on her shoulder, staring blankly at the corridor lights. The fierce woman threatened to wear long boots. If she wore long boots, although the area from the ankle to the calf would be isolated, the area above the knees would still fit directly. Moreover, if she wore long boots with training pants, the exposed section of her thighs would actually stand out more. His brain was making some rather unorthodox associations. What are you thinking about? Yi Qinghan's voice came from above. Calculating the expected devouring efficiency in the secret realm tomorrow. Yi Qinghan did not press further. However, her pace quickened slightly as she walked, as if trying to escape a topic she didn't want to face. The following days fell into a stable routine. Entering the secret realm in the morning, cultivating in the afternoon, and combined training in the evening. The next day, the Anlin secret realm had fully refreshed, and Yi Qinghan switched to a new secret realm codenamed Stone Ridge. The terrain of the Stone Ridge secret realm consisted of exposed gray rocky mountains with fog beasts, primarily of the stone attribute, possessing higher defense but slower speed than those in the Anlin. Yi Qinghan spent 3.5 hours in the Stone Ridge secret realm, clearing over 22nd stage and 8 third-stage fog beasts. Lin Ye followed behind, eating along the way. Current devouring points 2913, 010, 0.0000, over 10,000 gained in one day. The third day. The third-class secret realm, codenamed Smoke Valley. The Smoke Valley is characterized by a particularly high concentration of fog, with visibility limited to 10 meters, but Lin Ye's spiritual energy perception was unaffected. Yi Qinghan fought even more smoothly here than in the past 2 days, as the fog beasts couldn't see her either, and she had Lin Ye as her radar. In one afternoon, she cleared over 30 beasts, and Lin Ye's devouring points soared to 42,000. Current devouring points 4235, 010, 0000. During the evening's combined training, Yi Qinghan tried a new subject, multi-target combat, in the combined state. The training room activated 5 energy puppets to attack her simultaneously. While engaging in frontal combat, Lin Ye controlled 4 tentacles extending from her back for multidirectional defense. Their cooperation had reached a level where they could automatically fill in for each other without the need for verbal communication. Why not leave a 5-star review? Feel free to say anything. Thank you all. The speed of the tentacles behind you reacts faster than what I say, Yi Qinghan commented after the training. Because I can directly sense the direction of your muscle movements from within, I know which direction your body is exerting force, and I can anticipate where you will strike next and which direction I need to defend. It took her 2 seconds to fully understand the meaning. You've reached such a level of understanding of my body. After enough fusion sessions, the data is sufficient to establish a complete muscle movement model. Yi Qinghan remained silent. When she disengaged from the fusion, the liquid receded past her waist, and her abdominal muscles did not contract. This was the first time there was no contraction response in that area. Lin Ye noticed it. You've relaxed. What do you mean relaxed? In the waist area, it used to contract every time, but today it didn't. Yi Qinghan paused for a moment. She hadn't noticed this change herself. But upon Lin Ye's mention, she recalled that indeed it was absent. It wasn't an intentional relaxation. Her body naturally accepted that sensation. This meant that on a physiological level, she had begun to adapt to the closeness of another life form. This is called adaptive training, Lin Ye remarked. Yi Qinghan lifted him off her shoulder and placed him on the table. You've talked too much today. I'm summarizing the techniques. The summary is too specific. Lin Ye blinked his big eyes twice. Specificity has reference value. Yi Qinghan shot him a glare and walked into the bathroom. The door closed with a slightly heavier sound than usual. Lin Ye lay on the table listening to the sound of water inside, a curve forming at the corner of his liquid face. The fierce woman's body was adapting to him. This was good news. But it also meant that the effectiveness of his previous small actions would gradually weaken. In the past, when the liquid tissue flowed over sensitive areas, she would tense up, her breathing would change, and her face would flush. Now these reactions were gradually diminishing. He needed to develop new methods to maintain the kind of interaction he found very interesting. For example, temperature. For example, subtle pressure changes during contact, such as the different sensations brought about by adjusting the density of the liquid tissue at specific locations. Purely for optimizing the combat experience, he labeled his plan seriously. On the morning of the 4th day, Yi Qinghan entered the 4th level secret realm, codenamed Iron Origin. The Iron Origin secret realm was a desolate metallic-colored wilderness with rusted iron or fragments scattered across the ground, and a thin mist with a metallic taste filling the air. The mist beasts in this secret realm were primarily metallic in nature, and their shell hardness was even higher than that of the stone spine. After entering, Yi Qinghan first spent 20 minutes adapting to the terrain before advancing. The first mist beast was a second-tier advanced iron mane dog covered in hard, iron-like fur. Yi Qinghan's fist struck the iron mane dog's body, but the force, although transmitted through the hard fur, was less effective. Such a metallic shell lacks the necessary penetration power for a fist. She changed her fighting technique, opting for elbow strikes and knee thrusts to increase the pressure on a unit area. Indeed, the effect improved significantly. 2 knee thrusts broke 3 of the iron mane dog's ribs. Lin Ye jumped down to consume it. Ding! Devoured the corpse of the second-tier advanced mist beast iron mane dog, earning 450 devour points. Less meat, thicker skin, he complained, continuing to push forward. Although the mist beasts in the Iron Origin secret realm had high defense, their attacking methods were relatively simple. After Yi Qinghan adapted, her clearing speed gradually quickened. Within 3 hours, she cleared 16 second-tier and 5 third-tier lower-level beasts. Where is the third-tier intermediate in this secret realm? Yi Qinghan asked. Lin Ye expanded the range of spiritual perception to the limit and scanned around. 200 meters directly north, there's a signal for a third-tier intermediate buried underground. Directly north. Third-tier. Underground. Burrowing type. Seems to be some sort of burrowing. Yi Qinghan approached the area to observe. There were several holes about half a meter in diameter on the ground, smooth around the edges, indicating they were dug-out passages. It's waiting down there, Lin Ye concluded. Burrowing mist beasts typically ambush when prey passes overhead. She stepped back a few paces, bent down, and picked up a fist-sized piece of iron ore. Then she forcefully threw it into the nearest hole. 3 seconds later, the ground trembled. A centipede-like mist beast covered in dark silver metallic scales surged out of the hole, about 3 meters long, smaller than the abyss-devouring centipede, but faster. Lin Ye glanced at it. Third-tier intermediate iron-burrowing centipede, adept at underground ambushes and piercing attacks with its metallicized tentacles. Yi Qinghan was already in motion. Her body pressed against the iron-burrowing centipede the moment it burst from the ground, delivering an elbow strike to the side of its head. The iron-burrowing centipede's metallic scales were harder than those of ordinary mist beasts, yet Yi Qinghan's infused elbow strike still left a dent in the scale. The iron-burrowing centipede's counterattack was swift. 2 metallic tentacles shot out from either side of its head, piercing toward Yi Qinghan's abdomen like long spears. She stepped back half a step to evade the left tentacle, while her right hand grasped the tip of the right tentacle. The metallic tentacle was extremely cold, and upon contact with her skin, a thin layer of frost formed on her fingertips. Yi Qinghan did not let go. Instead, she tightened her grip and twisted forcefully. The base of the tentacle emitted a sound of metal bending. The iron-burrowing centipede screeched in pain, desperately retracting its body to escape into the hole. Yi Qinghan did not give it the chance. She exerted force with her feet and lunged forward with the iron-burrowing centipede, her other fist filled with killing intent, smashing down onto the midsection of the centipede's back. The power of this punch was concentrated on the 2 knuckles at the forefront, maximizing penetration. A small section of the metallic scales was pierced, dark fluid seeping out from the crack. Yi Qinghan relentlessly struck the same spot 3 times. By the 3rd punch, her fist had directly sunk into the body of the iron-burrowing centipede. The iron-burrowing centipede was dead. Yi Qinghan withdrew her fist from the centipede's body, her hand covered in dark fluid. "You're good now," she glanced back at Lin Ye. Lin Ye had already jumped over before she finished speaking. Ding! Devoured the corpse of the 3rd-tier intermediate mist beast iron-burrowing centipede, earning 5,800 devour points. Current devour points 5487-010-0000. That's it for today. Let's head back. Yi Qinghan checked the time. After returning to the 749 bureau, Yi Qinghan proceeded to meditate and cultivate as usual, while Lin Ye tallied the data on the table. Over the 4 days, devour points had risen from 33,800 to 54,870, an increase of over 20,000. At this rate, she should be able to gather enough for 100,000 in another week. The fusion training proceeded as usual. Lin Ye proposed a new suggestion for today's subject. "Let's try a fusion state where I take full defense and you focus solely on offense." She thought for a moment and agreed. After fusing, Yi Qinghan concentrated all her attention on attacking, completely disregarding defense. Lin Ye monitored incoming threats from all angles in real time, using tentacles and transformations to provide comprehensive blocking and evasion support. The attack frequency of the training puppets was set to the highest level, with 5 puppets attacking simultaneously. Yi Qinghan unleashed rapid strikes with her fists and symbiotic blades from the front, each blow infused with the full power of a 2nd-tier intermediate's killing intent. Meanwhile, Lin Ye continuously extended tentacles from her back and sides to block incoming attacks from other directions. Twice the puppet's fists bypassed the tentacle defenses and struck her ribs and the outer thigh. The aggrade resilient skin of the venomous armor absorbed the impact, but the force still transmitted through the armor to Yi Qinghan's body, causing her to grunt. "Your defense has gaps," Yi Qinghan remarked during a brief pause in combat. "With attacks coming from 5 directions and only 4 tentacles, there will inevitably be one direction that is vulnerable." Lin Ye's response was straightforward: either reduce the number of opponents or increase the number of tentacles. "Can we increase them?" "At the current level, a maximum of 4 tentacles can be maintained. More may be unlocked after leveling up." Yi Qinghan snorted and continued fighting. After another 20 minutes, the training ended. During the process of disengaging from the fusion, as Lin Ye passed over the rib area, where Yi Qinghan had been struck by the puppet, he gently covered that pressure point with liquid tissue for a simple repair. The repair process required his cells to penetrate the soft tissue beneath the skin's surface to eliminate bruising. The skin over the ribs lay beneath her shirt. His liquid slipped in through the seam at the bottom of her shirt, resting against her skin at the ribcage for a few seconds. Yi Qinghan's body shifted slightly. "There was a bruise there, but I'm helping you disperse it," Lin Ye said. "I know you're repairing, but can't you make the process of your liquid slipping in from underneath your shirt a bit more normal?" "What do you mean by not normal?" "You went around the waist before reaching the ribs. That's the shortest path." "Isn't the shortest path to reach the injury point directly from the outside? What operation was it to go around the waist?" Lin Ye's big eyes turned around. The fabric of the clothing obstructed the liquid's direct adhesion. Going in from the hem is the path with the least friction. A faint blush appeared on Yi Qinghan's face. What exactly were you touching? The ribs. Before reaching the ribs, what about then? The part before reaching the ribs is an essential area in the path and does not have independent operational significance. Yi Qinghan's fist clenched and then relaxed. She took a deep breath. Next time you repair a wound, come in from the outside. You are not allowed to slip in through the clothes. Coming from the outside will reduce the efficiency by 40%. Then let it drop. Lin Ye bounced slightly on the ground after completely detaching from her. The fierce woman's tolerance for him had indeed increased. Previously, such a level of operation would have directly led to a reprimand. Now, it was merely a verbal warning. Progress. Days passed one after another. Yi Qinghan's routine was as precise as a finely tuned instrument. She set off for the secret realm at 6 in the morning. In the morning, she cleared monsters with Lin Ye following closely behind like a vacuum cleaner. In the afternoon, she practiced cultivation. In the evening, they conducted combined training. Lin Ye's devouring points steadily increased. By the end of the 5th day, it reached 63,000. By the end of the 6th day, it reached 71,000. On the 7th day, Yi Qinghan went to the dark forest secret realm. This time, the density of mist beasts in the dark forest was slightly higher than the previous round with 3 additional intermediate level 3-tier beasts. Yi Qinghan cleared them all in one breath, taking 2 hours and 40 minutes. Lin Ye feasted abundantly. Current devouring points A3220. In another 2 days, it should be fine. On the 8th day in the afternoon, after finishing her cultivation, Yi Qinghan exceptionally did not arrange for evening combined training. Take a day off today, you should rest too. I'm not tired. I am tired, Yi Qinghan said. Lin Ye's big eyes gazed at her face. After 8 consecutive days of high-intensity secret realm battles, cultivation, and combined training, Yi Qinghan's expression remained as indifferent as ever, yet there was a faint circle of bluish tint under her eyes. Her recovery ability for physical training was strong, but mental fatigue could not be digested by the body. Then let's rest. Lin Ye did not insist further. Yi Qinghan walked to the window and sat down, opening it to let the evening breeze in. The night sky of Lan City was illuminated by the soft glow of the purification tower. Not many stars were visible, but the air was much cooler than during the day. She leaned against the window frame, one leg bent resting on the inner windowsill, the other leg hanging down. The fabric of her training pants fluttered slightly in the evening breeze. Lin Ye lay on the table watching her profile. The soft glow outside the window outlined the contours of her jawline and neck, with her collarbone faintly visible at the edge of her tank top. The leg resting on the windowsill with the lines of her calf and ankle clearly discernible in the light. You're looking again, Yi Qinghan said without turning her head, her voice faint. I'm sensing the temperature changes in the evening breeze. Your sensory organs are in your eyes, not on your skin. My skin also has temperature sensing capabilities. Yi Qinghan's lips twitched, slightly unsure whether she wanted to smile or scold him. Today's wind is cooler than yesterday. She suddenly said something unrelated. Autumn has arrived. The two of them remained silent for a while. After Yi Qinghan had enough wind by the window, she returned to bed and turned off the light. Lin Ye jumped onto the blanket and lay down properly. The fierce woman's state tonight was different from usual. Normally, she would enter a light sleep state within 3 minutes after lying down, with a breathing rate dropping to 12 breaths per minute. But tonight, after 5 minutes, her breathing rate was still 16 breaths. She had not fallen asleep. Lin Ye did not disturb her. After a few more minutes, Yi Qinghan turned over to face the direction he was lying. Lin Ye. This was the first time she actively called his name before sleep. Here. The person you found for the mist god. That's me. Lin Ye's body tensed slightly. Is that ice-type spirit of yours from your previous life? Lin Ye inquired. She fell silent for a few seconds. Don't worry, you have me now, Lin Ye said. In the darkness, Yi Qinghan's breath paused for a moment. She turned over, facing away from him. Go to sleep. Lin Ye lay on the blanket, his big eyes staring at Yi Qinghan's back. The blanket covered her shoulders, her long hair spread out on the pillow, revealing a small section of skin at the back. On the 9th day, they went to the Stone Ridge secret realm. After Yi Qinghan entered, she headed straight for the core area with a clear goal. Today, she would only hunt intermediate level 3-tier beasts and above. Lin Ye, are you helping me save time or rushing your own progress? Are there not enough 2nd-tier beasts for you? Yi Qinghan replied. I can consume them, but the efficiency is low. Then I'll follow your lead, specifically targeting the bigger ones. Lin Ye stabilized himself on her shoulder, fully deploying his spiritual energy sensing. In the core area of the Stone Ridge secret realm, there were 2 intermediate level 3-tier mist beasts, each occupying different rocky high grounds. The first was an intermediate level 3-tier granite giant ape, standing 3 meters tall, covered in a layer of gray-white rock. Yi Qinghan took 1 minute to deal with it, employing a strategy similar to the previous Iron Cavern Centipede, concentrating her strength to attack the same point. Lin Ye devoured and gained 6,000. The second was an Iron Horn Mountain Goat of slightly higher than intermediate level 3 tier, with 2 curved horns made of pure iron, which it liked to use for charging. This one was a bit more challenging than the Granite Giant Ape, with its charging energy being extremely high. After dodging 3 charges, Yi Qinghan faced it heated during the 4th charge. She grasped the 2 horns of the iron-horned goat with her hands. Her feet carved 2 deep grooves into the ground. Then she concluded the battle in a purely violent manner. Pressing the iron-horned goat's head down, she drove her knee upward. The collision between her knee and its head produced a dull thud. The iron-horned goat's skull cracked. "You're getting more skilled at this move." Lin Ye jumped down to consume it. This one yielded 7,000. Current devouring points 96200, just 3,800 short. Yi Qinghan circled around the core area again and found 3 intermediate level 2-tier mist beasts. The 3 intermediate level 2-tier beasts totaled over 1,300. Current devouring points 97550, still short 2,450. Yi Qinghan glanced at the time. 40 minutes remained. "Is this enough?" she asked. Lin Ye knew she was asking if he needed to continue finding mist beasts. "Just find 2 more intermediate level 2-tier ones, and it will be enough." She casually defeated 2 passing intermediate level 2-tier limestone hounds on the way back to the teleportation point. Lin Ye finished devouring. Ding. Devouring points have reached the standard. Current devouring points 10270. Do you want to consume 100 devouring points to upgrade to intermediate level 3 tier? "We're here." "What do you mean?" "I'm about to upgrade. Find a safe place to stop." She found a flat rock and set Lin Ye down from her shoulder. "How long will it take?" "A few minutes." Lin Ye confirmed the upgrade in his mind. Confirmed. His liquid form once again entered the autonomous evolution state. Cells rapidly divided and reorganized, initially shrinking before expanding. The metallic sheen of the black surface became deeper and the overall density increased another level. 3 minutes later, the evolution was complete. Lin Ye's size changed from that of a basketball to slightly larger than a basketball. Although the change in appearance was minor, the weight and hand felt completely different. He opened the system panel. Name: Lin Ye, symbiotic body, venom form, mature body, level intermediate level, 3 tier, devouring points 270. The next level is 200,000. The numbers doubled. Lin Ye looked at the number with a calm expression. As expected. After it ended, the 2 returned home. Back home, Yi Qinghan crouched by the bedside, rifling through boxes. She dragged out a spiritual energy containment chest from beneath the bed. Its surface was incised with precise insulation array patterns of faint cold light leaking from the seams. "What is that?" Lin Ye hopped from the table to the bed rail and peered over. Yi Qinghan set the box on the table, entered the code, and lifted the lid. 5 transparent spiritual energy vessels lay neatly in the temperature-controlled slots, each filled with a liquid of a different hue. The first was a deep metallic crimson. A dark purple one churned with fine bubbles along its surface. An inky green vial contained a substance so viscous it resembled glue. A silver-white bottle showed the liquid slowly flowing along the glass, as if alive. The final bottle was pure black. Its glass felt significantly warmer than the other, for almost hot to the touch. Lin Ye recognized it at once. Yi Qinghan had been collecting these materials for over a month, bringing back special components after missions, and entrusting Li Jun to store or process them. Mist beast blood. Yes, essence blood from 5 third-tier mist beasts. Yi Qinghan took each vessel from the tray and laid them on the table. Blood of a 3rd-tier blazing brute bull, blood of a 3rd-tier shadow mantis, blood of a 3rd-tier venom fang marsh lizard, blood of a 3rd-tier iron cave centipede, and the blood of an abyss-devouring centipede. To elevate the Shenma Jinyu body from mid to high of the 2nd tier requires 5 different high-grade mist beast essences as catalysts used to remodel the microstructure of the meridians and muscle fibers. I need to blend these essences and then absorb them through a medicinal bath. Her fingertip paused on the black bottle for a moment. A medicinal bath. Like taking a soak. A soak? Yes, something like that. Yi Qinghan received the words and knit her brow slightly. Not a leisurely bath. This is body refinement. Formally, isn't it still just soaking in liquid? Yi Qinghan glanced at him. During the medicinal bath, the essences will seep through the skin into the meridians, and together with the operation of the Shenma Jinyu body, they will strike at the barrier of the upper 2nd tier. She paused. The whole process takes about 3 to 4 hours. During that time, I will need you to perform energy feedback. Lin Ye's large eyes blinked. You mean I stand outside while you soak and feed you energy? No. Yi Qinghan's tone was calm. The medicinal bath must penetrate uniformly from the outside in. If you remain outside, the feedback energy you provide will be disrupted by the spiritual energy fields of the mist beast blood. So, you have to press against me. Lin Ye went momentarily blank. Press against you? Yes. Cover my skin surface like the first half of a fusion, but it need not be a complete fusion. Yi Qinghan's voice was even. You only need to form a thin membrane on my skin, ensuring that the energy feedback channel is not disturbed by the medicinal bath. Lin Ye paused for 3 seconds. Wait, are you saying you'll be submerged and it'll be pressed against your skin while you're entirely in the liquid? Your comprehension has always been good. Then what will you wear? Yi Qinghan's fingers stilled upon the bottle. Spiritual energy penetration cannot be obstructed by fabric. Any cloth will interfere with the even distribution of the energy field. Her voice remained cool, but as she said this, her words quickened noticeably. Lin Ye felt his liquid cells vibrating at an abnormal frequency. So you'll be naked in the bath and have me press against your bare skin. Yi Qinghan did not answer. She rose, went to the window, and turning her back to him, drew the curtains shut. This is body refinement, not what you think. I wasn't thinking anything, he replied. Your fluid temperature is rising. Lin Ye looked down. His surface temperature was indeed a fraction of a degree higher than normal. A change in room temperature. Yi Qinghan turned to regard him. Her expression was the same cold calm he always saw, but the flush at the tips of her ears betrayed her. Now for the rules. First, your coverage is limited to the torso and limbs. Do not touch the face. Second, keep the contact as thin as possible, only enough to maintain the feedback channel. Third, she hesitated. Third, close your eyes. If I'm covering you, my vision will already be obstructed. Ew, I can't see outside anyway. Then switch off your spiritual sense. If I switch off my spiritual sense, how can I gauge the precision of the feedback output? Yi Qinghan pressed her lips together. She understood his point. Energy feedback requires precise control. Cutting perception would be like operating blind. Then only enable local perception. Since only the flow of spiritual energy, you do not perceive anything else. Spiritual sense has no such selective filter. Yi Qinghan shot him a sharp look. Lin Ye's wide eyes looked innocent. They stared at one another for 5 seconds. Prepare the medicinal bath. Lin Ye spoke first. You said 3 to 4 hours. Start early, so you finish early. Yi Qinghan took a deep breath and went to the bathroom to run water. As the tub filled, she quietly rehearsed mental affirmations. He's just a spirit companion like a pet. Don't overthink it. Right? I'm his master, it's nothing. Lin Ye lay on the table listening to the faucet. The fierce woman would be naked and have him pressed against her for 3 to 4 hours. This was not his demand as she had proposed it. He had done nothing. I'm a professional, he whispered to steady him. Yi Qinghan's voice called from the bathroom, come in. Lin Ye leapt down from the table and squeezed through the gap at the bottom of the door. The bathtub was already more than half filled with hot water. Yi Qinghan stood beside it holding the first deep red bottle of mist beast blood. She was still dressed. Pour the blood in first and blend it. She twisted the cap off and the crimson liquid traced the bottle wall as it slowly emptied into the tub. The hot water instantaneously darkened to a somber red. A thin veil of spiritual energy steam rose from the surface. When the second dark purple vial was poured, the water deepened further and a sharp spiritual fluctuation spread outward from the surface. The moment the third ink green essence met the water, the bathroom temperature rose by 2 degrees. When the fourth silver-white liquid dissolved in it hissed faintly, as if 2 opposing energies were neutralizing one another. When the final pure black vial was emptied, the bathtub became a murky amalgam of indeterminate color bubbles roiling across the surface. The spiritual energy density thickened until the air itself felt viscous. Ready. Yi Qinghan set the empty bottles on the washstand, then glanced at Lin Ye. Turn around. Lin Ye obediently pivoted 180 degrees to face the bathroom wall. He thought the gesture pointless. He could see perfectly well without turning. Behind him, the sound of fabric dropping to the floor. His spiritual sense engaged automatically, and a flood of information poured into his mind. Perception swept from top to bottom. So pale. So ample. At least a C-cup. So flushed. Long legs. As he drank it in, Lin Ye felt dizzy and close to fainting. This unexpected reward caught him off guard. He forced himself composed. There were important things to do. He was after all a professional support. Splash. Water sounded behind him as Yi Qinghan stepped into the tub. Come here. Lin Ye turned. She sat down, and the dark medicinal liquid settled just below her collarbones, leaving only her neck and head exposed. Her long hair was coiled at the crown of her head and secured with a simple band, revealing the elegant curve of her nape. Lin Ye hopped to the tub's edge and crouched there. Where do we begin? From the arms. Yi Qinghan lifted her right arm from beneath the water, her forearm emerging into the air. Dark medicinal liquid clung to her skin, a faint spiritual glow shimmered around the pores. The medicine's effects had already begun to permeate. Lin Ye slid from the edge of the bathtub to her wrist. The moment the liquid body touched the skin, a brief repulsion occurred between the spiritual energy field of the medicinal bath and his symbiotic tissue, akin to the force between two magnets of the same polarity. He adjusted his spiritual energy frequency, synchronizing in about 2 seconds. The repulsion vanished, and the liquid began to spread up along his forearm. The temperature of the medicinal bath liquid below the water surface was significantly higher than he expected, around 45 degrees. Yi Qinghan's skin turned slightly red in the hot liquid, with the veins on the inner side of her arms faintly visible. When Lin Ye's liquid membrane covered the elbow bend, Yi Qinghan's fingers curled slightly. Is it itchy or painful? Neither. The medicinal bath is seeping into the muscles, and your spiritual energy was squeezed when you passed through. The liquid continued to cover his upper arm. Upon reaching the shoulder, Lin Ye faced a choice. Moving down from the shoulder to the torso meant crossing the collarbone to enter the area below the water surface. Yi Qinghan's torso was completely submerged in the medicinal bath. No barriers were present. Continue. Yi Qinghan's voice came from above, calm in tone, yet Lin Ye could sense the slight tension in her shoulder muscles. The liquid passed over the collarbone, entering below the water surface. The concentration of spiritual energy in the medicinal bath liquid below the surface was nearly 3 times higher than above, overwhelming Lin Ye's perception with abundant spiritual energy. To use the least energy, he had no choice but to rely on touch to determine his coverage position. After all, energy feedback required a considerable amount of energy, and he couldn't afford to waste it here. Lin Ye thought shamelessly. The liquid membrane descended from the collarbone. As it passed over the skin above her chest, his tactile feedback suddenly changed. The texture felt different. The skin became softer, more elastic, and the temperature was a few tenths of a degree higher than near the collarbone. Lin Ye's liquid cells trembled at that location. He knew where he was. Continue down, don't stop. Yi Qinghan's voice tightened slightly, her face flushed. Lin Ye's membrane swept over that area at the fastest speed, retreating towards the abdomen. However, moving too quickly caused issues. The coverage thickness became uneven. His energy feedback channel experienced a disruption in the chest area, significantly reducing the efficiency of spiritual energy transmission. The feedback has been interrupted. Yi Qinghan reacted quickly. I know, give me 2 seconds. Lin Ye adjusted part of the membrane he had already swept over to compensate for the disrupted area. This meant he had to lay a new layer over the position he had just passed. The liquid tissue once again covered that piece of soft skin. This time he slowed down to ensure even thickness. The tactile feedback was very clear. The full curvature beneath his liquid membrane subtly undulated with each breath, with every rise and fall causing minor deformations at the contact surface. His liquid cells needed to adjust their shape in real time to accommodate this continuous deformation. You've been there too long. Yi Qinghan's voice was low. The channel was interrupted once, and I need to confirm that the repair is complete before continuing the coverage. Is the repair done? Almost there. Almost how much? Now it's done. Lin Ye's liquid rapidly moved down, passing through the abdomen, through the waistline, stabilizing its rhythm only after reaching the upper thigh. Spiritual energy seeped from his liquid membrane into Yi Qinghan's skin, working in conjunction with the essence of the fog beast's blood in the medicinal bath circulating along her meridians. Yi Qinghan closed her eyes and began to operate the divine demon prison body. Dark red malevolent patterns appeared on her skin, extending from her neck down to her hands and feet. Lin Ye's membrane covered the malevolent patterns, allowing him to clearly sense the path of spiritual energy surging within her body. It's starting. After Yi Qinghan finished speaking, she fell silent. The temperature of the medicinal bath continued to rise. 46 degrees. 47 degrees. Yi Qinghan's body temperature also rose, with fine beads of sweat seeping from her skin diluted in the medicinal bath liquid. Lin Ye maintained a stable energy output while monitoring the operation of spiritual energy within her body. A spiritual energy vortex formed in her dantian, transitioning from mid-level to high-level of the second tier, with the essence of the fog beast's blood and Lin Ye's feedback energy converging from all directions towards that vortex. Breaking through the barrier required an instantaneous explosion point. It wasn't enough yet. Continue to accumulate. Lin Ye pushed this judgment forward. Yi Qinghan did not respond as she had entered a deep meditative state. Time ticked away. At the end of the first hour, the color of the medicinal bath liquid had faded somewhat, indicating that the essence of spiritual energy was being absorbed by Yi Qinghan's body. Lin Ye's liquid maintained a stable output, with energy consumption not being too great, but he needed to divert some attention to suppress his tactile perception weight. Because Yi Qinghan's muscles were completely relaxed during her deep meditation, the tactile difference between fully relaxed muscles and tense muscles when awake was significant, especially in that area on her chest. His membrane laid a thinnest layer of coverage there to maintain the continuity of the channel, but even that thinnest layer had high-definition tactile feedback. The amplitude of breath-induced undulations was nearly doubled compared to when she was awake. With each inhalation, the contact surface would gently bulge into a tiny arc. With each exhalation, it would fall back down, repeating the cycle. Lin Ye felt as if he was undergoing a unique spiritual trial. By the second hour, the temperature of the medicinal bath liquid dropped to 43 degrees, and its color, the spiritual energy vortex within Yi Qinghan, had reached a critical state with cracks beginning to form on the barrier under the continual impact of the vortex. Lin Ye sensed that the flow rate of spiritual energy in her meridians was accelerating, and the temperature at her dantian was nearly 10 degrees higher than at the surface of her body. It's close, he judged in his heart. Just then Yi Qinghan's body moved slightly. It was not a voluntary action, but a passive muscle spasm caused by the impact of the medicinal bath's spiritual energy on the barrier. Her back arched, causing her entire upper body to lean forward slightly. This action caused an unexpected increase in pressure on the membrane covering her chest. Two soft objects shifted a few centimeters from their original positions, pressing against his liquid tissue. Lin Ye's mind experienced a short circuit in 0.3 seconds. Then Yi Qinghan's body leaned back, returning to its original position. However, her breathing rhythm changed. It became faster. It was not the breathing of a meditative state, but the breathing of someone who had awakened. What happened? He sent the signal over. Yi Qinghan did not respond immediately. After about 5 seconds, "You just reacted." "What reaction?" "The layer on your chest." Lin Ye checked the coverage data at that position. It had indeed thickened by a few tenths of a millimeter. That was his liquid cell's adaptive stabilization response to the sudden compression, a form of passive physical adjustment. Automated compensation for deformation due to force. "I can't control it," Lin Ye lamented internally, thinking how comfortable it was. It was really too difficult for him, this little Venom. "You can't control it. It was you who moved, not me." Lin Ye quickly pointed out the flaw. Yi Qinghan remained silent for 2 seconds. She knew that it was her body's unconscious reaction just now, not Lin Ye's doing. However, she still wanted to say a few words about the fact that the thickened membrane had remained on her skin for a few seconds before returning to normal thickness. "Can you recover a bit faster?" "If you don't move around, I wouldn't need to recover." Yi Qinghan ground her teeth. "I didn't move, it was the impact of the breakthrough's spiritual energy that caused muscle reflexes. Then my liquid thickening is also due to compression-induced material reflection." Both of them fell silent. Yi Qinghan closed her eyes again, entering meditation. Lin Ye continued to maintain feedback, but he noticed that after Yi Qinghan re-entered meditation, the muscles in her upper body were slightly tenser than before, especially near her chest. She was consciously tightening the muscles there, reducing the amplitude of undulations caused by breathing. Lin Ye sighed inwardly. "Fierce woman, don't you know that the more tense you become, the larger the area of contact on my side?" Tense muscles push soft tissues outward, requiring the membrane above to adapt to a larger area. But he did not tell her this physical fact, saying it would only make her more nervous. The third hour. The medicinal bath liquid had turned a pale gray, with most of the spiritual energy essence absorbed. Yi Qinghan's spiritual energy vortex in her dantian had reached its limit, with cracks on the barrier expanding one by one. Lin Ye increased the power output of the energy feedback, pushing spiritual energy towards the cracks in the barrier along her meridians. Yi Qinghan's body temperature rose again, and the malevolent patterns became thicker and brighter than before. "It's about to break," Lin Ye said. At the same time, the spiritual energy within Yi Qinghan's body concentrated into a torrent under her control, fiercely crashing into the barrier. Her body arched once again. This time the amplitude was greater than before. Lin Ye was prepared this time, and the membrane at the chest position had made elastic reservations in advance, preventing it from thickening. However, as Yi Qinghan arched her body, her legs pushed against the bottom of the bathtub, causing her to slide. The water surface rippled, splashing the medicinal bath liquid onto the edges of the bathtub. Her body shifted angle in the bathtub, changing from semi-reclining to slightly leaning forward. This amplified Lin Ye's sensation infinitely. So soft he wanted to bounce it. No, he had to hold back. If he did, the fierce woman would definitely not give him a good face. The second wave of spiritual energy impact came. The barrier shattered by a large margin under this strike. Yi Qinghan let out a muffled groan, her body trembling violently twice, shaking Lin Ye along with her. Spiritual energy surged from the broken barrier into the meridians. The aura of the high-level second tier began to take shape within her body. Her entire bodice muscles underwent a transition from extreme tension to complete relaxation. In the moment of relaxation, her whole body beneath the membrane softened, as if all support had been drawn away. Lin Ye's membrane bore the gravitational change after her body relaxed. Tactile feedback from every part surged into his processing center simultaneously. The shoulder blades in her back spread apart. The curve of her waist deepened under gravity. The rise and fall of her chest became larger and slower due to deep breathing. The thigh muscles became extraordinarily soft after completely relaxing. His liquid cells made adaptive adjustments simultaneously throughout her body. The influx of information was overwhelming. It broke through. Yi Qinghan's voice rang out slightly fatigued but calm. "Congratulations," Lin Ye said. "Thank you," Yi Qinghan replied softly. Yi Qinghan finished speaking, supporting herself with both hands on the edges of the bathtub, preparing to stand up. Lin Ye's liquid membrane still covered her body. The moment she stood up, the medicinal bath liquid cascaded down her body, the water level dropping below her knees. But then came the problem. During the more than 3 hours of the medicinal bath, Lin Ye's liquid tissue continuously adjusted in real time to the flow of spiritual energy within Yi Qinghan's body. Some areas of the membrane were thinned by the shock waves of spiritual energy, while others simply shed small patches in the process of repeated muscle contractions. The result was that after Yi Qinghan stood up, the coverage on her body presented an extremely subtle state. The coverage on her shoulders and arms was complete, with the black liquid membrane closely adhering to the texture of her skin. However, in the area below her collarbone, the left side was covered more than half, while the right side was left with only a narrow strip remaining, exposing large areas of fair skin to the light. The membrane around her waist and abdomen was well maintained, but there was a palm-sized gap on her side. Further down, the left leg had only a few intermittent strands of liquid silk hanging from the mid-thigh, while the right leg was covered more completely. The overall effect looked like wearing a black bodysuit that had been carelessly cut with scissors. What needed to be exposed was revealed, while what should be covered was not entirely concealed. The impact of this scene far exceeded Lin Ye's psychological expectations. The fierce woman's body proportions were undoubtedly impressive. The curvature of her cup breasts presented a heart-racing silhouette under the light, while the remaining strands of liquid silk on her long legs instead outlined her figure. Lin Ye felt his liquid cells trembling at an abnormal frequency. "What are you doing? Aren't you going to change?" Yi Qinghan glanced down at the mottled coverage on her body, her brows furrowing and her voice tinged with evident displeasure. "What happened to this on your body?" The uneven wear of the coverage layer caused by the repeated washing of the spiritual energy field during the medicinal bath is an uncontrollable physical consumption. Lin Ye's tone remained steady. "Then you should quickly detach now." "Understood." Lin Ye began to peel away from her, starting to retract the liquid tissue from the tips of her arms. The speed of peeling was not fast, but it was certainly not slow either. As he passed over the junction of Yi Qinghan's right shoulder and collarbone, the edge of the liquid gently brushed against that sensitive skin, taking away a thin layer of moisture. Yi Qinghan's shoulder twitched slightly. "Can you be faster? There's no rush. You still have residual medicinal bath spiritual energy on you. My liquid has a weak adhesive force. With that residual spiritual energy, pulling too quickly might injure your skin." Yi Qinghan was uncertain whether what he said was true, but she could indeed feel a slight pulling sensation as the liquid detached. Lin Ye's membrane began to retract extensively from the torso area. When passing over her chest, the few remaining narrow strips of coverage needed to be retracted one by one. With each strip retracted, the liquid tissue slowly loosened from its tight state, and the sensation of going from presence to absence disrupted Yi Qinghan's breathing for a moment. "Are you retracting one by one?" "The coverage area is discontinuous, so it can only be retracted one at a time. If you dislike the slowness, just stay still next time to avoid this discontinuous coverage." "Are you lecturing me?" "I am stating objective facts." Yi Qinghan ground her teeth. As the liquid passed over her waistline, Lin Ye made a very slight tightening and then loosening motion at the position with the greatest curvature. Just a brief moment. Very quickly. But Yi Qinghan's waist shifted aside. "You did that on purpose." "The curvature of the waistline is large. The liquid must be tightened first and then released to ensure complete detachment." Textbook, Standard Operation. "Which textbook?" "Symbiotic Operations Manual, Chapter 7, OI Section 3. You made that up. You can't prove it." Yi Qinghan closed her mouth and stopped arguing with him, her face red from the roots of her ears down to her neck. The process of the liquid detaching from her thigh was relatively smooth after all the coverage on her right leg was still quite complete, detaching all at once. The remaining few strands of liquid silk on her left leg were more troublesome, and Lin Ye retracted them one by one. When passing over the upper inner thigh, the angle of detachment for the last strand was a bit tricky, causing the liquid to slide over the skin and induce an extremely faint itch. Yi Qinghan's leg stiffened for a moment. "It's the last one." Lin Ye's tone was innocent. The strand detached. Lin Ye's liquid body completely separated from her feet, condensing into a black sphere on the bathroom floor tiles. Yi Qinghan glanced at him, her face turning very red. What did you just do at my waist? A physical operation for liquid detachment. In the future, keep your distance from my waist during detachment. Your waist is in the middle of your body. Oh, I can't avoid it. Yi Qinghan squatted down, picked up the black sphere from the floor, and placed it on the edge of the bathtub, staring at him face to face. Lin Ye transformed his two big white eyes to look at her, watery and innocent, completely unable to show that he had just done something inappropriate. You are very good at pretending, Yi Qinghan said. I don't know what you're talking about. And you're still not dressed. As Lin Ye spoke, his eyes continuously scrutinized her. Oh. Yi Qinghan's face turned red from her ears to her neck. Get out. Okay. Lin Ye immediately jumped to the ground, rolling twice, and stopping at the door. I'll go out first. Quickly, scram. Yi Qinghan gritted her teeth. Lin Ye squeezed out from under the door and returned to the tabletop. The bathroom door closed tightly behind him. He lay on the table, his two big white eyes gazing at the ceiling, the scenes in his mind replaying continually. The body half covered by the black membrane, the fair skin glistening as water droplets slid over it, the curvature of the chest outlined by the membrane, and the fair skin exposed on the inner thigh. As a professional symbiotic being, this was unacceptable. He still had to practice. How to practice? Well, just watch more, ha. The sound of running water came from the bathroom as Yi Qinghan did her final cleaning. Lin Ye lay on the table, his spiritual perception wide open. 5 minutes later, the bathroom door opened. She walked to the edge of the table and sat down, not looking at Lin Ye. Lin Ye also did not initiate any conversation. The two remained silent for about 10 seconds. Next, time for the medicinal bath. At the tips of her ear, she walked to the edge of the table and sat down, not looking at Lin Ye. Lin Ye also did not initiate any conversation. The two remained silent for about 10 seconds. Next, time for the medicinal bath. Yi Qinghan began, can your coverage avoid such situations? The spiritual energy field during the medicinal bath continuously erodes my liquid cells, and over time the coverage layer will inevitably wear down. Lin Ye replied seriously. Of course, this was avoidable. As long as Lin Ye consumed a bit more energy, it could be done. However, it was entirely unnecessary. This time Yi Qinghan understood every word he said. Her brow twitched slightly. I heard everything you said clearly. Lin Ye's big eyes turned around. Wasn't it clear before? Previously, the information you transmitted was often fragmented, losing 3 or 4 words out of 10. I had to fill in the gaps myself. Yi Qinghan stood up and walked in front of him, squatting down to look at him. It should be that the bandwidth of the mental link has changed. Lin Ye tried to transmit a longer message. This may be due to the prolonged contact during the medicinal bath, which has allowed our contract link to undergo a deep calibration, improving signal stability. As long as we regularly take medicinal baths, future links will be even more stable and efficient. Yi Qinghan fell silent for 2 seconds, then spoke. Have you always spoken so grandiosely? What do you think? Lin Ye retorted. Yi Qinghan did not dwell on it, but said, previously the fragments you transmitted were only 2 or 3 words. I always thought your intelligence level was limited to that. Lin Ye's big eyes turned around. Do you think a spirit that can provide you with real-time tactical analysis in battle has an intelligence level limited to 2 or 3 words? Yi Qinghan's expression carried a sense of reevaluation. You are much smarter than I imagined, she finally admitted. Of course I'm smart. Lin Ye flicked the table. Do you think all those victories of yours were achieved by sheer force? Your fists account for only half the credit, the other half is my brain. You're quite a modest. Modesty is a virtue of the weak. A small arc curved at the corner of Yi Qinghan's mouth, leaving one unsure whether to laugh or to suppress it. Lin Ye felt the timing was right and began to execute the plan he had long contemplated. Speaking of which, I have something to discuss with you. What is it? I don't want to stay in the backpack anymore. Yi Qinghan looked at him, waiting for him to continue. It's too dark. Lin Ye's tone carried a deliberately exaggerated sense of grievance. I can't see anything inside, it's suffocating. Every time you zip it up, it's as if I'm locked in a confinement chamber. Weren't you always sleeping inside? That's only because I was too bored to do anything else. It doesn't mean I enjoy being stuck in there. Yi Qinghan leaned back in her chair and thought for a moment. So what do you want to do? Lin Ye straightened his back on the table, his big eyes fixed on Yi Qinghan. I think the best solution is for us to remain in a fused state continuously. Yi Qinghan's eyelid twitched. No way. Why not? Fusing doesn't consume energy. I can just stay on you. It won't affect you during the day. Yi Qinghan's tone left no room for negotiation. What do you mean by staying fused all the time? You'd be hanging on me all day. Exactly. This way, if danger arises, we can react quickly. I refuse. Lin Ye slumped over the table, his big eyes slowly drooping, his liquid body shrink. Yi Qinghan watched his demeanor, her gaze lingering on him for 2 seconds. Stop acting. I'm not. Lin Ye's voice was muffled. If you won't let me out or fuse, then I'll have to stay in that dark, suffocating bag for the rest of my life. Yi Qinghan stared at him for 5 seconds. Lin Ye's big eyes were glistening with moisture. Then tell me, besides fusing, is there any other way? Yi Qinghan's tone softened a bit. Lin Ye secretly smiled to himself. The bait had been taken. Actually, there's a compromise solution. His tone suddenly became lively. I can transform into jewelry. Jewelry. I can use mimicry to become a pendant you can wear me. Lin Ye jumped up. This way I won't have to stay in the bag, and you won't need to fuse with me all the time. In case of an emergency, I can quickly revert from jewelry form to fuse much faster than crawling out of the bag. Yi Qinghan looked at the black ball curled up on the table, 2 white big eyes gazing at her filled with pity. Her lips moved slightly. You deliberately proposed an excessive request first, then retreated to a condition you truly desired. Lin Ye blinked his big eyes twice. How could you think of me that way, fierce woman? Yi Qinghan glared at him for 3 seconds. Have you often used such tactics before? I'm just a spirit, what kind of tactics could I have? Yi Qinghan fell silent for a moment. From a practical standpoint, Lin Ye transforming into jewelry and being worn was indeed more efficient than being stored in a backpack, significantly reducing the preparation time for fusing. Moreover, the enemies she faced were becoming increasingly formidable. A 2-second reaction time could mean the difference between life and death. Fine, she said. Lin Ye flicked the table. He mentally gave himself a thumbs up. Hee. The first step was to propose an unreasonable condition that she would definitely refuse, then retreat to his actual goal. Even the fiercest woman would fall for this trick. Yi Qinghan watched Lin Ye's excited demeanor and gently shook her head. Lin Ye's liquid body began to transform, the black material flowing and reshaping on the table, elongating and narrowing, bending into a circle, ultimately solidifying into an exquisite black necklace. The necklace was entirely black with a subtle metallic luster on the surface, the chain links tight and uniform, and a teardrop-shaped pendant dangling in the center, a faint bluish light flowing within it. The entire necklace appeared simple and elegant, exuding a cold beauty that wouldn't look out of place in any high-end jewelry store. Yi Qinghan gazed at the black necklace on the table, her eyes lingering for a few seconds. Can you turn into a bracelet? Lin Ye didn't respond. Yi Qinghan glanced down at the collar of her pajamas. She pursed her lips. Did you deliberately choose a necklace? Lin Ye still didn't answer. He was intentionally silent. The necklace lay quietly on the table, the teardrop pendant reflecting Yi Qinghan's silhouette. She felt Lin Ye pretending not to hear. Yi Qinghan waited for 5 seconds, sighed. All right. She reached out to pick up the necklace, weighing it in her hand. It felt heavier than it looked. Then she hung the necklace around her neck and fastened the clasp. The black chain snugly wrapped around her neck, the teardrop pendant sliding down between the grooves of her collarbone. It slid all the way down. The pendant's length perfectly allowed it to naturally slip into the inner side of her pajama collar, where 2 arcs converged to form a trench. Yi Qinghan looked down at the position of the pendant, a faint blush appearing on her face. The teardrop pendant was just right, nestled at her chest, gently held by her soft skin from both sides. Did you deliberately make the chain long? The pendant moved slightly. It's the natural position of gravity, Lin Ye replied. You can shorten the chain. If I shorten it, the pendant will get stuck above my collarbone, affecting my next movement. Yi Qinghan pinched the pendant, trying to pull it out from her collar, but the shape and weight of the pendant caused it to slide back to its original position. A physical phenomenon, Lin Ye added. Yi Qinghan took a deep breath. If you have any inappropriate thoughts while inside, I will pull you down and throw you back in the backpack. I'm just a necklace, so what thoughts could a necklace have? Yi Qinghan gave up arguing with him. Lin Ye hung around her neck, the pendant being cuddled by the warm, soft skin from both sides. Comfortable. It was countless times better than being in the bag. What was the environment inside the bag? Dark, sealed, smelling of canvas and zipper metal. What was the environment here? Warm, soft, with a faint milky fragrance from Yi Qinghan. He felt he had made an exceptionally wise decision. Yi Qinghan turned off the lights and went to bed. After lying down, the pendant slid to one side due to a change in position, pressing against something. Where did you roll off to? Yi Qinghan felt the pendant change position. It changed with your lying down. Ew, I don't. You can transform into tentacles. The tentacles are retracted right now, and just a pure decorative item. Yi Qinghan turned on her side, and the pendant slid back to the center. Warmth enveloped her again. Lin Ye sighed comfortably in his heart, closing his big eyes. Good night, MHM, Yi Qinghan murmured softly. That night Lin Ye slept particularly well. Yi Qinghan woke up at 5:30 in the morning. Her biological clock was as precise as a military timepiece. The first thing she did upon opening her eyes was to sense her internal condition. The second-tier advanced spiritual energy circulated steadily through her meridians, with the concentration of malevolent energy increased by at least 40% compared to before her breakthrough. The muscle fibers reshaped by the blood of the mist beast had gained enhanced resilience and explosive power. The second thing she felt was something moving in her chest. Looking down, she noticed a thumb-sized venomous head had appeared on the surface of the black pendant with two white eyes blinking at her. Lin Ye poked his little head out from the surface of the pendant. "Good morning." Yi Qinghan shot him a glare and pulled the blanket up to her collarbone. "Can you shrink your head back in it? I'm on morning patrol. What are you patrolling on my chest?" Lin Ye's little head shrank back halfway, leaving only his two eyes and a small arc of his head visible. All shrunk back. While Yi Qinghan got up to wash and change clothes, the necklace hung around her neck the entire time. She hesitated when changing into her training outfit about whether to take off the necklace, but ultimately decided not to. It would be a hassle to take it off and put it back on. "You close your eyes while I change clothes." "They're closed. Really closed." "I can switch the pendant's surface to opaque mode." Yi Qinghan let out a light hum. The collar of the training outfit was slightly higher than her pajamas, completely concealing the pendant beneath the fabric. From the outside, only a thin black chain could be seen around her neck. Yi Qinghan checked herself in the mirror. The chain clung to her neck, looking like an ordinary piece of jewelry. She went out to the 749 Bureau branch. As she passed a breakfast stall on the way, Lin Ye's pendant lightly bounced inside her training outfit. "The buns from that roadside shop taste pretty good." Yi Qinghan ignored him. "You haven't eaten anything since last night. You need caloric intake to recover your stamina. When did you start caring about my diet?" "Your stamina is my endurance." Yi Qinghan thought for a moment and walked up to the stall to buy 2 buns. After finishing breakfast and arriving at the branch, she encountered Shin Yu in the lobby. Shin Yu's gaze briefly stopped at the black chain around her neck. "Why are you wearing a necklace?" "Just a whim." "Where did you buy it?" "It looks pretty special." "A friend gave." Yi Qinghan answered naturally. Shin Yu didn't press further. The morning training schedule was a routine patrol mission in a tire secret realm, and Yi Qinghan set out alone. In the secret realm, she encountered a few second-tier intermediate miscellaneous beasts, taking them down with 2 punches each efficiently and cleanly. After the battle, when it was time to deal with the corpses, Yi Qinghan glanced at the collar of her training outfit. "Wanna eat?" The surface of the pendant revealed a small head, its 2 eyes fixated on the corpse of the mist beast on the ground. "Eat." Lin Ye partially expanded his form from the necklace, a long tentacle extending from the bottom of the pendant to the corpse on the ground, to begin devouring. From the outside, a thin black string hung down from Yi Qinghan's collar, connecting to the dissolving corpse of the mist beast on the ground. The scene was somewhat eerie. After the devouring was complete, the tentacle retracted, and the pendant returned to its original form. Yi Qinghan looked down at the quiet and obedient teardrop-shaped pendant. "Are you full?" "I barely had a little base." Returning to her dormitory in the evening, Yi Qinghan began meditating and cultivating. After 2 hours of cultivation, she finished and went to the bathroom to take a shower. This time she took off the necklace and placed it on the table. Lin Ye returned to his spherical form on the tabletop, his 2 eyes gazing at the ceiling. The bathroom door closed. The sound of water began. Lin Ye lay on the table, using Steer's spiritual energy to sense and automatically scan every corner of the room. It was purely a safety patrol. He didn't scan in the direction of the bathroom at all, not even a bit. He, who was a young pioneer in his childhood and later a member of the Communist Youth League, was unmatched by ordinary people. If you don't believe it, Lin Ye could do nothing about it. After Yi Qinghan finished her shower and changed into her pajamas, she put the necklace back on. The pendant slid into the neckline of her pajamas, returning to its warm position. Lin Ye comfortably adjusted his fitting angle. "You better behave a little," Yi Qinghan said as she got into bed. "I didn't even move. Your temperature has risen again." "It's just temperature synchronization." Yi Qinghan turned off the light and closed her eyes. In the darkness, Lin Ye's pendant rose and fell with her breathing. The soft curves on both sides tightened and loosened with the rhythm of her breath, warm and rhythmic. This position was simply a paradise for spirit users. He felt that he would never miss that stinky backpack again. In the following 2 days, Yi Qinghan's routine included a fixed accessory. The black necklace hung around her neck, the pendant quietly hidden inside her clothes. Aside from occasionally popping out a little head to peek at the scenery outside, when no one was around, Lin Ye behaved very discreetly. Most of the time. For instance, when eating in the cafeteria while Shin Yu spoke from across the table, Lin Ye would stretch out a thumb-sized black hand from the edge of Yi Qinghan's collar, secretly snatching a piece of spiritual energy bread from her plate when she wasn't paying attention. When Yi Qinghan looked down and noticed a piece of bread was missing, the pendant had already returned to normal. "Did you eat it, eh?" Yi Qinghan's lips hardly moved, her voice only audible within the mental link. "The caloric density of spiritual energy bread is quite good, much better than wild vines. Can you at least tell me beforehand next time you take something? Would you agree?" "No. Then it wouldn't matter if I said anything." Yi Qinghan clenched her fist on. Shin Yu looked at her curiously from across the table. "Qinghan, what's wrong? Your expression is strange." "It's nothing. On the morning of the third day, as soon as Yi Qinghan arrived at the 749 Bureau branch, she sensed something was off. The atmosphere in the lobby was much tenser than usual, with several teams of formal members quickly gearing up in the equipment area, while the staff at the dispatch desk were continuously handling urgent communications. What happened? Yi Qinghan stopped a passing member to ask. A large-scale mist beast riot has occurred in the misty area southwest of launching, with at least 100 second to third-tier mist beasts moving towards the urban area. Yi Qinghan's footsteps halted. A mist beast riot. That term triggered a memory in her mind. A memory from her past life. In her previous life, she left launching soon after the college entrance examination because she was admitted to Yanhuang's Spirit Master University and had gone for summer training early. She only heard about the events that transpired in launching much later. On the third day of the Mist Beast riot, a previously unrecorded entrance to a secret realm appeared deep within the mist 150 kilometers southwest of launching. An austere secret realm. The ancient divine ruins. When that secret realm first appeared, the mist density in the surrounding 200 kilometers surged, and a large number of mist beasts were activated by the energy emitted from the secret realm, entering a frenzy state, leading to a week-long wave of mist beasts. However, the mist beast wave was not the most dangerous. The real danger lay in the ancient divine ruins, which contained an object called the ancient spirit core. A core infused with the essence of spiritual energy from ancient times, possessing terrifying energy, capable of altering the efficiency of the purification towers. If it fell into the hands of the Federation, it could double the efficiency of purification towers in at least 3 cities. If it fell into the hands of the Mist God cult, it could be transformed into a weapon that tears through the purification barriers. In her past life, the outcome was the latter. The Miwu cult forewarned dispatched 3 masters to infiltrate launching, 2 rank 5 mid-tier and 1 rank 5 lower tier. The spirit core was seized by the cult. 3 months on the purification spires of 2 southern cities were shattered in a single day. The mist surged into the urban districts and millions of innocents perished. This calamity was among the most tragic events in Yi Qinghan's memories of her past life. Now the mist beast's uprising had begun. Yi Qinghan stood in the hall, her fingertips growing faintly cold. Fierce woman, what's wrong? Lin Ye poked his small head out from her collar, his eyes fixed on Yi Qinghan's chin. Something serious has happened. Having said that, Yi Qinghan turned and hurried toward Li Zhen's office. When she pushed the door open, Li Zhen stood before the holographic map, discussing defensive deployments against the Mist Beast tied with 2 full members. Director. Li Zhen turned, and seeing her dismissed the other 2 with a wave. You aware of the Mist Beast uprising? I know. Yi Qinghan approached the holographic map, her gaze sweeping over the mist-marked region southwest of launching. Where is the epicenter of the uprising? About 150 kilometers to the southwest. The exact coordinates are still being pinpointed. Li Zhen brought up the latest reconnaissance data. The mist beasts are not rampaging at random. There is a definite radiation source. All the agitated individuals are radiating outward from the same area. Yi Qinghan stared at the marker for the radiation source. It matched precisely the location from her past lives' memories. Director, that spot may be the entrance to a mystic realm. Li Zhen's finger froze on the table. How do you know? I once saw a similar record in a predecessor's note. She spoke the lie with an unperturbed face. If the radiation source of a large-scale mist beast uprising persists for more than 48 hours, it usually indicates a high-grade mystic realm is about to form. Li Zhen fell silent for a few seconds. High grade? What grade? Above rank. Above rank. Li Zhen's tone shifted. Are you certain? Not certain, but highly probable, Yi Qinghan said evenly. If it truly is a high-grade mystic realm, it may contain spiritual energy resources of immense value, and it may attract those who ought not to come. From within the pendant, Lin Ye listened. When Yi Qinghan spoke of those who ought not to come, the skin near her collarbone chilled by half a degree. She meant the Miwu cult. Those who ought not to come. Li Zhen frowned. The Miwu cult. Yi Qinghan spoke the name plainly. Their intelligence network is broader than the Lianbang imagines. If a high-grade mystic realm appeared near launching, they could not possibly be unaware. From the last high-grade mystic realm incident, do you think the cult still had remnants in launching? Not remnants. Yi Qinghan's voice cooled. They are new and of a higher rank. Li Zhen stared into her eyes for several seconds. Can you elaborate on your source of intelligence? Li Zhen did not press. He knew Yi Qinghan's nature. What she could say she would, what she could not asking would be futile. Why have you come to me? If the mystic realm truly appears, I will go in. You and upper rank 2 enter an S-grade mystic realm. Yi Qinghan's gaze shifted from the holographic map to Li Zhen's face. Director, what is your strength? Rank 5 mid-tier, Li Zhen answered, his strength known to all. Yi Qinghan nodded once. If the mystic realm appears, you will personally lead the team in. Are you instructing me? Li Jun's tone carried a hint of exasperation. I'm telling you that the treasures within that mystic realm are worth you personally seizing, and you must go yourself. Yi Qinghan's words were slow and heavy. Because there will be others of equal rank who will come to contest you. Li Jun leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping the table unconsciously. You know far more than you let on. He muttered an odd, unfinished remark. Yi Qinghan did not respond. If the mystic realm truly appears, I will report to Lianbang headquarters and request reinforcements. Li Jun rose and walked to the window. I approve your application, but you will move with the main force, no solo forays. Understood. Yi Qinghan turned and left the office. Li Jun watched her retreating figure, lost in thought. In the corridor, Lin Ye transmitted a message via spiritual link. What is happening exactly? The source of this uprising is an S-grade mystic realm called Taigu Shinshu. Within lies an ancient spirit core. The Miwu cult will send at least 3 rank 5 elites to seize it. If we fail to obtain it, many will die in the future. Lin Ye fell silent in the pendant, then said, Then our objective is to seize the spirit core. Yes, Yi Qinghan said decisively. But the enemies we must face are 2 rank 5 mid-tier and 1 rank 5 lower tier. Are you afraid? Yi Qinghan stopped at the stairwell. Afraid? Not a chance. Lin Ye boasted. In all my life, I've never feared anyone. Good. From today until 2 days before the mystic realm appears, we will continuously grow stronger. Yi Qinghan's tone bore no hesitation, only an iron resolve. Tell me what you need to level up now. Mist beasts. The more the better, the stronger the better. Yi Qinghan's lips curved slightly. Perfect. There's an entire swathe of rampaging mist beasts outside. From that day, Yi Qinghan and Lin Ye plunged into near-mad campaigns to eradicate them. The mist beast uprising along Lansheng's outskirts continued to escalate. The city's defenses endured daily assaults from rank 2 and even rank 3 mist beasts. All full and reserve members of Bureau 749 shifted into wartime status. Yi Qinghan volunteered for the frontline extermination squad. On the first day, she remained at the southwestern defensive position of the city outskirts for a full 12 hours. Rank 2 low-tier mist beasts surged in hordes against the defenses. Yi Qinghan stood at the forefront, each punch infused with the killing aura of an upper rank 2, sending the beasts' bodies piling into small mounds before her. Lin Ye hung at her neck, black blades extending from the base of the pendant to strike the mist beasts. After killing them, 2 tendrils burrowed into the corpses, covering them and devouring them silently. He fed the whole day. When they returned to base for tallying, his devouring points had risen from 270 to over 14,000. The next day was even fiercer. A mutated ironback bear of mid-rank 3 broke through a weak point in the line. Yi Qinghan confronted it alone. The bear stood nearly 4 meters tall, its sweeping paw gusts able to fling nearby soldiers aside. Yi Qinghan dispatched it in 2.5 minutes. Her final blow shattered its skull. In the instant she turned, Lin Ye thrust 4 tendrils from the pendant, and in 2 seconds consumed the 4-meter bear until only scattered bones remained. The nearby soldiers witnessed the scene. What's that necklace on her neck? No idea. Seems like her spirit familiar. A spirit familiar can become a necklace. Didn't you see those black threads extend from the pendant? And I saw it, that's why I'm asking what it is. Yi Qinghan ignored the surrounding chatter and wiped the blood from her face with the back of her hand. Full A. 1 bite short. One of Lin Ye's tendrils was pawing through the bone scraps on the ground, rummaging for the last remnant. Yi Qinghan looked down at the black tendrils dangling from her collar. Could you mind your image? She sighed. Aren't you the one who doesn't spit out bones? Whether I spit bones depends on my mood. Sometimes spitting bones is for the sensation. Lin Ye fell silent, retracted the tendril, and obediently slipped back into the pendant. By the evening of the next day, the location of the mist beast radiation source was confirmed by the reconnaissance team. 100 kilometers southwest of Lan City, at the bottom of a massive canyon deep within the mist, an unprecedented spiritual energy reaction was continuously intensifying. The entrance to the secret realm was about to take shape. Li Jun convened an urgent meeting with all the key members of the branch that evening. Yi Qinghan stood in the corner of the conference room, her necklace quietly hanging around her neck. The headquarters of the Federation has confirmed the level of the secret realm. Li Jun's voice echoed in the conference room. S-level initial assessment code, ancient divine ruins. The room fell silent for 2 seconds. S-level. Zhao Gang's voice trembled slightly. How can an S-level secret realm appear near Lan City? The reason is unknown and the Federation is investigating. Li Jun enlarged the holographic map. The entrance is expected to be fully formed within 24 hours. At that time, I will lead an elite team into the secret realm for resource exploration and safety assessment. His gaze swept across everyone present. The danger level of this mission is extremely high. Participation is voluntary. Yi Qinghan raised her hand. Shen Yu also raised her hand. Zhao Gang hesitated for a moment before raising his hand and said, "Isn't the Federation sending anyone? They can't spare anyone. They are preparing for a major event." Li Zhen shook his head. "What major event is more important than an S-level secret realm?" Zhao Gang blurted out. "These are matters we cannot know." Li Zhen sighed. He was merely the deputy director of the 749 Bureau in a small city. Yi Qinghan listened to their conversation, her mind racing. A major event? What kind of major event? Why was she not aware of it? The remaining personnel will be responsible for clearing the mist beasts at the perimeter and guarding the entrance to the secret realm. Li Zhen interrupted Yi Qinghan's thoughts. The meeting is adjourned. After returning to her dormitory, Yi Qinghan closed the door and stood by the window, gazing at the misty area in the distance that faintly glowed red on the horizon. "Fierce woman." Lin Ye poked his little head out from the collar. "Don't call me fierce woman. Then what should I call you?" "Miss Ye." "Ice Queen." Yi Qinghan glanced down at him without responding. "What are you thinking about?" Lin Ye asked. "I'm thinking about how to snatch the spirit core under the noses of 3 fifth-tier cultivators. Do you have a plan?" "In my past life, the ancient divine ruins had its core area located on an altar deep within the secret realm, with the spirit core embedded in the spiritual seat at the center of the altar." Yi Qinghan's voice was low. "There are numerous 4th-tier and even 5th-tier ancient mist beasts along the path from the entrance to the altar, but there is a concealed passage that can bypass most of the dangerous areas." "Did you take that route in your past life?" "No." Yi Qinghan shook her head. "I wasn't in Lan City during my past life. I learned this information later from survivors' reports." "Can survivor reports be precise enough to indicate the location of the passage?" Yi Qinghan fell silent for a moment. That survivor was a member under Li Zhen. He escaped the secret realm using his spiritual control ability and left detailed route records before he died. Lin Ye mentally chewed over this information. Before he died. That meant that member didn't survive in the fierce woman. His voice softened. "Are you afraid of those 3 fifth-tier cultivators?" "I'm not afraid." Yi Qinghan's tone grew cold. "Your heart rate has increased by 6 beats compared to normal." Yi Qinghan looked down at him. The little head on the necklace was gazing up at her, its 2 big white eyes particularly prominent in the dim room. "I'm not afraid of them," she repeated, her speech slowing down. "What I'm afraid of is not being able to obtain the spirit core. I'm afraid of future tragedies." "Don't worry." Lin Ye's voice was clear and steady. "Because this time we have more help." Yi Qinghan reached out to pull the curtains shut. "Sleep now. We are entering the secret realm tomorrow." The entrance to the ancient divine ruins fully formed by noon the next day. A grayish-white spiritual energy vortex with a diameter of 20 meters hovered at the bottom of the canyon. The surrounding air twisted and deformed, and the mist was violently swirling inside the vortex after being drawn in. Li Zhen stood at the edge of the canyon, with Yi Qinghan, Shen Yu, and Zhao Gang, followed by 4 official members of the 4th tier. An 8-person team. The effective range of the communication beacon inside the secret realm is 5 kilometers. Beyond this range, the signal will be consumed by the spiritual energy field of the secret realm. Li Zhen conducted a final check of everyone's equipment. "Report your location every 30 minutes. If there is no response, consider it as lost contact and initiate emergency rescue procedures after 45 minutes. Everyone nodded. "Go in." The 8 of them jumped into the spiritual energy vortex in sequence. The feeling of teleportation was entirely different from that of ordinary secret realms. It was not an instant spatial transfer, but a slow compression sensation that lasted nearly 10 seconds, as if the body was being wrapped by the spiritual energy vortex and dragged in an unknown direction. Lin Ye sensed the density of the spiritual energy inside the secret realm through the necklace. It was ridiculously thick. Every breath taken was accompanied by a heavy spiritual energy pressure, which was a burden for low-tier cultivators. After the teleportation was complete, Yi Qinghan landed on a gray wasteland. Beneath her feet was cracked earth, and above her head was a dark red sky with neither sun nor moon, and the light came from the spiritual energy dust that filled the air. "Everyone is accounted for." Shen Yu confirmed the numbers. Li Zhen nodded, then scanned the surrounding environment. His right hand pressed against the communication beacon at his waist, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were deeper than usual. The spiritual energy concentration is over 15 times that of a level secret realm. Be careful about the intake. While breathing, low-tier cultivators will experience high-pressure reactions here. After Shen Yu checked the detection equipment in her hand, she reported a series of numbers. Yi Qinghan stood at the back of the group, her gaze passing over the heads of others to the faint outline of a black spire visible on the distant horizon. That direction was where the spirit core of the ancient ruins was located. Lin Ye hung around her neck, the pendant quietly hidden inside her training suit pressed against the warm skin just below her collarbone. His spiritual perception was fully deployed, capturing all the spiritual energy fluctuations within 100 meters. There is a group of 12 to 15 mid-tier third-level spiritual energy signatures to the northeast 3 kilometers away, and a lone upper-tier third-level beast 2 kilometers to the southwest. Lin Ye relayed the information through the mental link. Yi Qinghan nodded slightly. Lin Ye then silently calculated in the necklace. The current devouring points stood at 26,500 with a gap of 197,500 to reach the 200,000 mark for peak third tier. The density of mist beasts at the third and fourth tiers in the secret realm was extremely high. If efficiency was maximized, he should be able to feast within a few hours. As he was pondering, the ground beneath his feet suddenly trembled. It was not a vibration, the entire space, the gray wasteland seemed to be kneaded by an invisible giant hand, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the ground, revealing a dark red light within. Spatial fluctuations. Li Zhen's voice came from ahead, carrying a sense of urgency. The structure of the secret realm is unstable. Oh, everyone close in. Yi Qinghan rushed forward 2 steps, but the ground beneath her feet suddenly collapsed at that moment. It was wrong. It was not a collapse, the space itself was expanding. The originally 500-meter distance was pulled to 5 kilometers, then to 10 kilometers in the blink of an eye. The figures of Li Zhen and the main team rapidly shrank within visible range, eventually disappearing into a distorted gray mist. The solid ground reappeared beneath Yi Qinghan, but the surrounding scenery was entirely different from before. The gray wasteland had transformed into a pitch-black rocky canyon, with cliffs towering dozens of meters high, and a narrow gap barely visible at the top leading to the dark red sky. The surroundings were filled with stone-like protrusions resembling a stone forest. She steadied herself and scanned the area. There was no one else. The space has split. The internal structure of the secret realm underwent an expansive split after the teleportation, throwing each of us into different areas. Lin Ye's little head popped out from the pendant with 2 white eyes glancing left and right. Is it just us two? Great. Yi Qinghan glanced down at the pendant with the little head peeking out. Shrink. Why? I can see better outside. If you stick your black head out from my collar, others will think I've grown a tumor on my neck. There are no others here. Yi Qinghan helplessly stepped forward. After walking for about 10 minutes, the first mist beast appeared when they had moved less than 50 meters. A 3-tier low-level gray stone lizard approximately 2 meters long, its body covered in scales that were almost identical in color to the surrounding stone forest, lay motionless against the side of a stone pillar. If it weren't for Lin Ye's psychic perception locking onto its position in advance, Yi Qinghan would not have even discovered it within 3 meters. On the stone pillar to the right front, a 3-tier low-level. Yi Qinghan's footsteps didn't stop, his right fist accumulating malevolent energy as he swiftly turned to strike the pillar. The fist struck the lizard's head, shattering its gray scales. By the time the lizard fell from the pillar, it had already lost all signs of life. Lin Ye extended a long black tendril from the bottom of the pendant, reaching for the lizard's corpse to begin devouring. Ding! Devoured. 3-tier low-level mist beast gray stone lizard gained 1,200 devour points. Current devour points 27,700. Where's the next one? Yi Qinghan asked without turning his head. Straight ahead 60 meters in a stone crevice, 3-tier low-level, the same type as the previous one. Yi Qinghan quickened his pace. The second lizard died, even faster, its skull crushed by a kick. Lin Ye habitually extended his tendril to clean up the remains. Current devour points 28,900. The third was a 3-tier intermediate rock, horned rhinoceros, 3 times the size of the lizard, grazing on dark red moss in a clearing deep within the stone forest. Yi Qinghan stood behind a stone pillar and observed for 2 seconds. 3-tier intermediate, Lin Ye assessed. You can kill it solo. That's obvious. Yi Qinghan charged out, malevolent energy coalescing in his fists as he struck the rhinoceros head. The third punch pierced through its frontal bone. The process was clean and swift, taking no more than 15 seconds. As Yi Qinghan retracted his fists, Lin Ye's tendril reached out simultaneously. The rhinoceros was large with plenty of meat, so it took a few extra seconds to consume. Ding! Devoured. 3-tier intermediate mist beast rock, horned rhinoceros, gained 5,500 devour points. Current devour points 34,400. Are you full? Yi Qinghan glanced down at the black tendril retracting from his collar. Not yet. He continued deeper into the stone forest. After walking about a kilometer, the density of the stone forest began to diminish and visibility gradually opened up. Ahead lay a gray plain dotted with various piles of rocks of varying heights, and in the distance a massive black building could be faintly seen. That direction. Yi Qinghan's gaze fell on the distant black building. If I remember correctly, the ancient spirit core is at the altar in the deepest part of the secret realm. The straight line distance is about 10 kilometers. Lin Ye's psychic perception scanned the path ahead at maximum range. There are at least 20 psychic signals above 3 tier on this road, and 3 that are significantly stronger than tier 3. Tier 4. Most likely. Yi Qinghan paused for a moment. A tier 4 mist beast would be a challenge for her current tier 2 upper-level body cultivation. She needed to merge. However, there were still 5 kilometers to the core area, filled with tier 3 lesser beasts. Clear the lesser beasts first and merge when encountering tier 4. Let's go. Yi Qinghan stepped onto the gray plain. Lin Ye's pendant quietly nestled under her collarbone, and 2 large white eyes occasionally peeked out from the surface of the pendant. Yi Qinghan caught a glimpse of the 2 rotating eyeballs at the edge of her collar, and the corner of her mouth twitched. Could you stop popping up so often? I'm scouting. Your psychic perception doesn't need eyes. Visual assistance can enhance judgment. Your eyes are looking out from my chest. Do you know how bizarre that looks? Hey. Lin Ye retracted both eyes back into the pendant, leaving only one outside. Yi Qinghan chose to ignore the argument. The first wave of mist beasts on the gray plain appeared less than 3 minutes after she exited the stone forest. 4 3-tier low-level gray armored wolves charged out from behind a rocky pile on the left, moving swiftly and forming a fan-shaped encirclement. Yi Qinghan didn't even slow her pace. She charged toward the foremost gray armored wolf, her right fist roaring out upon collision, the punch infused with malevolent energy, exploding the wolf's chest cavity. The second wolf lunged from the left. Yi Qinghan sidestepped the claws and elbowed the wolf's head, the sound of its neck breaking ringing clearly in the air. The third and fourth wolves approached simultaneously from behind. Just as Yi Qinghan was about to turn, a black arc of light shot out from her collar. It was a long symbiotic blade extending from the bottom of the pendant, slicing through the air like a black whip, accurately piercing the throat of the third gray armored wolf. The fourth gray armored wolf opened its mouth to bite at Yi Qinghan's nape. The symbiotic blade changed direction midair, withdrawing from the third wolf's corpse to sweep across, decapitating the fourth wolf. The 4 wolves fell within 2 seconds of each other. Yi Qinghan stopped to look down at her chest. A small head emerged from the surface of the pendant, about the size of a thumb, with 2 white eyes squinting like crescent moons, looking quite pleased. You didn't need to intervene just now. Yi Qinghan's tone was flat. The fourth was about to bite your neck. You wouldn't have had time to react. I would have had time. You would have needed an extra 0.3 seconds. Why saved you that time? Yi Qinghan stared at the small head emerging from her collar for 2 seconds. Can you retract it? They'll retract it after eating. For tendrils extended from the bottom of the pendant, reaching out to the 4 wolf corpses, black liquid covering them as they began to devour. From the outside, it looked like Yi Qinghan was wearing a black necklace with a droplet pendant hanging down and a small toxic head popping out from the pendant, extending 4 black lines connecting to the dissolving wolf corpses below. The scene was as bizarre as it could get. Ding. Devoured 4 3-tier low-level mist beasts. Gray armored wolves gained 4,800 devour points. Current devour points 39,200. The tendrils retracted, and the small head also withdrew back to the surface of the pendant. Yi Qinghan continued forward. After walking about 500 meters, a group of 3-tier intermediate mist beasts appeared ahead. 6 beetle-like creatures with rocky exoskeletons, each more than a meter long, were surrounding a glowing psychic or gnawing on it. Yi Qinghan assessed the battlefield and prepared to charge in. Wait. Lin Ye called out to her. What is it? You go into fight, it'll take care of any leftover fish outside. This is the most efficient way. You outside? How can you be outside when you're hanging around my neck? I can extend my tendrils in ill reach. Yi Qinghan thought for a moment and nodded. She rushed into the swarm of beetles. The first beetle was crushed on its back shell by her foot, and the second was grabbed by the antennae and thrown to the ground, becoming immobile after a couple of hits. The third and fourth beetles lunged at the same time. Yi Qinghan blocked the third one's charge with her left hand, while her right fist, filled with malevolent energy, struck the fourth. The fifth one launched a sneak attack from the side, its pincers snapping toward Yi Qinghan's waist. A symbiotic blade shot out from Yi Qinghan's collar, curving in midair to slice off the fifth beetle's head. The sixth one attempted to flee. 2 tendrils extended from the bottom of the necklace, chasing after it, one entangling its hind leg, the other piercing through its abdomen. All 6 beetles were eliminated within 15 seconds. Yi Qinghan stood in the center of the battlefield, splattered with some dark bodily fluid. She glanced down at her collar. A small head was protruding from the pendant, its mouth opened to reveal a row of tiny white fangs stretching toward the nearest beetle corpse. The expression was reminiscent of a little hamster seeing food. Why are you opening your mouth? Condition reflex. Can you refrain from performing your reflexes on my chest? The small head's mouth closed, but its two eyes remained fixated on the corpse. The tendrils extended out to begin devouring. Ding. Devoured 6 3-tier intermediate mist beast stone shell beetles, gained 31,800 devour points. Current devour points 71,000. Over 30,000. Lin Ye was somewhat surprised, so much for 3-tier intermediate. The psychic energy density of the mist beasts in this secret realm far exceeded that of the outside world, and the points converted from devouring were nearly double the normal value. An S-level secret realm is indeed a treasure land. Yi Qinghan did not linger and continued to advance towards the black building. Over the next kilometer, she encountered 3 more waves of mist beasts. Each wave had her as the main output, while Lin Ye in pendant form was responsible for cleanup and finishing off. Once a 3-tier upper-level rock python emerged from the ground, its large mouth lunging for Yi Qinghan's ankle. Lin Ye's symbiotic blade was even faster than Yi Qinghan's reaction, slicing off the python's head with a single strike from the black blade that shot out from the pendant. As the python's head flew away, Lin Ye poked his little head out from the pendant, catching the flying python's head in his mouth. The crunching sounds echoed from Yi Qinghan's chest. Yi Qinghan looked down at the small black head that was chewing on the snake's head at her collar. Her expression was incredibly complex. Could you maintain some decorum? Crunch, crunch. I'm talking to you. Listening, crunch. Yi Qinghan pinched the sides of that. Lin Ye's mouth was squished, and the python's head fell out, hitting the ground. Not eating anymore. Talk after eating. Yi Qinghan released her grip. The small head immediately lowered to pick up the python's head again. Yi Qinghan sighed and turned to continue walking. A faint sound of devouring came from behind. Current devour points 87,500. Ahead, 3 4-tier psychic signals were becoming increasingly clear in Lin Ye's perception. The nearest one was only about a kilometer away. There's some tough food ahead, Lin Ye reported after finishing the python. Yi Qinghan slowed her pace. 4-tier. 4-tier low-level, very large, likely a type of heavy-duty mist beast. Yi Qinghan stopped, her gaze fixed on a massive black shadow slowly moving on the horizon ahead. Will merge when the time comes, her voice was calm. Understood, ready at any time. Lin Ye's little head retracted back into the pendant, quietly resting against the warm skin of Yi Qinghan. The pendant gently swayed with her breathing. The distance to the 4-tier psychic signal grew closer. The 4th-tier lower-level fog beast was larger than Lin Ye had anticipated. It crouched in the center of a huge pit on the plain, nearly 7 meters tall, supported by 4 sturdy legs resembling stone pillars, while its back was covered with a layer of dark golden spiritual energy patterns. Its head was flat and wide, with a pair of curved black horns on either side, each tip swirling with visible spirals of spiritual energy. Lin Ye's system scan provided the information. 4th-tier lower-level ancient rock beast. Proficient in seismic impacts and spiritual energy horn charges. Extremely high defense, slow speed, with a weakness in the soft tissue area of the abdomen not covered by rock armor. The 4th-tier lower-level ancient rock beast has high defense and attack, but is slow. Lin Ye transmitted the intel through the mental link. Its weakness is underneath the belly. You definitely won't be able to reach that spot in an unknown fight. Yi Qinghan stood at the edge of the pit, looking down at the massive creature with an expression that showed little change. Fusion. All right. These 2 words had been awaited by Lin Ye the entire time. Yi Qinghan's right hand reached to her collar, her fingers touching the teardrop-shaped pendant. The surface of the pendant began to flow. Black liquid material overflowed from every link of the necklace simultaneously, like living ink, rapidly spreading along Yi Qinghan's collarbone to either side. From the outside, the black necklace blossomed at Yi Qinghan's chest. The black liquid spread from the center of the pendant in all directions, moving along her collarbone to her shoulders and downward to her lower abdomen at an astonishing speed. Lin Ye controlled the path of the liquid tissue's spread, pushing it down simultaneously from the neck in 2 directions. It moved fastest over the collarbone, and as it passed the chest, he precisely controlled the thickness and coverage. At the moment the membrane adhered, the soft curvature was vividly presented in his tactile sense. Although Lin Ye did not have a heart, the vibration frequency of his cells still quickened by a fraction of a percent. The woman's figure was truly remarkable. In just 1 second, the black liquid material covered Yi Qinghan's entire upper body, her shoulders, arms, abdomen, and waist. Then came the area below the waist. As the liquid moved down past her waistline, it adhered to the outer layer of her training pants, enveloping her hips and thighs. The contours of her legs were completely outlined under the wrapping of the black liquid tissue, extending from the roots of her thighs down to her ankles. The proportions were perfect, and the muscle lines were smooth and tight. Lin Ye internally marveled at how long the woman's legs were. In 2 seconds, the fusion was complete. Yi Qinghan's entire body was enveloped in a flowing ink-like symbiotic form, her dark exterior reflecting a cool, dark light, her figure tall and slender, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Her facial features were exquisite, yet fierce, with a pair of narrow, pale eyes slanting upwards and the corners of her lips curled in a way that revealed a set of interlaced sharp fangs. Her aura surged from second-tier upper level directly to third-tier peak. Yi Qinghan felt the explosive power within her body and clenched her fists. The sensation of power after fusion always brought her an indescribable thrill. The ancient rock beast in the pit sensed the sudden emergence of a powerful aura above its massive head, slowly lifting, and its murky eyes locking onto the black figure standing at the edge of the pit. It let out a deep roar, and the ground cracked in a radial pattern under the impact of the sound wave. The weakness is in the abdomen. Oh, we need to make it expose its belly. Lin Ye transmitted the battle tactics through the mental link in the fused state. All right, then let's topple it. Yi Qinghan grinned. She leaped from the edge of the pit. The 7-meter-tall ancient rock beast saw the black figure, which was more than 3 times smaller than itself, pouncing towards it, and the spirals of spiritual energy on its curved horns rapidly expanded as it lowered its head to charge. The ground shattered under the charge of the rock beast, its massive body crushing down with world-destroying force. Yi Qinghan did not take it heeding. She sidestepped in the moment of landing, the tip of the rock beast's horn grazing past her shoulder, creating a turbulent rush of air. The liquid tissue on Lin Ye's right arm rapidly transformed, forming a 3-meter-long heavy broadsword in Yi Qinghan's right hand. The sword's body was entirely black, with edges glowing with a ghostly blue light. Yi Qinghan grasped the sword hilt. While dodging to the side, she slashed at the joint of the rock beast's right front leg. The blade sliced into the gap of the rock armor, dark-colored blood gushing out. The rock beast stumbled on its right front leg. Left hind leg the same spot. Lin Ye provided the next attack point. In the fused state, Yi Qinghan's speed far exceeded that of her tier, and her figure flashed to the rock beast's side rear. The broadsword in her right hand dissipated in the air, replaced by a spear more suitable for piercing. The form manipulation completed the weapon switch in 0.3 seconds. The spear pierced into the joint of the rock beast's left hind leg, swirling inside the joint cavity before being yanked out with a forceful pull. The rock beast let out a piercing howl that tore through the air, its 2 injured legs simultaneously losing support, causing its massive body to begin tilting to the right. Now, Yi Qinghan dashed up the back of the rock beast as it was tipping over, 2 tendrils extending from her back wrapped around the beast's right curved horn, using leverage to change the direction of its fall. The 7-meter-tall behemoth was flipped over under her control, crashing down into the center of the pit with a thunderous roar. The ground was smashed into a depression 10 meters in diameter. The rock beast's abdomen was fully exposed. The gray-white soft tissue was unprotected by rock armor, and in the center of its abdomen was a fist-sized dark golden core pulsating. That was its spiritual energy core. Yi Qinghan fell from the air, the spear in her right hand transforming into a conical piercing dagger during the descent. With all her strength as a 4th-tier lower level, the dagger accurately plunged into the spiritual energy core. The sound of the core shattering echoed throughout the pit. The ancient rock beast's body convulsed 3 times before falling completely silent. From the moment the target was identified to the completion of the kill, it took less than a minute. Yi Qinghan stood above the rock beast's abdomen, her black symbiotic form appearing particularly striking against the gray sky. "Eat up," she said. Lin Ye did not need her to remind him a second time. In the fused state, his mouth opened wide, revealing a row of interlaced fangs. However, he did not bite down immediately. Instead, 4 tendrils extended from his shoulder to cover the rock beast's corpse, digesting it in a more efficient manner. A 4th-tier lower-level ancient rock beast, massive in size, rich in spiritual energy. The swallowing took a full 20 seconds. Ding. Swallowed. The 4th-tier lower-level fog beast ancient rock beast carcass gained 3200 absorption points. Current absorption points 119500, 32,000. This 4th-tier lower level actually provided 32,000. Lin Ye's mood was soaring. Continue moving forward. There are 2 more 4th-tier signals ahead. His voice revealed his excitement. Yi Qinghan sensed the change in his emotions. What are you so happy about? Killing monsters to level up the romance of a man? You wouldn't understand. Yi Qinghan rolled her eyes in the fused state. They did not disengage from fusion, but directly moved toward the location of the next 4th-tier signal. The 2nd-tier 4 fog beast is an ancient windwing bat with a wingspan close to 10 meters floating in midair. Yi Qinghan is not skilled in aerial combat, but Lin Ye's tendrils in their combined form solved this issue. For tendrils extended from the back, each 20 meters long, weaving into a net in the air. When the windwing bat swooped down, it plunged into the trap formed by the tendrils. Yi Qinghan jumped into the air and sliced through its wing base with a single strike. The bat, now unable to fly, fell to the ground and struggled for 3 seconds before Yi Qinghan crushed its skull with a kick. Ding! Devoured the corpse of the Tier 4 lower-level ancient windwing bat, gaining 2800 devour points. Current devour points 147500. The third Tier 4 fog beast is hiding in an underground cave, an ancient poison scorpion whose tail can spray high-pressure acid. Yi Qinghan and Lin Ye worked seamlessly together. She was on the offensive, while Lin Ye controlled the tendrils to block the scorpion's tail attacks. The battle was resolved in 30 seconds. Ding! Devoured the corpse of the Tier 4 lower-level ancient poison scorpion, gaining 30500 devour points. Current devour points 178000. All 3 Tier 4 beasts have been eliminated. They also conveniently cleared out a dozen or so Tier 3 miscellaneous beasts along the way. Lin Ye's devour points were rapidly increasing. By the time they had traveled 3 kilometers, the devour points were approaching 2000. Current devour points 196800. Yi Qinghan stopped to rest behind a large rock. The combined form had lasted nearly an hour, and her mental energy was considerably drained. Lin Ye scanned the path ahead with his spiritual energy perception. The density of fog beasts ahead is higher, but most are Tier 3. Let's rest for 5 minutes. Yi Qinghan leaned against the rock, closing her eyes to recuperate. Lin Ye maintained the combined form while calculating the devour points in his mind. 196800. Only 320 more to reach 2000. 200,000 is the threshold to upgrade to the peak of Tier 3. Just one more Tier 3 upper-level beast will suffice. 5 minutes later, Yi Qinghan opened her eyes. Let's go. The two continued to advance. 500 meters ahead appeared a group of Tier 3 upper-level fog beasts, 5 elongated ancient gray wolves. The energy concentration of these wolves was significantly higher than that of the Tier 3 upper-level beasts outside. Each was close to the level of a Tier 4 lower-level beast. Yi Qinghan charged into the pack of wolves with the pressure of their combined form. The battle was swift and decisive. Her punches struck the gray wolves with crushing force, able to penetrate their defenses with each hit. Lin Ye's tendrils worked alongside to reap the rewards, the symbiotic blade accurately severing the hind legs of 2 fleeing gray wolves. In 30 seconds, all 5 gray wolves were annihilated. Ding! Devoured 5 Tier 3 upper-level fog beasts, the ancient gray wolves gaining 3800 devour points. Current devour points 234800. Threshold surpassed. The threshold of 2000 has been crossed. Lin Ye saw the flashing upgrade notification on the system panel. Devour points have reached the standard. Do you want to consume 2000 devour points to upgrade to the peak of Tier 3? Wait a moment, Lin Ye said to Yi Qinghan. What's wrong? I'm about to upgrade. There will be a few minutes of state fluctuations, and I may need to temporarily disengage our combined form. Yi Qinghan glanced around. There were no signals from fog beasts within 50 meters. Disengage. The combined form was released, and the black liquid retreated from Yi Qinghan's body, condensing into a basketball-sized black sphere on the ground in front of her. Yi Qinghan looked at Lin Ye's spherical form and crouched down to place him on a flat rock. How long will it take? About 3 minutes. Lin Ye confirmed the upgrade in his mind. Confirmed. Consumed 2000 devour points, upgraded to the peak of Tier 3. His liquid form entered a state of autonomous evolution once again. The speed of cellular division was faster than the last time, and the internal energy density was rapidly rising, while the glossy black surface transformed from a dark metallic color to a deeper pure black. The overall volume showed no significant change, but the weight felt completely different in hand. 3 minutes later, the evolution was complete. Name Lin Ye symbiotic venom. For mature. Level peak of Tier 3 02000. Devour points 34800. The next level Tier 4 lower level requires 2000. Lin Ye looked at the system panel, feeling very calm. The numbers hadn't changed, still 200,000. No doubling. This was good news. Is the upgrade finished? Yi Qinghan asked. Finished. How do you feel? Much stronger. The density has significantly increased. I should be able to stabilize around the Tier 4 lower level when combined with you. Yi Qinghan lifted him off the stone. Lin Ye transformed back into a necklace shape and hung around Yi Qinghan's neck again. The pendant slid into her collar, returning to that warm and soft spot. Let's go. There's still over a kilometer to go. Yi Qinghan adjusted the collar of her training suit and continued forward. The necklace hung quietly, the pendant swaying gently with her steps. Lin Ye closed his eyes and enjoyed the moment for 2 seconds. The chest of the fierce woman truly was the most comfortable position in the world. Without a doubt. As they approached the black building, the fog beasts on the road suddenly vanished. Not a single. Lin Ye's spiritual energy perception scanned the entire area ahead within a radius of 300 meters. It was completely clear, not even a signal from a tier 4 lower-level beast could be found. Strange. He popped his little head out from the pendant to look around. Yi Qinghan also noticed this anomaly. The gray plane had changed here. The dark red moss on the ground had disappeared, replaced by a layer of smooth gray-white stone slabs. 50 meters ahead, 2 10-meter-tall black stone pillars stood on the plain, and between the pillars was a semi-transparent spiritual energy barrier. Behind the barrier was a straight passage at the end of which a tiered building could be vaguely seen. An altar. That is the core area. Yi Qinghan's gaze passed through the spiritual energy barrier, seeing the outline of the building in the distance. But the barrier between these 2 stone pillars doesn't look like an ordinary door. Lin Ye scanned the barrier with his spiritual energy perception. The energy density is very high. If we force our way through, it will trigger the defense mechanism. Yi Qinghan walked up to the stone pillars. Each stone pillar bore an inscription of ancient text. Yi Qinghan looked for 2 seconds. Ancient universal language. She said it reads, "Those who wish to enter this door must endure trials." Trials? What kind of trials? Yi Qinghan's palm pressed against the surface of the left stone pillar. Spiritual energy surged from the pillar, scanning her body. 3 seconds later, the stone pillar lit up entirely, and a humanoid-sized entrance appeared in the center of the barrier. It only allows 1 person to enter. Yi Qinghan withdrew her hand. What about me? You are my spirit, of course we are one. That's right. And Yi Qinghan ignored him and stepped into the barrier's entrance. The moment she passed through the barrier, the surrounding scene changed. The gray plane vanished, replaced by a pitch-black void. Yi Qinghan stood on a circular platform in the center of the void, the platform's diameter about 10 meters, surrounded by bottomless darkness. This is an independent trial space. Lin Ye's spiritual energy perception was suppressed in this space, the range shrinking from 100 meters to 30 meters. I can sense a spiritual entity approaching ahead. A gray-white light illuminated the void opposite the platform. A humanoid figure emerged from the light. The appearance of that figure was almost identical to Yi Qinghan. Same height, same build, same face. But its eyes were gray-white without pupils. Mirror trial. Yi Qinghan recognized this type of trial. It will copy the challenger's strength and fighting style. Copy your strength. Isn't that a tier 2 upper level? Right, but the mirror trial usually enhances it by a small level on top of that. That would mean it is at the peak of tier 2, 1 small level higher than Yi Qinghan's original form. Do you need to merge? Lin Ye asked. No need. Yi Qinghan flexed her wrist. It's just the peak of the 2nd tier. As Yi Qinghan took a step forward, a fierce aura erupted from her body, charging towards the mirror image. The mirror image moved simultaneously, matching Yi Qinghan's speed. The two met at the center of the platform, fists colliding. A shockwave spread from the point of impact, cracking several stones at the edge of the platform. The mirror image's strength was indeed slightly greater than Yi Qinghan's, pushing her back half a step. However, Yi Qinghan's combat experience was that of a former empress, something a mere mirror image could not replicate. As she retreated, her body sank, and her right leg swept towards the knee of the mirror image. The mirror image jumped up to evade the sweep, but Yi Qinghan's left hand had already reached from below to grab the mirror image's ankle. She pulled down forcefully, causing the mirror image to lose balance and fall onto the platform. Yi Qinghan closed in, delivering a heavy elbow strike to the mirror image's chest. The mirror image's body left a dent in the ground, but the mirror image also retaliated. As it was struck, it grabbed Yi Qinghan's arm with both hands, grayish-white spiritual energy surging into her body from the point of contact. Yi Qinghan's fierce aura clashed with the grayish-white spiritual energy in her meridians, producing a violent repulsion. It hurt. She gritted her teeth and did not let go. Instead, she repeatedly struck the mirror image's head with her other fist. With the third punch, cracks appeared on the mirror image's head. Grayish-white light seeped out from the cracks. The mirror image's body began to disintegrate. 10 seconds later, the mirror image transformed into a cloud of grayish-white light dust and dissipated. In the spot where it disappeared, a half-meter-high plant grew from the crack in the stone platform. The plant was entirely dark golden, with rich spiritual energy flowing on its leaves, and its roots entwined with several glowing spiritual energy veins. An ancient spiritual plant. Yi Qinghan approached and squatted down to examine the plant closely. What is this? Lin Ye peeked out from the pendant. An ancient spiritual plant, a product from ancient times with a very high concentration of spiritual energy. Yi Qinghan reached out and pulled the entire plant out by the roots. It greatly benefits body cultivators, accelerating the widening and strengthening of meridians. She held the spiritual plant up to her eyes for a moment. Then she glanced down at the little head that was drooling over the spiritual plant. Do you want to eat? No, this is yours. How could I eat it? Lin Ye's eyes were glued to the spiritual plant, his mouth opening and closing. Yi Qinghan was silent for 3 seconds. Go ahead and eat. Really? It will enhance your abilities even more, and after eating, the power limit in the merged state will also increase. Lin Ye did not hold back any longer. A tentacle extended from the bottom of the pendant, wrapping around the entire spiritual plant and swallowing it in one bite. Ding. Devoured the ancient spiritual plant, gained 2,000 devouring points. Lin Ye's head buzzed. 200,000. A single plant yielded 200,000, adding to the previous 34,800. Current devouring points 234,800. Devouring points have reached the standard. Do you want to consume 2,000 devouring points to upgrade to the 4th tier lower level? Lin Ye did not hesitate. Upgrade. Confirming consumption of 2,000 devouring points, upgrading to the 4th tier lower level. Unlocking active skill Wrath of Thunderscrade. Lin Ye's liquid form vibrated violently against Yi Qinghan's chest. The temperature of the pendant rose 5 degrees in an instant. Yi Qinghan felt the anomaly of the necklace and looked down. The surface of the black pendant was covered with intricate blue-white electric arcs crackling and jumping on the liquid metal. What's wrong? Upgrading, don't move, it will be over soon. Lin Ye's liquid cells were undergoing another. The density was skyrocketing and the internal spiritual energy circuits were being rearranged. Unlike the last time, this restructuring process generated a new type of energy within him. Electric energy, pure high pressure and infused with a breath of destruction. 3 minutes later, the evolution was complete. Lin Ye opened the system panel. Name Lin Ye Symbiotic Toxic Liquid. For mature body. Level 4th tier lower level, 010000000. Devouring points, 34,800. To upgrade from 4th tier lower level to 4th tier middle level requires 1 million devouring points. Lin Ye stared at that number for 3 seconds. 1 million. Before, he thought 20,000 was astronomical, and now it had directly multiplied by 5. This thing would require consuming the entire secret realm to gather right. Forget it, let's check the new Wrath of Thunderscrade active skill. The symbiote can generate a high-density thunder arc electric field on its liquid surface, allowing attacks to carry electric attribute spiritual energy in the merged state. It can be charged for release. The longer it is charged, the higher the damage, up to the strength of a 5th tier attack. 5th tier. With basic merging, it could unleash a 5th tier attack. Lin Ye's eyes lit up on the surface of the pendant. Is it done? Yi Qinghan's voice came from above. It's done. Lin Ye pushed the information of the new skill through the mental link, 4th tier lower level, and it unlocked a new skill. Yi Qinghan received the information, her expression changing slightly. 5th tier attack. Yes, in the merged state it can deliver a 5th tier level strike, but it needs to be charged. Yi Qinghan's gaze fell on the pendant that was emitting faint blue-white electric arcs. What level can your basic combat power reach if we merge now? Around 4th tier middle level. Yi Qinghan calculated in her mind. With a basic 4th tier middle level plus a charged 5th tier attack, they would have the strength to contend against a peak 4th tier opponent. This improvement was greater than she expected. Mainly, your strength is too low, affecting our merged power. Lin Ye pointed out without holding back. Alright, I will work hard. Yi Qinghan's lips quirked slightly. Not bad, really obedient. Lin Ye said. Yi Qinghan. The trial space began to collapse after the spiritual plant was taken away. The surrounding void shattered and the gray plane reappeared. The two returned to the position between the stone pillars. The spiritual energy barrier ahead had dissipated and the passage to the altar was clear. Yi Qinghan stepped onto the passage. On both sides of the passage were towering black stone walls covered in ancient murals and runes. Lin Ye glanced at those murals, most of which depicted scenes of a certain ancient civilization worshipping the spiritual core. The ancient spiritual core is in the altar ahead. If the people from the Mist God cult have entered the secret realm, they may arrive before us. Can your spiritual energy perception reach the altar? They'll give it a try. Lin Ye pushed the power of his spiritual energy perception to the limit. After upgrading to the 4th tier, his perception range expanded from 100 meters to 300 meters. There is a 5th tier lower level approaching us. Lin Ye's voice lowered. Yi Qinghan's body tensed. 200 meters ahead in the passage, a figure emerged from the shadow of the stone wall. The person wore a grayish-white robe and a silver-gray mask with twisted mist patterns engraved on the mask. The Mist God cult. The masked person's gaze fell on Yi Qinghan through the mask, slowly releasing a wave of spiritual energy. The oppressive feeling of a 5th tier lower level swept over them. Little girl, you took the wrong path. The masked man's voice was hoarse and deep. Yi Qinghan stood still in the center of the passage. Her heart rate accelerated. A 5th tier lower level. Even merged with Lin Ye, their basic combat power was only at the 4th tier middle level. There was a gap of half a major realm. The calm voice of Lin Ye echoed in her mind, the fierce woman. What is it? I mentioned something to you last time. Lin Ye's voice was clear and steady. In the primary fusion state, Thunder's Fury can only unleash a 5th-tier lower-level attack. But if we fully fuse the resonance of our souls, will allow all abilities to achieve a qualitative leap. To what extent? The foundational battle power of 5th-tier intermediate Thunder's Fury can explode to the peak of 5th tier. Yi Qinghan fell silent for a moment. The masked figure was already approaching. Each step caused the stone walls on either side of the passage to tremble slightly. Yi Qinghan took a deep breath. Merge. Just a single word. Direct and decisive. Lin Ye did not waste any time. The necklace on Yi Qinghan's chest exploded open like a detonation, and black liquid material spread outwards from the core of the pendant at an unprecedented speed. This time it was not an ordinary coverage. The liquid did not wrap around Yi Qinghan's body from the outside. Instead, it seeped directly into her pores from the contact points with her skin. Yi Qinghan felt a sensation she had never experienced before. It was not cold. It was warm. It felt like another blood was flowing through her veins, another heart was beating in her chest. When Lin Ye's mind first touched Yi Qinghan's spirit, a massive torrent of information surged forth from her consciousness. He saw it. He saw a woman standing atop a peak of ice and snow. The chilling aura around her crystallized into frost, her white hair cascading like a waterfall, and a pair of ice-blue eyes overlooking the vast mountains and rivers. The Frost Empress. He saw her past life. He witnessed how she rose from an ordinary girl to the pinnacle. He saw her loneliness and exhaustion when standing at the highest point. He saw the divine fog that encircled her, and the last moment she fell amidst flames and snow. Then he saw her rebirth. Back to 18, back to Lon City No. 3, back to the starting point, where he saw her despair when she exhausted all her efforts during her spirit awakening only to obtain nth grade slime. He saw her determination as she resolutely embarked on the path of body cultivation. He saw her moments of solitary tears in the dead of night. Lin Ye's heart trembled within the liquid form. He had always known Yi Qinghan was a reborn being, but witnessing these memories with his own eyes was entirely different from his own conjectures. Meanwhile, Yi Qinghan also sensed Lin Ye's spiritual world. The first image she saw was a completely unfamiliar world. Skyscrapers, a jungle of steel, a civilized society without fog or fog beasts. An ordinary young man sat in front of a computer watching an anime on the screen. She did not recognize the young man's face, but she was too familiar with the frequency of that soul. Lin Ye. He was originally a person from another world. Yi Qinghan saw Lin Ye's true identity during the spiritual fusion. He was not an ancient symbiote. He was a traveler. Like her, he had come to this world with memories of his past life. Only she was reborn, and he had traversed. She returned to being human, and he transformed into a mass of black mud. Yi Qinghan felt an unprecedented resonance deep within her soul. Two souls that did not belong to this world became contractual partners due to fate. The exchange of memories aside from the system was completed within 3 seconds. Then the soul fusion entered its final stage. Two streams of spiritual power spiraled and merged in each other's core, and Lin Ye's consciousness and Yi Qinghan's consciousness were no longer two parallel lines, but became a twisted rope intertwined together. The black liquid completely enveloped Yi Qinghan's body within 3 seconds. This form was entirely different from before. The black liquid material completed its final shaping on Yi Qinghan's body. Her figure was tall and graceful, with smooth and tight lines devoid of heavy muscles, only filled with explosive and beautiful curves. The contours of her face were exquisitely fierce, with a pair of elongated pale eyes slanting upwards devoid of pupils or emotions. The corners of her lips were torn to her ears, revealing sharp fangs interspersed. A slender, agile tongue slowly slid over the sharp teeth, glistening with a viscous sheen. The surface texture of her body shimmered with a cool blue glow, the electrical energy of Thunder's Fury flowing beneath her skin. Her hands were long, and her fingertips could freely morph into claws. The tentacles extending from her back were no longer 4, but 8, each 20 meters long, slowly stretching in the air before suddenly tightening. The direction suddenly had no image. 2 images from later chapters were placed. Being handsome was enough. The protagonist could change forms at will later. The aura emanating from her entire body spread recklessly in the passage. 5th tier intermediate. The foundational battle power of complete form. 5th tier intermediate. The masked figure's footsteps halted. He stood 50 meters away, peering through the mask's seams at the black figure in the passage that was completing its transformation. The perception of 5th tier lower-level spiritual energy clearly told him that the aura of the thing in front of him had surpassed his own. How is that possible? The masked figure's voice changed. 3 seconds ago, this position was occupied by a mere second-tier upper-level girl. 3 seconds later, a fifth-tier intermediate monster appeared before him. Blue and white arcs of electricity leaped and danced across the pitch-black surface of the body, each spark carrying a density of energy that could send shivers through a fourth-tier fog beast. The aura of a mid-level fifth-tier being poured forth from this perfect, symbiotic form, distorting the air throughout the entire passage. The masked figure halted 50 meters away, the hem of its gray-white robe fluttering ominously in the pressure. Yet Lin Ye did not focus on the masked figure at that moment. He was experiencing an unprecedented sensation. The complete fusion was entirely different from the previous basic fusion. During the basic fusion, he was encased in a layer of armor outside of Yi Qinghan's body, with their consciousnesses operating independently, communicating through a mental link. Now it was different. After the merging of souls, his consciousness and Yi Qinghan's merged into one, sharing every sensory experience of their singular body. Moreover, the dominance of the body was in his hands. The fierce woman's long legs, her cup breasts, every inch of muscle throughout her body was under his control. It was exhilarating. So exhilarating. Lin Ye could feel Yi Qinghan's consciousness beside him like a passenger in the co-pilot seat, able to see and hear everything, yet the steering wheel was in his hands. Wait a minute. Yi Qinghan's voice resonated deep within his consciousness, tinged with confusion. Why is the dominance with you? Are you asking this? Lin Ye controlled the corners of this complete form's mouth to curl into a grin, his fangs glinting coldly under the dim red light. I am the master. After the fusion, I should control the body. Yi Qinghan's tone carried the inherent dominance of an empress. Lin Ye rolled his eyes within his consciousness. Have you misunderstood something? In the complete symbiotic form, the dominance belongs to the side with higher fusion. I am the main body of the symbiote, so of course I lead it. I've never heard of that before. Have you seen many documents on symbiotic bodies? Yi Qinghan fell silent for 2 seconds. This is a minor issue, no need to focus on it. Lin Ye said in an extremely dismissive tone. Minor issue? Yi Qinghan sounded a bit displeased. Yes, a minor issue. The major issue is that the fifth-tier lower-level being is retreating. We need to resolve him quickly. Yi Qinghan indeed sensed the chaotic spiritual energy fluctuations from the masked figure in front, and the intent to retreat was becoming more apparent. All right, let's attack first and settle accounts later. Understood, co-pilot. Please hold on tight. Can you say that again? Hey, what if I choose not to say it? The masked figure moved. The spiritual energy of the fifth-tier lower level surged within the masked figure, gray-white mist billowing around him, coalescing into a 3-meter-long spiritual energy giant axe. No matter what you are, if you dare to block the path to the spiritual core, there is only one outcome: death. The voice of the masked figure came from behind the mask, hoarse and menacing. The giant axe swung down. The gray-white spiritual energy slashed through the air, tearing a visible rift, heading straight for the top of the complete form of Venom. Lin Ye did not dodge. At the moment the slash struck the surface of the Venom, blue and white arcs exploded from the impact site, the electric field of thunderous fury automatically dissipating 70% of the incoming spiritual energy. The remaining 30% of power struck the pitch-black surface, leaving no visible mark. The resilient skin, with its defenses upgraded to 4th tier, was no longer something a 5th tier lower level could easily breach. The pupils of the masked figure shrank behind the mask. You took my blow, Hedon. The complete form of Venom tilted its head slightly, its pale, pupilless eyes fixating on the masked figure. The fangs torn from the corners of its mouth to its ears glimmered coldly in the dark passage, and its long tongue slipped out between its teeth, flicking in the air. Lin Ye controlled the body and took a step forward. Just one step. The masked figure's body uncontrollably retreated 3 steps. This was pure aura suppression. The crushing pressure of a mid-level 5th tier against a lower-level 5th tier, capable of causing the opponent's spiritual energy to run amok without even lifting a hand. What exactly are you? The voice of the masked figure began to tremble. Lin Ye heard Yi Qinghan's voice in his mind. Stop talking nonsense, just eliminate him directly. Why are you so anxious, fierce woman? Isn't it good to enjoy the process? You are using my body to enjoy the process. Our body has merged, it is ours. Yi Qinghan chose to remain silent. Lin Ye flexed the claws of his right hand, and 8 tentacles unfurled behind him, blue and white arcs of electricity dancing wildly along their surfaces. The fury of thunder began to charge. Directly using it at full power was the greatest respect towards the opponent. The masked figure sensed the rapidly expanding electric energy, and his spiritual energy giant axe coalesced again, this time infused with all his spiritual power. Die! The masked figure roared, his figure transforming into a gray-white afterimage as he charged forward. The giant axe swept in from the left, the shockwave sending debris from the stone walls of the passage flying. Lin Ye raised his right hand just before the giant axe arrived. 5 claws converged precisely, gripping the blade of the axe. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the passage. The masked figure's arms trembled as he exerted all his strength, yet that 3-meter-long spiritual energy giant axe was held motionless in midair by a single black claw. "Is this all you've got?" Lin Ye's voice emerged from the mouth of the complete form of Venom, deep and hoarse, laced with a chilling mockery. The pupils of the masked figure violently contracted behind the mask. "Impossible. Let me show you what is possible." Lin Ye's claws suddenly tightened, and the spiritual energy giant axe shattered into countless motes of light dust in his palm. The masked figure, having lost his weapon, instinctively recoiled backward. But he could not retreat any longer. 3 tentacles shot out from the back of the complete form of Venom, moving faster than the masked figure's retreat, wrapping around his arms and waist. The masked figure was pulled back to his original spot, suspended in midair before the Venom. He struggled desperately, the spiritual energy of a 5th-tier, lower level running wildly in an attempt to break free. But the blue and white arcs of electricity which had already charged the surface of the tentacles activated all at once, sending tens of thousands of volts coursing through the masked figure's body. "Oh!" The masked figure's scream echoed down the passage as the gray-white spiritual energy barrier was stripped away layer by layer under the assault of the current. 3 seconds. The masked figure's spiritual energy defense was pierced by the current. 5 seconds. The masked figure's robe was reduced to ashes by the arc. 7 seconds. The masked figure's body ceased struggling, the silver-gray mask falling from his face, revealing a contorted visage of agony. Lin Ye's tentacles released their hold, and the masked figure's body crashed to the ground, emitting wisps of smoke, motionless. The entire encounter was over in less than 10 seconds. The 5th-tier lower-level member of the Mist God sect was annihilated in a crushing manner by the complete form of Venom. Yi Qinghan's voice echoed in the mental link, tinged with a hint of surprise. Even she did not notice. "Is this the power of the complete form? Are you satisfied?" "It's acceptable." "Acceptable. Fierce woman, your mouth is really stubborn." Yi Qinghan did not respond. Lin Ye retracted the tentacles and stepped over the corpse, walking forward. While moving, Lin Ye's mind began a new round of deliberation. Current devouring points, 34,800. It takes 1 million to advance from a lower-level 4th tier to a mid-level 4th tier. Even with the extremely high density of spiritual energy from the fog beasts in the secret realm, he still needed to devour more than 24th-tier fog beasts to accumulate enough. But acquiring the ancient spiritual core would be different. The fragmented memories of Yi Qinghan from his past life told him that the total amount of spiritual energy from the ancient spiritual core could double the efficiency of purification towers in 3 cities. How many devouring points would that translate to? Lin Ye's liquid cells trembled within Yi Qinghan's body. Conservatively estimating, it would start at 1 million. "What are you thinking? Why can't I know your thoughts in this soul fusion state?" Yi Qinghan's perception caught Lin Ye's emotional fluctuations. "I don't know either. This is my first time as well," Lin Ye replied dismissively. "Still want to read my mind?" "And not a chance." Yi Qinghan was not pleased. Her body was not under her control, and in the soul fusion state, she could not even fathom her own spirit's thoughts. What kind of existence was she? "All right, stop overthinking. There are fog beasts ahead. Oh, let's feast on them." Lin Ye's mouth curled into a wider grin, revealing a mouthful of interweaving fangs. "Yi Qinghan, do you know what I'm thinking?" "I don't know," Lin Ye replied immediately. "Yi Qinghan, it just feels a bit off." The passage ahead ended after 50 meters, leading to a vast underground plaza. Scattered across the plaza were a dozen broken stone sculptures with 6 4th-tier ancient fire lizards patrolling between them. The fire lizards were dark red with robust limbs and tails that blazed with ghostly blue spiritual flames. Lin Ye's spiritual perception clearly marked the positions of the 6 lizards. 6 4th-tier, lower-level ones. 10 seconds to finish them. Lin Ye controlled his complete form of Venom as he stepped out of the passage, his dark silhouette appearing at the edge of the plaza. The 6 fire lizards simultaneously turned their heads, their 12 dark red vertical pupils locking onto him. The leading lizard opened its mouth wide, and a pillar of blue flames shot towards the Venom. Lin Ye did not dodge. Instead, he opened his mouth. The gaping maw of the complete form of Venom, torn to the ears, opened to an incredible angle just as the pillar of fire arrived. Then he swallowed the pillar of fire in one bite. The blue spiritual flame was instantaneously decomposed and absorbed by the liquid cells in his mouth, without leaking a trace of heat. The movements of the 6 fire lizards froze for a moment. Their instincts told them that this black entity before them should not exist. Lin Ye's figure vanished, moving at a speed beyond the capacity of the naked eye to track. In the next instant, he appeared above the first fire lizard. His right claw carved a dark arc through the air, penetrating the lizard's skull from top to bottom. Before the lizard's body even fell, the venomous maw had already opened wide, biting down on the lizard's neck. Crunch, like biting into a crispy biscuit. The upper half of the lizard was directly severed, its head and forelimbs decomposed in the mouth of the venom by the liquid cells, digested in less than a second. The remaining half of the corpse hadn't even hit the ground when two tentacles coiled around it, stuffing the remains into the mouth. Lin Ye saw this scene. His emotions were quite complex. This was her body chewing on the fog beast with a terrifyingly large mouth. Can you not eat with your mouth? Eating with the mouth is the most efficient. It takes over 10 seconds to swallow with tentacles, but one bite is enough with the mouth. But that's my mouth. It's our mouth. Lin Ye did not give Yi Qinghan time to continue protesting as his figure vanished again. The second fire lizard didn't even see how he got there before its head was smashed by a claw, and then its entire body was coiled up by two tentacles and stuffed into that large mouth. The third and fourth tried to escape, but were caught by the tentacles that reached out from behind, pulled back, and simultaneously stuffed into the mouth. Lin Ye felt that he could open his mouth a bit wider. The fifth was crushed underfoot, while the sixth was ensnared by tentacles and directly tossed into the already gaping mouth. 10 seconds. All 6 fourth-tier lower-level ancient fire lizards were completely devoured. Ding. Absorbed 6 fourth-tier lower-level ancient fire lizards, gaining 21200 points. Current absorption points 244800, 210,000. Lin Ye felt even more exhilarated than before. Did you just stuff the third and fourth ones into your mouth at the same time? Yi Qinghan's voice sounded somewhat indescribably subtle. Why? Do you have any idea how terrifying that looks from the outside? No one is watching. Yi Qinghan took a deep breath, choosing to temporarily abandon this topic. Lin Ye continued forward through the plaza, and the path ahead transformed into a wide staircase with more ancient stone sculptures standing on both sides. His spiritual perception informed him that there were 3 more waves of fog beasts above the staircase. The first wave consisted of 4 pinnacle third-tier ancient beetles. Lin Ye didn't even stop his footsteps, extending for tentacles to coil them up as he walked, finishing them off. Current absorption points 2720. The second wave consisted of 2 fourth-tier, lower-level gargoyles, guardians that peeled away from the stone sculptures. Lin Ye charged straight, and arcs of thunder's wrath erupted from his fists, shattering the 2 gargoyles. Before the debris even hit the ground, they were coiled by tentacles and swallowed. Current absorption points 3420. The third wave was a 4th-tier intermediate ancient stone dragon coiled atop a platform at the top of the staircase, its length exceeding 15 meters. Lin Ye controlled the complete form of Venom to surge up to the top of the staircase. The stone dragon opened its large mouth and spewed a grayish-white column of spiritual energy, the diameter of which exceeded 3 meters, capable of vaporizing an ordinary 4th-tier body. Lin Ye's 8 tentacles interwoven before him formed a shield wall as the electric field of thunder's wrath generated a blue-white energy shield on the surface of the shield wall. The light column struck the shield, disintegrating into countless tiny fragments of spiritual energy that scattered to the sides. The shield remained unmoved. The stone dragon's light column lasted 3 seconds, and at the instant the third second ended, Lin Ye's figure passed through the dissipating light dust. His right claw transformed into a dark long sword densely wrapped in blue-white arcs of electricity. A sword pierced into the stone dragon's throat. The electric energy of thunder's wrath surged along the sword's body into the stone dragon's body, detonating near its spiritual core. The stone dragon's body began to shatter from the inside, its grayish-white stone shell peeling off in chunks. Lin Ye opened his mouth. The 15-meter-long ancient stone dragon was chewed and swallowed piece by piece in the next 5 seconds, leaving not even a bone fragment behind. Yi Qinghan remained silent the entire time. She could feel her jaw furiously chewing, the crunching sound of teeth breaking the stone skeleton echoing in her cranial cavity. Her mouth. Chewing on a 15-meter-long dragon. Can you at least chew a little quieter? No way, I can't control it while chewing. That sound coming from my mouth is quite unpleasant. It's our mouth. Yi Qinghan decided to settle this debt with him when they returned. Ding. Absorbed 4th-tier intermediate fog beast ancient stone dragon, gaining 85000 points. Ding. Skill theft triggered. Stolen active skill from the ancient stone dragon, petrifying breath grade. Petrifying breath grade active skill can release a conical petrifying breath from the mouth, which petrifies the target's outer tissues within 3 seconds. The depth of petrification is inversely proportional to the target's spiritual resistance, capable of fully petrifying targets below the 4th tier. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. This skill theft had finally succeeded in stealing an active skill again, though the probability was a bit too low. It took so long to steal just one. The passive skill section is much better Once he levels up, he can increase the number of passive skills, directly fixing them from the previously absorbed fog beasts. Current absorption points 427800. Looking at such a large number of absorption points, Lin Ye felt in great spirits. You've got something on your mouth corner, Yi Qinghan reminded him. Where? On the left side. Lin Ye extended his long tongue to lick away the debris at the corner of his mouth. Although Yi Qinghan was gradually getting used to Lin Ye's various behaviors, she still found it somewhat unacceptable to see her body devouring fog beasts in such a state. After all, this was her mouth. Although the shape of the mouth had completely changed after merging. The assistance is quite good, let's keep it up next time, Lin Ye praised. Yi Qinghan. Lin Ye continued walking. The staircase ahead reached its. A massive stepped structure appeared before them. It was an altar. The altar was much larger than described in Yi Qinghan's memories from his past life. The black stone structure towered over 30 meters high, forming a pyramid shape, with each tier exceeding 10 meters in width. At the top of the altar stood a circular spirit seat, at the center of which was embedded a sphere radiating blue and white light. The ancient spirit core. Even from over 200 meters away, Lin Ye's spiritual perception was slightly numbed by the energy emitted from that spirit core. The concentration of spiritual energy was the highest he had sensed since entering the secret realm. That's the thing. Yi Qinghan's voice broke through, filled with a suppressed urgency. I see it, but Lin Ye's spiritual perception caught an unusual fluctuation on the other side of the altar. A familiar figure was engaged in battle. Li Zhen, the head of the Lan City branch of the 749 Bureau, a mid-level 5th year, was currently leaning against a broken stone wall, his left arm hanging by his side, with his sleeve torn by spiritual energy, revealing a deep wound that could be seen to the bone. His spirit companion was a mid-level 5th year bronze griffin with a wingspan of 6 meters, covered entirely in bronze-colored metallic feathers. The griffin was spreading its wings in front of him, acting as a shield, its feathers marked with charred burn marks, and there was a fist-sized penetrating wound at the base of its left wing. Opposite Li Zhen stood two individuals, two masked figures in grayish-white robes. The style of the masks was identical to the one Lin Ye had struck down earlier, with twisted mist patterns etched on a silver-gray surface. Beside the masked figure on the left stood a 5-meter dark purple giant scorpion, its tail raised high, with a concentrated ball of poisonous mist at the end of its stinger. A mid-level 5th year spirit, the soul-eating underworld scorpion. The spirit of the masked figure on the right was even more outrageous, a grayish-white giant python coiled in midair, its body as thick as a water barrel and over 20 meters long, with two short horn-like protrusions above its head emitting gray mist. A mid-level 5th year spirit, the mist double-horned python. Two mid-level 5th year spirit masters along with two mid-level 5th year spirits surrounded Li Zhen 4-1. Li Zhen's ability to hold out under such an assault already indicated his formidable strength, but he was merely holding on. Lin Ye's gaze swept the outskirts of the battlefield and discovered several other figures. Xinyu lay on the ground with a long blood streak on her back. Her spirit, the silver-winged spirit butterfly, had one wing broken and was curled up beside her. Zhao Gang's right leg was at an unnatural angle, likely broken, and his spirit, the sound-wave bat, had been reduced to a crumpled heap. The other 4 members, all 4th year, fared worse. 2 were unconscious, and 2 were gravely injured, leaning against the stone wall and unable to move, with their spirits completely out of combat ability. Of the entire 8-person team, only Li Zhen was still fighting. The situation is dire. Lin Ye shared the images he perceived with Yi Qinghan. After receiving the images, Yi Qinghan's expression turned grave. 2 mid-level 5th year, plus 2 mid-level 5th year spirits. Li Zhen can't hold out much longer. Lin Ye watched the battlefield scene in his mind as Li Zhen's bronze griffin was struck by the giant python's tail, sweep its massive body crashing against the stone wall, debris flying. Let's go save him. Yi Qinghan paused for a moment, surprised by Lin Ye's enthusiasm. Are you sure you can do it? Absolutely guaranteed. Lin Ye's face was filled with confidence, a grin spreading across his face, his fangs gleaming coldly in the dim red light of dawn. He turned to face the northeast. Lin Ye's foot slammed down on the steps of the altar, causing the stone step beneath him to shatter into a web of cracks, his fierce figure transforming into a bolt of black lightning shooting out. The blue and white arcs of thunder surged forth, leaving a long trail as they moved at high speed. The sound of the air tearing apart echoed across the gray plain. 3 seconds. The battlefield arrived. Li Zhen's bronze griffin had just been struck on the back by the soul-eating underworld scorpion's tail, its entire body pressed into the ground, creating a deep pit. The deputy director of the 749 Bureau, a mid-level 5th year, is nothing special. The masked figure on the left raised his right hand, condensing a gray-white spiritual energy spear in his palm, aimed at Li Zhen's chest. Li Jun struggled to stand with his injured body, his gaze fixed on the spear, the corner of his mouth twitching. Whoosh! The spear was thrust forward. In an instant, a pitch-black shadow descended from the sky, landing between Li Jun and the spear. Lin Ye and Yi Qinghan's ordinary life. 5 sharp claws precisely gripped the tip of the spiritual energy spear. Blue and white arcs of electricity erupted from the claws, instantly conducting along the spear's shaft to the masked figure's palm. The masked figure's body convulsed violently, his palm burnt black from the electric current, and the spiritual energy spear shattered with a loud crack. He retreated 5 steps, looking up at the sudden black figure that had appeared before him. A pair of pale, pupilless eyes stared back at him. Between the fangs that split from corner to corner of its mouth, a long tongue slowly slid out, flicking in the air. "Sorry about that." Lin Ye's voice emerged from that terrifying mouth, deep and hoarse, carrying an unsettling grin that sent chills down one's spine. "I arrived late." Li Jun looked at the dark figure before him, his pupils contracting sharply. He recognized in the college entrance examination secret realm, he had seen Yi Qinghan's fused form with her spirit several times through the surveillance footage. But the fused form at that time was on a completely different scale from what stood before him now. Blue and white arcs of electricity danced wildly across the black surface of its body, 8 tentacles unfurling from its back, each over 20 meters long, slowly stretching out in the air. Lin Ye replied in Yi Qinghan's voice, then inwardly criticized the mismatch of the fierce woman's voice coming from this toothy mouth. Lin Ye replied in Yi Qinghan's voice, then inwardly criticized the mismatch of the fierce woman's voice coming from this toothy mouth, feeling an absurd sense of incongruity. Lin Ye switched back to his own deep and hoarse voice. "Director Li, fall back, I'll leave these 2 to us." Li Jun glanced at his left arm hanging by his side, the wound still oozing blood. The bronze griffin struggled to climb out of the deep pit in the ground, its left wing nearly completely disabled. "Are you sure? Both of them are mid-level 5th tier." "I am sure." Lin Ye's pale eyes swept over the 2 masked figures and their spirits, and the smile at the corner of his mouth grew wider. The 2 masked figures quickly regained their composure after the initial shock. The masked figure on the left, whose palm had been scorched by the electric arc, shook off the charred remnants, and his voice came from behind the mask. "Another mid-level 5th tier has arrived. Interesting." The masked man on the right remained silent, but the misty, 2-horned python coiled at his feet had already unraveled from its spiral state. Its 20-meter-long body slid slowly across the ground with 2 short horns on its head, emitting a denser gray mist. The soul-eating scorpion retreated from Li Jun's bronze griffin, raising its tail once more, a sphere of toxic mist swirling at its stinger. 2 5th-tier intermediate spirit masters and 2 5th-tier intermediate spirits. 4 5th-tier intermediates against 1 5th-tier intermediate. On paper, Lin Ye and Yi Qinghan were at a clear disadvantage. Yet Lin Ye remained completely unperturbed. This was because the data on paper did not account for the peak-level 5th-tier ultimate move Thunder's Wrath. Lin Ye turned to glance at Xun Yu and Zhao Gang, who lay on the ground. "Director Li, help me drag the people further away. The battlefield is about to expand." Li Jun hesitated for a second, but then nodded. He recalled the injured bronze griffin and began to move the downed team members to a safe zone. The masked man on the left let out a cold laugh. "Want to save them? Is there still time?" His right hand lifted, conjuring 3 gray-white energy blades in his palm, aimed at Li Jun, who was transporting the injured. The 3 energy blades tore through the air, creating sharp sounds of disruption. Lin Ye did not turn around. The 2 tentacles behind him whipped back, accurately shattering the 3 blades in midair before they could reach Li Jun. The fragments of spiritual energy exploded like fireworks. "Your opponent is me." Lin Ye faced the 2 masked men, 8 tentacles fully unfurling behind him, blue-white arcs of electricity leaping along their surfaces, illuminating the entire battlefield in a cold white glow. "Stop stalling." The soul-eating scorpion on the left launched its attack first. The toxic mist sphere detached from its stinger, rapidly expanding midair into a 5-meter-wide purple-black cloud of poison aimed at Lin Ye. At the same time, the misty 2-horned python on the right opened its maw, unleashing a gray-white misty beam that erupted from its mouth over 2 meters in diameter, carrying an aura that corroded everything. The toxic mist sphere descended from above, while the misty beam roared towards him from the front. A 2-pronged assault. Lin Ye's reaction was faster than the 2 spirits. For tentacles interwove upward into a net-like barrier, while the electric field of Thunder's Wrath formed a dense arc shield on the surface of the barrier. The previous chapter inserted a black-themed image, red-themed boom. The moment the toxic mist sphere collided with the arc shield, it was disintegrated into harmless fragments of spiritual energy by the high-voltage current. The other 4 tentacles converged in front of him to form a conical shield, diverting the misty beam to the sides with its shape, allowing it to sweep past Lin Ye's body, leaving deep corrosive grooves in the ground behind him. The 2 waves of attack were simultaneously neutralized. The breathing of the masked men grew heavier. Altogether now, the masked man on the left said in a low voice. The 2 masked men moved in unison. The one on the left produced a new energy giant axe, while the one on the right generated a gray-white curved dagger in each hand. The 2 fifth-tier intermediate spirit masters closed in from both sides, their spirits coordinating their actions, with the soul-eating scorpion flanking from the left and the 2-horned python coiling from the right. They surrounded him from all sides. Lin Ye stood at the center of the encirclement, his pale eyes gathering information from all 4 directions. Then he moved. Lin Ye chose to strike at the spirits first. The reasoning was simple: once a spirit master loses their spirit, their fighting power is reduced to at least half, while a spirit without its master remains just a foolish beast. Eliminate the 2 fifth-tier intermediate beasts first, and dealing with the remaining 2 spirit masters would be much easier. His figure vanished from the spot. The movement speed of the 5th-tier intermediates was pushed to the limit under the acceleration of Thunder's Wrath's electric power as his dark figure dashed across the battlefield, leaving behind a blue-white arc of electricity. The target was the soul-eating scorpion flanking from the left. The scorpion's tail swung towards him, its stinger charged with toxic spiritual energy. Lin Ye did not dodge. His right hand transformed into a heavy black warhammer, dense blue-white arcs swirling around the hammerhead. The warhammer met the scorpion's tail, heating. Boom! At the moment of impact, a visible shockwave spread from the point of contact, shattering the stone slabs beneath his feet into powder. The scorpion's tail was jolted upward. Lin Ye's power in its complete form overwhelmed the 5th-tier intermediate scorpion, and this strike caused the joint of the scorpion's tail to emit a piercing metallic cracking sound. A crack appeared at the connection point of the stinger's base. Come again. Lin Ye's warhammer dissipated in midair, instantly transforming his right hand into a slender piercing spear. Aiming at the crack at the base of the scorpion's tail, he thrust it in. Electric arcs surged from the spear tip into the scorpion's body. Hiss! The scorpion let out a sharp cry, its massive body convulsing momentarily. The masked man on the left felt the anguished cry of his spirit, and the energy giant axe changed direction, swinging towards Lin Ye's back. Lin Ye did not turn around. The 2 tentacles behind him intercepted the giant axe before it could reach him, transmitting arcs of electricity along the tentacles to the axe's surface, the current surging into the masked man's arm. The masked man's body convulsed, causing the trajectory of the giant axe to veer off. In that brief moment of opportunity, Lin Ye's piercing spear stirred within the crack at the base of the scorpion's tail, severing the entire tail from its connection point, which thudded to the ground before bouncing twice. The scorpion lost its most powerful weapon and writhed in agony on the ground. One tail gone, now it's time for the head. Lin Ye's long tongue lashed out from between his fangs, tracing an arc in the air. The 2-horned python on the right seized the opportunity to launch a side attack, its 20-meter-long body coiling around in a strangulation attempt, trying to trap Lin Ye within its grasp. Lin Ye's 8 tentacles expanded outward simultaneously, resembling a blooming black lotus, with blue-white arcs dancing along each tentacle. The moment the python's body coiled around him, arcs of electricity were released simultaneously from the surfaces of the 8 tentacles. Boom! Tens of thousands of volts of high-voltage current coursed through the python's scales, eliciting a pained roar from the 2-horned python, causing its constricting body to loosen involuntarily. Electrotherapy service complementary. Lin Ye's tentacles coiled back around as the python loosened, 4 tentacles tightly gripping the first third of its body, securing its head in front of him. The 2 short horns on the python's head were charging up to release mist, gray-white vapor billowing from the tips. Lin Ye raised his left hand, 5 claws splayed, targeting the area between the 2 horns at the top of its head. One claw came crashing down. The claw pierced through the scales on the top of the python's head, reaching the core node of the mist inside. Boom! The electric power of Thunder's Wrath surged from the claw into the core node, blue-white lightning erupting simultaneously from the python's eye sockets and mouth. At that moment, the 2-horned python's abilities were utterly destroyed. The gray-white mist on the 2 short horns dissipated almost entirely, while the horn structure itself was riddled with cracks. The masked man on the right sensed the destruction of his spirit's core, and his expression changed beneath the mask. Impossible, how did you know where the weakness was? Lin Ye, disinterested in responding, withdrew his claws from the top of the python's head and casually tossed its body away. The now incapacitated double-horned python struggled on the ground, its combat ability reduced by at least 60%. 2 5th-grade intermediate spirit tamers, one with a severed tail and the other with a destroyed core. The whole encounter lasted no more than 30 seconds. Li Jun had already moved all the injured to a safe distance. Leaning against a boulder, he watched the pitch-black figure in the center of the battlefield, his mouth opening and closing. Xin Yu forced herself to raise her head, gazing at the distant battle scene, her pupils trembling. Is that Yi Qinghan? Zhao Gang shifted his position, dragging his injured leg to see more clearly. When did she become so powerful? It's not that she has become stronger, Li Jun replied hoarsely. It's her spirit that has changed. That grade slime. Li Jun did not answer. His gaze was fixed on the black figure wrapped in blue and white arcs of electricity on the battlefield, his mind swirling with countless questions. Great. What a joke. On the battlefield, the two masked figures exchanged a glance. Let's combine our strength, said the one on the left. Both unleashed their full spiritual energy, a gray-white mist rising around them, coalescing in the air into a massive energy spear. The spear stretched 10 meters long, its shaft swirling with two different frequencies of energy patterns representing the ultimate strike, forged from their combined power. Lin Ye tilted his head as he watched the giant spear taking form. Vicious woman, they are brewing a big move. I see it, she replied. Should I brew one too? As you wish. Lin Ye's fangs glimmered with a cold white light under the gray sky as 8 tentacles simultaneously gathered in front of him, forming a dense spherical structure at his chest. The fury of thunder began to charge up. Blue and white arcs of electricity surged madly into the core of the sphere, illuminating it to a blinding brightness within a second. The air was thick with a terrifying aura. A 5th-grade peak-level attack was taking shape. The energy spear of the two masked figures completed its final condensation in the air, emitting a dazzling gray-white light, with the resonance of 2 energy frequencies causing the air within dozens of meters to begin to warp. Die. Both swung their hands simultaneously, launching the energy spear toward the fully formed. The sound of the spear tearing through the air was sharp and piercing, leaving a trail of burning marks in its wake. The combined strike of 2 5th-grade intermediate spirit tamers approached the power of a 5th-grade upper tier. Lin Ye remained unperturbed as he watched the spear flying toward him. Because the charge was sufficient, the 8 tentacles suddenly spread wide at his chest, propelling the gathered ball of electrical energy forward. The blue-white lightning ball met the gray-white spear heaton. Boom! The two energies collided and an explosion erupted at that moment. The blue-white electric light engulfed the gray-white energy, the spear disintegrating like a block of ice tossed into a furnace, starting from the front and breaking apart piece by piece. 5th-grade peak against 5th-grade upper tier, a dimensional strike. The energy spear was completely disassembled within 2 seconds of contact with the lightning ball, continuing forward at full speed undiminished. The expressions of the two masked figures changed dramatically beneath their masks. We can't block it. The masked figure on the left conjured a spiritual energy shield, while the one on the right summoned the injured double-horned python to act as a meat shield. The lightning ball crashed into the body of the double-horned python. The dazzling blue-white electric light exploded at the point of impact, forming a spherical electric field with a diameter of 20 meters. The python's body was pierced by the high-voltage current in the electric field, the 20-meter-long python being propelled straight into the air before crashing back to the ground like a broken rope. It lay motionless. The aftershock of the electric field passed through the python's body and struck the spiritual energy shield of the two masked figures. The shield was covered in cracks from the impact of the aftershock, and both figures were simultaneously knocked back several meters, their feet carving long grooves in the stone plates beneath them. The left masked figure's shield shattered halfway, the cuff of his right arm burned through by arcs of electricity. The right masked figure fared worse. Without the protection of the double-horned python, the aftershock of the electric field slammed into his chest, shredding the front of his gray-white robe and exposing skin scorched by electric arcs. One hit, the right masked figure stammered as he fell to the ground. You broke our combined attack with just one hit. Lin Ye stood at the center of the battlefield, the blue-white arcs of electricity from the lightning ball explosion still flickering around him. He raised his right hand slowly, spreading his 5 claws. Do you have any other tricks? If not, his figure vanished. In the next instant, he appeared before the left masked figure, less than a meter apart. The masked figure's pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks behind the mask. He had no time to react as Lin Ye's right hand had already grasped his face. To be precise, it grasped his mask. The claws sank into the edge of the silver-gray mask, producing a metallic distortion sound. The mask is quite sturdy. Lin Ye yanked hard, tearing the mask along with a layer of skin from the masked figure's face. The masked figure let out a piercing scream, clutching his bloodied face and stumbling backward. His soul-devouring scorpion, with its tail severed, lunged forward, its pincers snapping at Lin Ye's waist. Lin Ye casually waved his left hand, a tentacle shooting out from his shoulder, piercing through the scorpion's armored abdomen and exiting from the other side. The scorpion's body hung on the tentacle for 2 seconds before being flung away, crashing to the ground 30 meters away and scattering a shower of debris. Your pet is dead. Lin Ye tossed the crushed fragments of the mask to the ground and turned to the right masked figure who was already retreating in a panic. His double-horned python was nearly on its last legs from the lightning ball, and the burns on his chest were spreading, making it difficult for his 5th-grade intermediate spiritual energy to circulate under the interference of the fury of Thunder's arcs. Who exactly are you? Lin Ye walked toward him slowly, 8 tentacles lazily stretching behind him. We are Venom. Remember this name. Lin Ye's voice was deep and hoarse, his fangs glinting with a metallic sheen as 2 tentacles shot out from behind him, one wrapping around the masked figure's right leg and the other around his left arm. The masked figure struggled desperately, his 5th-grade intermediate spiritual energy surging wildly under the constraint of the tentacles. But each time his spiritual energy surged out, it was scattered by the arcs on the tentacles, making effective counterattacks impossible. Lin Ye pulled him closer. The reflection of Lin Ye's pale eyes flickered in the masked figure's mask at close range. I have a question. Lin Ye tilted his head. What is the oracle? Not going to say, huh? Lin Ye's claws slowly extended before the masked figure, then flicked one by one. Tap, 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 tap. The 5 crisp sounds of his fingers snapping echoed clearly over the dull battlefield. That, Yi Qinghan said from deep within consciousness. Stop playing, just interrogate him. All right, the vicious woman calls the shots. Lin Ye retracted his sharp claws, but a tentacle extended from behind, wrapping around the masked man's neck. The masked man was choked, his face turning crimson, yet his mouth remained tightly shut. Lin Ye increased the pressure of the tentacle. Still not saying anything. Then you might just die. Cough. He'll speak. Hurry up, stop stalling. The masked man's eyes rolled in their sockets. I am merely the executor. The complete content of the divine edict can only be seen by someone of the Pope level. What about what you do know? To find a young woman with ice attribute spiritual energy and bring her back to the deity. That's all. What do they want her for? I don't know. The electric arc on the tentacle activated, sending a small current into the thin masked man's body. Think again. I really don't know. The divine edict only mentioned finding and bringing her back, but didn't say for what purpose. Lin Ye stared into his eyes for 2 seconds. His spiritual perception swept across the masked man, finding no typical physiological reactions of lying. He might truly not know. Last question. Lin Ye's tentacle tightened further. What do you plan to do with the ancient spirit core? The masked man's breathing grew increasingly labored. To modify the purification tower's frequency, to allow the mist to penetrate the barrier. Spare me. This completely matched the information from Yi Qinghan's past life memories. Lin Ye nodded. There will be no mercy. Let's make your death quick then. The tentacle tightened suddenly. With a muffled crack, the masked man's neck snapped under the tentacle's stranglehold. The corpse was casually tossed aside by the tentacle. Lin Ye turned to look at the other taller masked man. That guy was lying on the ground, nearly unconscious from blood loss, but still clinging to life. A tentacle reached over, wrapping around his waist and lifting him up. Your companion knows nothing. What about you? The tall masked man's mask had long been shattered, revealing a face filled with pain and despair. I know a bit more than he does. Speak. The deity wants that woman's body. For a ritual. What ritual? The descent ritual. The deity needs a specific qualified vessel to descend into this world from the depths of the mist. Lin Ye's liquid cells trembled simultaneously. Descent ritual. Vessel. Yi Qinghan said nothing in her mind, but her soul frequency underwent violent fluctuations. In that moment, the memories of her past life gained a new interpretation. She was not hunted down in her past life because she was deemed too strong, but because she was the chosen vessel. What else? Lin Ye's voice had grown colder. That's all. I swear I only know this much. Lin Ye looked at him for 3 seconds. Then the tentacle tightened again, resulting in another muffled sound. The second corpse was thrown to the ground. In the distance, Li Jun was unaware of what they had discussed. But upon seeing 2 members of the Mist sect dead, his face showed both relaxation and shock. Lin Ye flashed and stood beside Li Jun. Mission accomplished. How did you become so strong? Lin Ye, eat a lot, grow strong. Li Jun. Lin Ye, the spirit core is still on the altar. I'm going to get it. He turned and walked toward the altar, his 8 tentacles retracting behind him. Li Jun watched the retreating dark figure, filled with numerous questions. When did Yi Qinghan become this? What level was her spirit control? Where did that peak 5th stage lightning attack come from? But he did not press further. He knew very well that Yi Qinghan was the type who wouldn't reveal anything even if asked. Lin Ye controlled the fully formed Venom to quickly return to the altar. On the top level of the altar, the ancient spirit core still floated. Their pure white liquid spiritual energy flowed slowly within the transparent shell, emitting a gentle yet powerful energy wave. Lin Ye stood before the spirit core, his pale eyes reflecting its brilliance. His spiritual perception swept over the energy density of the spirit core, the data, making his liquid cells tremble with excitement. His devouring instinct was screaming madly. Eat it, eat it, eat it. Fierce woman. Moi. If this spirit core is handed to the Federation, it could double the efficiency of purification towers in 3 cities. True. Yi Qinghan's voice was calm. But if I eat it, my strength will have a qualitative leap. Yi Qinghan was silent for 3 seconds. You want to eat it? Yes. Lin Ye did not hide it. Yi Qinghan pondered for a long time in her mind. In his past life, the ancient spirit core fell into the hands of the Mist sect, resulting in 2 cities' purification towers being breached, leading to millions of deaths. But this life was different. The 3 members of the Mist sect had already been dealt with by them, and the spirit core would not fall into enemy hands. As for handing it to the Federation, Yi Qinghan was well aware of the corruption and inefficiency within the Federation from her past life, so the spirit core might not reach its maximum value. Lin Ye's strength enhancement was tangible. The stronger he became, the stronger she would become. The stronger they were, the greater their chances of facing the divine being of the mist in the future. Go ahead and eat it, Yi Qinghan said. Lin Ye froze for a moment in his mind. He had thought the fierce woman would hesitate for a long time. No hesitation. Hesitate about what? Yi Qinghan's voice was cold. Your becoming stronger is more valuable to me. I will find other ways to compensate the Federation. A warm feeling surged in Lin Ye's mind. The fierce woman never said sweet words, but she always stood by his side at critical moments. The fully formed Venom extended its right hand, extracting the ancient spirit core from the spirit seat. The blue-white light danced in his palm. Then he stuffed the spirit core into his mouth. Crunch. The spirit core shattered under his fangs, and the dense, almost solid spiritual energy surged out from the fragments, flooding into every cell of the fully formed Venom. System notifications kept popping up in his mind. Ding. Devoured ancient spirit core gaining 2,000 devouring points. Current devouring points 2427800. 2 million. Lin Ye's mind exploded with fireworks. Yi Qinghan sensed his emotional fluctuations in her mind, but she didn't know the specific number, only that Lin Ye was so excited he could almost fly. Are you full? Overstuffed? Then let's go. You can exit the state, and I'll explain the situation to Li Zhen. This is quite good, let me share it. As they were on their way back, the venomous form began to fade, and the black liquid substance retreated from Yi Qinghan's body. However, this time the manner of retreat was different from before. After the merging of souls, Lin Ye's liquid form no longer completely covered Yi Qinghan's surface, but instead fully entered her body, intertwining with her. This was true symbiosis. Of course, he could still extricate himself from her body. Yi Qinghan stood beside her, looking down at her hands. She could feel something extra within her. It wasn't a foreign sensation, but rather like an added warmth in her blood. Lin Ye's warmth. You are still within my body. Her voice was not a question. This is how it is after the merging of souls. Lin Ye's venomous head emerged from behind Yi Qinghan's neck, gazing at her. I will remain within you forever. This is the true state of symbiosis. There's no way to separate us. Forever. Remaining inside her. Yi Qinghan paused for a moment, then her face flushed slightly. So you will always be on me. You don't mind, do you? Yi Qinghan looked down at the monstrous head with a complex expression. Always remaining in her body. She wanted to refuse. But she knew this was the inevitable result of the merging of souls. It wasn't something anyone could choose. Moreover, if she faced her heart honestly, she actually didn't reject it. During this time, Lin Ye had transformed from a useless spirit beast she disliked into her most trusted battle partner. Moreover, like her, he was also someone who had died once. Do as you wish. Yi Qinghan's tone was cold, but her face reddened further. Lin Ye chuckled to himself. The fierce woman has agreed. Lin Ye retracted his head. Then he condensed into a black necklace around Yi Qinghan's neck. The old position. The pendant slid into the collar of her training outfit, resting against her warm skin below the collarbone. This feels comfortable. Yi Qinghan glanced down at the quiet pendant within her collar. Do you still want to hang here? I'm used to it, and this position allows me to observe my surroundings conveniently. You are already within me. My spiritual perception is more comprehensive than hanging outside. Being outside has its benefits. Yi Qinghan shot him a glare. She knew what the so-called benefits were, yet she did not take off the necklace. Forget it. Let's go. Yi Qinghan walked towards Li Zhen and the others. Lin Ye gently flicked inside her clothes. What are you flicking for? Just to say hello. Yi Qinghan quickened her pace. Li Zhen and Shun, you were still waiting at the spot. Zhao Gang had been helped up by Shun Yue barely regaining some consciousness. The situation of the other two formal members was worse and needed to be sent to the hospital quickly. Li Zhun looked at Yi Qinghan, who was walking down, his gaze falling on the black necklace around her neck. What about the spirit core? Yi Qinghan's expression remained unchanged. I found out that it was destroyed during our battle. Those two masked men set a trap, and the energy of the spirit core lost control and dissipated in the conflict. This lie is poorly constructed, such a large amount of energy dissipating without an explosion. Lin Ye scoffed in his heart. Li Zhun stared at her for 3 seconds. Yi Qinghan's gaze was as calm as water. What a pity. Li Zhun eventually just sighed. He chose to believe Yi Qinghan. Or rather, he chose not to ask further. Because just now her figure had saved his life and the lives of everyone else. The process of retreating from the ancient divine ruins had gone more smoothly than expected. The teleportation passage of the secret realm was found at the bottom of the altar, and the 8-member team successively returned through the teleportation to the rift outside Lan City. After returning to the Lan City base, everyone was sent to the medical area for examination and treatment. Yi Qinghan had no obvious external injuries, but medical personnel detected anomalies while examining her spiritual energy field. Your spiritual energy fluctuations differ from previous records. It seems there is an energy characteristic within you that does not belong to you. Its residual feedback from the spirit merging through it will dissipate in a couple of days. Yi Qinghan explained without changing her expression. The medical personnel nodded and did not probe further. After coming out of the medical area, Yi Qinghan returned to her dormitory. As for Lin Ye, the first thing he did upon returning to the dormitory was to upgrade all his A-level abilities using devouring points. Upgrading from lower tier 4 to mid-tier 4 required 1 million points, while upgrading A-level abilities to S-level only required 100,000 points, which might lead to qualitative changes. The results were just as he expected. Energy feedback A-level life torrents level. Life torrents level can convert 30 of the energy stored in oneself into high-purity life energy for comprehensive repair and enhancement of the contractor, can heal near-fatal injuries, and long-term use can optimize the contractor's physical limits. Skill theft A-level myriad thefts level. Myriad thefts level passive skill slots expanded to 6. For each level increased 2 passive slots are added, allowing the theft of skills from beings above one's own tier and slightly improving the success rate of active skill theft. Symbiotic Blade A-level Abyssal Blades level. Abyssal Blades level can harden any part of the body into an ultra-high-density sharp weapon, increasing the number of tendrils to 12, with a minimum extension length of 50 meters and the maximum length related to the body's strength, accompanied by a spiritual energy erosion effect. Mimicry A-level Myriad Disguise level. Myriad Disguise level can simulate the form of any entity touched except for humans, including the appearance and aura of living beings with no time limit. Can maintain 3 disguise forms simultaneously. Resilient Skin A-level Indestructible Bodies level. Indestructible Bodies level permanent increase of 300 in physical defense, a 150 increase in resistance to spiritual attacks. Additional passive effect triggers rapid regeneration when receiving fatal damage. Bite A-level Devouring Bites level. Devouring Bites level bite force increased by 100, devouring speed increased by 100. Additional effect releases a high concentration of spiritual energy corrosion field upon biting, capable of directly disassembling the target's spiritual defense structure and material composition. Morph Manipulation level Myriad forms return to 1's level. Myriad forms return to 1's level. The symbiotic body possesses absolute precision in controlling its liquid matter, capable of simulating any complex weapon and tool real-time transformation of combined form, achieving millisecond-level full-body form reconstruction in battle. Petrifying Breath level World-Destroying Gaze level. World-Destroying Gaze level can release high-density, petrifying spiritual energy rays from both eyes, causing the target's entire body to undergo deep petrification within 1 second, can fully petrify targets of the same tier or lower, with the petrification range expandable to a conical area covering a maximum radius of 30 meters. All 8 skills were upgraded to S-level. Their names have all changed. Lin Ye looked at the row of S-level skill names flashing with golden light on the system panel, feeling an unprecedented sense of satisfaction rising within him. Then he checked the devouring points needed to upgrade S-level abilities to S-level. Damn, 10 million. Lin Ye cursed. Upgrading 7 abilities took over 700,000 devouring points. Current devouring points 1612800. The remaining points were enough to elevate his strength to mid-tier 4. Would you like to consume 100 devouring points to upgrade to mid-tier 4? Confirm. Intermediate level 4 has been achieved. Lin Ye contentedly closed the system panel and slightly adjusted the necklace form at the position of Yi Qinghan's collarbone. Yi Qinghan was sitting by the bed in the dormitory looking through the registration information for the competition with a hand ring in her hand. Her training outfit was slightly unbuttoned at the collar, revealing a section of her fair neck and the beginning of her collarbone. Lin Ye's pendant was hanging right at the extension of that line, providing an excellent view. Yi Qinghan flipped through the materials for a while, fastened the hand ring, and stood up. I'm going to take a shower. Lin Ye's pendant remained still. Do you want to retract it first? Yi Qinghan glanced down at the quiet black droplet in her collar. It felt strange to wear Lin Ye's transformed necklace while showering. No problem, Lin Ye responded with great understanding. It was just a change of perspective, nothing major. In the next moment, the pendant disappeared from Yi Qinghan's collar. She sighed with relief. Although she knew Lin Ye was still within her body, at least the sensory perception was much better. Then she took her change of clothes and walked into the bathroom, closed the door, and turned on the shower. Hot water poured down from above. Steam filled the small bathroom, blurring the reflections in the mirror. Yi Qinghan closed her eyes and let the water wash over her weary body. Lin Ye quietly stayed inside her. It was truly very quiet. After about 30 seconds of silence, Yi Qinghan felt a subtle warmth at her waist, as if something had gently brushed against her. Her muscles reflexively tensed for a moment. Lin Ye, moi. Lin Ye's tone was innocently perplexed. What are you doing? I'm just staying in your body. It's normal physiological synchronization. Your muscle movements cause my liquid form to produce slight displacement. It's not me moving. Yi Qinghan's brow twitched. She had heard this explanation countless times. From adjusting the fit to friction generating heat to physical self-adaptation, Lin Ye always had a sound scientific excuse. The displacement at your waist is too significant. That's because when you bend over to wash your hair, the contraction of your abdominal muscles caused the lumbar muscle to react, and my liquid form, as a filling medium, was passively displaced to a lower pressure area. Yi Qinghan took a deep breath. She raised her hand to wipe the water off her face and opened her eyes. Could you avoid using so many technical terms? It always feels like you're pretending to be serious. Then how would you like me to speak? Just cut the nonsense. Lin Ye remained obedient for about 10 seconds inside her. Then Yi Qinghan felt that warm sensation at her lower back again, this time more pronounced, like a small hand slowly sliding over her waist. Lin Ye, this time it's truly passive displacement. You turned too much earlier. After all your cells and my cells have merged into one, there's nothing to be done. Yi Qinghan gritted her teeth and reached out to turn off the shower. After the sound of water stopped, the bathroom was quiet except for the sound of droplets falling from the shower head. She looked down at her waist. The surface of her skin showed no abnormalities, but she could clearly sense Lin Ye's liquid form slowly flowing just beneath the surface. That sensation was not exactly stimulating, but it was certainly not normal. After we go back, you need to reorganize the distribution of your liquid form, reduce the concentration in the area below the waist by half. That will affect the responsiveness of the lower limbs during fusion. I don't care. All right, I'll listen to you. Lin Ye's tone was extremely compliant. Yi Qinghan dried her body with a towel and changed into a loose cotton nightgown. As she walked out of the bathroom, she paused in front of the mirror. The mirror was covered with a layer of mist, making it impossible to see anything but a blurred outline. A slender silhouette, a nightgown falling to mid-thigh, and damp hair scattered over her shoulders. She reached out and wiped a path on the mirror, revealing a clear segment of her face. Cold, elegant, with slightly upturned eyes. This face in her past life was feared by countless spirit masters as the Frost Empress. In this life, she was the top scorer in the college entrance examination. At this moment, she was just an 18-year-old girl who had finished bathing and was preparing for bed. Yi Qinghan withdrew her gaze and walked out of the bathroom, draping the wet towel over the back of a chair. As she sat on the edge of the bed, a black water droplet-shaped pendant emerged beneath her collarbone. Lin Ye had extended a small part of himself outside, returning to the necklace form. The pendant pressed against the skin inside, Yi Qinghan's nightgown collar settling steadily in that soft, warm area. Why did you come out again? It's cramped inside. I needed some fresh air. Yi Qinghan looked down at the black pendant, which was nestled between her collarbone and chest, gently rising and falling with her breath. Training resumes tomorrow. There's still a month until the competition. That's plenty of time. Yi Qinghan pulled the blanket over herself and laid down, her damp hair spread across the pillow. The pendant slid to an even warmer position as she lay on her side, wedged between the fabric of the nightgown and her skin. Lin Ye's sensory system transmitted feedback of both softness and warmth. The fabric of the fierce woman's nightgown was thinner than usual today. Cotton. Single-layered. Lin Ye. Here. Close your eyes and sleep. I don't have eyes right now. Then shut down your perception. If I do that, I won't be able to help monitor the surroundings for safety. Yi Qinghan fell silent. She could not refute that excuse. After the merging of their souls, Lin Ye's spiritual perception was her greatest security guarantee, Turning it off was indeed unreasonable. Then keep the external perception on and turn off the internal part. I can't do that. A perception is a holistic system and cannot be turned off by regions. Yi Qinghan pulled the blanket up over her collarbone. Let's sleep. Her voice carried a hint of fatigue, weary of arguing further with Lin Ye, who always spouted incomprehensible reasoning. Lin Ye quietly nestled in that warm corner wrapped in fabric and skin, feeling Yi Qinghan's heartbeat gradually slow down. Each heartbeat felt like a gentle knock on the door, traveling from her chest to his cells, and then back again. This was the unique sensation of a symbiotic existence. In the week that followed, Lin Ye discovered something interesting. Yi Qinghan was adapting to him. On the first day, she would question him about any misbehavior during her shower, but by the third day, she simply said, "Be honest." By the fifth day, she even skipped that phrase. By the seventh day, when she changed into her training outfit, she didn't even tell him to close his eyes. Lin Ye felt that his training plan was steadily progressing. On the evening of the seventh day, Yi Qinghan finished her training and went to take a shower, still wearing the necklace as usual. After the sound of water started, Lin Ye felt the familiar sensation of hot water washing over and the feedback of muscle relaxation. He hesitated for 2 seconds inside the pendant before making a decision. A thin tentacle extended from the bottom of the pendant, so fine it was only the thickness of a hair, gently moving down along the skin beneath the collarbone. As the tentacle brushed the edge of that soft area, Yi Qinghan's breathing pattern changed slightly. "What is that?" She glanced down. The tentacle had retracted. "What is what?" Lin Ye's voice sounded innocent. "I think I felt something. It's just the water flow. You're under hot water." Yi Qinghan frowned and continued washing. Lin Ye waited about 30 seconds before extending the tentacle again. This time it was slower and lighter, the tip of the tentacle like the point of a feather gently sweeping along the ark's outer edge. Yi Qinghan's shoulder twitched. "Lin Ye, moi, is that you?" "What do you mean, is that me?" "Something is touching me. The droplets on your body are falling. Your skin has normal sensory feedback to temperature changes and water flow. I can't control that." Yi Qinghan remained silent for 3 seconds. She truly couldn't distinguish whether it was the water flow or Lin Ye, because it was too light. Light enough that it could very well be the sensation of water droplets sliding. She chose to trust him. Lin Ye let out a quiet sigh of relief inside the pendant. After a minute, he extended the tentacle again. This time he was a bit bolder, the tip of the tentacle sliding from the outer edge of the arc to the top. As he brushed against the small cherry spot, he gently grazed it with the side of the tentacle. Yi Qinghan's body tensed up. Her breathing shifted from steady to rapid, and her hands pressed against the wall of the bathroom. "Lin Ye." The tentacle retracted. "What happened?" Yi Qinghan looked down at the quiet black pendant on her chest, her face flushed to the roots of her neck. She felt it. That was definitely not the water flow. Water flow wouldn't make that kind of motion at that position. "You touched me just now." "I didn't touch anything." Yi Qinghan's voice was low, carrying an indescribable emotion. "Do you have any evidence?" Yi Qinghan fell silent. She had no evidence. She couldn't even be 100% sure it wasn't her own illusion, because after the hot water washed over, her skin became extremely sensitive, and having maintained a symbiotic state with Lin Ye for several days, her nerves might have developed an allergic reaction. But she was clear in her heart that it was not an illusion. "You." Her voice had a complex meaning. "Moi. From now on, be a bit more well-behaved when I'm showering." "I've always been well-behaved." Yi Qinghan stopped speaking. She quickly rinsed off the remaining areas, wrapped herself in a towel, and walked out of the bathroom. Lin Ye was savoring the tactile data from earlier. The lubrication of water and shower gel had caused some changes in elasticity. It felt softer. Yi Qinghan sat on the bed, lost in thought for a while. Her face was still flushed, but not as hot as before. She realized she was not as angry as she expected. In the past, when Lin Ye had secretly lingered a few seconds longer during their combined training, her reaction would be anger followed by threats. But the touch just now elicited a response from her that was not anger, but an indescribable feeling. It was like being scratched in a sensitive spot. It was uncomfortable, yet not entirely unpleasant. She shook her head, trying to dismiss these chaotic thoughts. "I still need to cultivate tomorrow, better sleep early," she said to the pendant at her chest. "All right." Yi Qinghan turned off the light and lay down. In the darkness, her breathing gradually became steady. With each breath, Yi Qinghan would gently squeeze Lin Ye from both sides, and then release with each exhale. Squeeze, release, squeeze, release. It felt as though someone was giving him a full-body massage. It was so comfortable that Lin Ye couldn't fall asleep. Before Yi Qinghan drifted off, she sensed a slight increase in the temperature of the pendant. Before long, Yi Qinghan turned over in her sleep, from lying on her back to lying on her side. In this turn, the pendant slid from its warm position below her collarbone to the other side. It pressed against something even softer. Lin Ye's liquid cells froze in that moment. It was the left side. The full curve pressed against his pendant beneath the fabric of her sleepwear, the soft texture transmitted through the liquid surface to every one of his cells. Lin Ye remained still for 3 seconds. Then he made a decision that might cost him dearly. He quietly extended a very fine tendril from the base of the pendant. The tendril slowly slid along the edge of Yi Qinghan's sleepwear collar, slipping inside. The inner side of the collar was warm skin, and the tendril moved down along the skin beneath the collarbone light as a barely perceptible breeze. Yi Qinghan's body trembled slightly where the tendril passed, but she did not wake up. The tendril reached its destination. The soft curve on the left side presented itself in its most natural form, unbound. The tendril gently circled around the top of the curve, very lightly, very slowly. Yi Qinghan's breathing rhythm changed slightly from 12 breaths per minute to 13, but she remained in a sleeping state. Lin Ye's tendril lingered at that soft spot for 5 seconds before extending a second tendril. The second tendril slipped in from the collar on the other side, following a symmetrical path to the right side. The two tendrils traced gentle circles on both sides of that soft curve. Yi Qinghan's breathing increased to 15 breaths per minute. She furrowed her brow slightly in her dream. Lin Ye's tendrils sensed the change in her bodhi's reactions. The temperature of her skin surface rose by a fraction of a degree with a tiny change at the top. But he did not. A third tendril extended from the base of the pendant, thicker than the previous two, sliding down along Yi Qinghan's waistline. It passed over her flat abdomen, reaching the waistband of her underwear. The tendril slipped in through the gap of the waistband. Warm skin extended beneath the tendril. The softness of her abdomen was different from the previous two areas. Here, it was smoother and firmer, the muscle textures clearly discernible to the tendril's touch. The tendril continued downward. After passing about 5 centimeters below the waistband, the sensation changed again. It felt even softer. The temperature was also higher. Lin Ye's liquid cells vibrated at a high frequency. The tendril gently pressed at that spot. Yi Qinghan's thigh tightened slightly in her sleep, and her breathing rate surged to 18 breaths per minute. Her body instinctively reacted. Lin Ye's tendril moved back and forth at that position with an extremely light force, bringing with it a sense of rhythm that was almost imperceptible. Yi Qinghan's breathing became increasingly rapid, her lips slightly parted, letting out a very soft murmur. Lin Ye sensed the acceleration of blood circulation within her as her body temperature overall began to rise. Her waist unconsciously arched slightly in her sleep, her legs sometimes tightening, sometimes relaxing slightly. The tendril continued to move. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan's body tensed up. It took a few seconds for her to relax. Her breathing shifted from rapid to deep, long gasps. Lin Ye quickly retracted all the tendrils. The 3 tendrils retracted into the pendant at the fastest speed, obediently pressing against the skin beneath Yi Qinghan's collarbone, remaining utterly still. Yi Qinghan did not wake up. Or rather, she experienced that moment in a half-dream state, but her consciousness did not fully surface. Tonight's experiment was also quite successful. There was a need to continue to improve. In the morning, when Yi Qinghan woke up, her gaze was a bit dazed for 2 seconds before returning to clarity. She sat on the edge of the bed, lost in thought for a while. "Did you have a dream?" Lin Ye's voice came simple in tone. Yi Qinghan did not answer, her blush still not fully fading. She stood up and walked towards the bathroom. As she passed the mirror, she glanced and noticed the hem of her nightgown was quite wrinkled with a damp patch on the fabric below her abdomen. Yi Qinghan paused for a moment. She looked down at the stain. Then, with a blank expression, she walked into the bathroom. Splash! The shower turned on. No words were spoken throughout. Lin Ye shrank within her. Although Yi Qinghan did not explode in anger, silence was more terrifying than anger. This silence implied 2 possibilities. The first, she was unaware. The second, she was aware, but chose not to say anything. Lin Ye leaned towards the second. Because the perceptive ability of a fierce woman is not to be underestimated, with a former Empress-level body awareness, it was impossible to be completely oblivious even in her dreams. She chose not to speak because admitting it would be too embarrassing. Or perhaps she did not want to acknowledge that the sensation was not something she rejected. How marvelous. In the days that followed, everything continued as usual. Whenever there was an opportunity, Lin Ye would secretly tease Yi Qinghan. It was more interesting than fighting. 5 days later. This time, Yi Qinghan did not fall asleep immediately, but called out Lin Ye. Lin Ye replied, "I'm here. Have you been doing something at night recently?" Yi Qinghan finally asked. Lin Ye remained still within her. "Doing what?" "You know what I'm asking." Yi Qinghan's voice was very calm, so calm it felt unusual. "I don't know." Yi Qinghan was silent for 5 seconds. "My body feels uncomfortable." "Where does it feel uncomfortable?" "Do you want me to activate the live stream to help you heal?" "Not that kind of discomfort." Yi Qinghan's voice dropped even lower. "It's an indescribable feeling that I experience every morning when I wake up." Lin Ye rapidly calculated in his mind. Should he deny it completely or acknowledge it partially? Denying it completely would only raise more suspicions from the fierce woman. Acknowledging it partially, as long as the reason was justifiable, might ease her vigilance. It might be a symbiotic effect after the merging of our souls. Lin Ye's tone was extremely serious. My liquid tissue generates minute spiritual energy pulses while operating within you, and these pulses might stimulate certain sensitive nerve nodes when you are relaxed. The silence from Yi Qinghan lasted a long time. Can you control the frequency of the pulses? He'll try. Lin Ye paused. But completely eliminating them might not be possible. After all, my liquid tissue has long since integrated with your cells operating within you constantly, so there will always be minute pulses. Then bring it down to the lowest level. Okay. Yi Qinghan pulled the blanket over her face. After about a minute. There's one more thing. Moi. Don't concentrate on that area in the future. Her voice muffled beneath the blanket, vague yet firm. Lin Ye was silent for 2 seconds. Understood. This was what the fierce woman meant. It wasn't that she forbade him from doing it. It was about not going too far, and not letting her voice it out. He saw through everything. Luocheng, a second-tier city in the northern part of the Federation. The gentle glow of the purification tower still enveloped the entire city, while pedestrians moved normally along the streets, and the spirit energy streetlights emitted a warm yellow light. Everything appeared normal. However, in the conference room of the 749 Bureau's Luocheng branch, 8 figures dressed in gray-white robes sat on either side of a long table, their silver-gray masks adorned with twisted mist patterns around their eyes. The person at the head sat at the main seat, hands clasped on the table, the mist patterns on his sleeves more intricate than the others. A sixth-tier wave of spirit energy slowly emanated from him, causing the fluorescent lights in the conference room to flicker slightly. The first masked person at the lower position stood up, speaking in a calm tone. The Luocheng 749 Bureau is now fully under control. He waved his right hand lightly. Outside the one-way glass of the conference room, rows of personnel dressed in the 749 Bureau uniform knelt neatly on the ground in the corridor. Their eyes were hollow pupils, dilated lips moving slightly, but producing no sound, like puppets whose souls had been drained. Kneeling in the front was a middle-aged man, his spirit energy fluctuation still impressively robust, even in this state. Sixth tier. The strongest combat force of the Luocheng branch was currently kneeling on the ground, his gaze indistinguishable from that of the ordinary members behind him, who were at the 3rd and 4th tiers. Even the 6th tier has been controlled. The leading masked person spoke without a hint of surprise, merely, the misseed bestowed by the divine is indiscriminate in its erosion of mental strength. The will of a 6th tier is a bit stronger. It just took 3 more days. The lower masked person added, have you seen the news from Luocheng? The leading masked person did not respond. Speak. The 3 sent to the ancient divine ruins have all gone missing. The lower masked person paused and took out a spirit energy storage chip, projecting a file image. I accessed the Federation's internal system using the Luocheng branch's authority and retrieved the recent task reports of the Luocheng 749 Bureau. A brief task summary appeared in the projection, the content quite clean. Task number LZ0912. Task level S. Task description: exploration of the ancient divine ruins. Task result: the core of the ruins has been cleared. The ancient spirit core was damaged in the conflict and cannot be recovered. Casualties: for severely injured 2, lightly injured, no fatalities. Remarks: the ruins have collapsed and closed. Is that all? The leading masked person stared at the projection for 2 seconds. That's all. There was no mention of our people, no records regarding the Mist Church, and even the detailed battle reports from within the ruins have been condensed to core, has been cleared. The lower masked person swiped the chip twice, bringing up another document. I also checked the personnel changes in the Luocheng branch for the past 6 months. There is a spirit master named Yi Qinghan who joined during the college entrance examination period with a physical cultivation of 2nd tier upper level and her spirit grade marked as Flevel. Flevel. Another masked person interjected with a mocking tone. Yes, Flevel, yet she has completed over 40 Clevel ruin extermination tasks in the past 2 months, ranking in the top 3 for solo clearance efficiency in the entire Luocheng branch. A 2nd tier upper physical cultivator within Flevel spirit can rank in the top 3. That's why I said things aren't simple. The lower masked person shut off the projection and looked towards the main seat. Should we send someone to Luocheng to investigate? The conference room fell silent for a few seconds. The leading masked person raised his right hand, his long fingers tapping twice on the table. No need to go. Why, master? The matter of Luocheng can be investigated later. There are more important things. The leading masked person took out a palm-sized gray-white container from his robe, its surface shimmering with a unique gray light of mist containing 8 thumb-sized circular badges. The front of the badge was engraved with the 749 Bureau's emblem, while the back had a thin layer of mist energy membrane. The Federation's annual Elite Spirit Master competition is about to begin. The Divine Oracle states that there is something in the rewards of this competition that is extremely important to us, even more important than the Ancient Spirit Core. More important than the Ancient Spirit Core. The Divine's direct instruction, and do you think it could be false? The lower masked person fell silent. The leading masked person picked up one of the badges and flipped it over. This is a disguise bestowed by the Divine. When worn, it perfectly mimics the identity information and spirit energy characteristics of a formal member of the 749 Bureau, and no detection methods in the Federation can see through it. We will participate in the competition as representatives of the Luoqing 749 Bureau and obtain that item. As for that Yi Qinghan from Lancha, he tossed the badge to the lower masked person. If she also participates in the competition, we can deal with her then. The 8 badges were distributed among the 8 individuals. The leading masked person stood up, the hem of his gray-white robe brushing over the chair. This mission allows for no failure. Only success is permitted. Yes. In the corridor outside the conference room, the kneeling members of the 749 Bureau continued to maintain their hollow posture motionless. 5 nights before the competition began, Lin Ye's strength had already reached the 4th tier upper level a few days ago, while Yi Qinghan's strength had also reached the peak of the 2nd tier. At this moment, Yi Qinghan was sitting cross-legged on her bed, her wristband projecting the competition rules of the Federation's elite competition, the blue holographic text scrolling slowly in front of her. Lin Ye hung around her neck in the form of a necklace, the pendant resting against the warm spot just below her collarbone, his small eyes peering out from the teardrop-shaped surface, watching the text on the projection. As he watched the competition rules, he calculated in his heart. Currently, he had 36,000 devouring points. It required 2 million to advance from 4th tier upper to 4th tier peak. Still quite a bit short. The prize pool for the competition held 100,000 spirit stones, which was a massive amount of devouring points. However, that was the champion's reward, which posed a bit of difficulty. Because in previous years 6th tier powerhouses had appeared. The strength of the symbiotic form is at the intermediate level of the 5th tier, which is only at the level of the top 100 in previous competitions. Yi Qinghan murmured softly, but we are not ordinary 5th tier intermediates. I am invincible below the 6th tier. Lin Ye said proudly. I know. Yi Qinghan nodded, and then sighed. If I could just reach the 3rd tier, that would be sufficient. I'm sorry I've held you back. Yi Qinghan said. Oh, that's not like you. You should be fierce instead. Lin Ye chuckled. Humph. Yi Qinghan lightly huffed upon hearing Lin Ye tease her. Actually, it's not entirely your fault. Your so-called divine demon suppression body requires different dragon bloodlines for each major tier, and it can't be weaker than the previous one, which is indeed quite troublesome. Lin Ye shook his head. Moreover, I don't provide you with spirit energy feedback, which prevents you from cultivating spirit energy on your own. Having you here, physical cultivation is quite good. Yi Qinghan's tone suddenly softened, and my current strength can handle 3rd tier spirit masters without a problem much faster than in my past life, all thanks to you. Lin Ye felt a bit shy from Yi Qinghan's words. In truth, if it weren't for him, Yi Qinghan would have long contracted an SS grade spirit. And a spirit master with an SS grade spirit would definitely not have a slow cultivation speed. Only 5 days left until the competition. I hope the wind dragon blood essence I exchanged for in the Federation arrives quickly. Yi Qinghan said. If it doesn't arrive, I'll give him a bad review. Lin Ye grinned, his sharp teeth glinting coldly under the light. Yi Qinghan smiled, but said nothing. Lin Ye's small head withdrew from the pendant, quietly resting against Yi Qinghan's skin, feeling her steady heartbeat. After 2 seconds, he popped back out. Fierce woman. Speak. Change into a different nightgown. This one is too tight at the neck, making it inconvenient for my head to stick out. Yi Qinghan glanced down at him. You think I don't know what you're trying to see? I want to see the scenery outside, or what are you thinking about? Yi Qinghan poked a finger to flick that small head back inside the collar. The pendant swayed a couple of times, settling down. It probably stayed settled for 5 seconds. Then a small black hand about the size of a palm stealthily peeked out from the edge of Yi Qinghan's collar, 5 fingers grasping the fabric, trying to pull it down a little. You're becoming more and more audacious. Yi Qinghan slapped that little hand. Oh, Lin Ye's small hand shrank back. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. The dragon's blood was still not delivered. An hour before departure, Yi Qinghan checked the logistics information 3 times, and it still showed in transit. If it doesn't arrive, should we leave a bad review? Lin Ye suggested. Yi Qinghan turned off her wristband and slung her backpack over her shoulder. Let's go. No bad review then. Shut up. Oh, the hall of the 749 Bureau in Lan City was already filled with several people. Li Zhan, dressed in formal federal uniform, projected the list of participants onto the wall, where 8 names were neatly arranged. Yi Qinghan, peak, 2nd stage, body cultivator. The remaining 3 third stages and 4 fourth stages were all formal members of the branch, aged between 22 and 28. Li Zhan glanced over everyone. The intercity teleportation array has been arranged. We will depart in 15 minutes. Once we arrive in Lian City, follow the unified arrangements from headquarters and refrain from causing trouble. His gaze lingered on Yi Qinghan for a moment. Yi Qinghan remained unfazed, adjusting the straps of her backpack. 15 minutes later, the group entered the teleportation hall inside the purification tower of Lan City. The blue and white spiritual energy rings spun on the ground, the space in the center of the ring slightly distorted. As the white light of the teleportation array faded, a wave of much denser spiritual energy than that of Lan City rushed toward them. Lin Ye peeked out from Yi Qinghan's collar, glancing through the seams of her training outfit. Then he opened both his... The teleportation hall in Lian City was at least 20 times larger than the one in Lan City, with a dome soaring 50 meters high made entirely of translucent spiritual energy crystals, sunlight refracting into soft blue light patterns. The hall was bustling with people, variously attired spirit masters coming and going. The concentration of spiritual energy waves was outrageously high. Lin Ye glanced around and noted at least 7 or 8 signals of 4th stage and above within his field of vision. Fierce woman, this place is quite interesting. Yi Qinghan remained silent, merely lowering her head slightly, her gaze sweeping over the spiritual energy guidance signs on both sides of the hall. Li Zhan walked at the front of the group, the bandages on his left arm still not fully removed, but his mental state had improved considerably compared to the previous days. 7 participants from the Lan City branch followed behind him, 3 third stages, 4 fourth stages, and with Yi Qinghan, they made a total of 8. Is this Lian City? A young man of 4th stage in the group murmured. This hall is larger than our entire branch. Of course, Lian City is the capital of the Federation. The headquarters of Bureau 749 is here. How can the standards compare to Lan City? A nearby female team member of 4th stage gave him a disdainful glance. Lin Ye shrank a bit, and Yi Qinghan's closed the pendant pressed against the warm skin below her collarbone. Yi Qinghan wore a high-neck black combat suit today, the collar tighter than usual, leaving Lin Ye with considerably less space to move. This generation seemed rather ordinary. It was probably due to too many prompts. The fierce woman did it on purpose. Ever since the last time he was smacked for reaching out, Yi Qinghan had made targeted adjustments to her clothing style. However, it was fine, although the high-neck combat suit restricted his ability to peek out. It fit him better. With every step, Yi Qinghan took the movement of her thigh muscles transmitted through her waist to the collarbone, then to his liquid cells. It was equivalent to a free full-body movement mechanic scan. What a gain! Li Zhan led the team through the teleportation hall and onto the main street of Lian City. Lin Ye's spiritual energy perception unfolded, taking in the entire scene within 300 meters. The streets of Lian City were wide enough to accommodate 3 heavy spiritual energy transport vehicles side by side, with buildings soaring 100 meters high on either side, their outer walls embedded with spiritual energy crystal decorative panels that refracted flowing light patterns under the sunlight. The pedestrians on the street were dressed to a significantly higher standard than those in Lan City. Even the vendors at the roadside snack stalls had spiritual energy fluctuations, likely at least 1st stage spirit masters. You all haven't been to Lian City in years, have you? Li Zhan, walking at the front, glanced back at the young people in the team who were looking around. I visited 3 years ago, said a young man of 4th stage, scratching the back of his head. Lian City is a... Li Zhan's expression was deep. Yi Qinghan walked at the back of the group, her steps steady, her gaze fixed ahead, without any change in expression. After about 10 minutes along the main street, a massive circular building appeared ahead. The outer wall of the building was engraved with spirit master totems, and a huge holographic projection plaque hung at the entrance, inscribed with 7 large characters in golden spiritual energy script. Federal Spirit Master Arena. A crowd had already gathered around the arena, with teams from various branches arriving one after another, their uniforms varied and spiritual energy fluctuations rising and falling. Li Zhan led the team towards the contestant passage on the west side of the arena. Lin Ye quietly counted the intensity of the spiritual energy signals around him. There were quite a few 4th stages. There were also some 5th stages. As for 6th stages, well, he vaguely sensed 2 or 3, but they were too far away and the signals were blurry. The level of competition in this match seemed quite deep. Fierce woman. Moi. There are quite a few experts around. Are you nervous? Yi Qinghan's lips curled slightly. What do you think? I think you're not nervous. Then why do you ask? I want to hear you say you're not nervous, so I won't be nervous either. Yi Qinghan did not respond, but her heartbeat was indeed very steady. 68 beats per minute. Exactly the same as usual. At the entrance of the contestant passage, 3 spiritual energy identity verification checkpoints were set up, and each team had to pass through the scans one by one. Li Ye led the team to the waiting area where 6 or 7 other teams were already queued. Taking advantage of the waiting time, Lin Ye adjusted his spiritual energy perception to low-power mode and quietly scanned the surrounding teams. Most members of the teams ranged from 4th to 5th stage, with an occasional 3rd stage runner. The team leaders of each group were basically 5th or 6th stage high-level members of their branches, and the spiritual energy fluctuations made the entire passage feel somewhat oppressive. The 8 from Lan City indeed did not stand out in this environment. With 3 3rd stages and 4 4th stages, they didn't have a single 5th stage member. Plus, there was Yi Qinghan, who appeared to have only 1st stage spiritual energy. On paper, their strength should rank at the bottom of all participating teams, without any doubt. Li Ye, a strong voice came from the right side. Li Ye paused his steps and turned to look in the direction of the voice. A burly middle-aged man approached, accompanied by 12 others wearing gray-blue uniforms embroidered with the emblem of the Cloud City branch, emanating a 5th stage intermediate spiritual energy fluctuation. The head of the Cloud City branch, Zhou Haoran. Li Ye had known this person for over a decade. Long time no see, Director Zhou. Li Ye's tone was neither warm nor cold. Oh, you still call me Director Zhou? Zhou Haoran chuckled, sizing up Li Ye for 2 seconds. I heard you're still the deputy director. How many years has it been? Li Ye's expression showed no change. The structure of Lan City is just like that. Structures are dead, but people are alive. Zhou Haoran shook his head, feigning a look of pity. Then his gaze shifted past Li Ye, scanning the 8. Is this your participating team from Lan City this year? His spiritual energy perception swept across each of the 8, finally resting on Yi Qinghan. 3 3rd stages, 4 4th stages. Zhou Haoran counted and raised his eyebrows slightly. How come Lan City doesn't have a single 5th stage under 30? Li Ye did not respond. Zhou Haoran's gaze locked onto Yi Qinghan. Who is this young lady? A contestant from Lan City branch. Li Ye replied. 1st stage. Zhou Haoran's expression turned somewhat peculiar. You brought a 1st stage spirit master to participate in the federal elite competition. Are you here to make a joke? The Cloud City contestants behind Zhou Haoran were also whispering, several of them looking at Yi Qinghan with obvious mockery. Yi Qinghan stood at the back of the group, not once looking up at Zhou Haoran. Li Ye did not argue with Zhou Haoran, merely stating calmly, "See you at the competition site." He then turned and led the team forward. Zhou Haoran watched their departing figures, shaking his head with a smile. Lan City, oh Lan City, you're getting worse year by year. Lin Ye remembered this voice in his heart. He poked a small black hand about the size of a palm out from Yi Qinghan's collar and gently patted her collarbone from inside her clothes. Yi Qinghan glanced down. What are you doing? Isn't it strange that wherever the protagonist goes, someone jumps out to provoke them? Yi Qinghan frowned slightly. What do you mean I'm the protagonist? I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about myself. Lin Ye's tone was self-evident. If he looks down on you, he looks down on me. I'm hanging on to you, and looking down on you means looking down on me, the protagonist. Yi Qinghan fell silent for a moment. Your skin is getting thicker. And how long do you plan to keep your hand there? Pull it back. Oh. The small black hand withdrew into the collar, accidentally brushing against Yi Qinghan's collarbone during the process, then the warm curve below the collarbone. Accidental. It was truly accidental. Yi Qinghan quickened her pace. You did that on purpose. The Lan City team followed the guide through the corridors inside the arena, ultimately being led to the 17th lounge in the west area. The lounge was small, featuring 2 long sofas, a control panel, and a holographic projection wall displaying the live match. The conditions were slightly better than those of the meeting room in the Lan City branch, but not by much. Rest here for now. Oh, the match starts at 2 in the afternoon, and you will be notified then. The guide finished speaking and left. The 8 contestants each found a place to sit. Some began checking their equipment, while others closed their eyes to meditate. Yi Qinghan sat down in a corner by the window, picking up her wristband to review the match schedule. Lin Ye took the opportunity to poke his little head out from her collar, his eyes sweeping over everyone in the lounge. Among the 3 third-tier contestants, one named Feng Yu appeared relatively composed, while the other 2 were clearly a bit nervous. The 4 fourth-tier contestants were still steady. Oh, after all, 4th tier was already considered middle-tier power in the Federation. After Li Ye closed the door, he leaned against the doorframe, rubbing his temples. Yi Qinghan lowered her wristband and looked up at Li Ye. Director Li, I have a question. You can ask. Where is the director of our branch? Yi Qinghan's tone was flat. I haven't seen him. Li Ye paused for a moment. The director is on a secret mission. Oh, I don't know the specifics, only that it was directly ordered by the headquarters. How long has it been? It's been over 4 months. The last contact was 2 months ago. Yi Qinghan furrowed her brow slightly, then relaxed it. Has no one been sent to look for him? Reports have been filed 3 times. The headquarters said the mission is special and does not allow external intervention. Li Zhen's expression was a bit complex. I'm anxious as well, but I've done all I could. Yi Qinghan nodded slightly, not pressing further. The preliminary match this afternoon is an individual battle. Do you have any thoughts? Lin Ye asked. Below the 4th tier doesn't match my physique. Can you not? Of course, a peak 2nd tier physical cultivator is sufficient to deal with a 3rd tier spirit master. All right then. Lin Ye shook his head. If there's a special situation, it'll come right away. Yi Qinghan glanced at the little head peeking from her collar and nodded. She then leaned back against the chair, closing her eyes to rest. Lin Ye's little head turned around in her clothes, checking the situation in the lounge, and after confirming nothing was amiss, he shrank back. The pendant reattached itself to the soft area beneath. Yi Qinghan's collarbone warmed to the touch. The fierce woman today wore a sports bra that was slightly thinner than yesterday's. He could clearly sense the changes in the fabric's fiber density through the liquid-like cells. Not bad, the texture is better. What are you thinking? Yi Qinghan's voice suddenly came through the mental link. Lin Ye, I am analyzing the match schedule for this afternoon. Yi Qinghan, your heart rate has increased. Lin Ye, my heart is your heart, you can't fool me. Yi Qinghan. After a moment, her hand slipped into her collar, pinching the pendant with 2 fingers to adjust its position. The pendant was moved from the left side to the center. Don't run around. Understood. Lin Ye finished speaking in 1 second and was already running to the right in the next. Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly. Li Zhen cleared his throat. Everyone please pay attention. I will only mention 3 points regarding this afternoon's match. 8 pairs of eyes turned to him. First, don't lose face for Lan City. Second, win if you can, if not, prioritize your safety. Third, Li Zhen glanced at Yi Qinghan. No matter how others view us, we know our own worth. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Yi Qinghan's mouth. Lin Ye gave her chest a gentle shake. Give a thumbs up to Director Li. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Central arena of the Federation City. The scale of this arena made Lin Ye gasp in astonishment inside the pendant. The circular arena was divided into 32 independent battle zones, each covered by a spiritual energy shield to contain the energy overflow during battles. The audience seats extended in a circular step formation, accommodating over 100,000 people, and at this moment 7 to 80% of them were already seated. A giant holographic projection hovered above the arena, switching in real time between the various battle zones and contestant information. The entire Federation broadcast was synchronized. Lin Ye poked his little head out from her collar, his 2 white eyes focused on the holographic projection above. The projection displayed the preliminary match pairing list. The rules for the Federation Elite Competition's preliminary match were quite simple. Random pairing, unknown elimination. Best 2 out of 3 to advance to the team match stage. Each contestant could fight a maximum of 3 individual battles, needing 2 victories to advance. Yi Qinghan stood at the entrance of the battle zone, and a holographic screen popped up with her first match pairing information. First round matchup: Yi Qinghan Lan City Branch versus Zhou Minghui Haiqing Branch. Yi Qinghan Spirit Master level intermediate, 1st tier spirit quality F level. Zhou Minghui Spirit Master level peak, 2nd tier spirit quality B level. Lin Ye's mouth twitched when he saw Yi Qinghan's profile card marked as intermediate 1st tier and F level. The Federation's ranking system only considers spiritual energy levels and spirit quality, not physical cultivation strength. Thus, in the eyes of all the spectators and contestants, Yi Qinghan was merely a waste intermediate 1st tier spirit master, bringing along an F-level unknown creature to compete. The holographic projection enlarged Yi Qinghan's information, projecting it above the arena. Immediately, a wave of clamor erupted from the audience. 1st tier and an F-level spirit. Is she here for the competition or for tourism? Is this the level of Lan City? The barrage system opened synchronously, becoming even more lively. Ha ha ha, 1st tier contestant in the Federation competition. I'm laughing so hard I could split. What is an F-level spirit? Is it blue silvergrass? Is Lan City so short of contestants that they just pulled someone in? Zhou Minghui from Haiqing is a peak 2nd tier level spirit master. How can she fight? Yi Qinghan stood at the entrance of the battle zone, her expression calm. Lin Ye nestled in her collar, scanned the young man walking in from the opposite side through spiritual energy perception. Zhou Minghui, 24 years old, with stable spiritual energy fluctuations at peak 2nd tier. Beside him was a gray-brown leopard-shaped spirit covered entirely in spirit-enhanced metallic scales. Level spirit, iron armored leopard. A speed-type spirit proficient in close-range high-speed charges and claw slashes. The peak 2nd tier iron armored leopard was nothing to Yi Qinghan. Zhou Minghui walked to the center of the battle zone, glanced at Yi Qinghan across from him, his gaze sweeping from her face to the level badge on her chest. Intermediate 1st tier. The corner of his mouth curled slightly. Are you a physical cultivator? Yi Qinghan remained silent, standing firm at the starting line 15 meters away. Zhou Minghui shrugged. All right, let's finish this quickly. He raised his right hand, and the iron-armored leopard let out a fierce roar, its metallic scales shimmering with a gray metallic luster as its limbs bent, assuming a charging posture. The referee's energy banner fell, signaling the start of the match in the battle zone. Zhou Minghui's armored leopard wasted no time. Its limbs shot forward, metal scales scraping the air at high speed, producing a piercing hissing sound as its gray silhouette lunged directly at Yi Qinghan. At the same time, Zhou Minghui moved, as well, conjuring a short energy blade in his right hand, channeling all his peak second-tier spiritual power as he flanked from the side. Both man and beast struck, simultaneously launching a flanking attack. This was the standard tactic of a peak second-tier spirit master. The spirit beast would charge in to draw attention, while the master circled around to deliver the finishing blow. Their coordination was quite seasoned. The audience erupted in a clamor. It's over, the first-tier girl is going to get taken out in seconds. She charged in without summoning her spirit. Is this giving up? This team from Lancheng is just too ridiculous, sending someone in to take a beating. The armored leopard's charge speed is so fast that a first-tier can't even react. Lin Ye quietly nestled in Yi Qinghan's collar, the pendant rising and falling gently with her breath. His spiritual perception allowed him to see everything clearly on the battlefield. The armored leopard charged from the front, its speed nearing the limits of a peak second-tier. Zhou Minghui circled around from the left flank, choosing a good angle for his attack with the energy blade. But to Yi Qinghan, the speed of these two movements was hardly different from slow motion. When the armored leopard's claws were less than a meter from Yi Qinghan's face, she made her move. She neither retreated nor dodged sideways, but instead stepped forward. Her right fist rose from her waist, simple, straightforward, with no embellishments or build-up, just a direct punch. Her fist collided with the armored leopard's forehead. Bang! The dull sound exploded in the battle zone, sending ripples across the energy shield. The armored leopard's metal scales began to shatter from the forehead, chunks flying off as the entire body was sent flying back from the impact, crashing into the energy shield at the edge of the battle zone, before finally coming to a stop. The leopard lay on the ground, twitching twice before going completely still. One punch. A peak second-tier spirit beast, an armored leopard, was sent flying with just one punch. The audience fell silent for about a second. Then an uproar erupted. Wait, what just happened? She sent the armored leopard flying with one punch. A brank spirit beast, that kind of defense with one punch. When Zhou Minghui charged in from the left flank and saw his spirit beast knocked down with a single punch, he nearly lost his grip on the energy blade. His footsteps faltered for a moment. In that brief pause, Yi Qinghan had already turned around. Zhou Minghui met her gaze. Her eyes were cold, so cold that his fingers holding the blade went stiff. Yi Qinghan's left fist was already on its way. There was no surge of energy, no flashy technique, just a clean and decisive straight punch that struck Zhou Minghui in the chest. Zhou Minghui's energy shield shattered at the moment of impact, his entire body bending backward like a shrimp as he was sent flying, bouncing twice on the ground before finally stopping. He lay on the ground, spitting out blood, struggling but unable to stand. 2 punches. From the start to the end of the match, no more than 5 seconds. A mid-level first-tier spirit master dealt heavy injuries to a peak second-tier spirit master and his brank spirit beast with just 2 punches. The clamor in the arena fell silent in that moment. In the stands, the silence was so profound that one could hear the low hum of the energy shield. Then the referee's voice rang out. Yi Qinghan wins. The audience erupted in a chorus of disbelief. This is impossible. A first-tier defeating a peak second-tier with just 2 punches. Is she a body cultivator? How can a body cultivator be that strong? There must be an error in the data. How could she only be first-tier? Lin Ye wiggled in Yi Qinghan's collar, the pendant gently tapping against her collarbone. Well done. Yi Qinghan did not respond verbally, turning to walk toward the exit of the battle zone, her steps exactly as composed as when she entered. Steady, cold, devoid of any excess emotion. Lin Ye's little eyes emerged from the teardrop-shaped pendant, peering out through the gap in her collar. As Yi Qinghan walked, the muscle movement in her thighs transmitted through her waist to her collarbone, causing her pendant to vibrate slightly. Each step resonated. The frequency was constant, the force uniform. The fierce woman's legs were indeed, especially during the moment she threw the punch, when her center of gravity sank, tightening her thigh muscles. The force that traveled from her feet through her waist to her fist was something Lin Ye felt distinctly within her. A perfect transmission of power. Of course, the sensation was also exquisite. What are you thinking? Yi Qinghan's voice broke the silence. Revisiting your punching trajectory. Revisiting what? When you punched the leopard, your waist twisted 47 degrees. When you punched Zhou Minghui, it only twisted 32 degrees, indicating you held back on the second punch. Yi Qinghan paused for a moment. He's not worth my full strength. I know, but I found your waist movement quite interesting. Yi Qinghan quickened her pace slightly. Could you say something normal? This is quite normal. I'm inside you, and when you move, I move too. It's physics. Yi Qinghan chose to end that topic. She returned to Lan Shang's resting room to rest. Meanwhile, Lin Ye was rather restless, starting to fidget and knocking about. Can you not do that during a match? Yi Qinghan's ears turned red. Sorry, I got a bit excited seeing you win, so I got a little carried away. Lin Ye replied. Yi Qinghan was not convinced that Lin Ye was doing it on purpose. How infuriating. Ding. Yi Qinghan's wristband vibrated, pushing the matchup information for the second match. Second round matchup: Yi Qinghan Launching Division versus Chun Hao Beijing Division. Chun Hao Spirit Master Level, Mid-3rd Tier Spirit Grade A. Mid-3rd Tier, a rank Spirit. He was a whole tier above her first match opponent. Lin Ye poked his little head out from the collar to peek at the information before retreating back. Fierce woman, Mid-3rd Tier, can you handle this? What do you think? I think you can, but the audience thinks you can't. Indeed. After the holographic projection refreshed the second round's matchup, the barrage system became lively again. Mid-3rd Tier against Mid-1st Tier. This is no suspense now. Just don't get overconfident after winning the first match. There's a whole tier difference between second and third. Besides, the opponent hasn't a rank spirit. No matter how strong a body cultivator is, can they withstand in a rank skill? She's probably going to get badly beaten this time. That little girl from Lansheng has run out of luck. Yi Qinghan stood at the entrance of the battle zone waiting for her opponent. Lin Ye stretched out a small black hand from the edge of her collar and gently patted her collarbone twice. Yi Qinghan glanced down at the small hand and flicked it back into her collar with 2 fingers. If I don't need, then can I provide tactical analysis? That's not necessary either. Then what should I do? Just stay put. Lin Ye obediently shrank into a pendant at her chest. Sigh, if the fierce woman wants him to stay quiet, then he'll stay quiet. At least in this position, it's not boring and he can play with the little beads. Quite cozy. Across from him, Chun Hao stepped into the battle zone accompanied by a lizard-like spirit beast covered in dark green scales measuring 3 meters long with a sturdy tail and a mouth exuding faint blue spiritual energy smoke. An A-class spirit beast, the azure blue tyrant lizard. A balanced spirit beast excelling in both offense and defense, proficient in spiritual energy expulsion and close-range combat. Chun Hao glanced at Yi Qinghan, his expression far more serious than Zhou Minggui's. You finished the first match with 2 punches against a peak second-stage opponent. Ooh, I won't underestimate you. His demeanor was quite earnest. Yi Qinghan nodded slightly, remaining silent. The referee's flag fell. Chun Hao and the azure blue tyrant lizard struck simultaneously. The tyrant lizard opened its massive jaws and unleashed a conical wave of spiritual energy, covering an area more than 3 meters wide, heading straight for Yi Qinghan. Chun Hao gathered 2 spheres of dark green spiritual energy in his hands and shot them out from both sides. A 3-pronged attack. Yi Qinghan sidestepped half a step, the spiritual energy wave grazing her shoulder as it flew past, while the 2 energy spheres exploded beside her. She was not hit by any attack. The speed of the mid-3rd stage attack still felt slow in her perception. Yi Qinghan's footsteps did not falter. She charged directly at the tyrant lizard. The tyrant lizard's tail swept toward her, its 3-meter-long sturdy tail carrying the strength of a mid-3rd stage capable of flattening a spiritual energy armored vehicle. Yi Qinghan raised her right arm to take the tail strike. With a loud bang, her right arm collided with the tyrant lizard's tail, and the shockwave spread from the point of contact. Yi Qinghan's foot slid only half a step on the ground. The tyrant lizard's tail was deflected. In terms of strength, a peak second-stage body cultivator crushed a mid-3rd stage spirit beast. Yi Qinghan did not give the tyrant lizard a second chance to strike. Her right fist slammed into the lizard's skull, pressing its entire head into the ground, shattering the stone slabs into a half-meter deep pit. The tyrant lizard's limbs went limp, collapsing. Chun Hao's spiritual energy spheres soared again, and Yi Qinghan turned, dashing forward to close the distance, her left fist striking Chun Hao's spiritual energy shield. The shield shattered after just 0.3 seconds, and Chun Hao was knocked back 7 to 8 meters, his feet carving 2 furrows into the ground. He managed to stand, but part of his shirt was torn and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. I concede, Chun Hao said decisively. He could sense that Yi Qinghan had held back with that punch. If she had gone all out, he would have been unconscious by now. The referee announced Yi Qinghan's victory. This time the audience was not as quiet as before. Instead, a wave of chatter erupted. Even a mid-3rd stage can't defeat her. What level is this body cultivator? Someone found out she fused with a spirit beast during her college entrance exams. Her strength probably around 3rd stage. Just 3rd stage. That's just enough to match a mid-3rd stage. So her limit is also 3rd stage. She would be finished against anyone above 4th stage. A contestant relying on body cultivation won't go far. Most of the audience quickly returned to rational analysis after their brief surprise. A first-stage spirit beast master with body cultivation has limits, it's just for show. Lin Ye listened to the various voices from inside, Yi Qinghan's clothing, his little eyes darting around. If these people knew that the fierce woman still had a trump card, their expressions would surely be more interesting. When the matchup for the third match was revealed, Lin Ye glanced at Yi Qinghan's collar. Upper third stage. B-class spirit beast Windwing Eagle. A speed-oriented flying spirit beast adept at high-speed dives and wind blade ranged attacks. This one flies higher than the previous ones. Do you have confidence? Lin Ye transmitted a message. I can reach it, Yi Qinghan replied. After the match began, the Windwing Eagle indeed soared to a high altitude, unleashing silver-white wind blades from a height of 15 meters. The wind blades moved incredibly fast, covering a wide area. The tactic was to wear down the opponent. Engaging a body cultivator in a war of attrition was the right choice, since body cultivators lack ranged attack options. The audience nodded in agreement, believing this upper third stage contestant was quite clever. Kite tactics, the nemesis of body cultivators. As long as she doesn't land, Yi Qinghan won't be able to hit him. It's settled. Yi Qinghan is bound to lose this round. Yi Qinghan stood in the center of the battle zone, looking up at the Windwing Eagle circling above. As the wind blades descended, she sidestepped, her steps light. As she danced through the battle zone, not a single wind blade touched her. She evaded for about 20 seconds. Then Yi Qinghan did something. She bent down to pick up a piece of stone slab shattered by the wind blades and weighed it in her hand. The stone slab fragment was roughly the size of a palm. Yi Qinghan's right arm muscles tensed as her waist twisted to generate force, hurling the stone slab fragment towards the Windwing Eagle. The stone slab fragment traced a gray arc in the air, moving so fast it broke the sound barrier. The Windwing Eagle had no time to react. The fragment struck its left wing root, and the cracking sound of a broken wing bone echoed clearly in the battle zone. The Windwing Eagle let out a shriek as it plummeted from the sky, landing 3 meters in front of Yi Qinghan. She walked over and stepped on the back of the Windwing Eagle. The upper third stage spirit beast master stood 20 meters away, completely stunned. Do you concede? Yi Qinghan asked. I concede. The referee announced Yi Qinghan's victory again. With 3 straight wins, Yi Qinghan advanced to the team match stage ahead of schedule. When Yi Qinghan returned to the resting area, the preliminary round was nearing its end. The performance of the Lan City 8-member team was not particularly good. Among the 3 third-stage contestants, only Feng Yu advanced, while the other 2 were eliminated by fourth-stage opponents in the second and third matches. Of the 4 fourth-stage contestants, 3 advanced. Only one unfortunate soul faced a fifth-stage opponent and was eliminated. Including Yi Qinghan, a total of 5 from Lan City entered the team match stage. The holographic projection displayed statistics from the preliminary round, with Yi Qinghan's name appearing in an inconspicuous position. Discussions about her in the bullet comments gradually shifted to another tone. The highest level of her opponents in the 3 matches was only upper third stage. Her luck is just too good. Look at other groups. Several faced 5th stage opponents right from the start. If she encounters anything above 4th stage, she definitely won't pass. Ultimately, it's just sheer luck. Body cultivators max out at 3rd stage combat power. Facing 5th and 6th stage in team matches, they'd be crushed in an instant. Lin Ye absorbed this content through spiritual energy perception, quietly taking note. Sheer luck. When it's his turn to compete, their faces will be left smacking. When will the team match groupings be released? He asked. Yi Qinghan glanced at the notification on her wristband. At 8 o'clock tonight. Shall we go back and rest first? Yi Qinghan stood up and walked towards the hotel assigned to the Lan City members, the hem of her training uniform swaying gently with her steps. Lin Ye pressed against the warm area just below her collarbone, bumping up and down with the rhythm of her walking. Each bump updated the tactile feedback. The fierce woman was wearing a compression sports bra today, which had slightly more elasticity than usual, so the amplitude of the movement was a bit smaller than normal. But that was enough. He was quite satisfied. At exactly 8 o'clock in the evening, the grouping list for the team competition refreshed on the holographic projection. Yi Qinghan sat on the edge of her dormitory bed, and the information about her group members was projected onto her wristband. Lin Ye's little head peeked out from the collar, her 2 white eyes attentively examining the projection. Team 17 Member 1, Yi Qinghan, Lan City Branch Spirit Master Level Intermediate Stage 1. Member 2, Lu Yuan, Luo City Branch Spirit Master Level Intermediate Stage 3. Member 3, Han Jian, City Branch Spirit Master Level Lower Stage 5. Member 4, Qin Feng, Yin City Branch Spirit Master Level Lower Stage 5. Member 5, Song Yin, High City Branch Spirit Master Level Intermediate Stage 5. 1 at Stage 1, 1 at Stage 3A, and 3 at Stage 5. The gap in strength on paper was ridiculously large. You're the lowest level in this group. Lin Ye stated the obvious. I know. The level 3 one is not that impressive either. Lin Ye's eyes scanned the names on the projection, finally stopping at Hanja. Yin City Branch. He remembered the name of this city. Earlier, while queuing in the competition corridor, the person in charge from Yun City, Zhou Haoran, had said some sarcastic words to Li Zhan. Hanja was a competitor from Yun City at lower stage 5. This person was likely to share Zhou Haoran's temperament. Yi Qinghan turned off her wristband and stood up. Gather at the arena at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. The team competition starts at 8. Fierce woman. Moi. How do you plan to get along with your 3 level 5 teammates? Lin Ye said. Yi Qinghan's tone was indifferent. Just get along as one should. What if they look down on you? That's their issue. Lin Ye had a premonition in his heart. Tomorrow's meeting wouldn't be very pleasant. Yi Qinghan walked toward the bathroom and started to shower. Lin Ye was bolder this time than before. A very thin liquid tendril emerged from the skin just below Yi Qinghan's right collarbone, so fine it was almost invisible to the naked eye. The tendril did not extend outward, but slid down along the surface of the skin. When it passed above her chest, the tendril paused for a moment. Then it continued downward. The end of the tendril resembled an extremely fine soft thread slowly moving along the skin's texture. Yi Qinghan felt it. What are you doing? Her voice carried a hint of caution. Symbiotic network microadjustment, checking the liquid cell distribution density at the meridian nodes. Lin Ye's response was calm and steady. Yi Qinghan did not immediately retort. The tendril continued downward, passing over the soft curve. Yi Qinghan's body tensed slightly. Does this area need to be checked too? There are 3 important branch nodes in the chest area of the meridians that need to be confirmed for complete coverage. The end of the tendril slid from the upper edge of the curve to the side, then slowly wrapped around half a circle along the soft surface. Yi Qinghan's breathing rhythm changed. What are you circling? Detection requires a circular scan. A single-point sampling is not comprehensive enough. After completing half a circle on the soft skin, the end of the tendril gently slid over the very top. Yi Qinghan's body shivered. Lin Ye. Her voice lowered. Moi. You touched it. Touched what? You know what you touched. Lin Ye's tendril paused at that position for half a second. Then it moved away very naturally. Sorry, the position of the meridian node coincided with their technical contact. Yi Qinghan shut her eyes. Water flowed down her body. The tendril retracted from the chest area. She thought that would be the end of it. But 5 seconds later, she felt another tendril emerging from the skin around her waist. This one was slightly thicker than the previous one, carrying a hint of warmth. The tendril slid down along her waistline, passing over her lower abdomen. Is there a meridian node here too? Yi Qinghan felt a bit tense. The area near the dantian is the core area for the gathering of spiritual energy, where the meridian density is the highest. This statement was technically correct. The area near the dantian was indeed the most densely populated region of meridians. But the Empress did not cultivate spiritual energy. So Lin Ye was completely talking nonsense. The tendril continued downward, passing below the lower abdomen. Yi Qinghan's legs instinctively pressed together. That's enough. Her voice carried a slight tremor. There are still 2 nodes left to scan. I said that's enough. Yi Qinghan's tone became serious, but she made no other movements. It seemed that the previous training had worked quite well, Lin Ye thought to himself. He noticed that her heartbeat was nearly twice as fast as normal, and her surface temperature had risen by 1.5 degrees. The tendril stopped just below the lower abdomen, not continuing downward. But it also did not retract. Fierce woman. What? Your heartbeat is very fast. Yi Qinghan's face flushed. Shut up. The tendril gently moved across, very lightly, like a feather brushing by. Yi Qinghan's breathing quickened for a beat. You're moving. Passive displacement caused by muscle contraction. Your tendril has no muscles. Thermal expansion and contraction of liquid cells. Yi Qinghan closed her mouth and stopped arguing with him. She knew she couldn't win the argument. This guy always had a reasonable physical explanation. The tendril moved again. This time the movement was slightly larger. It rubbed a short distance from below the lower abdomen further down. Yi Qinghan's legs tightened. Lin Ye. Last node once scanned, ill retract. Yi Qinghan's brain was racing. She could forcibly use spiritual energy to shake off the tendril. But she didn't. It wasn't that she couldn't, it was that she didn't want to. This realization made her face burn with heat. 10 seconds later, the tendril retracted a longer segment at its end, shimmering with silver. Clean and neat. Yi Qinghan stood under the shower head, hot water pouring over her head and flowing down her cheeks. Her face was so red it could boil an egg. The examination is complete. Lin Ye's voice rang out, calm and professional. All meridian nodes have complete liquid cell coverage with uniform density and good operational status. If you do this again in the future, what will you do? Lin Ye's voice carried a hint of amusement. I think it's necessary to check again. Your current state is not quite right. No. Don't. Yi Qinghan's voice trembled. I won't do anything. This bastard's so annoying. Lin Ye, after showering, Yi Qinghan changed into her pajamas and lay down on the bed. She lay on her side, facing the wall with her back to the room. Lin Ye's little head peeked out from her shoulder. Fierce woman, are you angry? No. Your heartbeat has returned to normal, but your temperature is still high. Shut up. Really not angry. Yi Qinghan turned over to face the little black head peeking from her shoulder. Two big white eyes sparkled in the dim light, looking extremely innocent. Do you know what you did was excessive? I was doing a routine check. You call that a routine check? The symbiotic network needs regular maintenance. Yi Qinghan glared at him, gritting her teeth. Lin Ye's little head tilted slightly. Next time I will notify you in advance before doing the check. No, next time. Technically speaking, regular maintenance is necessary. Yi Qinghan reached out and pinched the sides of that little head. Lin Ye's mouth was flattened. Try arguing one more time. Lin Ye's big eyes looked at her with watery innocence. Yi Qinghan stared at him for 5 seconds. Then she let go. Sleep. She turned over to continue facing the wall. Lin Ye's little head retracted beneath her skin. In the darkness, Yi Qinghan closed her eyes. Her heartbeat gradually returned to normal, but the area in her lower abdomen that had been touched by the tendril still held a slight tingling sensation. That feeling was not unpleasant. She buried her face in the pillow. At 7 o'clock the next morning, the assembly hall in the western area of the Federal Arena was already filled with people, with members of various teams getting to know each other. Yi Qinghan walked in wearing a black high-neck combat suit, her long hair tied back in a ponytail, her steps steady. Lin Ye hung around her neck in the form of a necklace, the pendant resting neatly just below her collarbone. The assembly point for Group 17 was next to the third pillar on the east side of the hall. By the time Yi Qinghan reached the pillar, 3 people were already standing there. One was Hanja, appearing to be around 26 years old, tall, and wearing a gray-blue combat suit from the Cloud City branch, exuding a 5th-tier, lower-level spiritual energy fluctuation without restraint, his expression clearly one of impatience. Another was Qin Feng, around 24 years old, of medium build, dressed in a black uniform from the Yen City branch's 5th-tier, lower-level spiritual energy fluctuation, slightly more subdued, arms crossed as he leaned against the pillar. The last was Song Yan, 27 years old, tall, wearing a dark blue combat suit from the Sea City branch, her 5th-tier, middle-level spiritual energy fluctuation stable and solid as she focused on the information about the secret realm on her wristband. Yi Qinghan stopped in front of the 3. Hanja glanced up at her, his gaze sweeping from her face to the rank badge on her chest. 1st-tier, middle level. You are that 1st-tier spirit master. Yi Qinghan nodded slightly. Hanja's lips curled slightly as he turned to look at Qin Feng and Song Yan. What bad luck getting assigned a 1st-tier one. Qin Feng shot a glance at Yi Qinghan, but said nothing. Song Yan lifted her head to glance at Yi Qinghan, her eyes carrying a hint of appraisal, yet she remained silent. Hanja glanced again towards the assembly point. Where's that 3rd-tier one? Here a voice came from behind. A young man with an ordinary appearance walked over, wearing a gray-white uniform from the Luo City branch, his demeanor gentle and his spiritual energy fluctuation stable at the 3rd-tier, middle level. Lu Yuan. Lin Ye remained still in the collar of Yi Qinghan's outfit, but his spiritual energy perception had scanned Lu Yuan's entire body. Then all his liquid cells tensed up. A line of text jumped out on the system panel. Abnormal spiritual energy signal detected. Lu Yuan's surface spiritual energy fluctuation is 3rd-tier, middle level, while the core spiritual energy concentration far exceeds this level. Actual level assessment 6th tier. 6th tier. Lin Ye's little head almost popped out from the collar. This seemingly ordinary young man is actually at the 6th tier. He used some means to compress his spiritual energy fluctuation to the level of a 3rd-tier, middle level, fooling even the organizers of the Federal Bureau 749. But Lin Ye had the system, so he saw through it. A 6th-tier powerhouse mingled in the team competition, disguised as a 3rd tier. Who exactly is this person? Lin Ye's thoughts raced. Is it the Misty God cult? Someone from within Bureau 749? Or another force? No matter the case, he couldn't let Yi Qinghan know. At least not now. If that fierce woman finds out there's a 6th-tier powerhouse disguising himself nearby, her attention would be diverted, possibly leading to misjudgments in the secret realm. Stay calm and observe first. A mere 6th tier, he could develop further in the secret realm before dealing with it. Lin Ye turned off the system panel and reverted back to the pendant form. Hanja sized up Lu Yuan before speaking. All right, everyone's here, will say a few words first. His gaze swept back and forth between Yi Qinghan and Lu Yuan. In the team competition, 5 people form a group to enter the entire secret realm, eliminate the mist beasts to earn points, and if they encounter other teams, they can fight, winning half of the opponent's points. You too. He nodded towards Yi Qinghan and Lu Yuan. One 1st-tier, one 3rd-tier. Once in the secret realm, listen to our arrangements, don't run around, and don't cause trouble. Otherwise, I won't take responsibility if something happens. Lu Yuan smiled and quickly nodded. No problem, well, follow the arrangements. Yi Qinghan stood still, her expression unchanged, not saying a word. Hanja stared at her for 2 seconds. Did you hear that? I heard it. Yi Qinghan's voice was very flat. Hanja snorted and turned to discuss tactics with Qin Feng and Song Yan. Lin Ye was somewhat surprised. This person seemed better than Zhou Haoran. The teleportation array in the arena activated promptly at 8 o'clock. 32 5-person teams entered the entire secret realm instance one after another. When the teleportation array for Group 17 was activated, blue and white light enveloped the 5 individuals. Lin Ye switched his spiritual energy perception to full power mode during the teleportation process. After the teleportation ended, the 5 landed in a gray wasteland. The sky was dark red, the low-hanging clouds pressed down closely, and the air was filled with rich spiritual energy particles. The wasteland was scattered with jagged black rocks and dried spiritual energy tree stumps, with a few low hills rolling in the distance. Lin Ye's spiritual energy perception spread out quickly, locking onto the biological signals around. About 400 meters to the south, a group of third-tier mist beasts was wandering, numbering around 10. 600 meters to the northeast, there was a signal from a solitary 4th-tier, lower-level mist beast. 1 kilometer directly north, there was a signal from a 4th-tier, middle-level beast, still moving slowly. The density of mist beasts in this secret realm was not too high, but their levels were relatively high, justifying the entire rating. As soon as Hanja landed, he immediately released his spirit guardian. A 4-meter-tall gray ironback rhino charged out from the spiritual energy light circle, its hooves pounding the ground, sending stones flying, and a 5th-tier, lower-level spiritual energy fluctuation spread outwards. Qin Feng's spirit guardian was a silver-gray battle wolf 2.5 meters long with a row of sharp spiritual energy spikes standing up along its back, similarly exuding a strong 5th-tier, lower-level aura. Song Yan's spirit guardian was the most striking. It was a golden phoenix butterfly, with a 4-meter wingspan radiating a soft golden glow, the patterns on its wings flowing gently under the drive of spiritual energy. A 5th-tier middle-level support-type spirit guardian, the golden radiant phoenix butterfly, skilled in area enhancements and spiritual energy recovery. Lu Yuan also released his spirit guardian, a rather ordinary gray stone ape of small size and 3rd-tier middle-level spiritual energy fluctuation. Lin Ye looked at the stone ape a bit longer. The stone ape's spiritual energy fluctuation was the same as Lu Yuan's, also at 3rd-tier middle level. But if Lu Yuan's true level was 6th-tier, then this stone ape's true level was definitely not just 3rd-tier. Interesting. Yi Qinghan was a body cultivator and did not practice spiritual energy, so she did not perform the action of releasing her spirit guardian, simply standing quietly at the back of the team. Hanja turned back to look at her. Where's your spirit guardian? Not needed. Hanja frowned slightly, mumbling something under his breath, but did not pursue the matter further. Sister Song, could you give us a boost first, and let's head to that group of 3rd-tier ones in the south. Song Yan nodded. The wings of the golden radiant phoenix butterfly flapped twice, and a layer of light golden membrane covered the 3 5th-tiers, enhancing their spiritual energy activity by a level. Let's go. Hanja led the way, the ironback rhino running beside him, its hooves thundering. Qin Feng and Song Yan followed closely, with the 3 5th-tier spiritual energy fluctuations trampling across the wasteland. Yi Qinghan and Lu Yuan walked at the end of the team. Lu Yuan smiled and looked at Yi Qinghan. They'll take the lead, we just need to follow. Yi Qinghan responded with a silent acknowledgement in her heart. Lin Ye curled up against her chest, her spiritual perception fixated on Lu Yuan. This person smiled gently, exuding an aura of harmlessness. Yet deep within his body, the compressed 6th-tier spiritual energy remained stable and profound, like a slumbering volcano. One must not let their guard down. The 3rd-tier fog beast group in the south was swiftly cleared by 3 5th-tier combatants. Hanja's ironback rhino crashed into the beast horde, sending 2 3rd-tier low-level gray-skinned beasts flying with the shockwave of gray spiritual energy. Qin Feng's silver-gray battle wolf darted through swiftly, its dorsal spikes releasing waves of spiritual blades, with each charge achieving remarkable efficiency. Song Yan stood behind the enhancement light membrane of the golden radiant butterfly, significantly boosting the attack power and speed of the 2 fighters in front. In less than 15 seconds, all 10 3rd-tier fog beasts lay on the ground. Hanja brushed off the dust from his hands and glanced back at Yi Qinghan and Lu Yuan, who had fallen behind. You see, this is the efficiency of the 5th-tier. His tone carried a condescending sense of superiority. Lu Yuan nodded with a smile, impressive indeed. Yi Qinghan remained silent. However, Lin Ye's small eyes quietly emerged from the pendant. He fixated on the corpses of the 10 third-tier fog beasts on the ground, his instinct to devour clamoring wildly. A third-tier fog beast is worth at least 1,000 devouring points each. 10 would amount to 10,000. Would he let them lie there uneaten? Absolutely not. Definitely not. He wouldn't pass up a free meal. Just as Hanja turned around to continue advancing, the black necklace around Yi Qinghan's neck stirred. The surface of the pendant began to expand and distort, with black liquid material pouring out from the droplet-shaped pendant, rapidly expanding in midair. Within a second, a massive black head emerged from behind Yi Qinghan's neck. Its pitch-black skin glimmered with a cold sheen, a pair of ghastly white eyes devoid of pupils, and its mouth torn to the roots of its ears with interlaced fangs glinting under the dark red twilight. A long tongue flicked out from between its teeth, swirling in the air. The size of this head exceeded 1 meter. Hanja froze in place, his entire back tense. Qin Feng's right hand had already reached for his weapon at his waist. Song Yan's golden radiant butterfly took 3 steps back. Lu Yuan's expression finally changed, slightly raising an eyebrow. The massive venomous head extended from behind Yi Qinghan, its mouth opening at an incredible angle, directly enveloping the corpse of the nearest third-tier fog beast. Crack crunch. The sound of chewing echoed across the wasteland. Within a second, the corpse of the third-tier gray-skinned beast was reduced to fragments and swallowed by that large mouth. The long tongue licked at the remnants at the corner of its mouth. Then the head turned towards the second one. The second one was gone in a second. The third, the fourth. All 10 corpses of the third-tier fog beasts were completely devoured by the enormous venomous head within about 10 seconds, leaving not a single bone behind. Devouring 10 third-tier fog beasts grants an additional 18000 devouring points. Current devouring points, 380000. After finishing, Lin Ye contentedly burped. Then that gigantic head began to shrink, transforming back into the droplet-shaped pendant quietly hanging back around Yi Qinghan's neck. The holographic live stream presented this scene completely to the audience. The reactions in the audience were similar to those of Hanja and the others. What on earth is that thing? A big head popped out from the necklace. And then it devoured all the fog beasts. This spirit looks way too disgusting. I could never dream of such a gaping mouth, even in nightmares. Some spirits indeed consume fog beasts to replenish energy, but I've never seen one eat this quickly. Hanja finally came back to his senses. His expression was quite the spectacle, his mouth opening and closing before he finally squeezed out a sentence. Is this your spirit? Yes. Yi Qinghan nodded slightly. Hanja's mouth twitched twice. Why does it look like that? It's natural. Hanja glanced at the seemingly normal black necklace around Yi Qinghan's neck and recalled that massive, terrifying head from earlier. The contrast was too stark. He felt the need to take a moment. Qin Feng retracted his hand from his weapon, his expression returning to calm. Song Yan's golden radiant butterfly flew back to her side, both of their expressions subtly changing. Let's go, there are more fog beasts ahead. Hanja shook his head and took the lead towards the northeast. After a few steps, he glanced back at the necklace around Yi Qinghan's neck, muttering a phrase. It eats pretty fast. Lin Ye proudly flipped over inside the pendant. Of course, my biting skill has upgraded to devour with its class devouring speed. It's incredibly fast. To the northeast, the 4th-tier low-level solitary fog beast was an iron shell turtle, its shell covered with thick spiritual metal armor, boasting exceptionally high defense. Hanja's ironback rhino rammed into the iron shell turtle for 3 minutes, but couldn't break through its shell. In the end, it was Qin Feng's silver-gray battle wolf that found the gap in the turtle's abdomen, shooting its spiritual spine inside to solve it. Hanja kicked the corpse of the turtle, cursing. This damn thing has a shell harder than a city wall. Qin Feng leaped down from the battle wolf, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Song Yin retracted the enhancement light membrane of the golden radiant butterfly and glanced at the points panel on her wristband. 1 4th-tier low-level, the points are decent. Hanja was about to say something when the necklace around Yi Qinghan's neck stirred again. This time he was mentally prepared, but when that massive black head emerged from behind Yi Qinghan's neck, he still frowned, looking disdainful. The venomous mouth opened wide, biting down on the corpse of the iron shell turtle. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound of chewing on the turtle shell was far more grating than that of the 3rd-tier fog beasts, the sharp sound of metal cracking resonating far across the wasteland. After 5 seconds, the 4th-tier low-level iron shell turtle was entirely swallowed, shell and flesh included. The long tongue of venom licked at the corner of its mouth, sweeping away a piece of metal debris caught on its fangs. Devouring the 4th-tier low-level fog beast iron shell turtle grants an additional 2,000 devouring points. Current devouring points, 402000. Lin Ye noted it mentally, then the head shrank back into the form of a necklace. Hanja looked at the ground, which was left spotless without a single remnant, his expression becoming quite complex. He turned to look at Yi Qinghan, his mouth curling into a mocking smile. So your spirit has never eaten such a fine fog beast, has it? This statement carried a sarcastic tone, implying that as a first-tier spirit master, she rarely had the chance to encounter fourth-tier fog beasts. Yi Qinghan glanced at Hange. Her expression was calm, her tone equally so. Indeed, I have never eaten one. Hange's smile froze on his face. He had prepared a set of jabs for Yi Qinghan, but her response was too straightforward. She simply acknowledged it calmly. Indeed, she had never eaten one. Hange opened his mouth, finding himself at a loss for words. How could he mock her after she had already admitted it? Qin Feng glanced at Yi Qinghan, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Song Yin continued to look at the map on her wristband, but the curve of her lips indicated she found this scene quite amusing. Lu Yuan stood at the back, his hands clasped behind him, a gentle smile on his face, remaining silent. Lin Ye curled up in the collar of Yi Qinghan. The part of her skin he was touching was slightly warm. The fierce woman's way of responding was always so simple and violent. Are you mocking me? Fine, you are right. And then what? There is no then. The opponent's fist struck against cotton, unable to exert any force. He enjoyed seeing the fierce woman's infuriating demeanor. Hange held back for 2 seconds, snorted, and turned to continue walking. Let's go, there's a fourth-tier intermediate beast ahead. The 5-person team continued to advance due north. After about 5 minutes, Lin Ye's spiritual perception locked onto a fourth-tier intermediate fog beast in front. It was a one-horned spirit rhinoceros over 6 meters long with a grayish-white vortex of spiritual energy coiling around its horn, and its fourth-tier intermediate aura was very stable. Hange took a look from 100 meters away. One fourth-tier intermediate beast, better than nothing. Qin Feng drew his spiritual energy short sword from his waist. Song Yan's golden radiant phoenix butterfly spread its wings once more, enveloping the 3 of them in a buffing light membrane. Go! The 3 fifth-tier fighters did not hold back, charging forward. If the one-horned spirit rhinoceros could speak, it would surely ask, is this really necessary? For just a mere 4th-tier beast, is it worth being surrounded and killed by 3 5th-tier fighters? Such a big face. Hange's ironback rhinoceros charged, heat in the shockwave of spiritual energy clashing with the one-horned spirit rhinoceros, causing the ground to crack with spiderweb-like fractures. Qin Feng's silver-gray wolf attacked from the flank, his spiritual energy spines firing 3 blade waves that struck the joints of the rhinoceros' hind legs. Hange was also busy, his fists coalescing into gray spiritual energy gauntlets, taking advantage of the moment when the rhinoceros was pinned down by the ironback rhinoceros to punch its ribs. Qin Feng's spiritual energy short sword sliced in from the other side, forming a cross attack with the wolf's blade waves. Song Yin continuously provided buffs to the 2 in front, with each flap of the golden radiant phoenix butterfly's wings thickening the pale golden light membrane. The 3 5th-tier fighters, though not perfectly coordinated, overwhelmed the one-horned spirit rhinoceros, bringing it down to the ground in 2.5 seconds. Hange's final punch struck the rhinoceros head, the impact of the spiritual energy gauntlet creating a crack in its skull. The rhinoceros twitched its limbs a few times and then fell silent. Done. Hange shook his fist. In the next second, that huge black head reappeared from behind Yi Qinghan's neck. Hange almost wanted to punch it. The giant mouth of the Venom opened, directly engulfing the upper body of the 6-meter-long one-horned spirit rhinoceros. Crunch, 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 crunch. The chewing sounds echoed across the wasteland for about 7 seconds. The 6-meter-long 4th-tier intermediate beast was consumed entirely. Devoured. The 4th-tier intermediate fog beast one-horned spirit rhinoceros gained 45000 devour points. Current devour points 447000. Hange looked at the empty battlefield, his expression quite nuanced. Qin Feng also glanced at the clean ground, and then looked at Yi Qinghan. Does your spirit eat this fast every time? What happens after it eats? It grows. Yi Qinghan replied. Lin Ye rolled his eyes inside the pendant. Fierce woman, can you come up with a more plausible reason? Growing. I'm almost 8 meters tall, what more do I need to grow? Oh wait, that's referring to the Venom form's growth. No, that doesn't relate to devour points at all. The 5-person team continued to move forward. Over the next 2 hours, they cleared 3 more waves of fog beasts, 2 groups of 3rd-tier beasts, and 1 4th-tier lower beast. In every battle, the 3 5th-tier fighters fought at the front, while Yi Qinghan and Lu Yuan observed from the back. After each battle, Lin Ye would routinely extend that huge head from the necklace, eating the fog beast corpses without leaving a single scrap. The atmosphere gradually became comical. New discussions began to appear in the holographic live stream's bullet comments. I've noticed that the 3 5th-tier fighters are fighting hard in front, while the 1st-tier one is responsible for letting the spirit eat. Is this a food show? That spirit's mouth is too big. It swallowed the 6-meter-long rhinoceros in 3 bites. It looks disgusting, but somehow addictive. Oh, what's going on? I just want to ask, won't it get stuffed after eating so much? Did you notice it licks its lips every time it finishes eating? That tongue flopping around. Lin Ye stared blankly at the system panel. Current devour points, 52000. To reach 1 million still need 48000. The time limit in the secret realm is 12 hours. Enough. 4 hours have passed. The 5-person team has ventured approximately 10 kilometers into the secret realm, clearing 7 waves of fog beasts, including 2 4th-tier intermediates and 1 4th-tier upper. That 4th-tier upper Greystone Tyrannosaurus cost the 3 5th-tier fighters quite a bit of effort. Hanja got swept by the Tyrannosaurus, tail tearing a hole in the combat suit on his left shoulder. But in the end, they still managed to take it down together. As per usual, Lin Ye's enormous head extended from behind, Yi Qinghan's neck chewing the Tyrannosaurus corpse into pieces and swallowing it whole. Devoured the 4th-tier upper fog beast Greystone Tyrannosaurus, gained 680 devour points. Current devour points, 623000. Hanja sat on a rock panting, staring at the pendant that had just retracted from Yi Qinghan's neck. His frown. He recalled the experiences of the past 4 hours. He fought at 8. He fought at 8. He continued to fight, it continued to eat. An infinite loop. He and Xin Feng fought desperately, consuming spiritual energy to battle against the 4th-tier fog beasts, while Song Yin provided full support from the back. Meanwhile, Yi Qinghan did nothing at all. The only thing she did was let her spirit with the terrifyingly large. All the fog beasts they killed were consumed by that mouth. Not a single bone fragment was left. Hanja finally couldn't contain himself. He stood up and walked in front of Yi Qinghan. So you're Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan looked up at him. I ask you, is your spirit a pig? All it knows is eating. Hanja's voice was not small, echoing across the vast wasteland. Xin Feng raised his eyelids upon hearing this, but did not speak. Song Yin lightly furrowed her brow, but said nothing. Lu Yuan leaned against a withered tree, arms crossed, still wearing that gentle expression. Yi Qinghan looked at Hanja, her voice calm. You don't want the corpses of the fog beasts, leaving them on the ground is a waste. But that doesn't mean they are snacks for your spirit. Hanja's voice raised a notch. The 3 of us are fighting hard in front, and you're just responsible for letting your broken spirit eat to its heart's content. How is this any different from freeloading? If you have the ability, come up and fight. Yi Qinghan's eyes narrowed slightly. Lin Ye felt the subtle change in Yi Qinghan's heartbeat from her collar. 68 had turned into 72. The fierce woman was a bit displeased, but she did not explode. You are right, I should indeed fight some. Yi Qinghan's tone remained calm. Hanja did not expect her to say this, and was taken aback. Next time we encounter a 3rd-tier fog beast, I will handle it, and you can rest. You will handle a 3rd-tier beast. Hanja's tone was filled with obvious disbelief. You, a 1st-tier, can fight 3rd-tier. Did you not just tell me to go up and fight? That was just me venting. Don't worry, I can handle 3rd-tier. Hanja opened his mouth, ultimately muttering, whatever you say. He turned around and sat back on the rock. Lin Ye shrank against Yi Qinghan's chest and transmitted a message through their mental link. If you're unhappy, I can help you teach him a lesson. No need, although he has a foul mouth, he means no harm. Yi Qinghan was right. Hanja indeed had a sharp tongue and spoke harshly, but he always took the lead in battle, with his iron-backed rhino being the first to charge. Just moments ago, during the fight against the gray rock tyrant, the creature's tail had swung towards Lu Yuan, and Hanja's iron-backed rhino was the first to rush in and block the strike. Afterward, he cursed, saying that a useless 3rd-tier couldn't even dodge a tail, but he truly did block it. Such a person is a typical case of a sharp tongue, but a kind heart. While he may disdain you, he is not a bad person. Lin Ye kept this judgment in mind. All right, Hanja could temporarily be removed from the watch list. But Lu Yuan was different. For the past 4 hours, Lin Ye had been observing Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's performance was exceedingly standard, to the point of being suspicious. He never sought the limelight in battle, and the output of his stone monkey was perfectly maintained at the level of a mid-tier 3rd rank, neither too weak to be seen as a burden nor too strong to reveal his true power. Each choice of attack timing and every route of movement displayed a composure that was ingrained in him. A mid-tier 3rd rank would not possess such composure. Only high-tier experts who had experienced countless intense battles would have that. He was acting. Moreover, he was doing it exceptionally well. Dangerous woman, approximately 2 kilometers to the 10 o'clock direction, there is a strong spiritual energy signal, likely at the peak of the 4th rank, or even higher. Lin Ye transmitted the information received from his spiritual energy perception to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan nodded slightly. Hanja, she called out. Hanja, who was drinking water, turned back at the sound. There's a big fellow about 2 kilometers to the 10 o'clock direction with very strong spiritual energy fluctuations. Hanja raised an eyebrow. How do you know? My spiritual perception range is quite large. Hanja glanced at the necklace around her neck, thought of the enormous, terrifying head from before, and decided not to press further. How strong? Around the peak of the 4th rank. Hanja rubbed his hands together. The peak of the fourth rank, that shouldn't be a problem. He glanced at Qin Feng and Song Yin, both of whom nodded. Let's go. The five-person team turned towards the 10 o'clock direction. Lin Ye quietly extended a palm-sized black hand from within Yi Qinghan's clothing and gently patted her side. Feasting soon. Yi Qinghan pressed the small hand back with her finger. Can you behave yourself? I am very well behaved. Your hand is on my waist. Confirming safety. Confirming what safety? Confirming that your waist is still in place and hasn't shifted while walking. Yi Qinghan did not want to talk to him anymore. The peak fourth rank mist beast was a savage giant lizard 8 meters long, covered in dark red scales with 4 sturdy legs supporting its massive body as it moved slowly across the wasteland. After 3 fifth rankers surrounded it, they took several minutes to bring it down. The main issue was that this creature's scales were too hard. Hanja's iron-backed rhino could only leave white marks on the surface of the scales, and the blade wave shot from Qin Feng's battle wolf could only cut through the outer layer of the scales. This caused them to waste a bit of time. Lin Ye's massive head peeked out from behind Yi Qinghan's neck. Hanja didn't even turn to look, he was already accustomed to it. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The 8-meter-long savage giant lizard was completely devoured in 10 seconds. Devoured a peak 4th rank mist beast savage giant lizard, gaining 95000 devouring points. Current devouring points 718000, 71,008. Still 28,002 away from 100,000. At the current rate, devouring 3 or 4 more 4th rank beasts should be about right. Lin Ye calculated in his heart, retracting his head back into the form of the necklace. Just then Lin Ye's spiritual perception caught 5 rapidly moving spiritual energy signals to the southeast. Not mist beasts. People. A team is coming. Lin Ye informed Yi Qinghan through their mental link. Yi Qinghan turned to look towards the southeast. A few seconds later, 5 figures emerged from the rocky outcrop in the distance. Leading them was a burly young man wearing a dark green combat suit from the Tsang City branch, with a 5th rank mid-tier spiritual energy fluctuation radiating arrogantly. Behind him were 4 teammates, 2 low-tier 5th rankers, 1 peak 3rd rank, and 1 upper 3rd rank. Team 23. The 2 groups met in the wasteland. The leading young man from the Tsang City team glanced at Hanja and the others, his gaze finally settling on Yi Qinghan. You are Team 17. Team 17 is the easiest to recognize because of a unique spiritual master. Hanja stood up and brushed the dust off his pants. What do you want? The leading young man from the Tsang City team chuckled. Nothing major, you know the rules of the team competition. If you beat the other side, you can take half of their points. Hanja's expression turned serious. You want to fight us? I checked the points leaderboard. Your Team 17 is currently in 5th place. Our Team 23 is in 12th place. If we defeat you, we can take half your points and our ranking will shoot up. The young man from Tsang City raised a hand to indicate a number. Are you sure? Hanja cracked his neck, the joints making a cracking sound. I am sure. The young man from Tsang City had already summoned his spirit, a 12-meter-long dark green venomous python, its body as thick as a water barrel. The other 4 members of the Tsang City team also summoned their spirits. The spiritual energy fluctuations of the 5 beasts spread across the wasteland. Hanja's iron-backed rhino stomped its hooves, emitting a low grunt. Qin Feng drew his spiritual energy short, soared the silver-gray battle wolf's back spikes, standing erect. Song Yan's golden radiant phoenix butterfly spread its wings, and a buffing light membrane enveloped Hanja and Qin Feng. Yi Qinghan, Lu Yuan, you 2 step back. Hanja said without turning his head. Lu Yuan obediently stepped back 10 paces. Yi Qinghan stood still. Are you deaf? Step back. Hanja shouted again. He'll handle the 3rd. Yi Qinghan's tone remained flat. Hanja turned to give her a glare, but there was no time for more words. The Tsang City team was already charging. The 2 5-person teams engaged in a heating clash in the wasteland. Hanja faced off against the leading young man of the Tsang City team, with the iron-backed rhino entangled with the dark green venomous python, spiritual energy shockwaves, and toxic mist colliding in the air. Qin Feng and the battle wolf teamed up against a low-tier 5th rank from the Tsang City team, their spiritual energy short sword and the opponent's spiritual energy long spear crossing at high speeds. Song Yin released buffs from the back while dealing with another low-tier 5th rank's harassment. The 2 3rd-rank members of the Tsang City team were left behind, their target very clear. To take down Yi Qinghan and Lu Yuan. A young woman of upper 3rd rank approached Yi Qinghan with her spirit condensing a dark green spiritual energy sphere in her hand. Little sister, I'm sorry about this. Yi Qinghan's expression remained unchanged. The woman's spiritual energy sphere flew towards Yi Qinghan's face, while her spirit beast flanked from the side. Yi Qinghan took a step forward. His right fist rose and struck the incoming spiritual energy sphere, shattering it with a single punch. Dark green spiritual energy fragments splattered in all directions. The woman's pupils dilated. Yi Qinghan did not give her time to react. His figure flickered, and he was already in front of her, his left fist crashing into her spiritual protective barrier. The protective barrier shattered. The woman was sent flying back 5 or 6 meters, landing on the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Her spirit beast pounced from the side, but Yi Qinghan turned and kicked it on the head. Bang! The third-tier advanced spirit beast rolled away and crashed into the rocks. With 2 strikes, both the third-tier advanced spirit master and her spirit beast were taken down. Another peak third-tier man witnessed this scene, and his expression changed. However, before he could react, Lu Yuan's stone ape had already pounced over. The stone ape's fist smashed into the man's spiritual protective barrier, shattering it with a single blow, and the second punch struck his chest. The man flew back over 10 meters, unable to rise from the ground. Lu Yuan stood in place, still wearing a gentle smile. Lin Ye was staring at Lu Yuan from the collar of Yi Qinghan's outfit. The power behind the stone ape's 2 punches was definitely not something a third-tier intermediate could produce. It was at least at the level of a 4th-tier lower. But Lu Yuan controlled it very well, just enough, neither too much nor too little. A perfect disguise. What exactly is this person hiding? The battle on Hanja's side was also nearing its end. Though his iron-backed rhinoceros was not as large as the dark green venomous python, its spiritual energy density was higher. With Song Yan's enhancement, it forcefully pushed back the python's assault. In the end, Hanja's fist landed on the face of the leading youth of the Songqing team, forcing him to concede on the spot. Qin Feng also resolved his opponent around the same time. The skirmish ended in a complete victory for the 17th group. The score panel updated, and the 17th group's score surged upwards. Hanja shook his fist and turned to look at Yi Qinghan. He saw the third-tier advanced woman lying on the ground along with her spirit beast. Did you do this? Hanja squinted his eyes. Third-tier advanced. Hanja fell silent for 3 seconds. Then why the hell didn't you deal with the mist beast earlier, leaving us 3 to struggle in front? Didn't you say to let me follow the plan? Hanja was momentarily at a loss for words. He had indeed told Yi Qinghan to follow the plan and not to act recklessly. Then Yi Qinghan really just stood behind, without moving, only letting his spirit beast feed. His own words had led him into a trap. Hanja's face flushed red, his mouth opened and closed several times, and finally he squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth. Next time, you join the fight too. All right, Yi Qinghan replied succinctly. From that point on, the dynamic of the team changed. Hanja no longer let Yi Qinghan stay back. You take care of the 3rd tier, and we'll handle anything above 4th tier. Yi Qinghan nodded. Thus, the subsequent advance turned into a peculiar rhythm. When encountering 3rd-tier mist beasts, Yi Qinghan would step forward to deliver a couple of punches, while Lin Ye's massive head would come out to clean up. When facing 4th-tier mist beasts, Hanja and the others would charge in at 5th tier, and after defeating them, Lin Ye's massive head would once again come out to eat clean. Regardless of who fought, Lin Ye would always be the one to eat in the end. 3 5th-tier fighters slaughtered in front, while Lin Ye continually feasted behind. The holographic live stream comments exploded. I laughed until my stomach hurt. 3 5th-tiers working for an 5th grade spirit beast. What kind of spirit beast is this? How can it eat so much without bursting, killing in front and eating in the back? Isn't this a food chain? That big head is so scary every time it stretches out, but it's hilarious when it licks its lips after eating. Yi Qinghan's combat power is clearly above 1st tier. That 3rd-tier advanced fight was like chopping vegetables. Someone calculated that her spirit beast has already eaten 27 mist beasts so far. 27. Is her spirit beast's stomach a black hole? After defeating the 4th-tier intermediate Rockhorn Bull, Hanja turned to look at Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was quietly standing at a distance, her necklace already deformed and swollen. That massive black head was munching on the corpse of the bull. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Hanja glanced at his sleeve that had been torn by the bull's horn, then looked at the head that was enjoying its meal. Why do I always feel something is off? Qin Feng wiped the blood off his short sword. What seems off? We're the ones exhausting ourselves in the front while she's just back there feeding her spirit beast. Isn't there something wrong with this division of labor? Qin Feng thought for a moment. She said she would handle the 3rd-tier beasts, and we would take care of the 4th tier. After defeating the 4th tier, the corpses are left for her spirit beast. Isn't this a clear division of labor? But, regardless, leaving the corpses of the mist beasts doesn't help us. The points have already been added to our team score, and if her spirit beast eats it, so be it. Hanja was half persuaded by Qin Feng's reasoning, yet he still felt something was amiss. It felt like he was doing the work for someone else. Song Yan quietly said from the side, she resolved that group of 3rd-tier mist beasts in 3 punches, saving us at least 3 minutes of time. Hanja mumbled and fell silent. Lin Ye chuckled independent. What they did not know was that every mist beast she devoured was being converted into devouring points, and these points would ultimately transform into tangible combat power enhancements. Once she accumulated 1,000,000, she would directly advance from 4th tier advanced to peak 4th tier, and her combat power after merging could stabilize at the level of peak 5th tier. At that time, don't mention these 5th tier intermediate teams. Even if she encountered a 6th tier, she would have the confidence to wrestle. Of course, none of this could be known to her teammates. Current devouring points 791,000. 79,001. Still lacking 290,000. There are 6 hours left. That's enough. The 5-person team continued deeper into the secret realm. In the next hour, Yi Qinghan actively took on more combat tasks. When encountering 2 3rd-tier advanced graybacked bear kings, she used 4 punches to resolve them swiftly and smoothly enough to leave Hanja wide-eyed. Encountering a 4th-tier lower iron-winged eagle, she recalled the tactics from the first preliminary match, picked up a stone, and threw it. When the iron-winged eagle fell from the sky, its wings were already shattered. Hanja watched his mouth twitching. Can you teach me that stone-throwing technique? You won't be able to learn it. Your waist strength isn't enough. Hanja glanced down at his own 5th-tier lower waist and felt insulted, but he indeed couldn't throw with that kind of speed and precision. After each battle, Lin Ye would timely extend its head to consume the corpses. Hanja went from being startled at first to becoming accustomed to it, and now he actively made way. Come on, your big mouth, this one's yours. He had completely accepted this new dynamic. Lin Ye thought that although Hanja had a bad mouth, he was quite adaptable. Lu Yuan maintained a low profile throughout the process, with the stone ape's output stabilizing at an intermediate level of the 3rd rank, occasionally helping to clear out a couple of solitary 3rd-rank monsters. As time entered the 8th hour, the 5-man team encountered the 2nd opposing team deep within the secret realm. The 9th group consisted of 3 intermediate 5th-rank members and 2 peak 3rd-rank members, their overall strength surpassing that of the previous Songqing team. The captain of the 9th group was a bearded man in his 30s at the intermediate 5th rank, accompanied by a steel-bristled wild boar of the same rank as his spirit companion. He stood 20 meters away, surveying the members of the 17th group. Are you the Eating Broadcast team? Hanja's face darkened. He had seen the nickname Eating Broadcast team in the comments on his bracelet during their earlier break, as viewers from across the Federation had been calling them that. The reason was naturally Lin Ye's enormous head that appeared punctually after each battle. Are we fighting or not? Hanja was not in the mood for idle chatter. Of course we're fighting. You're currently in 3rd place in points. If we beat you, we directly enter the top 5, the bearded man chuckled. The battle was about to commence. This time Yi Qinghan did not just stand back and watch. I'll take on 2 peak 3rd-rank opponents, she volunteered. Hanja glanced at her and nodded slightly. All right, be careful. This statement made Yi Qinghan raise an eyebrow slightly. After Hanja finished speaking, he turned around and charged forward, the ironback rhino rushing out to directly collide with the opposing captain's steel-bristled wild boar. The 2 large intermediate 5th-rank spirit companions collided heat in the shockwave, sending surrounding rubble flying. Qin Feng and Song Yin faced off against the opposing team's 2 intermediate 5th-rank members, with the battle instantly escalating into a fierce confrontation. 2 peak 3rd-rank opponents closed in on Yi Qinghan. One was a spirit energy swordsman condensing a dark green energy sword in his right hand. The other was a heavy-armored spirit master accompanied by a giant stone turtle covered in thick stone armor. The swordsman charged in from the front, the energy sword carving a dark green arc aimed directly at Yi Qinghan's neck. The stone turtle came barreling in from the side, its 4 thick legs cracking the ground beneath it. Yi Qinghan leaned forward, slightly dodging the blade's glow, and her right fist struck the turtle's shell. Bang! A crack appeared on the turtle's shell. This punch halted the turtle's advance, its 4 legs carving grooves into the ground. The swordsman followed up with a second slash, this one 30% faster than the first, taking a more cunning angle as he hacked down from an upper diagonal. Yi Qinghan did not dodge. She raised her left arm using the hardness of her forearm to meet the blow. The energy sword struck her forearm, producing a sound of metal clashing. The swordsman's arm went numb from the recoil, and a nick appeared on the edge of the energy sword. Yi Qinghan's forearm bore not even a white mark. As a peak 2nd-rank body cultivator, her physical toughness had surpassed that of most spirit energy weapons. The swordsman's expression changed. Yi Qinghan's right fist was already in front of him. Her fist struck the energy shield, shattering it. The second punch landed on his chest, sending the swordsman doubling over and flying out for over 10 meters. Seeing his partner dealt with in 2 punches, the stone turtle's controller hurriedly ordered it to retract into its shell and enter defense mode. Yi Qinghan approached the stone turtle, bent down, and grabbed the edge of its shell. Then she lifted the entire stone turtle up. Holding the turtle shell with both hands, Yi Qinghan flipped it over, placing it belly up on the ground. The stone turtle's 4 legs flailed wildly in the air, but could not right itself. Its controller stared blankly at the scene, completely forgetting to unleash his spirit energy. Do you surrender? Yi Qinghan looked at him. I surrender, I surrender, I surrender. Lin Ye trembled on Yi Qinghan's chest. He gave full marks for the fierce woman flipping the turtle. The comments in the holographic live broadcast erupted again. She flipped the stone turtle over. That's just brutal. Is this what body cultivation is? I need to consider dual cultivation of spirit and body. What level is this body cultivator anyway? Flipping a turtle is really funny, but it's also very scary. The skirmish once again ended with the victory of the 17th group. Hanja's side also saw their 3 5th rank members win, though it was more challenging than the previous time. The points panel updated, and the 17th group surged to 2nd place. After the battle, Lin Ye's enormous head appeared again. This time he was particularly happy, having completely crushed and consumed the corpses of 5 mist beasts. The spirit companions of the opposing team were not killed, so they could not be eaten, but there were enough mist beast corpses. Devoured multiple mist beasts, gaining 87000 devour points. Current devour points 878000, 878000. Just 12000 away. Lin Ye's liquid cells were trembling. 1 million was within reach. He quietly nestled in Yi Qinghan's collar, the pendant pressed against the warm skin just below her collarbone. The fierce woman had fought significantly more today than before, her body temperature slightly higher than usual, and her heartbeat was a bit faster. Sweat trickled down her neck, gliding over the curve of her collarbone and running across the surface of the pendant. Lin Ye's sense of touch vividly recorded all of this. Salty. Ugh. This is a bit perverse, not good. After all, he was a good student. 10 hours had passed in the secret realm. The 5-man team finally stopped to rest after clearing out 3 waves of high-level mist beasts. Hanja leaned against a rock while the ironback rhino snored beside him. Qin Feng was wiping the nick on his spirit energy short sword. Song Yin sat cross-legged on the ground, regulating her breathing, while a golden-feathered butterfly perched on her shoulder. Lu Yuan maintained his gentle expression, leaning against a dead tree with his eyes closed. The stone ape crouched at his feet, gnawing on a rock. Yi Qinghan sat on a flat rock, her long legs crossed, her black training suit stained with some remnants of mist beast spirit energy. Lin Ye stealthily poked his small head out of her collar, his 2 eyes fixating on Yi Qinghan's crossed thighs for a couple of seconds. When the fierce woman sat, the pants of her training suit would tighten due to the pressure from her thighs, clearly outlining the muscle definition. Firm, but not bulky, tight, yet elastic. After resting for 10 minutes, Han just stood up. There are still 2 hours left, let's clear out one more wave. There's a signal of a peak 4th rank about a kilometer to the north, along with 2 intermediate 4th rank beasts, 3 of them together. Qin Feng asked. Yeah, probably a beast horde. Let's go. Hanja patted the ironback rhino on the head, and the big fellow sneezed before standing up. The 5-man team set off once again. A kilometer to the north lay a low rocky valley where 3 4th rank mist beasts were moving about. One was a peak 4th rank black armored bull, while the other 2 were lower 4th rank gray rock rhinos. Yi Qinghan also participated in this battle. Hanja and Qin Feng confronted the black armored bull, while Yi Qinghan was responsible for the 2 gray rock rhinos. Song Yin provided buffs from the rear, giving Yi Qinghan the opportunity to challenge the 4th rank. It must be said that Song Yan's support was quite good. Lu Yuan remained in his auxiliary role with the stone ape, clearing out the occasional 3rd rank minions on the periphery. Facing the 2 lower 4th rank gray rock rhinos, Yi Qinghan's fighting style was simple and brutal. Her left fist struck the head of the first gray rock rhino, smashing its skull into the ground. Her right foot kicked the second gray rock rhino in the ribs, sending it crashing against the rock wall. The 2 gray rock rhinos struggled to get up and launched a counterattack, one using its horn and the other sweeping with its tail. Yi Qinghan dodged the horn attack, took the tail sweep hidden, and then unleashed a flurry of punches that shattered both gray rock rhinos' spirit energy shields. Her final punch landed squarely on their skulls. The 2 lower 4th rank mist beasts collapsed. Hanja also pretty much dealt with the black armored bull. Qin Feng's battle wolf spike pierced its eye, while Hanja's ironback rhino crashed into the bull's abdomen. All 3 mist beasts were annihilated. Lin Ye's enormous head poked out from behind Yi Qinghan's neck. This time he took 3 bites, and within seconds the corpses of the 3 4th rank mist beasts were completely consumed. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The chewing sound echoed throughout the valley. Hanja sat on the ground watching the enormous head chew and swallow the last piece of the bull's tail, his expression completely numb. How many spirit companions has yours eaten today? Yi Qinghan calculated. 38. 38. Hanja repeated the number, then looked up at the dark red sky. I suddenly feel like the 3 of us at the 5th rank are just here to serve as chefs for your spirit companion. Qin Feng chuckled lightly from the side. Song Yin also gently curved her lips. Lu Yuan's expression remained calm, but his gaze lingered on Yi Qinghan's necklace for a moment longer. Lin Ye noticed Lu Yuan's gaze. His spirit energy perception keenly caught the assessing look Lu Yuan was giving him. It was not curiosity. It was an evaluation. This sixth-rank fellow was assessing him. Lin Ye's liquid cells tightened momentarily before relaxing. Regardless of Lu Yuan's background, he had not shown any malice so far. For now he would hold off and continue to observe. The numbers on the system panel flickered. Devoured 3 4th-rank missed beasts gaining 15200 devour points. Current devour points 103000. 103000. Over 1 million now, but the distance to 2 million is still significant. Hanja rose from the rock, dusting off his backside, and was about to call everyone to advance when Lin Ye's spiritual perception detected 5 rapidly approaching energy signals from the southwest. For we're at the 5th rank. One was at the peak of the 4th rank. Someone's coming, Lin Ye informed Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan narrowed his eyes slightly. How strong? 5 at the 5th rank. This lineup was much stronger than the 2 challenge teams they had encountered before. Hanja also sensed the approaching energy fluctuations. The iron-backed rhinoceros scraped its hooves against the ground twice, emitting an uneasy low grunt. Here, they come again to cause trouble. Hanja cursed, turning to look in the direction of the newcomers. 5 figures emerged from behind the rocky outcrops in the southwest. The one at the forefront was a woman in her late 20s dressed in a platinum combat suit from the capital's branch with a stable, yet terrifying 5th-rank energy fluctuation. A small silver-white fox with extremely rich energy fluctuations stood on her left shoulder. Silver Frost Spirit Fox, a class spirit beast, a speed-type assassin spirit beast. Behind her were 4 lower 5th-rank members, making the entire team's configuration quite luxurious. Hanja's expression changed. Third group, he lowered his voice. Qin Feng's hand had already reached for the hilt of his energy short sword. Song Yan's golden radiant butterfly flew to her shoulder, its wings folding ready for immediate release of the enhancement light membrane. The woman from the third group stopped 20 meters away, her gaze sweeping over Hanja and the others, finally resting on Yi Qinghan. You are the body cultivator. Yi Qinghan couldn't be bothered to respond. The woman chuckled. That part where you flipped the turtle during the live stream was quite popular. I guess you are at least a 2nd-rank body cultivator, which is indeed impressive for your age, but what a pity. She extended her right hand, raising one finger. I want half of your points. The iron-backed rhinoceros stepped forward, and a gray energy shockwave spread out from under its hooves. Do you think you can handle it? The woman tilted her head. 5 5th ranks against your 3 5th ranks. Do you think you can hold out? Hanja did not reply. He quickly calculated the battle power comparison in his mind. The opponent had 5 5th ranks while they had 3 5th ranks, 1 body cultivator, and 1 3rd rank. The gap in apparent strength was significant. Lin Ye was also calculating in Yi Qinghan's collar. 5 5th ranks, the strongest woman was 5th rank intermediate on par with Song Yan. If the 3 faced 5, Hanja and his group would surely suffer losses. But if he intervened, the situation would be different. Fierce woman, should we go? Lin Ye asked. Yi Qinghan lightly tapped his thigh with his finger. Let's see how it goes. The woman did not give them more time to discuss. Go. The moment her voice fell, the silver frost spirit fox on her shoulder transformed into a silver-white shadow and shot out. To everyone's surprise, it was charging towards Yi Qinghan. Was this 5th rank a bit off in the head? Do you think she is jealous of your beauty? Lin Ye said to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan replied, it's possible. Lin Ye responded. He didn't expect Yi Qinghan to have a touch of narcissism. Whoosh. The silver-white shadow left a long trail of light across the wilderness, moving so quickly that the air was torn apart. The 5th rank intermediate, a class speed-type spirit beast, in full sprint, could cover 20 meters in a second. Hanja's pupils constricted. It was too late for the iron-backed rhinoceros to turn and block. Qin Feng's silver-gray werewolf was also a beat slow. In the holographic livestream, countless viewers' hearts were in their throats. It's over, that body cultivator is going to be killed instantly. The speed of the silver frost spirit fox is too fast for even lower 5th ranks to handle. How can a 2nd-rank body cultivator withstand it? I can't bear to watch. The claws of the silver frost spirit fox were already half a meter away from Yi Qinghan's face. Under the gaze of those who thought Yi Qinghan would be torn apart, she raised her right hand. Bang! Her 5 fingers opened wide, accurately grasping the swiftly attacking front claw of the silver frost spirit fox. The claw was held firmly in her palm, unmoving. The pupils of the silver frost spirit fox widened, its 4 legs thrashing wildly in the air, but that hand clamped down on its ankle like an iron vice. How is this possible? The woman looked shocked at this scene. All eyes were fixed on Yi Qinghan's right hand. Then they saw something unusual. Yi Qinghan's entire right arm, from her fingertips to her shoulder, was covered with a layer of flowing pitch-black substance. The black liquid-like tissue spread along her skin, glistening with a cool sheen under the dark red sky. Purple arcs of electricity danced along the surface of the black arm, crackling loudly. The current surged from her palm into the body of the silver frost spirit fox. Yowl! The spirit fox let out a piercing scream, its fur standing on end under the scorching arcs, its limbs convulsing violently. Hanja stared at that pitch-black arm, his mouth agape. The barrage of comments in the holographic livestream froze for a full 2 seconds. Then it exploded. Why did her arm turn black? What is that? There's electricity. She has electricity on her hand. Yi Qinghan did not release her grip on the spirit fox. Lin Ye's voice resonated in her mind. Fierce woman, it's time to go all out. Yi Qinghan's lips twitched slightly. Go. The moment those words fell, Yi Qinghan's entire body underwent a transformation. The black liquid substance surged out from within her, moving so quickly that no one could react in time. It spread from her right arm to her shoulder, from her shoulder to her chest, from her chest to her abdomen, and from her abdomen to her legs. Yi Qinghan was completely enveloped by the pitch-black liquid substance. But this time the color was not pure black. Lin Ye discovered that he could change the color of the arcs using the myriad disguises, so he casually altered it. Dark purple arcs erupted from every inch of her surface, densely covering her entire body, giving the originally pitch-black symbiotic surface a strange purplish-black hue. Although the generated form was not correct, it was still quite beautiful. Yi Qinghan stood on the wilderness. No, it was Lin Ye standing on the wilderness. At this moment, it was as if a different person had emerged. Jia jia jia. A long tongue flicked out from between her teeth, swirling in the air with a glisten. 12 tentacles extended from her back, each over 50 meters long, with purple arcs dancing wildly along their surfaces. Spiritual energy surged from this purplish-black body. 5th rank intermediate. No, it was even slightly higher than 5th rank intermediate. The complete form after the soul fusion combined with the upper 4th rank foundational level, stabilizing its base battle power slightly above 5th rank intermediate. And the charged explosive attack of Thunder Fury could unleash an attack equivalent to a lower 6th rank. The Silver Frost Spirit Fox was still gripped in Lin Ye's hand, its limbs twitching, having lost its fighting capability due to the electric shock. Lin Ye glanced down at the silver-white fox in his hand, a deep chuckle escaping between its fangs. This fox is quite soft. Lin Ye's voice emerged from that torn mouth, raspy and deep. He casually tossed the Silver Frost Spirit Fox into the air, where it tumbled and landed at the woman's feet. The spirit fox lay on the ground, whining in despair, unable to rise. Hanja's throat moved slightly. He gazed at the purple-black figure, a single thought occupying his mind. Is this Yi Qinghan, the one who had been standing behind, feeding the spirit beast, a first-tier body cultivator? The barrage of comments from the live stream had completely spiraled out of control. What is that? She transformed. Purple. Electrifying. That aura is even stronger than a mid-tier 5th stage. Is this her combined form? Did she merge with the spirit beast? Is this what happens when Frank Slime merges? Who believes that? So cool. The way her mouth is open is terrifying yet impressive. Does terrifying mean cool? I think I might have nightmares tonight. The third group exchanged glances, their spiritual energy fluctuations becoming erratic. The aura of the creature before them made it hard to breathe. The woman's expression finally changed. She bent down to pick up her Silver Frost Spirit Fox, her right hand condensing a silver-white spiritual energy whip. Everyone charged together. Her voice no longer bore the previous calmness. For 5th-tier subordinates, each released their spirit beasts, the spiritual energy fluctuations overlapping across the wasteland. A flying eagle, a blazing lion griffin, a shadow python, and a rock-armored giant turtle. The 4 5th-tier subordinates' spirit beasts, along with 5 masters, simultaneously locked onto the Venom. The Venom stood still, its pale eyes scanning the surroundings. A long tongue extended from between its fangs, slowly licking around its lips. 9 against 1. Lin Ye's voice came from that torn mouth. He tilted his head slightly, the cracks at the corners of his mouth widening a bit more. Not enough. The woman's spiritual energy whip struck. The silver-white whip sliced through the air with a sharp crack, heading straight for the Venom's face. Lin Ye raised his left hand, extending 2 fingers, precisely pinching the whip's end. The spiritual energy whip vibrated violently between his fingers, yet could not be retracted. The woman's complexion changed dramatically. Lin Ye pinched the whip's end with his fingers and gave it a tug. The woman stumbled back 2 steps from the force. Your whip is quite long. Lin Ye grinned widely, his tongue flicking in the air. Too bad it's not hard enough. With a forceful squeeze, the spiritual energy whip snapped in 2. At the same moment, the flying eagle dove from the sky, its wings folded